So you don't have to be in an office, and yet, now and again, all of us yearn for the togetherness, for the wearing of a shirt, for the I was going to say cup of tea. Alex promised me a cup of tea before we started, but I know you've got other things on. Yeah. Alex is tinkering around to make sure that
trying to make sure
this is streaming. Yes, but this certainly appears to be happening in real life.
We're going live
now.
You're
yes,
live. We're live.
We are now live on YouTube, but I don't know how live. And as I say, I don't dare look at that. Or I don't want to. Anything that's happening to my right, I'm not going to take any notice of, and I'm actually going to keep that. I'm going to keep to that rule for the rest of Christmas. So I won't be looking at anything on my right.
Do you want tea?
Until New Year's Day. Yes, please, Alex. You know I want a tea. Yeah. So listen. In a way, yes, there is a sort of inherent paradox here, which is that if you're meant to be working from home, but you do I end up successfully distracting you by doing this, then it proves actually that you can be a total piss taker while working as a freelance. But after all, it is, and I don't want to labour this point, nearly Christmas, and so this is sort of an end of term party, if you like, for those. If you've never watched a 9 to 5 live, we've never done a 9 to 5. If you've never watched a live at 5 before, there's not really much to get. You don't need to catch up with anything. Yes, Charlie, this is actually happening until 5. I think in practice it has to be 2 streams that are 4 hours long each. But of course, there'll be a lunch break. But of course, we'll continue to broadcast during the lunch break. Yes, we are now officially on YouTube, where a whole different set of comments will appear. And as I say, there's only so much I can do about that. We'll come in a minute to the sort of protocols around comments, questions, and all that sort of thing. Yes, I think in a minute. Now the problem with these things is 8 hours sounds like a lot, but you'll know if you've ever been to one of my 24-hour shows, it's actually not that much. You sort of do need to. We already are a little bit behind, so we need to get cracking. First of all, good night to Bunchtron. The first person's officially left the stream because it's 1:07 a.m. where they are. Good night, Bunchtron. It might be that you can drop back in if you sleep for just under 8 hours. Maybe you can say good morning right at the end. There is a lot of admin to get through, yes, so we're going to just try and do some of that. Yes, you might be aware that I've done quite regularly in the past 24-hour long comedy shows, and longer in fact, and even did 3 of those online during the pandemic. So there is no kind of ambiguity about whether I can or will talk for long enough. Just a word on the mechanics. Someone has already said you're too close, as in to the screen. The thing with that is, I won't be holding the phone for all of the 8 hours. That is probably a recipe for, it's certainly a recipe for your friend of mine, a sore wrist. But we've got a little cradle that the phone is going to go in periodically. Plus, of course, sometimes I'll be walking around and broadcasting from different bits. So when I'm holding the phone, I will be close because that is my sort of signature style. There are a couple of reasons for it, not least the fact that my hair is a sort of ongoing problem of the 21st now century. It wasn't a problem in the 20th. And if I'm too far away... Yes, a cradle, Josh. I don't know if you've heard of the phrase phone cradle. Or, yes, manger at this time of year. So don't worry. Basically, don't worry about anything, actually. If I were me, I would be a bit worried. I sort of am me. But you guys can just sit back and relax. Of course, we'll be reacting to comments and feedback as they come in during the day. To confirm now, out of the corner of my eye, I can see myself talking, I think it is about 30 seconds ago. And it's a bit of a strange experience. So once again, no looking to the right for me. Yes, just a quick thing on the shirt. Well, it's an office day, of course, and so I've dressed up, as has Alex. And LRS kindly says the look is giving off Mark Darcy vibes. Well, I could have done without that incredulous splutter, Alex. Yes, I think it is appropriate to see me as one of the great heartthrobs. What is the agenda for this meeting? Asks Jay Pierce. Well, I was gonna at the very start do an agenda, but in fact we're already behind with that agenda. We're 10 minutes in now, so I think we're going to have to skip the agenda I tell you what else is weird is there's a video of me. I can see 2 images of myself as well as the one on my phone, and one of those images is just it's me on a loop advertising this, and I've seen it's horrid. This is the most anyone's ever seen themselves at the same time, other than in those halls of mirrors you can go to if you want. So thank you for all the shirt compliments. Shirt is gorge, says no. The shirt's got down a fucking storm. Oh, that's the first F-bomb, and I apologise for that.
There will be more.
Just in terms of the agenda then, there is quite a lot planned, including some surprise guests. I hope they won't be a surprise to us, but plenty of people now know where these offices are. Yeah. So there are some, what you might call, it's a bit like the known knowns and unknown unknowns and all that business from Dick Cheney said. There are certainly some planned surprise guests, and then potentially some actually alarming guests. There is going to be an official, like a formal, yes, how can I help? We've got questions for that. So I would say don't post questions for that other than in prescribed times. I might at some point take questions. So there'll be that. I'm going to read from my new novel, which has never happened before. In fact, very few people on this earth have seen it. But then, to put that in context, most of the people on the earth don't want to read the book. If that were not the case, if a majority of people on planet Earth were interested in reading my book, then my life would be very different. You'd be looking at a guaranteed 4 billion readers, and that's been beyond my reach so far. But I'm going to read all the same from the novel. First of all, I'll have to say what it's called, which, again, almost no one knows yet. I've been saving that reveal for this. A reveal is a sort of exciting disclosure. There'll be some words, internet words throughout the day, which might... you can't have a draft, Corrie, because you're too ill to concentrate on things. Let's get on to Corrie, then. My greatest friend, Corrie Riley, celebrates... her birthday today, and you will hear the title, yes, Hair. And many times over the past, I suppose, about 15 years, we've celebrated her birthday together. Not been possible to do that today. Corrie is always ill, and she it's tiresome, really. She has sort of immunoproblemos. Immunoproblemos is what it's officially called. Anyway, yes, you're already doing it, but please wish an enormously happy birthday to Corrie. Oh, hi, Mark. Lovely to see you. Even if you don't know who Corrie is, you get the general idea. Great person, Scottish, short, swears a lot. You can imagine the sort of hair. Big problems with the body, also brain, actually. Shambles of a person, complete waste of space. Happy birthday, Corrie. And later we're going to do a birthday thing for her, but she needs to not be here in order for us to plan that. Birthdays are all about surprises, of course. It's quite a tough time to have a birthday as well, because, and I say this with the best will in the world, no one gives a shit about it, because it's almost Christmas, isn't it? And which actually has been another impediment to us celebrating the birthday. If she just had a birthday in June or something like a regular person, you'd be fine. Look at my brother, middle of June the 15th. Actually, that has its own problems because there's often a football tournament on. But look, there's never a good time to have a birthday, but you've got to have one. Everyone here has got, I guarantee you, got a birthday. I include myself in that. Anyway, happy birthday, Corrie. And Corrie, when you're going, let me know. You can just text me, and I'll also see you. I can normally see when people leave the stream, but there's a lot going on. You can imagine there's a lot going on already. Okay, well, so when you go, Corrie, as I say, I'll notice, but then let me know if you're coming back at any point. Of course, you can't always predict these things because of your dreadful old problems. If you've just tuned in, you've just missed us wishing a happy birthday to Corrie, my best friend. So get on that. Hello, Justin. Thank you very much for the booze.
Oh, Justin
yes,
Morehouse.
Justin's here. Justin Morehouse, the very fine Mancunian comedian, dispatched a large amount of champagne to this office yesterday to thank us for work. Well, it's been a pleasure to work with him. Well, it's a pleasure to work with most people. It doesn't mean that presents go amiss. And we drank a little bit of the champagne yesterday, and I dare say that Alex and I will enjoy raising a glass when we do get to 5
Oh, we're not
PMs,
allowed.
which is a
Not
long way.
with the shower.
No, it won't be that. We'll just have some of the shit wine. Nobody else is in the office today. You see, Alex and I have come in especially to do this. I'm coming at a very early hour. My birthday's March 3. How do you feel about that? Yeah, common sense birthday.
Same.
Oh yeah, it is, isn't it? That's also Alex's birthday, and that's the first birthday coincidence or birthday incidents of the stream. Excellent stuff. Well done, everyone. And if there are any more birthday coincidences, I'll let you know. At some point, we'll take a census of everyone's birthdays and where people are and things like that, and that should kill most of the 8 hours. You'll know if you've watched the 24-hour shows that I normally try and do a kind of register of who everyone is and where they are at the start. It's quite easy when they're, the physical 24-hour shows. It's quite easy to keep track of where everyone is. Obviously, they're all in the same room. Here, you could be anywhere in the world. I might as well say at this point, Mr. Elms' birthday is June the 23rd. Do we have another June the 23rd? Mr. Math loves math. I don't mind his username. Birthday is Valentine's Day. That's one day out from mine, of course. 13th of Feb is me, N. Threadkill, and I don't know if you're doing that on purpose, but my birthday's all day long, 13th of February. And you can find that on Wikipedia if you need to verify it. You can also find a recent photo of me on Wikipedia because this is just an anecdote. Sometimes there'll be anecdotes. Don't you think? There's going to be. There's going to be anecdotes. Hi, Lisa. Hope you're having a nice day. I'll do my anecdote. Then I'll do another point of protocol. Anecdote. During the Edinburgh Fringe, I mustn't shout like that throughout. Otherwise, I don't know though. I've done 24-hour shows with mostly shouting. If Annie Lennox joins the chat, I'm in the game. You share a birthday with Annie Lennox? There we are. If Annie Lennox joins the chat, we've got all sorts to talk about. I'd love to see Lennox. Well, I'd also be nervous. I actually once was this close to meeting Annie Lennox, but we don't have time for that because we must complete the first anecdote. So now, after that, Lennox anecdote, then protocol point. You can see where the time goes. No, it's not a certainty that Lennox will come. It's in common with almost all other major figures of the pop music firmament. The odds are against Lennox joining. But we will be trying to hustle for famous people to join the stream later. We'll get onto that after my 2 anecdotes and then my protocol point. I know. Again, this is why, like I say, this is why it goes by so quickly. You get to 5 o'clock and you're like,
What are you going to
start.
talk about? You've already got 2 anecdotes and a protocol.
She knows better than that. She's been to the marathon shows. There's no what are you going to talk about here. It's more what aren't we going to talk about. And I know some things we aren't going to talk about because I don't wish to be cancelled on this, my last engagement before Christmas. Although it would be really funny to say something appalling at 4:59 and then just watch the hand grenades reverberate around my career as we step away. Start celebrating with a drink and then gradually see everything turn to ash between 5 and 5:15. I'm very much enjoying everybody's shared birthdays, by the way. So, hey, have we got a note? Well, it doesn't have to be a notepad, a piece of paper. Or anything. It's not urgent, but I think I probably do need to be writing things down.
I've got a notebook.
Now, so 2 anecdotes. Brackets 1 Lennox related. They're not. It's not
Do you want me
that
to
good.
make notes for you? Shall I transfer?
I think I'll make my own notes. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's not that you. I don't trust you. Your writing's good. I can't remember what the anecdote was. The first anecdote was going to be. So we'll go straight to Lennox. I was once hosting an awards ceremony, and Annie Lennox was getting a Lifetime Achievement Award, and as you can imagine, I was very excited, stroke nervous, to meet Lennox, who, for those of you who are young, was in the Eurythmics electronic pop act of the 80s, but then had a very successful solo career and continues to be an inspirational figure to many. Anyway, because Lennox was so important and famous, and this has happened to me before, she was actually too important to turn up for her Lifetime Achievement Award, so it was collected on her behalf, and that was probably as close as I'm going to get to meeting Annie Lennox. The award was presented by someone from Game of Thrones, which itself was quite exciting if you knew anything about Game of Thrones, but I didn't. But I tell you what, she was tall. That concludes that anecdote. Now, yes, it is a company mug, someone's asked, and we also have here a company mouse mat.
Live at 5 mint mug.
Alex has a Live at 5 mug. We've generated a little bit of merchandise over the month. If you
Not
didn't,
sold any of it.
no, we don't sell it. We just do it for our own amusement, or sometimes people make it for us for no reason really.
Yeah.
If you,
Thank you.
if you, and it's probably most of you, but if you didn't join in with the company, it was an interactive game stroke show done over Zoom. Actually, the second instalment of something which began as The House. You're right, sorry, anecdote. It was really fun, and I have plans to revisit the format with Alex and with Matt in the new year. But then I've got a lot of plans for the new year. One day I'll do one of these again in the flesh at the Edinburgh Fringe, and oh god, right. So I can now see YouTube chat as well, and it's overwhelming. If you're watching on YouTube, I should tell you, I cannot. I probably can't monitor that chat and the chat. Now and again, if something comes up, Alex will help me.
Leave it open.
Oh, leave it open.
Yeah.
By all means, chat on the YouTube, but I'm not being rude if I don't respond to you. I just, obviously, I've got, well, like a lot of people, I've only got 2 eyes. Alex has also got 2, but that's still only 4 eyes if you think about it, 2 plus 2. Yes, so that was going to be part of my sort of protocol, which was to say I'm seeing all of your comments, but I can't, and also sometimes I know I don't think it will be next year, Milo. If I had to bet money on, in fact I'm not allowed to bet money on when another 24-hour show will be, because I'm almost the sole arbiter when it happens. And generally, bookies won't take bets on things which you are in control of. That is the definition of insider trading. Yeah, bookmakers tend to be quite reluctant to do that. But if you were to bet on it, I would bet on the summer of 2026, because next year I will be doing an Edinburgh Fringe show as usual, and I could really only these days do a marathon show if I'm not doing a regular show every day. It's too much.
YouTube says, he sees us, he sees us!
Yes, I do see you. I see you, YouTube. And of course, it's almost irresistible for me to glance at it. It is remarkable how much comment there is. I mean, there's a comment about every 5 seconds on the YouTube, and also here on my phone screen. When you think about it, that's quite a lot, especially for an easily distractible person like me. Yes, 2 eyes is the classic. Now and again I say hello to someone when they join the chat. If you join and I don't say hi, then that's not a slight either. I tend to only say it to names I recognise, again, not out of rudeness, just because, you know, it's a nice surprise to see your friends sometimes. But it's a nice surprise to see everyone. Yes, you can watch this on YouTube if it's easier for you to have the laptop on or TV on. That is because of the cleverness and industry of Alex Preston. He's set it up so that this is simultaneously streaming. It is very slightly behind on YouTube, but it doesn't matter because we're all going to die eventually. So actually, very, very few things matter against the panorama, the sort of cosmic panorama. A 30-second delay on YouTube is just not that important. Right, well, we've got to 25 minutes past, and I haven't really done any of the things I was going to do at the start. Alex is fine, thanks. Yeah, we're just now. What we are going to do soon is some small talk, because, and I'm just going to write that so I don't forget it, because this is an office after all, and I had planned to start with some small talk, but then there's just stuff happening. No, Michelle, for goodness, firstly, thanks for texting the programme, Michelle, but also, of course, I've already said I'm not going to be holding my phone for the whole 8 hours. We've got a cradle, and we've got other ways of supporting the phone. I'm interested to see how long I can do this for before it becomes unendurable. And actually, I'm interested in general to see how long this holds people's attention. The small talk's coming in a bit, but you'll know when the small talk starts because I'm going to actually signal it as a feature.
Do you want me to make a sign?
Yeah, would you make a small talk sign, and then when it's time for small talk, we'll officially begin the small talk. Can you read this comment with your left eye? Asked Jamin Far. That's YouTube, and the answer was yes, I bloody did. But again, if I start looking at 2 different things with my 2 different eyes, we're going to hell in a handcart. Still, no matter, I can do it. Yeah, basically on YouTube chat, you are not above the law. Chris. Yes, it is the Thursday today. Now and again, I will be able to help with a very simple question like that. If a couple of people have also asked what you should have for breakfast, that is beyond my purview, even as your boss. Chris says, can we gather around a water cooler for the small talk? Well, we could, yeah, we could go into the kitchen. Okay, so that's a good idea, actually.
It's a signal hold.
if the signal should be fine, I think. I think well, let's do. See you later, Michelle, and thank you for being what you are, Australian. So again, soon we need to work out where people are all joining from. Do you prefer eating with big or small spoons? Asked Noah. Well, the main thing I'm eating with spoons is yog, and if I just need to get it in my trap, then it's a big spoon. But sometimes I'm enjoying it so much, I make, like at night, I'll often use a small spoon, so I savour it more. Quite often I wake up in the night and have to have yoghurt. You might know that about me if you've watched the 24-hour shows. The happy birthdays from Corey continue. The several people have made the cradle manger joke now, and I expect several more people to make it. Of course, one thing about the dual YouTube and Insta stream, chat stream, is that the same jokes will occur on both of them, but that's not a problem. It's not a problem for us, no, and it's not a problem for you either, really, because you guys can only be watching on one of YouTube.
Not true.
And I mean, physically, surely. I know you could have multiple devices. Okay. Elijah the dog, welcome from New Zealand. Actually, maybe this is a good time to find out where everyone is watching from, and I'll sort of shout out as many of you as you can. So welcome to Household Problems in Basildon. Elijah is in New Zealand. No, not a smaller gap between yog and Quinn. I'll leave the precise amount of gap between the syllables of yogurt that I want. In fact, I'm going to do pretty much what I want throughout this stream. I might as well tell you at that point. Yes, you heard. It might get a little bit interesting at times. It might get a little bit spicy. You guys, you regular Joes are just used to the old live at 5 thing when it's already quite late in the workday, and I may be a bit, but this is a completely different vibe. You're seeing proper Watson now, as he was born, naked as the day he was born. Hello, Matty, in Bristol.
I see.
I'm not naked.
I see someone out on the street.
Who is that?
Well, if you stand up a little, you might see him.
Is it right? So we already have a visitor, Matt, who is you'll remember from the company if you watch the company. Yeah, I'm busy here looking at where people are from, which is Glasgow. Welcome to 2 of you in Glasgow. Lovely to see you, Mart. Northumberland. New book soon. Yes, the new book. Well, the new book readings will be in the next hour, possibly. Oh, now I'm looking at 2. Right. So on YouTube we have Castle Douglas, which I know it well. Belgium, Melbourne, Letchworth, Shepshed, Bristol, Sheffield, Western Australia, Birmingham, Australia again, and Leeds. But meanwhile, Whitley Bay, Bradford, Ireland, Wiltshire, Adelaide. It's nice to... Tom from Adelaide. Tom is the guy who you sometimes get on a bus, if I'm not mistaken. Lovely to see you, Tom, and other company names. Bognor Regis, another Adelaide, Bournemouth, Victoria. Surprising number of Aussies, but then maybe not surprising because this is a better time for you than some of the times that I broadcast at. Yes, welcome Doreen as well, but obviously Elijah the dog is the key thing. South East London is quite close to where we are. You are, I was going to say you're welcome to drop in, but some of you, basically, almost all of you would be welcome to join in, but it's risky for me to say that in case someone shows up who is not appropriate. Germany, I guess. I'll be more emphatic than that, Pia. You definitely are in Germany. Well, unless you've moved very recently. Still people joining, and we're half an hour in to, more or less, live at 5. Which is today from 9 until 5. Hello in Pompeii, no, not Pompeii, you'd be covered in ash. Pompey, as in Portsmouth, and hello in Michigan. Where there's people all over the world. I was going to say watching, but also my original comment stands. There are people all over the world. Loads of countries out there, loads of people. At some point, I'd like to see someone in the chat from every country on Earth. Now that is probably not possible, just like it's probably not possible to get a famous person on this stream, or at least not a very famous person. But if you know anyone in a country that hasn't come up yet, which is still most of the countries in the world, although not Australia, or New Zealand, or United States, if you are in what we might call another country, then please, or if you know someone in another country that will just say hello for a second. It would be interesting to see how many countries rather, we can knock off. A couple more in New Zealand. I would say there are more people in the Southern Hemisphere watching currently than there normally would be, which is nice, of course. I'll be in Australia in March and April. I can't come to New Zealand this year because I'm banned. No, that's not true. There just isn't time. I don't think you can be from every country on earth. Ding splat, but nice try. Now, in a minute we're going to, well I say in a minute, at some point we're going to welcome a guest. Now, Tom says there's only 100 people in the chat, so all the countries is slightly optimistic. Yeah, but the people are coming and going at quite some rate. It's not always the same people, which actually leads me to another question, which I think I'm gonna ask a question now of the group. Then I'm going to introduce the guests. Then we're going to do small talk, I think, at about 9:40 to 45. That'll be out in the kitchen area. A couple of people have asked about being... someone says, why is only one streak of your hair grey? That's old news. My hair is been doing what it wants for a long time. I don't believe you are in the Democratic Republic of Congo, but if you are, I'd like to see some evidence. If Jason's in Romania, there we go. Again, I've only got anyone's word for it that they're in any of these countries, but if that's true, I'm impressed. I'd like to go to Romania, Jason. I once nearly did go to Romania. I had a ticket to go to Romania, but because of COVID, it was impossible. I was going to watch a football match. Welcome to new people. Hello from Osaka. That's the first person in Japan. Yes, so the question I was going to ask, and as I say, after that, we'll introduce our guest, and then after that, the small talk, is obviously the fear with something like this is that the numbers... yeah, I know people can be in the Democratic Republic of Congo, but most people I know aren't. And because I have confirmation bias, that leads me to think that everyone I know isn't. But look, I'm completely. In fact, I don't think there are many people in continental Africa watching this, but I'm not saying there are none. The last thing I'm ever going to say is the word none. Pretty much. Buna to the Romanian. Lulu, this is exactly my point. There are people all over the world. As soon as you start losing sight of the fact that there are people all over the world, you got the blinkers on, boy. There's people, all right. So just in terms of my... what I was going to say was, the fear with something like this is that there is a time when nobody is watching and you are talking to yourself, which is...
likely.
Well, is it likely? I suppose. At the moment, the numbers have been very, very steady. Yes, when you think that there's... I can see the Instagram numbers, and Alex has got the YouTube numbers, and there are, at the moment, what an American might call a non-trivial number of people watching. Well, now, being in Dubai in August doesn't really count. Like, I've been to Dubai. I'm not... I guess if there may come a point in the day where I will settle for just everyone, every country, someone on the chat has been to every country in the world. But I think we should start with try and get someone in every country. We've got hours. Sometimes people say things like, it is not likely. Listen, a lot of things aren't likely, but they are true. It is not likely that I've never watched a film on an aeroplane, but that is true. There are several reasons for that. I did once watch some of a documentary over someone's shoulder, but that does not count. I've never consciously put a film on a plane. I'll say more about that later. No, not bollocks, if anything, the opposite of bollocks. And again, I've got my reasons.
You've been to Australia?
Yes, I've been to Australia. I'm never not in Australia. Oh, I'm not in Australia now, but I will be, as I say, in March. No, I'm also not raw dogging flights, but I do know what the phrase raw dogging is, and I have a piece of stand-up about it these days. I also know there are numerous, or at least two meanings of raw dogging, and one of them is more to do with the penis than others. Listen, I don't think there'll ever come a point where nobody's watching this, but I am at this point interested to know who in the chat thinks they're going to watch the whole 8. The whole 8 hours. We'll be here, lifers, these are known in the 24-hour shows. Who here reckons they will do the whole thing? There's no sort of, this doesn't legally bind you or commit you to anything. I'm just, we better steer away from penis hype, I think, in the chat, certainly until after after lunch. And we are going to have a lunch, by the way. There you are.
We haven't decided what we're doing with that.
Well, don't worry. Oh, don't worry. I have actually got an idea for lunch. Right. Yeah, but it will involve you.
Okay.
I'm going to assume that some people are there the whole time. Already we've got Nick, we've got Man, we've got Weird Fishes. If Hair isn't there for the whole time, I'd be very surprised. And in fact, she's commented as we speak. Someone's written, a horse sneezed on me once. What's the most unusual animal that sneezed on you? That's interesting, Brian, but I don't think we can get to that till at least after 9:45 because that isn't small talk. That's deep talk. So I'm just going to write down horse sneeze, and that is something we'll possibly get to in the 10 to 11 slot. I can't guarantee it. These tiny gems of Mark facts like airplane movies make it harder to leave. Well, I'm going to throw in some more personal data over the course of the. In fact, yeah, if we could have another sign for personal data, Alex, that would be good. And if you think that I'm not going to make you make signs all day, I'm sure you're aware you've already got another think coming. And it is another think coming, by the way. Some people say another thing coming, but that doesn't make any sense, does it?
What was it? Personal data?
Personal data, please, Alex, yeah. No, I still don't have a phone case with good reason. My phone won't charge properly if it is held within a case.
Your phone won't charge.
And I'll charge you, pal. I'll got money. I'll charge you money. Well, I'm going to, instead of paying you to be an inpatient, we're going to start charging you to be an inpatient, and you'll be sorry. Yeah, a lot of you are watching while you work. That's fine. Carrie is a good example of that. She's an excellent example of that. You're going to drive to court with me, but then you'll have to take a break so the judge doesn't get mad. Yes, by all means, don't disrupt the judicial process, please. I'm very happy with you all keeping me on just while you do other stuff, which including but not limited to sleeping, being in court, wrapping presents. I'm just looking at the having it all on the side while playing FIFA because I'm a loser, says JPHD. I don't think that does make you a loser.
Makes you a gamer.
It makes you a gamer, and I'm absolutely on board with that. My son is a gamer. In fact, my son plays a great deal of FIFA, and he's much, much better than me. And it sort of starts to irritate me a bit when he beats me a lot. So if you were watching and you have FIFA tips, especially on how to defend, my defending lets me down. When he's running at me, I can't. So anyway, we can get on to that. We don't really have time for that at the moment because it's almost time for small talk. Modern versions of FIFA, like I think it's even called FC or FC24 or something. The new ones that you get. Yes, you can take me to Aldi. You can actually, and this is the great thing about a live stream, isn't it? You could be doing pretty much anything during this, and it would be fine. Of course, please don't drive while watching this. Don't murder anyone or do like bad crime. You can do some crimes. Don't do bad crimes while watching this. But actually, don't murder anyone. What is something? I'm funny about that. Even in 9 to 5, generally, even at live at 5, I just think it's really bad to kill people, and I don't want to be associated with that, but I also think it's good advice for you. Matty says, I'm writing an email to a salesperson letting them know we've chosen a different system, but it's turning into a breakup letter. Well, it's notoriously difficult to break off any relationship, even with a purely business transaction. Gore says, the stream will end at 4 a.m. for me. I will probably be awake at that time, like I've been for the past few months. This is the thing. Quite a lot of you people, sorry to say you people so aggressively, but honestly, the state of you. Yeah, you can do a little crime. No problem with someone doing a little crime. But it must be, if you can do a victimless crime, actually, that would be good. Exactly. Just to confirm, and Lulu luckily is taking notes, don't murder anyone, and there are people all over the world. So actually, it's quite hard to not murder someone in that sense. Like the number of people there'll be people here who have had murderous thoughts already today, but we can't really get onto that because it's almost time for small talk. And again, murderous intent is very far away from small talk. Also, still to come, there are guests, Matt, who will be familiar to some of you. Wrist update. I've now been holding this for quite a long time, and it's quite sore.
You could plonk it down.
I might plonk it down, to use your ungainly phrase, but I don't think I will for a bit, because I'm quite stubborn. And also, in a minute, we're going into the small talk zone.
Sloshing about, and I can't say plonk it down.
I didn't say you couldn't say plonk it down. In fact, I think people can say more or less anything, as long as it's not, racist and so on. Yeah, the number of people we all haven't murdered is huge. Are you allowed to watch this by cycling? Well, while cycling?
No.
I don't think watching it by cycling would be impressive. It would mean that you had some sort of generator which required you to be on a bike. If anyone's in that situation, do let me know. I think that watching it while unless it's one of those static bikes that you get in the gym, I think that watching it on a bike is still dangerous, and I wouldn't want you to come off the bike and crack your noggin on the pavement, because a lot of cyclists don't wear helmets, which I think is very unlikely to be a good idea, but I'm not a cyclist myself. I've written a novel about a cyclist though, which we'll be hearing about in the next hour, or it might be later than that, or it might not happen. Yes, if you're honest, the first near injury, Alex almost trips over Matt, which, given we're the only people in this building, would have been quite a careless injury, really. Yeah, exercise bikes are fine. So to clarify once more the bike rules, I'm going to have to do this quickly because we haven't really started yet, and it's almost time for small talk. And before you know it, we'll be planning the end of the hour. We have to celebrate the end of the hour. So then, some nice small talk about Arsenal there, but it's not quite. Again, it's not quite time yet. Don't worry. That's good though. Thank you, T-Jab. If you could repost that in a couple of minutes. Larson says the start for the shows in February has moved from 6 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. That's fine. That's your show. For a second, I thought my shows had moved or something. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I have to Google myself to find out where I'm meant to be. There'll be other people on this chat in that situation, but probably not many people. We've had a wave of new people, so welcome Miss Marks, Alex Wood, and Sazzy MCH. If you've just tuned in, we're doing some small talk in a minute. We haven't started yet, really. Don't murder anyone or ride a bike while you're doing this unless it's a static bike. And basically don't worry about anything. And also hoping to hear from people in all sorts of countries. And there are people, by the way, all over the world. So that's you up to date, pretty much. Hello, Alex. Not you. Alex Wood says this is my in-work entertainment for the day sorted. Yes, among other things, this will be a good litmus test, if I may use that phrase, of how many people among my demographic are in fact working during the day. How many are meant to be working but can still do this. I know there are several regulars here who are not here at all because these working hours don't work for them, or they're asleep. I mean, quite a lot of people normally watch from the United States, and this at the moment is an awful time to be doing that. Depending on where in the States you are, is sort of between 1 and 4 in the morning, I think. And yet we do have a few people still in America, and if you are one of those people, it's special thanks to you for being here. And you might think special is a word and special is not, but special is interestingly a word in its own right.
Yeah, saying this is small talk.
This isn't small. No. Don't mistake this for small talk. You'll know when there's small talk because we'll have a back-in sign up and we'll be in the kitchen. And I now have decided that's happening at 9:45. So we are 2 minutes away from small talk. Small talk will go from 9:45 to 10 o'clock. And at the end of the hour, we'll do a reset. We'll talk about what we've learned, and then we'll get starting. But get cracking properly, I think. And if not then, certainly at 11. All timings that I use are, of course, Greenwich Mean Time, GMT, the classic. If you are in other parts of the world, you might be confused when I refer to the time. But actually, that gives you a flavour of what it's like to be impatient, because what we have on the radio here is almost always 6 music or playlists curated by members of Impatient. But we're often listening to 6 music. On catch-up, iPlayer and whatnot, which means quite often you'll hear someone like Marianne Hobbs say it's 9 o'clock in the morning, and you think, the fuck it is, and for a minute you're disconcerted, and then you remember that these days you can listen to the radio retrospectively. A reminder, we're about to move to the kitchen for the first small talk of the live session. After that we'll meet Matt. Welcome to Mark, one of 2 Marks for a start, a very regular viewer who insanely has had to do a 45-minute work meeting from 9 o'clock until 9:45. That's malign timing. My manager didn't understand I have other commitments. No, some of you will have to grapple with colleagues or workmates or superiors, to use that phrase lightly, who don't understand why you have to be doing this. But all I can say is, try to prioritise this, because work never goes away. I mean, I suppose you can be fired, but then you normally get another job, don't you? And in the same way, if you break up with something, you normally get another one of those. This, on the other hand, this is only happening once. It is irreplaceable. It's not quite the word, but you see what I mean. It is a unique event. Yes, hi, other Mart. Nice to see Mark McDonald reach out to Mart Smith, the two great Marts. If anyone else is called Mart, or anyone else is using an abbreviated name, then do get in touch. I lied to 2 people about dinner plans tonight to be here. That is the bloody attitude. I love to think that some people's social lives will have been needlessly disrupted by this bullshit. Can you do the next one on a Wednesday, please? Oh, we're already talking about the next one, are we, Laura? Bloody hell, Laura. Actually, you're unlucky, though. These normally are on a Wednesday, but it couldn't happen yesterday because we were doing actual inpatient work.
Yeah, we're in Nando's.
We're only in Nando's for a small portion of it, I would say. Right, we're now going to do small talk. We can't put it off any further. So we're heading now to the kitchen. This is the first in-game relocation.
And you're on data. Cool.
Which means I will not be... Oh, I've been on data all the time. Yeah, I've not even been on the Wi-Fi.
Right.
That augurs well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Shall I put my little magic box in the back of the phone while we move? Because
where's your little
magic box is not a euphemism. It's nothing to do with... again, it's nothing to do with the old downstairs trends. It's... there we go. Susie says, is that irreplaceable, Mark? That is only true in the very limited sense that all of us are sort of finite, unique beings, Susie. I'll be very, very quickly forgotten after my death. Now, it's time to go on to the... that was big talk. Not very quickly, but within a generation. Right, yeah, there'll be work issues. We move now into the kitchen. Have you got the small talk sign?
Yeah, it's on.
Oh, it's already up. Okay, so we're moving into the small talk zone now. And...
Look at this sign.
Here we go. We are now officially doing small talk. Any comments on the stream not relating to small talk will be ignored. I can't even see the YouTube chat for the time being either.
Okay.
That's all right. The small talk will last from now until 10. So I'll start a bit with Alex. How was getting in today?
Oh yeah, it was perfect. I thought there'd be problems.
Yeah, I had not a bad run actually as well. Just got the.
What time did you leave?
I left the house about 7:40, I think. Got the tube down. The 2 ways you can do it. I can either go Bakerloo via Oxford Circus or Northern Line King's Cross. I went for King's Cross because the Bakerloo can be absolute nightmare in the morning.
Trains, am I right, guys?
Oh my God, trains!
Let us know what you think about trains.
Buses, traffic, things, animals. This is all small talk.
Gore's dad's name's Martin. Is that small talk?
Whose dad's name?
Some guy called Gore.
Oh, I thought you said God's dad, but as far as I'm aware, God doesn't have dad. The whole thing with God...
But if he did, he would have been called Martin.
Yeah, it would have been Martin followed by God. But no, God, I believe God doesn't have a dad because he would have been played in No More Jockeys at some point. The whole thing with God is he sort of got things cracking, didn't he?
Plump the camera down, make it like...
Oh, Christ, I forgot Vigo was there. He's much closer than he was before. Why can I only see half Mark's face? I don't think that can be true.
Because you're stood like holding the camera like a maniac. Just like resting against there then. Because
I am not going to rest my camera anywhere until after 10 o'clock because I've already made a vow to myself. Hang on. Every now and again I nearly invite someone to join. This happens at every live at 5. Back to small talk, please. The weather. Not been too cold, has it?
No,
Alex?
It's too cold.
It's not been too cold. Not been too cold.
It's actually, it picked up.
It has picked up. We had a cold snap, didn't we?
You're like angrily talking at me while you do this small talk.
It's because I throw myself into small talk.
You're talking small, but you're talking big.
Okay,
feeling
fine.
Big.
Okay, so on your feedback, I'm going to
dial it back.
Dial it back a bit. Yeah, we had a bit of a cold snap, didn't we?
Oh yeah, it snapped.
Tell you when it. Look. People keep talking about the proximity of my face to the screen. I've made it clear, we have a cradle, we have a phone stand, we will be deploying it, but I refuse to use it for the first hour because every Live at 5 ever has been in this sort of configuration. Yeah. And there are regulars here who will be freaked out if they can see my whole face, let alone my whole body. Yeah. God forbid.
It's the same at the stand-up shows.
Precisely. If you ever come and see me live stand-up, my face is right up in yours like this. And I've once again nearly got someone else. There we go. It's quite cold up north as well. Raining too. The weather doesn't know what it's doing. Oh, I wish the weather would make up its mind what it's doing. Oh, I tell you when it sometimes gets a bit cold is after Christmas though. January, February can be. Around my birthday it can get cold, I tell you. Alex, I say, around my birthday.
Yeah. Oh, we love your birthday.
You often have a cold bit in February.
You don't. Well, when I go to like Valentine's Day, famously the day after your birthday.
My birthday, yeah.
It doesn't. Boxing Day.
Boxing Day.
I've never felt cold on Valentine's Day. You don't associate it.
Right.
Like
I mean,
every year.
I don't know if that's small talk. Alex claims to have never felt cold on Valentine's Day. You must have felt cold in your heart on Valentine's Day.
Oh yeah, this year.
You will this February unless you crack on. When I saw you live, you stole a girl's Haribo, then launched it across the stage. That doesn't sound like something I would do. Actually, it does, and actually, I remember it. Yes, she was making too much noise eating sweets, so I said, "Can I have one?" And then I didn't want it, so I chucked it. Yeah, it was
lip slapping.
It was quite Tim Key, actually. That, although yes, but you rarely have a hot bit in February. Put it that way. Exactly, Chrissy. I tell you what. I suppose the thing with the weather is you just never know, do you?
You never know.
But you can know, actually. You can predict it. You can watch
the questions about how we're going to do loo breaks.
Don't worry about toilet breaks.
How much have you got in the tank right now? That's small talk.
How much have I got in the tank in terms of like how much or how much energy have I got before?
No. We're talking about loo breaks.
Certainly no toilet breaks for the next hour, I don't think. I reckon, I don't think anything this side of noon. At noon we'll take a view. I don't know. Again, I've done 24-hour shows with sort of, with toilets, toilet breaks integrated. There's not much we can't integrate. Actually, that's not, you can't use a word like integrate in small talk.
No, God. I mean, Matt, integration's like the big one.
We'll come on to talk about Stuart Little in the afternoon, Hugh.
He's a prick.
My friend Hugh has got some views on Stuart Little, which he's been airing for the 15 plus years that I've known him.
Stand with him.
Well, you wait, you haven't heard the half of it. Favourite horse, we can't, that's not small enough talk either. Anyone see the football last night? Yes, I actually didn't, but I was following it via text messages from my son, and Arsenal won 3-2, of course, having been 1-0 down, as you know, yeah. But, bit of it's odd how people, I think that, it's strange how clubs treat the Carabao Cup, isn't it? I'm sort of not quite sure whether they're taking it serious. No, the Carabao Cup is an energy drink.
What?
What
do you guys think of energy drinks? You like Prime?
Yeah, it says wireless headphones don't present a problem for toilet breaks. No, but I think I foresee other problems with toilet breaks. Energy drinks wise, I actually,
I've never
have it. The idea of either of us having an energy drink is sort of.
We've got it up.
It's what the Italians might call a hat on a hat. I think that.
So this is something about Mark is that he so rarely has tea. You went tea to start today. I mean,
I don't often have a cup of tea. No, I
don't even really do it. Like when we've done a 24-hour show, you didn't supplement yourself at all.
I'm not a big tea. It's important that I keep drinking water during this. But of course I've got to hydrate well, but not well enough to be weighing too much. It's interesting. Same problem astronauts have. If I was going into space, I'd have a good old wee.
And they don't even have to entertain.
No, astronauts. Actually, being an astronaut, in a sense, is a DOS because a lot of it is done for you. There's a lot of training, but once you're up there, you just sort of like walking about. Well, not even floating about, and you're taking the odd photo to send back to Earth. Piece of piss, and yet. I bet they get the big bucks. How much watching an astronaut? This is too big talk, but let's make a mental note of how much astronauts get paid, and we'll come back to that, along with what animals have sneezed on you.
We've got them here. If you guys want to Google, feel free.
You got what?
Like they could Google, they could find out how much an astronaut.
Actually, yes, of course, yes.
Get them doing something. I mean, we're all at work here.
You're right. Can one of my employees in the chat please find out how much an astronaut gets paid? It's see you later.
And then, like, what tax bracket?
Lulu says I have to go to therapy now, unrelated. Yes, it's good to hear we've not driven you specifically to that.
What about the notes?
Yeah, it means that someone else is going to have to take
minutes.
Can someone else start taking minutes, please? Well, I don't doubt there are a couple of people already doing that.
Someone already said. We already answered this. Did you get into work all right? It was fine.
Yeah. It's fine. We had a good one, didn't we? Yeah. Any more small talk questions? The window closes in 5 minutes, basically. Must be time for coffee. We're way ahead of you. We've already had tea.
While I was setting up, I had a coffee and I didn't even. I took about 3 sips.
Yeah, Jim says an astronomical fee. That's very funny, Jim. But the small talk zone isn't about being funny. Although to be fair, the astronaut question belongs back in the office actually because. Kids are all right. Yeah, not too bad. Looking forward to Christmas. But looking forward to it for a few weeks now. Oh, they've just about had enough of school, I think. I tell you. Right, that'll do.
Is this just what you have?
Oh, and similarly from Alex, how's the parents? Yeah, not too bad. Mum's obviously slowed down a bit, what with one thing and another. But yeah, looking forward to seeing them. Yeah, not too bad. The old man's the same as ever.
How's the sibling?
Yeah, not bad actually. Thanks, mate. Lucy's back over from New Zealand for Christmas. It'd be nice to see her. And Emma's doing all right as well. They're all doing all right.
Don't do it.
That's the third time I've... T-Jab said, feel like it's inevitable Liverpool will draw Arsenal tonight. My son told me that it is Arsenal v Liverpool, i.e. the draw has already been made for the semi-final, but I don't know if that's true. Finally some clarity on how much astronauts get paid. Christ almighty, I thought that had never... how's your aunts, uncles, cousins? Fine, I think. I got 3 cousins that I don't see that much, but they seem fine. I've got more cousins than that. My Uncle Jeff's doing well. My aunts... Yeah, my aunts are all fine, I think.
What'd you have for breakfast?
I haven't had breakfast.
Yeah,
I had a coffee, but there was too much.
Am I going to need to get you breakfast?
Yeah, well, I think it'll just be. I think lunch will. I think breakfast will come under the aegis of lunch. Aegis is a nice word, isn't it? Still playing squash. Yes, I am. I had to stop for 6 weeks though on doctor's orders. Hurt my foot. Came back. Won 2 league games back to back last week. Fantastic feeling. I'm still not playing my best.
Here's small talk.
The astronauts. Haven't done the Wordle yet. No Wordle spoilers, please. I won't be doing the Wordle until later in the day. Astronauts get paid $152,258 a year. 150 grand for an astronaut. Which
that doesn't feel
it's
enough.
not a huge amount, is it? In pounds, that's what, 120 or something. It's not when you think about it.
Yeah, they've got a good view and everything.
Yeah, but all jokes aside, and I know I've said some disrespectful things about astronauts in my time, and by in my time I mean in the last 5 minutes. Yeah, but actually, all bullshit aside, astronauts earn that money. You've got to be able to speak, well, Russian typically, at least 2 languages. Yeah. You have to have a very high level of scientific training. Sometimes something goes wrong in the ship and you've got to fix it. Sometimes you're contemplating the vastness of space and you feel scared. And sometimes you burn up in re-entry, all this business. Yeah, I don't know. I think astronauts should get paid a bit more. Let's see if we can campaign for that later.
Yeah.
But I don't have the resources myself to change that. And
Take the money from oil riggers.
Oh, quickly.
They get a lot.
Going anywhere on your holidays? Yeah. What's a holiday? No, a bit of fun. Well, no, yeah, I don't have summer holiday booked yet, but there are. I suppose I'm going to Australia, aren't I? It's not a holiday, but still, it's a trip. It is actually pronounced Aegis, yeah, but it just came into my head as Aegis. The A tends to be E, doesn't it? Like an archaeology. Americans.
You wondered if you like a dark night.
A dark night.
I don't mean like Batman.
Oh, like an actual dark night?
Yeah, like if the moon's out or not.
Oh, interesting. Do I like it when the moon's out? Well, I tell you what, that is many things, but it's not small talk. So we'll get onto that later on. But bookmark that.
Minutes, notes.
It's like you need a holiday to get over your holiday. all right. So 2 minutes. Well, it'll be the autumn actually in Australia when I go there, March. So because they have their seasons the wrong way around. Digina is taking minutes, or Digina, and says about 52 of the buggers so far. So there you go. I think there'll be a significant number of notes by the end.
We're going to need to see the full pamphlet.
Yeah, I think the more people taking notes, the better, because although this has been a pretty well-organised first hour, there will be the occasional moment where perhaps we mean to come back to a subject and we don't.
Simon Turner says small talk is giving me office PTSD.
Well, don't worry, because we're soon going to move on from small talk.
We've got 1 more minute.
1 more minute of small talk. Very, very...
Last talks in.
Any last talk. Mr. Elms says, I've enjoyed small talk a lot. Hope we have another slot penciled in before the end. Well, we might have an afternoon lull, yeah. If we do, then...
We'll run out of stuff.
Yeah, it might be that we revisit small talk.
He's always on the radio, isn't he? Oh.
Yeah, I tell you what, I can't get away from Guy Garvey. Is Alex still searching for a housemate? Actually, he is.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
Who knows that? I don't like that.
I don't know how he knows either. So you're probably not. Right, there we go. 10 o'clock. Yes, I need more sympathy over the dog anal gland issue. That's the sort of thing which comes under unfinished business, I think. And luckily, we still have 7 hours. But let's just take a moment to think about what we've done. We are officially at 1 hour, and that's already the longest live at 5 that we've ever had. Just 7 hours to go, so we're about halfway through now. this person keeps, on the subject of an animal sneezing on you, this person keeps going on about having an anal gland in their mouth. But I just don't think it's not the right vibe, I don't think. What is the right vibe, you might ask? Well, we're going back to the office where we're going to meet our guest, Matt. Someone says, why the shirt? It's 10 a.m. Because I'm at work, man. Because I'm a professional. Because I'm just like going out there doing the numbers. Getting the... I just thought I'd have a walk up and down the corridor, don't worry. If any of you guys are not in uniform, then you should be ashamed of yourselves. Later on, I do have a Christmas jumper, and it's quite some Christmas jumper. No spoilers, but you're going to like it. There are people in some of these other offices, so I have to be a little bit careful walking up and down. But mind you, sometimes you've just got to walk up and down. We're going back to the office, as I say, and we're going to say hello to Matt. It isn't Matt Smith from Doctor Who, no, and it's also not Matt Smith, who was a professional footballer. With a minute gone of the second hour, I'm finally going to, and it's not the ugliest phrase in the world, nestle my phone in the cradle. So, it's time for yes, quite a few people report that they're in pyjamas. Well, good luck to you. All I'm saying is I'm not padding across London in my pyjamas because there'd be questions asked. Not that I mind questions, of course. So the magic box is coming off the phone. The magic box just charges it periodically because my phone doesn't like normal charging ports. And we're just going to slide Mr. Phone now into the cradle. Very, very simply. Very gently it goes.
You've got a wide phone.
You've got a wide face. No, there was no need
What's
to.
that about?
There was no need to do that. Your face is perfectly normal.
Just like normal.
It is completely normal. I absolutely take that back. Absolutely. Right. Well, welcome to. So at the top of every hour, I think at the top of the hour is sort of radio terminology. At the top of every hour, I think I might roll my sleeves up now as well to show that I mean business.
We're putting work.
It's hour 2, and I mean business. And if you also mean business, I'd like you at home to roll your sleeves up. You don't need to prove it. But again, I'd like to hear in the chat if you have rolled up your sleeves. You can also roll up the sleeves. Well, they're not called sleeves, are they? But you can roll up your pajama trousers if you wish. Do trousers have sleeves? I wouldn't have thought so. Anyway, here's Matt.
Trousers have sleeves.
The trousers have sleeves. I know.
Trousers could be sleeves.
Yes, in a way, a trouser can be a sleeve. Right. I did once have a very wide face, but that was because of him. That's 2 years. 2 years since wideness, is it?
Yeah. Good times.
But yes, if you may roll up imaginary sleeves. Yes. Okay, Weird Fishes has rolled their sleeves up. Nick has no sleeve. If you have no sleeves to roll up, absolutely fine. If you're in short sleeves, pull them down. Obviously, Tom, do I have to do everything around here? So, in conclusion, roll your sleeves up or down, please. And we'll keep them that way till I think 10:30. Okay, welcome to newcomers. It's the top of the hour, so I'm just going to do a little recap. Top of the hour. We are live from 9 till 5. We've already done the 9 till 10 bit, and which just leaves 10 to 5. So we've broken the back of it now. God, when the phone is a bit further away, I get even more of a sense of how quickly the comments are coming in, especially because the YouTube is an absolute, I don't like the phrase, fuck walk. There's all sorts of stuff coming in.
Yes.
Is there going to be a quiz? Yes. There are loads of questions on the stream which I can't probably deal with right now, but we're going to need questions and conversation topics for the whole 8 hours, so don't worry about it. What if you're a dog and you don't have sleeves? I just roll up your paws, I suppose, or like if anything, we've got more YouTube viewers than we started with, which is normally a sign that you are making shit hot content on the tuber. Yeah, sometimes I will refer to it as, when I say the YouTube, I don't mean that I think the website is called the YouTube or the Twitter or any of it. I suppose I mean
Are you sure?
the YouTube to differentiate. I say the toilet when I mean a toilet. Says Les. I just randomly caught my eye. To be honest, I think most people do. When most people say I'm going to the toilet, they're not all referring to the same toilet. They can't be. We must all have different toilets. It's like I said, there's everyone knows there's people all over the world. There must be toilets all over the world. I've been to the toilet in China. Right. Yeah, I went to China. Well, I was there for 2 weeks. At some point, you cave in. I had that for 5 days because of the reputation of Chinese toilets. I also live streaming. Well, I think Chinese toilets are fine now, but 20 years ago when I went, there was a perception that they were quite. They weren't the best. We'll come back to. I also live streaming on TikTok. Asked Mark. No. I don't believe we are. No, because TikTok, and this is gonna come as a hard news to some of you. TikTok doesn't exist. It is it's just a made up thing. It's like an in joke. If you look at TikTok on the internet, you won't be able to find it. If you think you have been on TikTok, you imagined it. Do you have a long torso or long legs? I think I'm more. I think I'm quite.
You're more leg than torso.
Yeah, but there's not a huge differential. If I give myself credit for one thing, I think I've got quite a nice ratio of legs to torso. Quite a nice LTR, legs to torso ratio. If I give myself credit for something. The conversation changes gears quickly. You don't know the half of it, mate. It's going to change gear a lot more over the next 6 hours and 54 minutes. But first of all, is that right? Yeah, it's time to welcome, well, I've said it before, our guest. Dave Wakeley says, I've been away for 20 minutes. Is that okay? It is okay, but I'm glad that you admitted it. And from now on, if anyone has left and come back, I would like you to be honest about it, just so that when we work out how much everyone's getting paid at the end. No, of course, TikTok exists, and we are always hustling for more followers. So please do follow me on TikTok. I'm largely saying this because that young fella is next to me, and there's one thing Alex loves, is followers. Most of you probably are following me on Instagram, otherwise you wouldn't be here. But nonetheless, if you want to make that guy happy over Christmas, don't worry about him, just follow me. Because that's all he really cares about. Alex is basically just a set of numbers on legs walking around. Now I keep saying it's time to meet our guest, but if you know if you've been to 24-hour shows before, you'll know that I once had a guest on stage for more than 14 hours without them getting a word in. So it's very, very early days yet.
Really?
Yeah, because you just forget they're there.
That's so awkward. They sat for so long without making themselves known.
But they just bedded down after a bit. They were happy. Yeah, I think they did have a sleep. Yeah. How much are we getting paid if we stay the whole time? Yes, I should have actually clarified the wage structure before we started. If you watch the whole of this and you can prove it, so 9 to 5, you get £5,000. But that's pro rata.
What does that mean?
I don't know. No, I do know what it means, but it's not appropriate to say it in that context. Pro rata just means like you get a proportion of that depending on how you can scale it up
pro
or down.
Or anti rata?
I'm basically neutral where rata is concerned. Oh, human hairball is off to the dentist. He's in a dentist waiting room. Right. Good luck with your teeth. Good luck with your teeth. I enjoyed saying that. I'm going to say it once more, and then we leave Matthew, whose name that is. Good luck. Everyone say good luck with your teeth, Matthew.
Yeah, put it in the chat, guys.
Yeah. And if you're Matthew's dentist, I assume Matthew's dentist is also watching this. Go easy on him. He's doing his best with the floss. Right, it's time to...
Froghorn Leghorns missed 30 minutes for a haircut. You should have had it on.
But again, Alex, thanks for being honest, Froghorn Leghorn, and thanks for being called Froghorn Leghorn, which I don't completely mind as a name, I must admit. Yes, good luck with your teeth. We're getting some nice good luck with your teeth in the Insta chat here. Best of luck with the gnashers, says Ross. Good luck with your teeth. John Lewis, and loads of good luck. I tell you what, I doubt anyone's ever gone into a dentist appointment with this much goodwill from strangers. I just hope he's still looking at this. Otherwise, he's going to come back and he'll realise. Because if I were him, I'd love to go into this dentist appointment with the confidence that you get from that. Yeah, don't fight the dentist. That's good, specific advice. Don't fight the dentist. In fact, generally, you shouldn't fight a dentist. There probably are some exceptions to that. For example, if a dentist has been really, really naughty. I'm just thinking the phone battery will run down probably eventually faster than because we can't
swap in and out quite a bit.
Yeah, we can get around that. But as long as this thing is working, we're fine. It just might mean there's going to be some long periods of holding.
It's a bit of a weird system that your phone's that fucks. Maybe I don't know.
Don't worry about it. What we don't do is worry about anything ever. Yeah, we could probably. It's sort of. Don't worry about anything ever. Sorry, yes, you are. We are workmates. We're not exactly strangers. Alex is just experimenting to see whether he can coax the power pack. If you're wondering why I don't just charge my phone, normally it's because it used to do that, and then one day regular charger, and you might think it's because it's gunked up, but it's not. I've taken it to a gunk place already.
Yeah, the cable port isn't having any.
Have I ever fought a dentist? No, I think that's because this thing has to be that way up.
It has to be like that.
I think so. It has to rest against it. Like it has to be vertical. Oh, it is working. If this takes that, unlucky. That was almost a game changer. Oh! So you can see this, but what we're witnessing is, yes, Alex has succeeded in rigging it so it is in continual charge while it is sitting in the cradle. That is revolutionary.
If there's slight movement, though, it could fall.
Don't you worry. It's not going to work. Don't you worry. Nothing good will ever come of anything. Okay, we have quite a lot. We have, interestingly, twice as many viewers on the stream as we do on the YouTube as on the Instagram. Of course, it's all stream. All roads lead to Rome. When were you last in Penwortham? Someone asked. Several weeks ago, I was there with my girlfriend. Yeah, you can. That's where she's from. You can make a coffee while you do this. That doesn't count as not watching. Yeah, there you go. It has stopped charging it. You're right. I think it's just the angles. The angles got to be unbelievably precise. But probably me jiggling about isn't helping. But it's not as if there's never going to be a time when I don't jiggle. Of course, I'm a jiggler. I'm a jiggler and a joggler, and that's just that's life. I'm a jiggler and a joggler, and we are where we are. I think. But the fact that you made it charge right there you are. So again, there's a sweet spot. And it's out and it's in.
Dancing around.
We'll get by. Yeah, I think that's fine. Right.
It's a bit magnetic.
It's more than a bit magnetic. It is a magnet. It goes. I'm a bit magnetic. We're all a bit magnetic. It's time to meet our guest. His name is Matt. Now, if you were watching The Company, which some of you were, and it's not just watching actually, if you participated in The Company, or The House, the seminal internet Zoom game stroke show stroke experience, two of which have happened over the past couple of years, then you'll be already very familiar with Matt. Matt is a man. Matt is not just a man, but he's a man that can do that. So already he's different from some of you. Some of you won't be able to play the piano. Matt can. What we're trying to do is agonisingly slowly reposition the phone so that Matt is in view, but without losing the all-important charge.
I think we might just have to opt out charge for just a little bit.
I don't think we will have to, and I don't want you to say that again. We can now see Matt. There is Matt. Matt hype in the thing, both please. In both chats, but beware, Matt is just one T. He doesn't know how to spell Matt.
Oh, we set off someone's Alexa.
We've set off someone's Alexa?
Yeah, Kerry is in the YouTube show.
I see, yes. How though?
Alexa, play jazz music. Sorry.
There we go. Now, that sort of thing is mischief, actually. Sometimes there'll be mischief. Yes, it's Matt. Congratulations to Matt. No, I actually meant welcome, Matt, but I've said congratulations.
Thank you. No, it feels great.
Welcome, Matt, is a phrase, of course. What do you do with guests? How are you? I haven't hosted Jonathan Ross. I'm not allowed to because it's his name. How are you doing, Matt?
Not bad, thanks. Should we do some small talk? Or was that done?
No, we did that out there, yeah.
We lost the sign.
Yeah. Oh, well, very quickly then. I think we should always ask people how their journey in was. Getting all right?
Yeah, I got in a taxi.
Okay. So, how's traffic?
It's all right.
It can be murder, can't it?
It can.
Ooh. Right. Yes. Quite rightly, a couple of people have remarked on Matt's cardigan. It is a wonderful cardigan. It is. This is festive garb. If you looked up festive garb in the dictionary, it wouldn't be there because it's two separate words. But if you were able to look up the phrase festive garb. By the way, my phone isn't charged. It's not actually gaining charge, but it's in stasis as it. Yeah. So that's fine. I think it's fine. Inertia. The only thing that could go wrong is if the magic box runs out of juice, we'll need a USB charger or something. We can do that. I don't think at any point there'll be. Can you guess what Mike? Can we guess? No, Mike wants to guess what your job is. Yeah, you can. Noah says he likes your voice. It's not they. I think Noah might be there. Anyway, you can have until 10:17. You can try to guess Matt's job, but we're going to crack on with stuff in the meantime. Now, Matt is here. Matt, as you will have gathered, is a, I think the phrase is, musical man. He can do music. in life you get musical men and non-musical men. So I think I'm a non-musical man, although I did play the drums on Taskmaster.
You guys have done music together.
All anyone ever cares about. Yes, indeed, Matt and I have made music together before. We made several songs during the company, which I keep talking about. Quickly, Beck the Cowboy's off to the shops. Anyone want anything from? No, I'm fine actually, Beck, but ask me in the afternoon.
Can I have a hot egg?
Yes, sorry, can you get Matt a hot egg, please?
In what form?
Oh, yes, the window for guessing Matt's job is about to close, but hair is close enough. Programming languages, something. Would you describe your job as programming languages, something?
Yeah, that's what we call it.
Specifically, Matt programs in a language called Go, I believe. And sometimes he talks about Go. And sometimes he goes, I'm not wrong, am I, to different countries of the world to wang on about Go. Matt is so good at Go that he gets to go to places like Scandinavia. Have you been to Scandinavia for Go?
Yeah.
Yes! See? And I guessed that, but I deliberately guessed a place, an entity with several countries under its aegis. Matt has been to America just because of Go. Imagine that. And yet, I am sitting here, and Alex, well, actually Alex probably does know what Go is, but...
No.
Okay, fine. Most of us watching this haven't got the fucking faintest idea about Go. And yet, there are enough people out there that are interested in Go that that he is allowed to go to fucking Sri Lanka. I bet you haven't been to Sri Lanka, though.
I have been to Sri
That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
I think I'm angry at how much he gets to travel just because of Go. I think I am.
But I don't really watch films on planes either.
No, you can't.
What?
We'll get on to that. Don't you worry. But that's coming up in the 4 to 5. The last hour is mostly going to be just clearing up, rubbish. Yeah, but also clearing up the office. Yeah. The final hour is just going to be maintenance.
I
there you are.
spent so long dressing this office, and this is all that we're getting in frame.
For now, remember, we might not even be on the phone soon.
Yeah, fair enough.
Listen to this. Mark McDonald says, I'm a programmer and I know nothing about Go. That's how niche this man's skills are. That's how irrelevant. Even if you know about computer programming, you can still be in that category and still not know about Go. And yet, this guy, often someone gives him a plane ticket and says, off you go to Berlin, my clever friend. Mind you, I get to go to Australia to do jokes, I suppose. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Way easier than Go. Right. Now, Matt...
Does everyone know what jokes are?
Yeah, jokes... More people will know about jokes than Go. Oh. Jokes are sort of amusing remarks that are designed to sort of solicit, or elicit, I should say, amusement. Sometimes people laugh and smile. You know what jokes are. I'm preaching to the choir here. My tea is cold. Of course it is. It's an hour since Alex made it. And what that shows you, just on an important note, that shows you that time is passing. And it's very important to remember that. Time is always passing. As humans, we're not very good at understanding time. We live in time, to give it a title of a recent... Yes, thank you, Matt. Some time music, please. Time is always passing. No one has called me my clever friend for years. Please do put my clever friend in the chat if you wouldn't mind making me feel nice. Sorry, keep the time passing music going. Time is passing, time is passing, time is always passing, bloody hell. The passing of time is both a good and a bad thing. It's good because if time didn't pass, then if you really, really hurt your knee, for example, it just always hurt. Also, the passing of time means that bad people eventually die. But the passing of time is a very disconcerting phenomenon. Exactly. Steve Doherty's he's hit the nail on the head. Time is passing, my clever friend. Yes, it is. So thank you for that double whammy. Oh, time is passing, all right. Well, I met Steve Doherty, for example, that commenter. It was 2001, and now it isn't anymore. It's way later than that now. And yet, when you think about it, and it's difficult to think about, but one day it'll be 2037.
Will it?
Will it?
It will.
Whether, and I'll be 57. Yes. And one day, and this is worse actually, it will be like 2300, and it will be as if we never existed. That's only been a couple of bits like that here in the show so far, though. Yeah, I think maybe you're right, Mr. Elms. I'm too modest about my musical abilities. I can certainly sing, and by can I mean it is physically possible for me to sing. Read jokes. How many jokes are there in total? There's 300. But some of them are like
Look at that, you
not good jokes.
expertly read the YouTube chat there.
Sometimes, this is the thing, the YouTube guys are sort of like the naughty guys in the class. They think that their chat is largely going, and they're right, it largely is going under the radar, but occasionally it's going on the radar. Sometimes it goes over the radar as well, which means I read it and think, what the fuck is that? I'm not talking about that. But sometimes it's bang on the, right now, for example, I'm looking squarely past my own phone at the YouTube chat. So if you are one of the YouTube people now, I am looking at you and I can see the state of your house. Daft AI, what can we do to be remembered for as long as possible, asks Daft AI. Well, that's a question which I've wrestled with for a lot of my professional and personal life. The honest answer, I think, is form meaningful connections with the rest of humanity, so that you may at least be looked back on with fondness. But other stuff helps as well. Like just draw a big picture of yourself and put your name on it, but like on a big building.
Serial killing is also...
This is the thing actually. And I've already made clear my feelings on killing early in this stream, and I am anti it. We will sing a Christmas song, Kerry, but not yet. We're having a Christmas party in the second half of this. I'll tell you that now. There are many ways that you can be remembered after your death which are not positive, including, but not limited to, serial killing and making a rotten bad song. So try not to...
No pressure.
No pressure. But if you make a really bad song, people might well remember you for longer than if you had made a really good song. I've got an example of that, but again, we'll do it later, I think. Just looking at the chat, some people here are young. Yeah, well done to everyone. I'll just say well done to everyone. It's been 82 minutes. And actually, on the subject of songs, Matt is here well, firstly, that statement stands alone. He's here. And he has a keyboard. He has the phrase personal data sitting on his keyboard, which Alex prepared earlier in case we need it, in case I reveal some personal data, which I will. But for now, I think it would be, if you don't mind, it would be good if you got on with composing a song called Personal Data.
Oh, yeah.
But obviously, your composition is going to have to be pretty stealthy because of the talking that I'm doing.
Yeah.
So I think you got cans.
Yeah, I've got cans.
Cans are headphones.
Yeah.
So you'll be on the cans.
Oh, no, I haven't got cans then.
Oh, you've got actual cans.
Yeah.
He meant actual cans. Sometimes, this is a problem with jargon. Actually, sometimes jargon can pull the wool over our eyes rather than releasing it from our eyes. Because, for example, cans we took to have a metaphorical meaning, but it had a literal meaning, and that was actually a good bit of humour, I thought. So that was one of the jokes. So there's 29 jokes left. No, how many did I say? 300. 209. There are 299 jokes left in the world. We're coming up to the half of the hour, as we call it, at 10:30.
When it comes down to it.
When it comes down to it, yeah. And pretty soon it will be time. So, yes, first of all, Mike says one day someone will be the last ever person to be born. I suppose that's true, but it's very difficult to visualise, isn't it? Because, well, actually, infinity is very, very tricky, and we'll see what we can do about that later. Good morning, losers, says Creever. If I am to take that to mean that you've just turned up, I don't think we're the losers for having been talking shit for 84 minutes. I think, if anything, you're the loser for being in Ireland. So, and that's the same time zone, so it's not an excuse either. Thank you. Will there be pips? Yes, that's true. Jargon does mean the noise made by birds in its original time. It comes from the, I think, Middle English jargon, the sort of word Chaucer might have used, to mean the chitter-chatter of birds. Lovely that, isn't it? Susie Dent tweeted that recently, or whatever you call it, put it on Blue Sky, but actually I already knew that. Occasionally I already know a thing that Susie Dent knows, because I'm also very highly literate, but I'm not able to monetize it like Susie Dent. And I also don't know as many words as Susie Dent. And while we're talking about Susie Dent, I've met Susie Dent, and not once, but twice. Okay? Right, John says, time is a constant, a dot, not a string. This is very interesting. I read a whole book called The Order of Time by someone called Carlo Rovelli, which tries to reconfigure the way we think about time. But the thing is, I wasn't clever enough. It is complicated. Again, we'll come back to time later. What do you know that Susie Dent doesn't? Challenges Quinn. Well, there's loads of stuff I know about myself, for example, that Susie Dent doesn't. But also, I don't know actually, because the full extent of Dent's knowledge is a mystery. We just know that she has remarkable lexicographical word knowledge. There's no subject in the world that other than myself, that 100% think I would definitely outperform Dent. But that's not to say I won't at some point accept a challenge. And if we can get Susie Dent on the line on the blower, then we'll Mike heckles Dent by saying she's can't count, but then he's not written that properly, which just goes to show. Quiver has a neurology exam in under 30 minutes. Right, we better prioritise that for a minute then. So between now and 1/2 the hour, it's neurology primer. Matt, can we have some neurological music, please? Neurology primer. Yes. Neurology, neurology. I make no apology for talking about the brain. That's fine. Thanks, Matt. Well, you can't have if the jingle goes on for 3 or 4 minutes now. But I did like the tune.
Yeah, it was good.
Sorry, neurology. Quick neurology crash course then. Anyone in the chat, both on YouTube and Instagram, has, and it has to be correct neurological information, that would be welcomed, because Quiver has to do. In fact, Quiver's very happy already because of the music. So that's a start. And Quiver, I would, if I were you, go into the exam singing to yourself, neurology, neurology. I make no apology. But you might want. I also agree that I cut Matt off too quickly. But the thing is, sometimes you're just feeling the music and you just have to go with it. You just have to vibe it. So very quickly, some facts about neurology. Quiver. All of us have a brain. The brain is made up of various components, like your lobes and your valves, and the problem bit. The problem bit is where you store things like. I don't know, I don't like snakes around my neck, and I'm agoraphobic, whatever it is. So you've got your problem bit, your valves, your components. Yes, there's the hippocampus. Yes, now we're talking. The hippocampus is in the brain. Your brain controls your temperature. The brain is quite important. That's also worth thinking about. Yeah, if anyone else has a neurology exam, obviously you can also be thinking of that, and we'll reprise the. Do you remember what you played there, or did you just go? So again, neurology, neurology. I make no apology for talking about the brain. There we go. And that's we'll come back. Well, we'll come back to that. I might come forward to it. Depends if you're watching this. Depends if time is a thing, doesn't it? I don't think we get onto time yet. Yes, hippocampus. Everyone remembers the word hippocampus. I once tried to convince a comedian to call a show Hippocampus because it's an interesting, memorable word, and it would have been relevant to their show as well. But they went with a different title, which wasn't as good. But I won't tell you which comedian for various reasons. Who has the most wrinkled brain in the world? No, to be. What's important is I can't answer questions about neurology. I'm just harvesting facts about it for Quiver. I can see someone's put in the YouTube chat, neuroscience moves so rapidly that discoveries even 2 years old are often disproven or reworked. So there you are, Quiver. That is worth remembering. If there's any questions you don't know the answer to, then just write, we don't know this. And even if we did know, it would be disproved in 2 years. All right.
Personal data song's ready.
Is it already?
Yeah, got it.
I wasn't planning on the personal data song until... Well, but okay, fair enough. Wearing a white shirt and talking is rarely the definition of chaos. No, but other aspects of my general demeanour do suggest chaos. There have been more people watching this just on Instagram consistently than I would normally expect at a regular live at 5, which suggests that the optimum format for this is the 8-hour format. Worth remembering. Since you mentioned it, Kelly X12345, I don't currently have plans to release a song for Christmas #1, and actually I think too late now. The charts will be compiled and the Christmas #1 will come out this Sunday. You'd need to really get a sales spurt on. But Matt and I did write a Christmas song last year, and you can find it on YouTube. I expect you can certainly find it. You can find it. You can find it. Yes. Good luck, Queever, in the chat, but be careful with the name. It's a silly one. They'd like to know where your cardigan comes from, Matt. As in, presumably, where, like, shop-wise, not as in.
Yeah, from the internet.
It's from the internet. So if you put Matt's cardigan into the internet, assuming you have the internet, you will be able to find it. Well, I mean, we haven't really done any of the things we planned yet, but I do think actually it would be useful for me to look at, incredibly, another screen, my laptop, because on there I can see my WhatsApp messages, and it will give me an idea as to the whereabouts of a potential guest. So I'm not going to leave, but I'm just going to. Oh yes, thank you for the reminder on this. It is now, if you had your sleeves up, it is now time to pull them down. And if you did any funny business with your pajama trousers again, it's time to pull them down. You now must be. I'm not planning to leave the room, Gemma. Well, actually, no. I've already been to the kitchen, Gemma. I mean, we were still on camera, but you've got my phone number, so not all of you have, but Gemma has. So if you, I'll let you know if I'm in other rooms. Yep. You can watch Instagram on a laptop. Oh, can you? Can you? Yes.
They are.
You can watch Instagram on a laptop? Bloody hell, man.
Sort of.
You can watch anything on anything. What a bloody... Isn't it?
It's good, isn't it?
Yeah, and do you know why? Do you know why all of this is? Because of Go. And
It genuinely is.
And that's why. We might think it's grossly unfair that Matt just like sails off to fucking Papua New Guinea because of Go. But actually, without it, we wouldn't have these devices. A number of people are asking about what will happen re-toilet breaks. I only maintain the phrase, I've got a plan. No, Matt cannot explain what Go is, because if he was to tell us all what it is, then we'd all be able to, we'd be experts like him. And he doesn't want that. He doesn't want us all jetting off to Vegas to wang on endlessly about Go. The brain is a muscle. Doesn't matter now. She's gone to her exam, I think. Who remembers God's dad, Martin? Yeah, that was a fun bit. The longer this... Oh, okay, very quickly. Yes, I can sing Go to the tune of God. Go, go, always believe in it. Ho, ho, it is now Christmas and you can program things with it. Always be programming computers. Go, go. Matt gets to go to a conference. Right, that's probably enough. I was working on circumference as a rhyme, but there were too many syllables. There were too many syllables. There was too much syllabic admin. Syllabic admin. Right.
I'll make this sign.
Can I make a sign, will you? That's a good point. Right. It's
How do you spell syllabic?
syllabic. Well, I just do your best.
Okay.
SYLLABIC.
I'll do my best.
Well, do your best, but also get it accurate. Like a lot of things, actually. A lot of times in life, when people say do your best, they do mean do it well. They won't accept just effort. Often effort. I've just seen myself as others see me, i.e. YouTube, and it is obviously because it's a different angle. There is a bit more trouser, and it is worth me definitely.
Oh yeah.
Being aware of
Never
that.
going to take that shirt in, are you?
Of course not, but equally not going to pull my trousers down or anything like that either. Somewhere in the middle is a sweet spot. So I think it might be a good idea for me to get the WhatsApp on so that I can monitor things.
Yeah, where's your laptop?
Down there. Actually, yeah. If you just stop messing about making your signs and get. Penn Stevens says, "What the living hell have I stumbled into?"
Good question.
Well, good question. And for anyone else who has stumbled into this, which will be some people, weirdly, because despite all of the promotion we do, a lot of live stuff by nature tends to be quite ad hoc. Stephen, to fill you in, we are doing. Principally, I am doing a live stream between the hours of 9 and 5. At the moment, it's me and my friends Alex and Matt. It's just occurred to me actually, no girls. At some point, we're going to need a girl, aren't we?
Do you know any?
I do know some girls, but none of them are here now. I've heard from Horn, but he can't do the thing that I wanted him to do. It doesn't really matter. I didn't think. He has used the phrase as I suspected.
Yeah.
He can't. He would need to budge a family thing. He can't do that. That's fine. But that didn't relate to this, by the way. Yes. So, what's in front of me is a passage from my new novel, which I have been trailing, as you know. Yes, Susie Dent is a girl, or certainly a woman, or I believe at least has she, her pronoun, and so it would be well worth.
Did you get it wrong?
I don't think it's beyond the realms of possibility that we might see Susie Dent, because, well, Dent follows me on various platforms for a start. I have DMing privileges, I can send her a Susie DM. Is it? It just about is, but that was quite close actually.
Yeah. Is it stressful texting her? Because if you get it wrong.
You have to check the spelling so many times, And also, whatever you text Susie Dent, she replies with just a definition of every word in the text. It takes a long time to have a conversation with her, can you sing Girls to the tune of Gold? Yes, I suppose so. You are girls, girls, you have a name like Anna, or it might be Susanna. I once knew a girl called Hosanna. I was at university with a girl called Hosanna, and it was because her parents were so religious that they just called her Hosanna. Can you believe it? I mean, I still know her. She could be watching this. I don't see her much, but she's in Birmingham. So you had a song, Personal Data. I think it's probably time to. I think it probably is time to. Foghorn Leghorn, you should stay. Your name is cheering to us. In fact, everyone should stay. Everyone should always stay here. This is not the sort of thing you can really leave. No, there's a little bit of Hotel California vibe to it. I think we're gonna. There's a number of directions we could go in next, but I think we are gonna. Well, how advanced is your personal data song?
It's pretty much done. It's pretty much ready for release.
Okay. What? Who? I know. I'm as surprised as you are.
It's going to be improvised.
Okay.
I see. So all that time I thought you were writing a song, you were just thinking about that you were going to improvise. But actually, to let you into a secret, sometimes professional improvisers aren't actually improvising. They've prepared bits. Whoops! And you'll know, if you're ever watching an improv troupe, if they're cheating. Well, I'm not going to name names, but I once saw an improv group say, we need a film. And I swear to God, people shouted out 8 or 9 films. And then eventually they said, Lord of the Rings! So it was always going to be that. I'm not saying all improv is cheating. In fact, I don't think I would say all of anything is cheating. I'm saying that some people out there do cheat. Well done, Hare, for leaving to go to the kitchen but keeping the headphones on. You can, again, even if you have to leave to do things, we've made it, thanks to Alex, it is hugely possible to keep following this during almost any activity. You might be like, oh, I'm off for a swim. Bullshit, you are. Firstly, no one's off for a swim on a Thursday, and secondly, you can even get headphones now for swimming. I've seen people listening to podcasts and stuff in the swimming pool. Yeah, I know. I've had to stop and think about that myself, but it is true. I swear. You can. I'd like to hear from you in the chat if you have a pods in for swimming, or in the bath, or you've seen it, or you've had a bath, or all other subjects. But it's now over to, and it's 10:38, it's now over to, or not quite in fact, because we've got someone in Oklahoma, which is not a new country represented, but a new state of the United States, new to us anyway. So a big hello to you, W.R. Grag in Oklahoma.
Sends a big howdy.
In fact, yes, the Oklahoma person sends a big howdy. That's nice
howdy!
to see. All right! Thank you, cowboy. I bet you've been to Oklahoma, haven't you, because of Go?
No, not yet.
Not yet, there you are. Wanker. I haven't either. Well, whoever you are...
rename it Go-Clo.
Yeah, Go-Oklahoma. Very nice, Alex. Right. Mark says Bluetooth doesn't work well with swimming. They are old, right? They're old school MP3. Okay, so you upload first to it, and I can understand. Yeah. It would be very difficult to get Wi-Fi and stuff going in the.
You have like
the pool.
A water walkman. A swimman.
A water walkman, a swimman, or a walkman, but the WAT of water. Yeah, of course.
Sorry, I think sound travels faster in water than it does through air. I think they could sort that out and get good water Wi-Fi going.
Matt thinks sound travels faster in water than air. What? So if you yell at someone in a swimming pool, they hear it quicker than if you yelled at someone in the street?
Yeah. If you get a coin and tap it on the...
Big F.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the floor of the swimming pool. Is it called the floor?
Does a swimming pool have a floor? I will say it does, yes.
No, a bottom.
It's a
It's
bottom.
awesome.
But if you took all the water out, you'd be walking along and you'd say I'm on the floor, wouldn't you? You wouldn't say I'm just on the bottom here.
Yeah, but the act of removing water changes the nature of the bottom of the swimming pool.
The act of removing water changes the nature of the bottom of the swimming pool. A remarkable number of prepositions in one sentence from Alex Preston. Now, look, I think a lot of you are... oh, that's cute.
Hey!
Don't worry, the office is fine, and we're an hour and 40 minutes in.
I haven't moved that much stuff.
And
Fire's out.
all is well, and lots of people are watching. We're just about to have a song, actually, called Personal Data. I've had a cup of tea.
Alex is correct.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Alex is correct.
Alex is correct. I hate it when people say things like that. I hate it when people overmine Alex. I'd still call it the bottom. Why are people saying that? I don't think that's right. I think the bottom of a swimming pool is just the floor if you're doing this on it. But don't worry about it because we'll come to. No, Tony doesn't even have a swimming pool. I'm sorry. We shouldn't actually be talking about swimming pools when half of you haven't even got one. So yes, scary duckling. Surely it's a floor. It is still a floor even when flooded. Oh, this is ugly. This is going to be like that chips and rice thing. Okay, so
Oh no!
for now on, we'll steer clear of the But if you've just tuned in, is the bottom of a swimming pool just the bottom, or if the water's not there, is it now the floor? We've got different. Coop says you look very smart for the office. Yes, the irony is, even though this is my regular office, I very rarely look presentable. Well, yeah, at all, because obviously this is the sort of office where you can dress casually. I'm not too far away from loosening this button now, I can tell you. That's as far as it will go, though. Is the bottom of a bath the floor? No, Tom, that's fucking, like, loads of respect to you, Tom, and you're down in Australia and everything like that, but like, fuck off. Like
Get on a bus.
A bath is not, yeah, get on a bus, mate. That's where you belong. Oh God, Alex Wood is right. The way to solve this would be to ask Susie Dent. So,
We've got to get Susie Dent.
if and when Susie Dent joins us, and if you've just come in, by the way, there's no prospect that this is going to happen, but we're keen to get Susie Dent on, and when we do get, Alex is making a note, we will ask Susie Dent.
Oh, I was just.
Actually, I could certainly message Dent just on social media.
I could message her from your Instagram.
Yes, but the phrasing of the question is important, so we won't write that until 11:15.
Okay.
So if you can make a note at 11:15, we're going to send a carefully worded message to Susie Dent. Yes, I'll also put it down in my itinerary. I'm just going to put 11:15 Dent because I'm not exactly going to forget what that means. Well, just what you call an itinerary, really. But let's know. The last thing we want to do is get into the meaning of words because let's be clear, we're having enough trouble with the meaning of words already. All right, no more talk about the bottom of swimming pools, I think, for now.
But do tap a coin on it and you'll hear it.
Oh, tap a coin! And in fact, you don't need to be. You don't need to be in the swimming pool. If you've got a coin, wherever you are, please tap it on something now. Have I got any coins? Maybe not, actually. You don't carry cash so much these days. That would have been a good small talk bit. I have got one coin. I think I'm going to tap that for a bit.
One coin.
There we are. And I'd like everyone in the chat just to verify when you have.
If you were underwater, though, you'd hear that way quicker. That's what I'm saying.
Well, actually, you're wrong here. I did text Lou through, or maybe I put it off for a long time, but I did text Lou through during Church Fest, but then I deleted it quite quickly. And what you might not know is a day later, Through texted me back and said, "So intriguing." So Louis, and we all know that when Louis Through is intrigued by things, he makes documentaries about them. But he's yet to make a documentary about the time I texted him during a live comedy show and then deleted it because I was too scared. I have some history with Through, but I've been into that before on stage.
Oh, my mate who's watching
I like
said
Through, by the way.
our
I really
office
like
chat must be top tier, honestly. Of course it is.
This office is a bloody blast.
Hello, Alice.
And there's normally music, there's normally all sorts. But for now, you're watching live at 9 to 5. We are 1 3/4 hours in, and we're going to enjoy some music with Matt Ryer, who has written a song, and he's... Whoa. But you've taken the charger out for that. And
Yeah,
that's
that's
dangerous.
okay. Will it stand?
I still...
You might need to hold it.
Matt has written a song called Personal Data.
Your mother's maiden name, your PIN number. How many umbrellas have you been under? Yeah, all of this and all we are, it's covered. covered by GDPR. It's my personal data, but I'll share it with you. Yeah, it's my personal data. My pin is 1462. 1462. Now over to Mark. What's your favourite bit of personal data?
I'm just thinking about some personal data so that I can do a similar version. Okay. The name of your favourite pet, the thing you would rather forget, the thing you have never eaten yet in your life, the girl you fancied at school, your relationship with a wool, have you played the French sport boule, and so on. It's my personal data, but I'm gonna share it with you. Yes, I've played the French game boule on this many occasions too. Thank you. Personal data.
God, that was good.
Well, yeah, and that's the sort of thing that we can do. People, you might easily, if you're not familiar with me, you might easily have put this on, and after about 10 minutes gone, what is this pile of wank? It's just a man talking. But you couldn't be more wrong. It's a man talking and occasionally singing. And out of the corner of my eye, I can see 30 seconds ago us applauding each other and ourselves warmly.
I don't remember that.
For our song. No, I don't think that ever happened. Okay, as we get more tired, we'll see things happen on the YouTube delayed feed, which we don't think did happen.
Handshake. Fail kiss.
Thank you. Thank you for your... And look at the hearts floating. When you do something good on Instagram...
Yeah, drop some hearts, guys.
Hearts, yeah. Is that
Hearts if you
that's what
like
they call
the,
it. If you like the song, drop some hearts. If we get 20,000, then I will get the band The Darkness to record that song. All right. And I probably... I'm not saying I definitely can't do that. Put it that way. That was Personal Data by me and Matt. And that's just one example of the sort of things... that can happen. Just somebody has sent me a link to some headphones that you can wear while swimming, but I'm scared to even open the link lest we reignite the debate about what things you can and can't call the floor. Wait, can I get a reply? I lost my internet for a sec. I suppose so. Yes. Hello. Well, that's a reply, isn't it? I hope you're fine. Curiosity says you should hand something to your past selves. Yeah, I can see us experimenting with the time lapse in more and more existentially challenging ways. Thank you for all the hearts. There are hearts in the chat. There are hearts floating up. And I'm now looking at. I thought and so on was a nice bit of lyric as well. People are still on the YouTube chat. People are still on about the swimming pool thing. Yes, Mayan, if you would get to work with a cover version of that, please. We'll have that as soon as you can, really. I understand that I sang the second verse in a different tune to Matt's first verse, but you can do that in music. Sometimes, I don't know if you've ever heard at home of a thing called jazz, but in jazz, you are allowed to just not do the tune, and it doesn't even have to be that good, and people still say things like, I love a bit of jazz. So this is jazz, right? And if I'm the front man, I'm just doing a bit of this. Oh, yeah. It's absolute racket. But some jazz can be good. Actually, some of everything can be good. I'm fine with mixing ketchup and mayo together if it's to make a hollandaise sauce, for example. Sophia. I'm just taking a few questions. There'll be a formal time for questioning soon, though, because in the next hour, I think we'll probably have I can now see myself jiggling. It is awfully disruptive to your brain if you see another feed of yourself. I've already established that. And yet the temptation now and again to glance across is, especially because you can imagine, like, there's also, oh, that's nice. Someone says, I have Mark Watson's pile of wank on in the background over a lot of regular radio. Well, yes, the end game for this is that I get a job on radio, I suppose, daytime radio, where I'm just doing this. But I'd get to play songs as well. Actually, it'd be like, relatively speaking, a piece of piss. Like if I were DJing, I'd be essentially just doing this, but I'd also about 10 times an hour just press a button. I'm not saying I'm not diminishing the skills of any DJs. Actually, I did a DJ set at Mahunta Festival this summer and I really enjoyed it. All I'm saying is, wouldn't mind getting if I became an actual radio disc jockey and then I got to do this just every Thursday. Would be nice because then I'd have, if you think about it, I'd have some money. I mean, I am fine for money. I earn money from other things, but it'd be nice if I got money for being on the radio. I think that's what I'm saying. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more it's time for me to be on the radio. Or that you're right, of course. Daytime radio, you're only listening to me in this relatively modern format. You are able to listen to me and watch me. If you're only hearing audio, you should be aware that this is also a TV show. So this at the moment is on YouTube, Instagram, and the TV. You have a calming voice, nice for radio. That's a nice compliment. I don't think I'd describe any aspect of my personality or bearing as calming, but thank you. Alex, I'm gonna.
Yo.
I think that
we're gonna do this again.
What I will say is,
we've gone up.
Yeah, we're now comfortably back. So we know that works. The charging mechanism works.
We figured that out.
But yeah, it would have been worth doing the diligence yesterday, I suppose. This morning was the first you heard of my phone not charging like a normal phone. See, normally it doesn't matter because I just charge it overnight and sleeping and whatnot.
Will you be back at Norwich Playhouse?
Yeah, well,
get those out of the way.
Well, yeah, I'm not going to be doing too much of like, are you coming to this place? Are you coming to that place? Because I could very easily spend 8 hours doing that, as we've seen in the past. But since somebody has said, will you be back at? Oh, it's James C. Mark, will you be back at Norwich Playhouse soon? And can dogs look up? And because James has had the audacity to do it, to saddle the questions together, I am going to say, yes, I am playing the Norwich Playhouse. I've got 2 nights this time because of my popularity in East Anglia. They're in October. I don't think they're on sale yet, although some of my tour shows are on sale. At some point, we should do a challenge, or not a challenge exactly, more a hustle, but where if someone buys tickets for one of my tour shows during this, we give them a prize or we make a fuss of it.
Yeah.
Like, I should be actively promoting myself in a way. And I will. Yes, I will be coming to Lafayette, Indiana. I've been absolutely clear of that.
Of course.
You do have a great voice. I enjoyed your audiobook Contact. That's nice. Thank you very much. It took me ages to read the audiobooks of my novel and my memoir, and you do feel like a bit of a tool at times because you're reading something you wrote and you're like, hello, here's my made-up story. Also, you have to listen to me doing it. Alex has just remembered that we have a pile of copies of my novel Contacts just knocking around. Actually, we could give them away as competition prizes or something, couldn't we? But,
it's got a front. It's got a back.
Well, and
there's words in it.
That's actually the minimum they expect. If you give a publisher a book and it's not got a front and a back, they're like, come back when you've done the work, pal. And it also has to have words in it.
You have to already have the front and back ready.
A lot of words, actually. Normally about 80,000 words in one of my novels, but people write far longer than that. That's short for a novel, but it's not short for one of my novels. I always aim for 80,000.
They smell nice as well.
Novels can smell nice, yeah, especially when they're new. Magazines can also smell nice. Actually, a lot of stuff can, and I keep coming back to it because it's so hard to generalise in life, but a lot of stuff can smell nice. Yes, confirmed. Norwich shows will be on sale tomorrow. Get them quick, piping hot. Actually, that is not even a lie. Norwich Playhouse is one of my fastest selling venues in the country traditionally. Goes on sale tomorrow. I won't be there tomorrow. Yes, there was a pre-sale. It's a funny old business, but we release tickets for shows at different speeds. For those of you saying nice things about Contact, thank you very much. But also, you might then like to hear about my new novel, which, as I keep saying, I'm planning to read from. I've got 2, maybe 3 passages. I've put 2 and 3 fingers up there to show we're talking provisionally. It's quite difficult, though, and it makes you feel very self-conscious to do a reading into a screen like this, especially of new work. So I might not do that, but I will do it, but I might not. All right. You say, I remember Contact's giveaway day, says Curiosity. I think that might be a reference to the fact that at the start of lockdown, I went mad and said on Twitter, I'll give a free copy of one of my books to anyone that wants one, because we're all going to have a bad time now, because I could foresee, as we all could, that we'd be locked up. And loads of people did it, and I had to team up with the bookshop, and I won't tell you how much money I spent, but I spent loads and loads of money on my own books, but at least it was an act of kindness. And I suppose it's self-promotion. The new book is good, I think, I hope, but I don't know how well it will read, especially because the narrator is not British. But it won't involve me being racist. It's not one of those situations, but it is, like, I wouldn't be reading the audiobook of this next novel, I don't think. It should be done by an actor. Ideally, a foreign man or woman, but I think man. Male narrator. Yes, a few people are mentioning this dance. This comes up a lot. Of course, it's been coming up actually ever since Brat Summer. You'll be aware we're well out of the other end of Brat Summer now. We're in Shat Winter. As you'll know if you read, yes, how can I help? And by read, I mean watch with your eyes. Is it reading if you watch? No, it's a different thing, isn't it? Reading and watching things are different things. If you were just to run a book past your eyes, you'd be watching it rather than reading it, I think. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Oh, Charlie's off to drive a massive van. Thanks for the warning, Charlie. And again, if anyone has to drive a massive van, or any size van, please do keep us informed. And let us know what size of van it is. I can see, for example, a huge van that has just gone past the window out. See what lorry you call it? Bigger than a Luton. And if someone had driven that up to me, but they'd previously said to me, I'm about to drive a small van to you, then I would have been very, very unpleasantly surprised by what turned out to be the size of that van. It's a really, really big van. Really big van. It is 3 minutes until the hour. 4 minutes, I suppose, depends on what you call a minute. And at 11 o'clock, I think we'll be a quarter of the way through, which is the first real sort of... Oh, I nearly rolled my sleeves up again. I'm only allowed to do that in sleeve rolling times. So I think... This is what I think. I don't often get to say what I think on these things, but it's very difficult to get on. You've got stuff to do. But I do think...
Oh, I got a Merry Christmas email. That's insane. Someone just saying Merry Christmas.
Something has fallen off or onto the piano and there was a terrible noise. And that's the first terrible thing that's happened so far. There's been some bad things, but that just, if anyone's taking notes, and I know you are, and I mind taking notes with my left hand there, but a lot of you are right-handed. Anyway, that's been the first terrible thing.
And if expensive laptop, Apple laptop.
It was a laptop fell off a piano, and that is a bad sentence. Well, no, it was a well-turned, acceptably turned sentence, but it was a bad event. All right. I'm just... Someone says, are you trying to unbutton your shirt? No, it's more complicated than that. I'm just fiddling with it. And my brain sort of wants to unbutton it. But can you get thrown off Instagram for your nipple showing or something? Or was that something else? No, there was something in the pandemic where we were using a format, I think it was the 24-hour show, and every guest that came on I had to say, are you going to show your breast? Because they would take the stream down. Whatever it was that people used to use in the pandemic, you weren't allowed your tits on it. All right. Yes, thank you. First terrible thing at the... But it's not the 88-minute mark, is it? I think we're... I don't think it's untrue to say this will be 120 minutes because we're about to reach the second hour mark. But also this will be a quarter time on the stream. Aaron says, I fear my productivity will severely suffer if I hang around too long. Again, you've got to think big, Aaron. Is it Aaron or Aaron? Depends on you. I think you got to think a bit bigger than that. Your productivity might. We started at 9:01. It's true. We finished at 5:01. To be absolutely accurate.
Fine. Technically, the stream started like 5 minutes.
Okay, later. Elijah the dog is off to bed, but we'll be up again in 5 hours, and we'll still be just about yammering on. 5 hours? That's bugger all. That's not enough.
Not even trying.
It's not a lot of sleep. Good night, Elijah and Dorian. Everyone, please say good luck. You said good night and good luck. Can we have good night and good luck, Elijah and Dorian, please, in the chat? Someone is in a film studies class and hasn't got a clue what I'm saying as I'm on mute. That's what I would call a you problem. It was your decision to take a film studies course. It was your decision to attend it today. Even then, your decision to put me on mute. Everything you've done has led up to this point where I am now. I'm saying some great stuff, but you can't even hear that because this is presumably still on mute. We are at 11 o'clock, but because of Chris being stupid baby, we can't celebrate. Well, it's done right. We can't celebrate quarter time until 11:01. Thank you for the reminder, Tony. In 15 minutes, we messaged Susie Dent.
Oh, God, we got a draft.
That's why we have people taking notes. Thank you for all the good night and good luck in the chat. And remarkably, our YouTube numbers are still climbing.
180. 180.
And a pretty solid 100 on the Insta, although it's not the same people all the time. You see people coming, you see people leaving. Which implies that people are not just watching this, but when they see what it is, they continue watching it, which is surprising, really. We're just kind of, Dunder Kitty is our newest arrival. When is the new book reading? Well, when indeed, and the next hour would be good, I think. I think we'll provisionally say that, and then I think we might do Yes, How Can I Help? So we're doing an official episode of Yes, How Can I Help within this.
When are we doing that?
Well, I think we should do that between 12 and 1.
Yeah.
But I'll need my phone to read the questions off properly. So we will have wanted to charge the phone like in the next. Anyway, you think, because it's not time for thinking, it's time for drinking. And by that I mean celebrating. We've reached 2 hours. It is 1 minute past 11. 2 hours on the clock. We are a quarter of the way through live at 9 to 5. It is 1 minute past 11. Coming up this hour. Well, John Luke. So John, later on we have a very special guest, your friend of mine, Santa Claus. And he's coming in. Yes, you know him. He sees you when you're sleeping. He sees you having sex. He sees you doing various things, so show him some respect.
Yeah, this one might.
Actually, yeah. Santa, all I'm saying is if you're Santa and you can see people when they're sleeping and when they're awake, it implies you can see all of the other points in the human continuum. Mind you, it's only kids he's looking at, isn't it? Bit odd when you think about Santa.
Oh, God. Yeah,
Presumably Santa do you think Santa can still see what we're doing, but he just doesn't care anymore because he doesn't have to bring us presents? It's probably that. Yeah. So anyway, we've got Santa coming, and it's going to be a sexy Santa, like you get, but I'd also like to take some ideas for other types of Santa that we might have. For example, sentimental. It should start with an S. It should be alliterative, obviously. So sexy Santa, sentimental Santa. Suicidal Santa's too dark, but you get the idea. So I'd like serendipitous Santa, perhaps it just rolls up by accident. Silly Santa, salacious Santa sort of comes with the territory. I would like your suggestions in the chat for sad Santa we could have, as long as he's not too sad for too long.
Snail Santa, that's not happening. And
what we'll do is, do you reckon if we could get? Oh, hang on. When is his John?
So he's late.
But he's got an appointment. I remember Santa.
2:30.
Yeah. But he's also he said to me, he actually has an appointment at 11:30. So if we were to talk to him on the stream, it would have to be quite soon.
Okay.
Should we try and get him on before 11:30 so that we can take some suggestions? Scrupulous is good. Susie Dent Santa is obviously a good idea. Yes, we're going to try and get our Santa on the he would be the first guest to join actually in the stream as well. He is coming in later this afternoon, probably about half past 2, which is like a jolly way of saying 2:30. But it would be good to prime him now. We're getting loads of suggestions, and that's just I actually can't see the YouTube chat for the moment because it's just an inbox is in the way. Now I can. Sacrilegious Santa, superficial Santa is good. Sad, so there's loads actually. Hello Trish, welcome. We're 2 hours in down there. Well, we're 2 hours in up here as well. We're 2 hours in regardless of what country you're in. But welcome to you in Australia. Lovely to have you. You can't do that. Okay, very well. So we'll continue to harvest. In that case, even if it was any time before he arrives will work actually, won't it? Yeah. Okay. So thank you for your Santa suggestions. We can't welcome Santa onto the stream yet, but we will see him in the afternoon. Quite a lot of stuff is happening in the afternoon actually. We're having obviously not just Santa but a Christmas party. So like general, I'll have a Christmas jumper. We'll do office. We'll do
other guests. surprise guest.
We have other surprise guests coming. A lot of guests may or may not come. You know what it's like with people, don't you? Bit of small talk, yes.
Yeah.
You can't. You never know, do you? Actually, could you crack on with a song called "You Never Know," Matt? Because I think that covers quite a lot of things. For delivery at 11:30. Thank you. What? So in 25 minutes we'll have "You Never Know" by Matt. In 10 minutes. It's time to message Judy. Judy Dench, but also Susie Dent. Yeah, I think Judy Dench will be surprised. But then so will Susie.
She will not be impressed.
No, Judy Dench. I don't think I would want to trouble her. She seems obviously she's a national treasure. She seems great and everything. But I think that if you inconvenienced or wasted the time of Judy Dench, it would be quite unpopular. I'm not saying this will go down a storm with Dent, but at least we've got a chance. We've got a chance with Dent.
So what are we saying?
Well, we're logged in on my Bluetooth, aren't we? Here, I'm logged in on my. Right?
Yeah. WhatsApp, you mean?
No, I think I'm in Blue Sky.
Yes.
I do mean Blue Sky.
Yes.
I don't know if you know.
She's on that bad boy.
She is on that bad boy, as you put it. But mind you, I'd have to. I can easily do it on my laptop. Actually, I'll do it on my laptop.
Cool.
So I'm going to ask, and if you're not following me on Blue Sky, I mean, you might not yet be on the platform Blue Sky. It's basically a sort of a clone of Twitter, but without some of the cankers which were to infest Twitter in the final. Oh, the sleeves. Sorry. Yeah, I keep. It's a bad habit. I think we can have sleeves up again when we have the song at 11:30 because that'll be a sort of time of jollity. Stop calling me granddad and stop making fun of me just because I say things like logged in on Bluetooth. Bluetooth is actually quite a confusing, strange thing. Do you think when I was 8, there was people going, oh, mind you, if I talk like that, it feels more like I'm a granddad. But Bluetooth is strange, and but I'm actually not a granddad. It is mathematically possible for me to be at this point because I have a 15-year-old child, but I'm glad to say he has not yet produced any offspring that I know of. We gain YouTube. Well, of course you're always gaining and losing numbers, but the hardcore have stuck with us very well. Someone says Grandpa needs a cuppa, and it's a joke, but I think we should give ourselves another cup of tea at say noon maybe or something like that. It's nice to have some.
Calf or D?
Oh well, I can have calf in tea, I think. Okay. Yeah, that's right, Matt. Yeah, just a reminder, Matt Ryer works with Go, and it's fucking piss take. It's absolutely easy, and everyone can do it. But he's in Brazil basically now because of Go. No Children at 15 is very good. Yeah, and he's not even quite 15 yet, my son. He'll be 15 in February, 10 days after me. Well, no, I have been 15, but you see what I mean. Our birthdays are in the same sort of. I think I used the phrase calendar neighbourhood. Chloe Maria is making a jumper while I chat. Hope that's all right. It's well all right. Oh, actually.
Oh, show us send us
we'd love
picture of the jumper.
If you're making a jumper and you can send us any evidence, we'd love to see it.
Yeah.
And actually, if you're making anything else, there'll be people doing arts and crafts things. This is what we've got over the radio as well. On the radio, Nick Grimshaw can ask as much as you want for pictures of jumpers, but the best they can do is put them on, on their social media after the fact. We potentially,
right here.
we actually right here, right now. If you want us to look at your jumper that you've made or anything else, right here, right now, keep it. Well, not keep it coming. Begin it coming. Begin it coming, please. If you have a jumper, begin it coming. So I'm starting now. Now, let's be serious here. I'm actually starting to get a. Oh right, Chloe's gonna send a message on Blue Sky of the jumper.
Blue Sky, right,
that works fine. We've got we're logged in on the Bluetooth.
Instagram also works.
Bluetooth works. You can use Go, actually, the programming language.
If they get up a Blue Sky, we'll have to send it to Mark's Instagram.
Oh, send it to my Instagram, we're hearing.
Yeah.
I don't even know how you do that, but someone will.
Don't worry.
Quins headphones cut off after they called me granddad. Gutted! Ah! Now that was vulgar, and I shouldn't have done that. And I don't stand by
that. You gotta rate it in.
Yeah. Hey, normally we post these at the end so people can watch them back.
Yeah.
Well, all of this, it'll take that will take ages, won't it?
No, it's because it's already going up.
Ah.
It'll just go up.
It'll just go up.
Yeah.
Well, the news is it will just go up. It will just go up.
I've been clipping little moments as well.
Of course you've been.
Songs
You're never not clipping little moments, mate. You're an absolute clip monster. And I say that, I say it. It's 5. I'm getting.
Without respect.
I say it without undue respect. No. Yeah, Mark pointed out we should be having 11s, and we're past that now. So
you haven't even had breakfast.
I've not. I tell you what, the list of what I haven't had, you could write it all the way down my shirt like they do at the end.
I could do a Greg's run.
Goodbye. Susie, sorry we didn't get to the reading of the book, but you will be able to watch it back, of course, and also we will get to it. Yes, I don't mind it. Well, I think pretty soon. Look, let's just be serious here. I think we need to. I think
We've got to get this message out of the way.
talk fairly seriously about what we're doing
Yeah.
here in our lives. I think.
I mean, how long you got?
Well, for a start, at 11:15, like it or not, we're messaging Susie Dent.
We are. That's happening.
After that, you don't deserve a dance-based apology. Nobody deserves a dance. If I end up doing this accursed dance, it will be because you deserve it. Let's see who's here at 5. 11:11. Milo's making a wish. Everyone must make a wish, please. It's 11:11.
11:11.
It's 11:11. 11:11. Make a wish. And if you any advice for writing a personal statement? Asked Clayton Simps.
Oh, keep it concise.
Keep it brief, give them the beef. Any future advice, any future requests for advice, I will be answering in rhyme, obviously.
That's so good.
But thank you, Alex. But very quickly, while we're doing wishes, yes, any wishes you have, you can make secretly now, because you're meant to make a wish and keep it secret, aren't you? But if you have a wish you would like to share with the group, please put it now in the chat group. And if they are wishes which could conceivably be met and made to come true by us, we will try and do it. Because after all, it's Christmas. And at Christmas, sometimes we get our wish. And at Christmas, sometimes we can eat fish, but not often. But there will be countries in the world where people have fish at Christmas. He'll have been to them with his go. So if you have a wish that we could, not something like do a dance. We already know there's a certain amount of appetite for me to do a specific dance. But if there is there you are.
Do that, but like if we get something like substantial, like more subscribers.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay.
We learn it.
Okay, fine. Yeah. Well, actually, let's make a note of that. We'll hold them to ransom with. Okay, yeah. If you have a Christmas wish, put it in either chat box and everyone start them coming. Yeah. But the wish can't. It has to be something that we could conceivably make happen. But it can be quite ambitious. We've got several hours here still. There you are. My heart's desire is to study sorcery. Mark suggested lunchtime barbecue. I don't think that's a wish. I think that is a culinary suggestion. I'm going to write down sorcery. I've also got in this book dent, small talk, and horse sneeze. I've not forgotten the subject of what is the strangest animal to have sneezed on you. I think we're going to come to that in the second half of this occasion, and I call it an occasion.
Because it's what it is?
Yes, because I think it's the right word. It's a word that you can use. We do need to talk about lunch. We don't need to talk about it yet, but I think this time in an hour we will be hungry. Yeah. I think what you get in offices is sometimes a person comes around with sandwiches on a trolley or something, and I've heard about that happening. I mean, we don't have that in this office,
no.
But I think
I saw one of those like trolleys, but like that looks like a skateboard, but they call it a trolley downstairs, but it's not the same.
I know what you mean, and we definitely
on the floor.
I think what we do have here is Matt, and he's mostly a magician, and by that I mean a musician, and by that I mean a computer programmer. But I do think
he knows how to go.
Yeah, he knows how to go places. The trouble is, if we ask him to go,
we can't just send Matt to go get.
No, because he'll end up being and also he'll be in like fucking Honolulu at a conference if you let him out of this room. Yeah. Look. I always think this actually, and by the way, 1 minute till 10. But don't you worry. What I always think is. There's different ways you can get food in this world. You can order it, or someone can get it, or you can ask someone for it, or you can not have it. And those are all options. And actually, funny enough, my novel is about that. And the novel is narrated by someone who works for Deliveroo or Uber Eats or one of those. It's never named, of course, but you can imagine the sort of thing. And after 11:30, I'm going to read a very short passage from it just to sort of set the scene, because it's not easy to. Well, it is easy to read, but it's not easy to read with your mouth, as it were. Reading with your mouth. Tony Blake has been absolutely excellent in monitoring the Susie Dent situation, and now, quite rightly, he reminds us it is time to, and we're going to need a little bit of theme music for this, message Dent. I always meant to message Dent. Yes, I always meant to message Dent. My thoughts always went in the direction of messaging Dent. Messaging Dent. So,
Start with a hello.
well, I'm certainly. If you think I'm not going to start with hello, you don't know me and you don't know Dent, and you do know me, but you don't know Dent. And I know me and I know Dent a little bit. I don't know her well, but I liked her. When you do Countdown, you are with Dent for a day. With Dent for a day, the Mark Watson story. Not the whole day. Would it be too outrageous to bring the live into the shower with me? Asked Noah. No, I assume that people will be doing things like showering at some point during this. It would be, I think, what would be.
Don't put it under the stream.
Don't put it under the stream. Don't put the stream under the stream. And I don't think. Basically, I think as long as there's no sort of sex problems, I think we're fine. And that's what I think a lot of the time. There are some things I think some of the time, and there's some things I think all of the time, and a lot of other stuff is in the middle of that. And I'll always try and tell you what's what. Okay. Do you have any gherkins in your fridge? Asks Ian Luscombe impertinently. It's none of your business whether we've got gherkins in the fridge, Ian. But we haven't, have we? No, we haven't. No.
We got others.
Although it wasn't your business, we still obliged. The question is, sometimes.
Unfortunately, this is the nature of the game, isn't it?
The nature of the game is that sometimes you're allowed to ask questions. Now, if we're not careful, we have been sent some lovely stuff on Blue Sky. Right.
Okay, so you can get Blue Sky, but they can't see.
They can't see that as the problem. If you are, and some of these people don't have Insta. Look, we'll find a way around that. We'll use Go to get out of that problem. But look, I'm starting to think some of you people are not sufficiently focused on. Do you think I should DM it to Dent because there's more chance of it being? Or some people don't look at their DMs. I often don't look at my DMs.
You could DM her and then you could send her. You can at her being I've just sent you a DM.
Yeah. That actually is one of the best things you've ever said, Alex.
Let's go!
You talk a lot of old shit, but you certainly did come out with a zinger when you suggested that. So I am now messaging Susie Dent, the famous lexicographer, and no, the dent is not sent and we don't know where it went. So Jonathan's doing some poetry in the... It's actually fine for everyone to talk. Tom is going to bed, as well he might after weighing into the bathroom floor controversy. Tom, well done on brushing your teeth. We'll hopefully hear back from old dentist boy before too long. Matthew, if you're out there, we wish you a lot of good luck for your dentist appointment.
Yeah.
And unless it was major work, I would have thought your appointment would be over now. So please do fill us in. Respectfully, yeah. Is there water in that bottle, do you reckon? It doesn't.
I think there's some sparkling. Yeah.
On your bike, Tom, and good night. Hare says that Dent recently posted on Blue Sky. This is why we said we would do it now. You might think I just arbitrarily picked 11:15, but actually, something in me knew that this was the perfect place to contact the Dent. Yes, we'll find out in due course whether they did fight the dentist. I hope not. Hello, I'm writing. Hello, Susie. What I'm going to do is, because I don't want this to be too much of a shock to her system, I'm going to say, hello, Susie. I am in the middle of a live stream, and we have a word-related question for you.
What was the word related?
It was to do with, it's to do with whether the floor of a swimming pool ought to be called the floor or the bottom of a pool when there is no water in it.
Right.
But I'm not even going to ask her the question yet. I'm just going to ask her if it's okay to ask her a question. So I'm basically warming Dent up here. And if Dent doesn't see it, I will message her. Somebody suggests that Dent doesn't post herself. Some people do have, people to post on them on social media for them. Of course, I don't do that.
Are we thinking?
I wouldn't even dream of it.
One of these jobs for later.
Yes, I do think that those will look. We've just looked at some food options.
Oh, wait, just talking delivery, really.
Yes, well, I think what we'll deliver is, we'll come on to that question after I've delivered this message to Dent.
Yes.
Hello, Susie, that's how far we've got. Gus says, can you ask Susie Dent if she ever went to Kent? No, because we can't start rhyming to other people that aren't in this community too soon. And also, the question of whether Dent has been to Kent is it doesn't help us with the key issue here, which is to do with whether or not the bottom of a swimming pool is called the floor or still the bottom if there is no water in the pool. So I'm just going to ask Dent to busy herself with that. I will say hi. I have said hi for you. If you get this DM, I wonder if you could help. If you get this DM, I wonder if you could help. So that's sent now. We have sent to Dent a personal message, and if we're lucky, she will reply.
Oh, wow.
Yes, I didn't go with, dear Susie, we have a question about bottoms. I wouldn't be surprised if Susie Dent does get some unwanted sort of lascivious stuff because...
Great word.
Thank you. But I don't think she'd like it. Well, she'd like the word, perhaps, but she wouldn't like the attention. So attention. So it's remarkable how many sort of fragments how many dent fragments you can get in, I suppose that's the phrase. Dent fragments. So what I'll now do is, just before 11:30, I will actually message her on the public timeline and say, hey, send you a DM.
Yeah.
Hope that's okay. And then, if she just still doesn't reply, I will use a private investigator to get hold of her phone number and call her up.
Who's the current host of Countdown?
Colin Murray is the host. No, actually, it's true. I do have his message number. I have his message number. I have Colin Murray's message number. The man is back from the dentist.
Oh,
he says to fill you in, although that's surely the dentist's job. Am I right? Thank you. So dental update. Back from the dentist, says Human Hairball. To fill you in, he had to do some work on 2 fillings, but all good, and I don't need to go back till this time next year.
Yes.
So, breaking news, a December the 19th dental appointment in 2025 for Matthew Collins. Massive band update. Charlie is at the home of a footballer who plays for Chelsea Women. That's both interesting and probably a breach of confidentiality. But of course I'm interested.
Personal data, GDPR, we talked about this.
We did. We not only talked about it, we crooned about it.
200 viewers on YouTube.
the viewer numbers are continuing to spike. The worse this gets. Well, no, I don't think worse this gets is right, actually. In a way, the longer this goes on, the more momentum it has. By 4 to 5 p.m, what they call the money slot, we're going to be absolutely. We're going to be like we will be popping off. Yes, Alex. Oh, 8 minutes to the song, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which is called You Never Know.
You never know.
Yes, you never know. So we're 8 minutes. If you've just come in, then it doesn't matter. We've covered this. Nothing matters. But if you've just normally come in, to remind you, we are 8. James says, why do we need Dent? What is Dent bringing to the table? Well, you're late, James, for a start. And first of all, but the reason James asks is because he's been to 24-hour shows before and understands that if we're obsessing over a celebrity, there is normally a storyline. And yes, there is a storyline, James. It is that Alex and I fell out over whether, if you remove the water from a swimming pool, the bottom of that pool ought to be called the bottom, as he still thinks, or the floor, or it could be both.
You're wrong, though.
Can I say something? Can I for once have a word in?
Okay.
Are you sniping about things that you're wrong, though, when we've already said it's up to Dent? Is what's wrong with this country and your generation?
Okay.
I'm sorry about that.
Any Gen Zers in the chat, he's coming for us.
But that shows you that I'm a bit of a soft touch, because when you say something like what's wrong with your generation, you're not then meant to say I'm sorry about that. Do you think we ought to do a bit of slidey again? Just in terms of the battery? Chargy, sorry. Yeah, but it can also be called slidey. Because
whatever you want, mate.
The sliding. Oh, yeah, because we're going to do, how can I have after 12? And so, we need... And I think I will walk around a bit for that, because...
we're going to have to. Otherwise, it's not the show.
We'll probably do 2 Yes, How Can I Help, because...
back to back.
Yeah, because we're currently generating... We're always generating...
We're going to make that happen.
Yes, yeah. Now, the slidey takes a bit of time, but we know that there it is. There is a sweet spot. We found the sweet spot. Now there's a wobble. We've survived the wobble. No, I tell you what, it's very exciting, this. Sometimes there's a wobble. Wobbling. So we've survived the wobble. We've survived the wobble. We're charging again. I tell you what, we've survived the wobble. It's...
For anyone that is... fuck it.
Well, yeah, basically. So my phone requires charging via a magic box.
Yeah,
which,
it won't go through the slot.
A gentleman sold it to me for £40, and it's been well worth it, actually. That's because the phone won't charge in a conventional charging port, and I know what you're thinking. You're thinking he's gunked it up, but I haven't, because I went to a gunky place, a gunky establishment, and the guy de-gunked it, but he said, he used the phrase, I admit defeat. If you're in a phone shop, then high on the list of phrases you don't want to hear is I admit defeat. And I said, well, what can I do? And he said, you can buy one of these. And he sold me a power pack which affixes itself magnetically to the back of your phone and allows you to charge. And what I normally do is, at night, and I don't want to give too much away about my personal life, but at night I like to have a good old sleep. And while I'm doing that, my phone is guzzling up the juice from this power pack. Oh, yeah, sorry, personal data. Oh, well, sometimes I sleep. So, for this stream, the stream is a word for sort of a long television broadcast like this.
Television.
This is on television? Yeah, oh, sorry, while you're out in the room, we've got to deal with Eurosport.
Oh!
So they're showing this instead of the snooker now.
Hendry's going to... Can we get Hendry in on this?
Well, especially... Well, I do a podcast with Stephen Hendry,
I mean,
you're well
if
aware.
there's anyone that would pick up...
If there's anyone that would be confused by what was going on here, it is snooker, 7-time snooker world champion Stephen Hendry, yeah. Would be good publicity for the pod, though. I don't think... well, maybe try Hendry in the afternoon. I wouldn't mind saying hello to him, but there'll be people here who are too young to even... But it doesn't matter. If I just tell you someone's famous and they come on the stream, then you'll just make a fuss. We've had people in the 24 hours shows that no one knew that from a bar of soap, and people still made a fuss. We've had the Mayor of Melbourne. We've had Gillian Anderson. I could go on. We had Bob Geldof on the phone. None of those things will happen today, or will they? Anything can happen. Well, you never... Actually, a good phrase for life is, you never know. And that's a phrase which is the subject of a song in about 4 minutes. After the half of the hour, I am finally going to read a bit from my novel. Just a small bit, bigger bit to come in the afternoon.
So we're saying that at 12?
Quinn,
oh, no.
I don't know him from a bar of soap is actually a phrase which Australians use. Almost everything you can say is a phrase which Australians use, though, because the Australians love to do all sorts of business with words. So after the song, then, we'll do an update on whether Dent has replied to the DM. Spoiler, though, I can see my DMs and she hasn't. But a lot can change in 4 minutes. Yes, I can remember the snooker action. Yeah, I can still remember Nemo jockeys, even if other people can't. No, don't worry. You've not missed the animal sneezing segment. What animal has sneezed on you is still very much a live topic, and we're starting to see why. I'm not on daytime radio because I don't think I ever would play a song. I would just keep this sort of thing going. And I'm a guy who loves songs. I'm always on about music, but I do think
talk radio.
Ooh. Talk radio, yeah. But talk radio tends to really piss me off because there's no music. So I don't know. I think if I was on LBC, the first thing I say is, "Hello, I'm Mark Watson. I fucking hate this platform." And also, it's not even called a platform. On the radio, it's called a station.
Guys, don't clip that.
Also, if you're on a train, it can be a station. Yeah. But what you were out of the room when I was saying I think I should be on the radio. And once I tried out for a radio station, but they chose one of my contemporaries. Anyway, that was 10 years ago though, so it's fine. But it's time I was on the radio because look at this. Yeah, exactly. It's exactly what Chris says. Chris Jones. The radio is mainly talking and songs and stuff. And I know loads of songs, and I can sing songs, but also I have. Well, I've got loads of music that I own, but actually, if you're on the radio, you probably don't have to bring it, do you?
No.
They'll have it there.
You don't even get a choice, they just...
I think that depends on the station. Certainly on 6 Music, which we listen to, they...
they choose?
Well, quite often they curate the playlist quite a bit, don't they? But you're right, a lot of commercial radio has very, very... I'm sorry to be serious for a minute, but a lot of commercial radio has very, very... Oh, I'm not going to finish that because Holly is here. Hi, Holly! Morning! You're in Florida. But you know that. You must know that.
Oh, and Japanese Nathan.
Yes, we've just gained Holly and Japanese Nathan. You don't think of Japanese people as being called Nathan that often, but that's because you're making racist assumptions. I don't mean you, Holly, but I am still.
I love that he owns it. That is his personality. That is Japanese Nathan.
Now, Holly, you've joined us at something of a busy moment. We're 1 minute away from a song called "You Never Know" by Matt, which I'm also going to be appearing on. Actually, I'm appearing heavily in this stream. We recently contacted we recently contacted Susie Dent, I was going to say, but her name is actually Susie Dent, but I almost said Judy Dench again there. Okay, there's a long-running problem where I've got where I can't say Susie Dent without also saying Judy Dench, so that's come up in the past couple of hours. It's not something I knew about my personality. I'm allowed to roll my sleeves up, as is everyone. Holly, roll your sleeves up, please, but you're in a hot country, so you might not have to. Yes, we are going to... Don't you worry, Tony. Tony's in charge of Susie Dent, so to speak, and yes, we are... Hey, we've got 2 new subscribers on YouTube. We've only left... Thank you. We've got new YouTube subscribers. We're now late for Matt's song, but that's okay.
Like and subscribe, guys. Keep interacting with the content.
Oh my God, I can't say it enough, and I've not said it once yet. Interact with the flipping content. Also, Holly, I'm hoping to be on the radio full time because I enjoy this sort of thing and I like music and I like talking, so I don't see why I shouldn't be. Also, Matthew went to the dentist, but he escaped without too much problem. He hasn't got to go back till this time next year. Charlie has driven the van to somewhere where a Chelsea footballer lives. There's only one van, but there's more than one toilet, and there are people all over the world. There are people all over the world, and actually you, Holly, are a straight up and down example of that, because you, I can't emphasise it enough, are American. And if you are also American, this is the sort of thing they do on the radio, we'd like to hear from you. If you're American, keep them coming, start them coming, let's be coming. Who's American? And the reason I'm asking this question, Michelle also went to the dentist today. So that's at least 2 people here. At least.
It's the dentist day.
It's dentist day. Sometimes people like to. Oh, this is interesting. Someone else has joined, also called Holly, and thought that it was as if I was addressing them. But
Shit,
you're a long way from being the only Holly in the world. There's you. There's Holly Willoughby. There's Holly Higgins. And that's just off the top of my head. And that was quite impressive, actually. That's just off the top of my head. And that was quite impressive, actually. But that wasn't a problem with the stream. I just said the exact same thing twice because I felt like it. I can actually do it. Yes, begin it coming. We've coined the phrase "begin it coming," and also Holly, and this is important. Nobody is to. Well, both of the Hollies. It is important not to murder anyone.
3 new subscribers.
We've got 3. We've gained 5 subscribers on YouTube in the time I've been doing this horse shit.
That 3 episodes.
That shows you that we. Yes, it shows you that all Alex's work building my platforms is meaningless. Because what people really want on the internet, as if we didn't already know this, is a stream of shit. And that is exactly what I have undertaken to give you. And we're now 2.5 hours in. Still, Conley is still American, still here, and hasn't murdered a bloody person. I think you are very. And I'm going to speak in American for a bit. I think if you haven't murdered anyone, you're a very ethical ass person. If you've not spoken to Americans, they like to put ass as an intensifier. For example, that is a big ass problem, or it is disturbing ass to think of the end of the world. Now.
That's not very good.
No, you can't do that. You can't say something is, for example, spherical ass. Or at least you can't say it. Your song's late, mate, and that's because of me. You can say something like a blue ass sky, but I don't think you can say the sky is blue ass, can you? Can you? If you're American, can you help us with the ass thing, please?
We'll not bring this up with Susie.
And also, no, we'd be wasting Dent's time. It would be an unbelievable use of Dent's time if we ask her about ass.
Where does ass factor in?
All right, Holly, since you're on about the attitude, what is the longest word you can still have ass? Because you only ever hear things like a big ass truck or like badass, whatever. Can you say, I have just completed some complicated ass equations, or this is a congested ass freeway? I said it in your language there. Thank you. I'm going to start saying thank you more. We are romping through the subscribers now. Yeah. Holly says the sky's the limit when it comes to ass. I see. So as long as I keep it within the right format, I could, for example, say the Middlemarch is a multifaceted ass classic of a novel, and that would still be fine. I suppose at a certain point it sounds too long and unwieldy, like when someone has a double-barreled name and you're like, you didn't need all of that. All right, and Michelle confirms there's no limit to ass, and I'm pleased to see we are back in the sort of tone which my online chats have tended to have as they go on. Yes, exactly. This is some transcendental ass shit. Well, I imagine we'll have some more horny ass chat later in the day. I don't like the word horny any more than you do, but I don't know if you know this. I didn't invent all the words. I just utilise them. Welcome to David Spalter. Welcome to Adam Skier. Welcome to Whoa Brian. To name just 3 people from the last 10 seconds. Yeah, whoa is right. You are watching. This. Unfortunately for you, you are watching this, and that's just how your life is going. And but what is this? You are watching live at 9 to 5. I'm Mark Watson, a sort of second-tier British comedian and author. Sometimes I do this sort of thing, normally just for half an hour, but occasionally for 24 hours. This is somewhere in the middle. It's 8 hours long, with 2.5 hours into it. I'm joined by you, Alex, and Matt. Shed Over Heel says, what have I done? You haven't done anything wrong. You've just joined a quite long, strange stream. Talk us through your decision not to wear a tie. Request Top Cat Brighton. I will talk you through that, but not immediately, because we're late for a song and it's my fault. Yes, you were watching this. I will be talking from now until 5. Quick FAQ. Is it for charity? Nope. Not everything is for charity.
The worst thing is
I'm already doing things for charity. My brother and my sisters have charity things.
We wanted to make it for charity, but I couldn't figure out how to make any means where we could have donate this amount of money.
It was difficult to pair all this up with a charity button, but yeah. I also will say, who is on the boundary between first tier and second tier comedian is a great question, Gareth. Ooh. But I don't think I'll wade into that until later. Actually, that's what we should do. We should do a late. Yes, how can I help? Where they're controversial questions, just like after the watershed, even though it's not really the watershed, is it? Because it's early.
11:36.
Wherever you are in the world, and whatever time it is, you're wrong, because it's 11:36 a.m. here, and we are in London. What I will say is, I suppose on a semi-serious note, if it sounded irreverent or disrespectful to say, no, this is not for charity, I do quite often do things which I do ask for charity donations for. Also, though, next year, I'm going to be doing things which is the opposite of charity, like Substack and Patreon, where you actually have to pay, but it's not even to charity; it's to me. So I will also be hawking those things after lunch. I'll tell you what, I'm quite looking forward to lunch and after lunch
and hawking,
because I'm going to just basically turn into a 4-hour hawking machine after lunch. After lunch, it might seem at the moment like I'm quite sort of amiable, happy-go-lucky, and this might have even given the appearance of being partly improvised. But after lunch, and we say when lunch is, by the way. Yeah. After lunch, it's going to be a lot. It's not going to be too much fun around here. It's going to be a little bit dirty around here. There's not in that way that some of you are hoping. It's going to be a bit. I'm going to tell you about a book, about a newsletter, but like a paid one, about a stream. It will be horrid here after lunch if you don't want to hear about me.
Pete Heats
joined. Don't worry about that for now.
Yeah.
3 more subscribers. The subscriber numbers are insane. We are now and I might as well announce this, the biggest thing on YouTube, like the most followed channel on YouTube. We've passed Mr. Beast, and that is my son likes Mr. Beast, and he'll be very pleased. James says you're not in charge of my lunch. And I didn't like the tone, and because of that, James, we are just in charge of your lunch. Everyone else can have what they want.
Yeah.
But
sorry, James.
So can we make a note? At 12, we will choose James's lunch. So that's 11:15 Dent. 12:10 James's lunch. At 12:10, we will all crowdsource suggestions for James's lunch. You are watching Mr. Beast, Mark Watson. I've been the same guy all along. I did loads of real funny stunts, and I live in a big mansion, and I know what Mr. Beast's house is like, unfortunately, because I have a teenage son. Yeah. No, Trish, you can have lunch whenever you want. If you're in Australia, you can have lunch whenever you want. Yeah. And that is true. Both now and all the time. Like, even away from this stream, if you're in Australia, you can always choose when to have lunch. There are some exceptions. Hospital, prison. All right.
Do you think we could get it to 11,111?
So, our subscriber numbers... This guy said this guy's still on live. Bad news, pal. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. And you don't even know the half of it.
We're in the morning shift.
But this is not even... We haven't started, pal. If you don't like this, you'll not like it a lot more in the afternoon, when it's going to get a little bit interesting. I'm sorry to hear that you're in prison, Trish. But on the other hand... you'd get a lot of writing and stuff done, I reckon. Well, I would. I'd be very productive in prison, but I'd also get beaten up, I expect, and I would have problems with some of the privacy arrangements. Sam Buckenshaw says, this is a rare example of a question that I will answer honestly and immediately. I see you doing hospitality with Bristol City over Christmas. Are you a Bristol City fan? Yes, Sam. Unfortunately for me, I've been a Bristol City fan for, well, I suppose you'd call it 35 years. And, no, 37 years now. I'm 44 nearly. No, fuck, I'm 45 nearly. Sorry. Anyway, for nearly 40 years, I've followed unsuccessful football team Bristol City. Yes, Sam. And on Boxing Day, yes, I will be speaking before the Luton game, doing a Q&A. I'm also going to the Portsmouth game, of course. I'm also going to a rugby match, even between those things. And a rugby match is similar to a rugby match. I'm going to 3 sporting fixtures in 5 days. I've been to... Actually, if you're a Bristol City fan, it's surprising you don't know that I am, because I get asked about it a lot, because we're not the sort of team that come up much. All right, it's...
Different James says he's had a small trifle for lunch. Are you mad?
I mean, small trifle for lunch. Yes, I do also have a favourite AFL team, the Fremantle Dockers, because Tim Minchin got me into Australian rules.
Read the jumper and the crochet. Mark hasn't... I'm looking on Mark's Instagram DMs.
Yeah.
I haven't seen anything yet. Don't know if it's been sent somewhere else, but... If
there are things that we can show, it is best to send them on Instagram, because
then we can just be like...
Exactly. Yeah. Welcome, Becky. All of you. Who's your favourite band? A Canadian band called the New Pornographers. Anyone else? Yep, it's all the same. Hello, Claire. My first girlfriend is on the stream. It was a long time ago. But it's very nice to see you. And I was going to text you at Christmas, but I still will, actually, if you want. All right, good. The thing is
making big promises.
Well, texting people is a little bit like having lunch in Australia. You can kind of do it. At any time. So, like, if you're thinking of texting someone, you can, and if you have their number. Do you think?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So, like, I can.
We've got a song to do.
Yes, we're a bit late for Matt's song, and in fact, Matt's song has been pushed back to now. So, it's time for. But the only trouble is, I've got the yips about the old phone. But mind you, we're doing quite well with the sliders.
Yeah, I mean, it went up 2%. And we put it back as soon as the song's
It's true. As long as we never get below 50. I think 50 is what we might call the yips threshold. Yeah, below 50, and I'm getting the yips, and you're getting the yips, and all of our mums are getting the yips. But above, our mums are yipping bad. Sub 50, your mum's got the yips. Above 50, your mum has the... I was going to say nips, but I don't know if she said that. I hope no one is doing a no context one of these. Like, people used to do that with No More Jockeys, and you'd see stuff and you think, I don't even remember saying that. And even when I watched it back, I wouldn't remember. People remember saying, me saying stuff on No More Jockeys, which I don't think I ever said.
From the minutes.
Yeah.
Strike it.
That said, if someone does begin a no context account for this, please do let us know. Yeah. Okay, it is time to go to a place
James,
I call...
we're getting to your minutes at 12:10, not 4:55.
Oh, hang on.
Come on now.
What's that? The minutes?
No, James's lunch. James, we will tell you what to have lunch. We will tell you what to have for lunch at 12:10. So that is actually not far away. Yes, coming up, pal.
Does a spider have a heart? For example, it's a good example of a much quoted No More Jockeys thing, which I do not. I sort of remember it, but that was the most pissed I've ever been playing jockeys. That second live stream because of drink, but also too many people were watching. We were all nervous. Okay,
it's time for a song.
And this is Matt Ryer with "You Never Know."
How many things are there in the thing? How long is a piece of string? How...
Start again. Sometimes backing singers do backing singer things, Matt.
Got it.
Sorry, unlike in most backing singers, I'm on a sliding chair, like an office chair. On top of the pops, you don't see the backing singers coming on chairs, but I can and will do that.
How many things are there in the thing? How long is a piece of string?
You never know.
Who did the advert for what's it called? Bing, you never know.
You never know, but it might be me.
Can you join two Wi-Fis at once? Can you grow more hair on your bums? Oh, Comic Sans implies a comic stat with serif fonts. You never know. 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 You'll never know. Go.
bloody talking.
Now we're
eh?
cooking with
Goodness
I think
me.
also when they do it on top of the pots,
Yeah.
the artist knows there's going to be a backing singer sliding in.
Yeah.
They've prearranged it in practice.
Yeah, the crucial difference between me and a normal backing singer is they've normally been hired to do the job, whereas I've appointed myself a backing singer
been
during the
there.
show. Yeah.
Expertly done.
I might as well say that since I'm
Nope.
no, but sexpertly done. I like when sex doesn't go that well.
I wouldn't know.
We're just trying to survive wobble. We're trying to survive wobble. We have survived the wobble. We are back charging, and actually only 15 minutes to go until well, the oldest thing there is, noon. Once we're at noon, we will be unbelievably 3 hours down, and you start to you maybe some of you, not being funny, woke up and thought 8 hours, that's going to be impossible. But once it gets to 3 hours, some of you sane people with like low moral fibre will start to be like, possibly this is, the wobble's gone again. But it doesn't. We're at 62%. I don't think anyone panics. I don't think anyone panics.
Wobbling.
Actually, Alex, the whole desk is wobbling now. The cradle is wobbling. We've not had that happen before.
Ah.
Everything is now wobbling. Chrissy points out that morning is slightly older than noon. Suppose so, but then the noon before that was older than that, wasn't it? And actually, I have said this before, time is a strange thing. And my next novel is going to be about time, interestingly. But you don't need to worry about that, because we've not even gotten to this new novel yet. So by next novel, I mean the one I'm now writing. The novel I'm going, I was meant to do a reading. We'll do the reading afternoon. We'll do the reading afternoon. I think, actually, afternoon is interesting. But the charging was so good.
Framing.
Fair play. He's changed the framing while maintaining the charging. You've done framing and maintaining, and you do not deserve maiming. That's what I will say. But I think everyone doesn't deserve maiming.
It was a lot of crotch.
Oh my word, yes it was, wasn't it? Right, half a minute ago you were looking, I don't like the phrase, down the barrel of my dick. And I apologise to anyone who found that...
Someone unsubscribed, fair enough.
We've lost a subscriber. We were on an unbroken run of subscribers going up and up and up, but we've lost a subscriber as a result of either half a minute of my crotch or half a minute of me talking about my crotch. Who can say? All I'll say is, and I don't like to sort of boast and brag, or boast and brag, which was the original phrase. But I do think that my I don't really like the phrase, but my dick will bring in more subscribers than it loses. I've said it. So there we go. Now listen. Look, some of you need to start listening at last. Hello, Callum's name, but you didn't need to put Callum's name. You could just put Callum. The name is implied. I'm starting to think my username should be Mark Watson's name. I don't mind that, actually. Some people spell Callum with one L, but I don't think that's right.
Just want to say, some people think I've got a big penis, but it's just a load of bollocks.
Now, what you don't know is Matt texted me that joke a few weeks ago and I didn't reply. Didn't you?
Replying now.
Well, I'm replying.
Well, sort of.
I'm replying now to tell you I'm still not engaging with the joke. Yeah. Now, actually, Alex had quite a nice idea recently, which was
Did I?
that we should have a subscriber target and it should be a novelty target.
yeah.
Do you remember? So I'll just talk everyone through that. Top Cat Brighton is off. Well, let us know when you come back. I tell you what, if you've been on 24-hour shows and streams and stuff before, you'll know that a nice bit is when people come back. And we all remember them, and you say, "Oh, that guy." And it's nice when people wake up having been, asleep. And well, that's just very nice when people wake up having been asleep, because the alternative is they have passed away. But you know what I mean. If you say you're going to bed and then you don't check back in, I won't assume you've died, because I don't want to be walking around predicting that. But I will be pleased if you tell me that you're back. In fact, the more content interaction we have, and this is a thing about me, the more pleased I am, and Alex, and Matt, for what it's worth. I mean, Matt can have what he wants because of Go, but people like us are people like us are absolutely ravenous for interaction. And with that in mind, we're going to talk a little bit. In fact, we're going to talk for the next 3 minutes about my YouTube subscriber count. We started on
Leaving.
well, our net gain is 12 over the course of this. We started at 11,041. is now 11,053, and without wanting to be Pascal Fermat, that is a net, what we call a net gain of 12. You can have net and gross, but nobody alive knows what these things mean.
Yeah. Gross is gross.
Gross is gross and net is net, and there's no point in saying anything else. There's no point in saying anything else. There's no point in saying anything else. But I will finish I'm gonna keep doing this. Callum with one L. I feel the annoyance when people spell my name Glenn with 2 N's. Again, that is more common. You're a victim of your parents or whoever decided this having not given you enough N's as far as the public is concerned. I would say there's no wrong way of spelling your name, unless if someone said, how do you spell Mark? And I went B-I-R-D, that would be wrong. That bird is not, obviously, is it? Is it, Alex?
No.
You can't, right, so listen to me, please, all of you. Alex has a dream of,
I have a dream.
Alex's dream, it will not be as significant historically as Martin Luther King's dream, regardless of how it plays out. But his dream is to, but it is also easier. It's easier by far to get at than Martin Luther King's dream, which was to do with people being judged on the content of the character rather than the colour of their skin, something which we still see is a struggle for some people today. This, on the other hand, is as simple as this. We would like to get to 11111 subscribers, all the ones in one subscriber. 11,11 subscribers. If we do that, first of all, Rufus Wainwright will come in and sing his song 1111. And then
he'll add an extra 1 into the
yeah,
song.
because it'd be mean if it, yeah, not to.
He'll write a new verse.
But also, if we get to 11,1111 YouTube subscribers, you will unlock various exciting bonuses which we don't know about yet, including us. Yeah. But I've got some stuff I could definitely do.
There's stuff locked into
don't you worry, I've got stuff up here that I will only do if we get to 11 and one more 1. If you know what I mean.
It's doable. If you're on YouTube,
oh my god, it's more than doable. All you've got to do is, if you're watching and you're Mr. Beast, you send people here, and we'll see it shoot up like it'll be shooting up like shit on the shovel. Not even Mr. Beast. If you want to send people here to the, all you've got to do is subscribe. And by the way, it's not even that bad an idea to subscribe to my YouTube, because this is because I'm doing loads of
this shit,
yeah. And most of it isn't this time intensive for you as a viewer either. Most of the time,
sometimes it's just there.
You can
57.
There we go. We're not going to keep obsessing over it.
No,
but if we get to,
I put it in the corner.
If we get to all the ones by the end, obviously we'll stand on one leg, but there'll be much bigger stuff than that. And there'll be even bigger stuff than Rufus Wainwright. So just bear that in mind.
Yeah. Dent will respond to us, but only if we get to 11111. She's watching.
Lulu says, Lulu's back from therapy, brackets unrelated. She clarified it was unrelated on the way in as well. Well, you've missed a fair bit, Lulu, but people are taking notes, yes. The main thing is we're trying to get to 11,1111 subscribers on YouTube. That's not the main thing, that's just a thing.
It's been the last 3 minutes.
Sophia in the chat keeps asking about how you make the sound work on a PC or something. And anyway, I have no idea, and he doesn't, because all he does is go, and that's why he's in Mexico City, I expect, soon. But if anyone can help in a private chat, that person on the chat, because I definitely can't. Yeah, Lulu, largely you've missed admin. I've not done my book reading yet. We worked out that you could. We talked a little bit about. Oh, we had some syllabic admin, yeah. We've been in touch. Actually, it's about time for a Susie Dent update, but I once again struggled to say Susie Dent. Oh, yes, that's one thing, actually, Lulu. Well, anyone joining. At 12:10, we're going to dictate the lunch of viewer James, and that's because he was rude enough to say, you don't control my lunch, and on the contrary, that is precisely what we do. You're right, Lulu. The small talk days are a long way behind us now. The talk is only going to get bigger and bigger. Oh, I've also promised. I mean, promise is not really the word, but I've also said that after lunch I'm going to be talking about some things that I want people to buy or consume, or other ways in which I want people to pay attention to me. Also, I'm afraid it's true what Harry Dodima says. We have not yet resolved the question of what animals have sneezed on me. And yes, begin it coming is a phrase. In fact, it is quicker if you guys all recapitulate what has happened in the chat box, because I'm very busy. The chat box is not a box really, it's a stream. Matt did a really good song. I was a backing singer on my sliding chair. And recapitulate, which is what I said there, is an unusual example of a word which of which the abbreviation is recap. In fact, it's the only word I can think of like that.
Oh!
And
Jumper update.
Jumper update. Oh, we have a picture of the jumper, do we?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know how that's going to work, but we might in a minute be looking at the jumper which someone is... Oh, that's how it's going to work. He's going to do that. There we go. So,
look at that.
What's her name or their name?
It's Chloe. She's really
Chloe
into this
has
thing.
made that or at least...
It's going to become this, I think.
Yes, Lulu, I will
that
admit. So that's where the bar is. That's the sort of thing people are doing. While you're sitting on your bony arse watching this, someone is getting on with a bit of the old nitty. And if you are making things or doing things, we'd love to see them, depending on what the things are. So, no, if you're doing things, keep them to yourself unless they're things which you think, yes, exactly, Leslie, that is some epic ass jumpering. I would go so far as to say that is skillful ass haberdashery. Oh yeah, we're having a cup of tea at 12. Remember?
Are we?
Yes,
Oh.
Chloe. Someone's just reminded me. Yeah.
I'm out of oat milk. Shall I have to go and get oat milk?
Yes, get oat milk. Not for me. I drink it straight out of the cow.
Fine, there's one over.
I literally would if. But I bet you have oat milk, don't you?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, right.
Matt is a vegetarian. Everyone.
In
Aren't
coffee
you?
shops.
Aren't you?
Yeah.
Right.
In coffee shops, they sometimes say, "Do you want normal milk?" And it's like,
They do. It's quite.
Yeah.
It's quite a dairy
That's
normative.
respect.
That,
what's a
isn't
bit
it?
more normal than getting that milk out of a cow?
It's quite dairy
That's
normative.
normal. For me and Mark, that's bloody normal.
Yeah, you might make a case there's little less normal than going up to a cow and saying, "What have you got in there? I'll have some of that, please." And yet here we are. What is normal? So much of it is about perspective. And that's why we have things like art and talking. Right, it's nearly the 3-hour mark. We're about to celebrate 3 hours together on this stream. Not, as you might think, at noon, but at 1 minute past noon. Yeah, Lulu, an example of the sentence "begin it coming" in context is, well, it's basically, if you want to say, I say keep it coming. It was
Milo made this as well. Just it says "begin it coming."
very good. That's
Very
very nice.
good.
Thank you. And
Lovely.
if somebody could actually make that in real life, I would wear it. So, for example, I said "begin it coming" because it was something which I wanted people to keep coming, but it hadn't even started yet.
Yeah.
So, for example, if you were talking to a band that had released 2 great albums, for example, Radiohead with The Bends and OK Computer, you might say "keep it coming." But if you were talking to a band that had just, hadn't done any music yet, but you thought they might be good, you might say, "Hey, begin it coming." And then when they made the music, then you can say "keep it coming." Or if you didn't like them anymore, you could say "stop it coming." So actually, there are a lot of, thank you, Matt, phrases with "coming" in, and not all of them are to do with sex, but not all of them aren't to do with sex. And in some ways, that's sex for you. 3 minutes to go.
We're 40 away.
Oh yeah, by the way, this is the subscriber count is skyrocketing.
Everyone's coming out of the woodwork. They're coming to support. They're here for us.
I don't know what's going to be more exciting, getting to 11,111
Or figuring out what we're going to do.
or seeing all the subscribers just jump ship again as soon as we go back to the real world. But that doesn't matter. Michelle says this is a lot just before. Well, she says it in an Australian accent. This is a lot just before bed, but I'm enjoying it. The thing is, Michelle, I know, but it's nice sometimes to have something to distract you before bed. Oh, Quinn needs a Waz. Which reminds me, I've not been to the toilet yet. A lot of people wrote me off. A lot of people said he'd have wet his pants by now.
You haven't really. Oh, you have been drinking. Okay, you do.
I've not been drinking alcohol. Oh, not ooh.
No, but like
Me,
You drink other
I've been
things.
taking on liquids, but I've got a very clever trick called sweating. So I think we're basically kind of in the.
Should I turn Mariah on?
We're in the. Yeah, maybe actually. We've got a heater called Mariah, and if anything, she's too proficient. It's very warm in here. But if you know, but in the winter it can be quite cold, and so sometimes you have to get a heater. But actually, you never have to get a heater. In a way, getting a heater is a bit like having your lunch in Australia or texting someone. You don't have to do it, but you can and you should. Lulu says you can't sweat piss. You watch the second half of this, Lulu. Let's see, shall we? I hear a challenge coming.
Again, we'll not ask Susie Dent about it.
No, we will not ask Susie Dent. And by the way, it would be odd at the turn of the hour if we didn't have a Dent update. And the Dent update is, I'm afraid, it's al dente in the sense it's not as nice as if it was properly cooked. And by that I mean she has not replied. And I'm afraid, without further ado, I am going to now text her in the public, and by that I mean Bluetooth her, and by that I mean blue sky her in the public, and by that I mean on the public timeline. So, but we'll do that at 2 minutes past 12, because at 1 minute past 12 we're going to mark the turn of the hour, and until then we've just got to generally I don't even start messaging Dent at 1 minute before noon. That would be like quite weird. I think that'd be quite weird.
Bang on 12.
Yeah.
I've had this in the books for a while, Susie.
Mayan has already done a cover version of one of the songs. We'll play.
What?
Will we play that in? I guess you can play it on the YouTube, can you? Or use Bluetooth, do what not. This is not for charity.
I might be able to close it out with something like that on the YouTube at the end of the stream.
Sometimes I'm glad that it's not for charity, actually, because then people will be expecting something
that's
good.
What you do.
Well, just because there would be some sort of pressure there. Whereas nobody has to watch this, and we're not giving anyone anything. There's no transaction here. It's just we're all trying to live our lives, you and me included. Well, all of us. I said all of us. If you say all of us, that pretty much covers it. You don't then have to go through everyone's names. We're 1 minute away from the turn of the hour, and as usual, Matt has got something pretty special musically lined up for that. He'll be surprised to hear. But it doesn't have to be a song, we'll just do a jingle, I think. Otherwise we have to move the old kit and caboodle all over again. Rosie at home didn't realise that she doesn't have to watch this. No, you don't. No, it's...
Don't tell him that.
Yeah, actually...
Yeah, you do.
Now you do. If you hadn't started, it would have been fine. But now you've come over, it would be. I'd be sad if you left, and that is actually true because we're always looking at the numbers. We're all about numbers. We're all about numbers, and in the second half, we'll be even more about numbers. It all goes to money. Yes, remember that. There was once. I'd
love to know that.
Well, basically, we did I did one of these comic relief. It was 27 hours. I could never remember what it was for. No, it wasn't the comic relief. Most of these things have been for charity. Anyway, I once did one and I was getting tired and I said it all goes for, and in the end I said it all goes for money. It all goes to money. And then for about 15 hours I just had to say that. During the comic relief one I couldn't think what it was for, so I just said someone will buy a goat. And then again it became that. Look, I'm a guy just like a lot of you, and I know noon when I see it, and we've had it. We are currently having 1 minute past 12. We're now having 2 minutes past 12, and I would like you, if you're watching this, to next time you ask someone the time, say what time are we having. I think it's about time that we started to say we are having 4 o'clock, and there's no way you don't see these changes in society unless you make them. So we are having 2 minutes past 2, which means we are into the 4th hour of this I think actually excellent, very entertaining stream. And so without further ado, because I'm not someone that really does ado.
We've ran past the hour. We've got to be quick.
We have, so actually we're late now. What's happening in the next 20 minutes, asked Noah. I think
we're dealing with James.
Yeah, we're dealing with James's lunch, Noah. So why don't you get in the shower, and then Noah, when you say you're back, we'll do this book reading.
Cool.
Finally. It is time for 4 hour hype. Well, no, 3 hour hype, but Michelle confused me. It's we've been doing it for 3 hours. 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 Yes, drop the heart. Drop the hearts.
Hearts for Matt Ryer. Matt Ryer hype in the chat.
Drop some hearts for Matt Ryer. Drop some hearts for Alex.
Wow.
Drop some. No, you can have some hearts dropped.
Alright.
It's free.
Alright.
It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean they love you, although I think people do love you here.
We don't. I don't know.
Are you singing Ask Sparrow Baby? If you have to ask, it's a bad sign. I would say so, yeah.
We've done 2 songs already so far.
I'll tell you.
There's Dun Bin singing.
I'll tell you one thing, if you want, which is at the top. It's the top of the hour. It's top of the hour, and at the top of the hour, I sometimes like to tell you things. And I'm going to tell you a thing now, which is people always talk about the Taskmaster song that I did with Nish. You on the programme. So we performed the song about 5 times, I think, on the day, and there's a bit on the actual broadcast where I go, sing you do cool stuff, trying to harmonise with the final chorus, and that's what went out. But there was one version of it where I did that all the way through, and it overshadowed Nish, and it was definitely, I'm glad I didn't use that, otherwise history would be different, no one would like the song. It is the top of hour 4. Hour 4, I always think, is quite interesting, actually, because hour 4 is the 4th hour, and we're only doing 8 hours. You're not idiots. You don't need me to tell you that not... What are you chatting about?
Sorry, look. Someone's done the chords for Do Cool Stuff, so people can play along with
Oh, that's interesting. You can play along, you can perform my song from Taskmaster. Look at that. And there's a website where people are doing it, is it? Or is it they're doing something else?
Well, people have submitted their own.
Oh, that's nice. I mean, yeah. Interesting. Welcome to all the new people. It's time to... the firewall is off to negotiate with a pharmacist about a missing prescription. Can we all say, good luck with your prescription, please? Good luck with your prescription in the chat, because negotiating with a pharmacist isn't the best, isn't the most fun, I must say. Yes, descant is actually the word I was looking for, Bethany, thank you. But as we know, I am a non-musical man. Surprising then, that I'm always trying to do things like singing and playing the drums. It's the top of the hour. Yes, we'll just continue wishing good luck with the prescription. And when we've got enough of those, by the way, a quick. And then we're going to message Dent on the public.
Yes.
Time.
Yes, we actually. That's about when we do it now.
And then we start.
Although good luck with your prescription.
Yeah, we're just going to get, because it's important.
Yeah.
Okay. Good luck with the prescription. Let us know what happens when you come back, either with or without the prescription.
Do your best.
Well, I just think do your best. Do you consider yourself the Stevie Wonder of the comedy world? No, I think that the gap between me and Stevie Wonder is enormous. Yes, Quinn, I am saying on the public, and I'm going to keep saying on the public, and there's very little you, in your little ivory tower, can do about it. All right. Okay, it's time for 6 minutes past 12, and it's now time for me to message Dent.
Dent message time.
Yes, it's Dent message time. If you wouldn't mind. Message Dent. Do it on the timeline and they'll know it's what you meant. Message Dent. She can pay the rent. She earns a lot of money on Channel 4. Message Dent. I can also pay the rent, but I'm not renting anymore. Done! Okay, it's time for...
Hello everyone that just joined.
Oh, everyone, yeah. Sometimes it's talking, sometimes it's singing, and sometimes you couldn't really put it in either category.
We're messaging Susie Dent.
But what is important is we're messaging
Publicly.
Judy Dent, and by that I mean Susie Dent.
Yes. We're blue skying her. When the post goes up,
it's going on.
Drop a like.
You'll see it. You'll see it. Drop a like. Yeah. Drop a like. Is it these days? Drop a like.
Slap a like on it.
Swap me a like when you see Judy Dent receive this letter, if you wouldn't mind. What do you mean you're not putting it on BBC One yet? This is. Lulu says ignore the email. I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you. Will do. You obviously wonder about that. Okay, Susie. DM'd you about an urgent word matter. Hope you see it. So I'm falling short of actually asking her for, because I'm not going to ask Dent about my word problem.
There's no hello.
Hello, you're right. We'll start with hello. It doesn't kill you to be polite, does it? And actually, it can kill you to not be polite. For example, if somebody comes up with a gun, you should say, please don't shoot. Because, again, manners cost nothing.
Go, all right,
exactly. It's worth a try. It's worth a try. Anytime someone might kill you, it's worth a try to get them to not. And I would advise the politest possible register in that eventuality.
I need to make a tea.
Yes! Bloody hell, mate. I thought you'd never ask.
All right, 2 minutes. You've got to deal with James. You've got to post this thing now. I'm going to go get oatmeal.
100%.
If I miss James's meal choice, I'm going to be sad.
No, don't worry. James's meal choice we're going to get a good 20 minutes out of because it's got to cover Noah's shower so that I can do the reading out just after 12:30. Don't you worry. I've got plans. They're multiplying, as the old song goes. Haven't sung 9 to 5 yet, but again, no point in theory. Okay, I'm now. If you wouldn't mind, everyone, I'm just actually. Quinn has oat milk, so Alex doesn't need to go. If you could just pour it into your phone, please, Quinn, and let us know when that's coming, and then it'll come out of our laptop. Sort of like.
I know it's all just fun and games, but when you get tech wrong, it is actually offensive.
Well, in that case, that's really bad news. Do you still talk to the Mock the Week crew? No. Oh, I do if I see them. Yeah, there were some nice people in Mock the Week. But anyway, we'll get on to questions. Don't you worry about that. We'll get on to questions. In fact, I've still got a load of yes, how can I help questions, as well as, but there's a lot of content we've not even got close to yet. The milk's on its way through the tech. I still am just trying to finish this thing for Susie Dent, and then James, if you're there, we'll get We'll see if you're there first. James, are you still there? Because it's time for us to decide what you're having for lunch. Someone says you're out of sync, but I think they just mean when we sing, and that's probably because music is very difficult to do on. Well, music's very difficult to do. Full stop. Music is bloody difficult to do. If you ever talk to Paul McCartney and you ask him, is it easy to do it? He'll be like, nah. Although for him, actually, I guess it is quite easy to do because he's very good at music. Funny old thing, isn't it? Some people are good at stuff.
I dreamed yesterday. I just dreamed it.
McCarthy? No, McCartney.
McCartney, yeah.
Paul McCarthy, more like. Right, right. I have to finish this message to Dent, and then we got to get on with James's lunch if James is there. James, if you're there, and I might have already missed it, please. Right, good. That's not what. Oh, what does she mean then? Maybe we do often have things, by the way, on these streams where a lot of people are saying it's out of sync.
Try a clap.
Interesting. I wonder, it might be that I should hold the phone again. I worry that the cradle is doing it. Let's experiment.
If not.
Several people have said it's gone out of sync since.
Does it fix if they restart and kill the app and join again?
Yeah, it might be that you need to leave and join again, or it might be that you need to throw your phone in the river and get it out. Definitely, a lot of people are complaining about the sync. Yeah. Although not on YouTube apparently, just on Insta. So it might be best if everybody just went over to YouTube for a bit. Does it concern you how many people are taking you with them when they go to the toilet? No, if anything, that's a market I'd like to get into. When you think how many people are going to the toilet out there, it could be huge for me.
It's most people.
It says it's a fraction behind, but other people say leaving and joining works, but other people... But to be honest, we've had this quite a lot. Every time I do a live at 5, someone says like there's no audio or there's no boardio or whatever, but you normally get it back. I am going to remove the phone from the cradle though.
Even though my expert advice.
Yeah, because if I start listening to you can't be listening to people all the time. God, the phone is as hot as Billio. The phone is very hot now.
This reminds me of when my uncle got a new printer and he got new broadband and he was worried his printer wasn't fast enough.
Yeah.
Broadband.
I mean, to be fair, Milo's got a point. This can just be what happens on the internet. Okay, so we're now hearing we're slightly out of sync on Instagram, and things are fine on YouTube. Oh, hi, Holly. Well, of course you have to go to work. You're just a person. You got to earn a buck, like everyone. See you whenever you check back in. Now, important. James can't make it to a shop and doesn't have much in, so. He says, this is regarding James's lunch, of course, which we're going to dictate. I hope your plan is, I think he said chicken nuggets and noodles. Yes. Interesting. Well, we were going to dictate your lunch, but if you can't get to a shop, things are a little bit different. So I think what we'll do is... Gus has just said, how much Lego can you stuff up your bum? I don't think that's the time and the place, Gus. But nonetheless, I'll get back onto it. I would like...
I'd be too scared to do that. I'd be literally shitting bricks.
I tell you what, and that's now 3 of the 300 jokes. So yeah, listen to me. So we're now going to. Yeah, of course. I understand that the chat on YouTube is permanently out of sync with what I'm actually saying because YouTube is always a bit behind. So, hello, Alex.
Hello.
Just to update you. People were complaining that the Insta is slightly out of sync, like the mouth is talking at the wrong time. So I thought maybe I'd get it out of the cradle in case it was that, but I couldn't get it out. But I've also stopped it from charging. So
Okay.
so
I don't
everything.
know why that had anything to do with the creator.
No, because some creep in the chat said it's to do with the cradle.
So
and
is,
I
is
panicked.
everyone getting this, or is this
Well,
one
no,
person?
YouTube is fine.
Yeah.
But Insta is slightly out.
That's a
Apparently.
bit weird.
We've checked the cradle though, and it wasn't that in the end.
It wasn't the cradle. And the reason Matt's saying that is because Matt was really anti taking it out of the cradle. And when
Yeah, I think that was for the
when I
best.
did
Now,
it,
now we've dislodged.
yeah, but I haven't even finished messaging Dent because of YouTube.
It's
Pricks.
still.
Yeah, well, of course I am.
Nothing's happened.
Well,
No movement.
No,
from
because
anything.
every time I try and do anything in this life, someone says something.
Check this though. I got.
Oh, that's
I got
good.
some of these.
Right, it's good there are mince
Hey.
pies. It is good there are mince pies here.
pork or beef?
See, look, the sound skips slightly when you put it on the cradle. The cradle, if nothing else, is a bit controversial. But I will also say,
It's mincemeat filling. What's that?
listen, at some point I'm going to have to hold the phone because at some point I won't be able to hold the phone because when I do, yes, how can I help? I'll need to read the
Yeah.
phone off my. So I think it's fine. What I will say is, I think everything is
67 though.
Oh yeah, the charge is all right.
okay.
The charge is all right, and the subscriber count on YouTube is now up to not entirely disgraceful, 11,078, which means that we are welcome, Mark Grimshaw. By the way, we are the worst. I suppose I make that 33. We are 33 subscribers short of being on all the ones, which means. We need one subscriber for each of the years of the life of Jesus Christ, and we will be celebrating.
That's nothing.
It's nothing. Well, look how quickly Jesus' life went. We think about this at Christmas, don't we? He was born in a stable, and 3-4 months later, depending on the year, they've killed him. And so all we need is that, but with subscribers. That's what I'm saying.
Matt, where's your mug?
Quite a few people now, looking at the numbers, have migrated over to YouTube, but I will still be on Instagram. And I will still be on YouTube. I think I would say there's very little I can do, or any of us can do about the syncing.
Yeah.
So what I would do is...
We've been streaming for 4 hours.
Yeah,
we're gonna reset.
maybe we've just been streaming for so long that
Yeah.
the Instagram people are thinking, I've had enough of this. I wish this guy would shut up.
We're gonna reset.
Alex is going to do a little... Well, yeah.
What is it? It'll
Well,
be
I think
about.
I'm going to do a reading
45
just after 12:30. Everyone knows that.
Yeah.
And then we're going to do Yes, How Can I Help after 1 p.m. So then we will...
We've got to worry about James's lunch.
Oh well, now there is some news on James's lunch, but I still haven't finished messaging Susie Dent. Let's get Dent out of the way, all right? And if you're watching the stream, then that's good. But if you're on Blue Sky, have a look out for this message going into Dent. I'm super tired. Can you please not do anything very interesting for the next hour? I can absolutely guarantee that, Chrissy. Yeah, nothing other than this is going to happen. Okay. Dent, hello, DM'd you about an urgent word matter. Hope you can help. And that's all, and I've posted that. So for anyone that was saying I never would get round to messaging Dent on the public, I have done that. Oh, Charlie will not stop about the cradle. You can see why. You can see why people are. But the thing is,
Let me just check then. I'll just phone tech support and see if.
Oh, that's a little bit of physical comedy. He's shaking his head though. He's not happy.
No.
Dent is done, Lulu. Dent is done. Like Brexit, we got Dent done, and we are now free to talk a little bit about James's lunch. You'll recall that James. It's absolutely fine. I'm sorry if I accused you of banging on about the cradle. James's lunch is. I was hoping I'd hear from Tony. Thank you, Tony. Yeah, sorry. James's lunch. James's lunch. Welcome if you've just tuned in. James's lunch. James's lunch. So James's lunch. Yes, dent means dent. We have enacted a hard dent. Unlike some of you, like Sophia, James has yet to have his lunch. We said we would dictate his lunch because of some cheekiness. He was insubordinate. He said that no one could control his lunch, and I can. James, by the way, is here as Edinburgh's nicest boy. You can see him there on the chat. Now, the problem we have vis-a-vis James's lunch is that James only has chicken nuggets and noodles in the house. Hi, Louis. Just got here. What's going on? Lot to catch up on, but all you need to worry about for now is James's lunch. He can't get to a shop either, so James is pretty limited in terms of what he can have. I would like your suggestions for the most interesting way that James can serve noodles and chicken nuggets. Like the noodles could be sort of in or around the nuggets. You could dunk the nuggets. You could hollow out the nuggets and fill them with noodles. All I'm saying is, just because James only has chicken nuggets and noodles, it doesn't mean he has to have a boring old boo-hoo lunch. In fact, he's not going to have a boring old boo-hoo lunch. In other news, Lulu has been cleared to eat quite old bread. Exactly. Then I like the way Hannah Jackson is talking. Make noodles out of the nuggets and make nuggets out of the noodles, please. See, that would be lunch and also arts and crafts fun in one. Oh, hang on, and there is bread now. Big lunch update. James also has bread. So we're now working with bread and noodles and nuggets. Skewer the nugget on dried noodles and then cook. Yes, you could use the noodles if they are sufficiently dry as a sort of barbecue-style skewer. Similarly, try to stab the noodles through the nuggets, like you do with pasta and sausages. Lots of options here, James. If you still have a boring boohoo lunch, I'm going to use that phrase again, it's absolutely not my fault or the fault of these lovely people watching this. We've lost the YouTube comments, but I think that is, I expect that's Alex's fault.
Might be the
Yeah,
cradle.
it's because you can't start on about the cradle satirically,
Well, it could
but you'll blame anything on the cradle. You will. Welcome, Hannah. Hannah is watching.
Welcome,
Hannah has got a cold and is watching this instead of going to work. Okay, well, let's just. James, can you just let us know which of the options we presented you're going to pursue? So it could be some sort of sandwich with noodles and nuggets. Several people have suggested impaling the nuggets on noodles. Yes, we'll come to that in a moment. There's lots that could happen, basically, but I'd like James's sign off on what the lunch is going to be because we're going to want to see a picture of it.
Yeah.
After that, we can. Jason says, does he have staples like herbs, spices, tomato sauce? I think we have to assume James is only working with the very, very sparse ingredients that he's named, and those are bread, chicken nuggets, and your friends and mine, noodles. As soon as we have an update on what James's lunch is going to be from the man himself.
Send it to Watson Comedian.
Yeah, but also just put it in the chat for now, James, so that we can all move on with our lives. There's still suggestions coming in on the YouTube and on the public. Quick Dent update. I've got a lot of notifications, but none of them is from Dent. Oh, sorry. None of them is from Dent. There is no update. Thank you. I'm very good then. He started to know when to. I'll say what you like about this guy, and I actually will say what you like about him. But he does know when to start and stop playing, almost all the time. All right. So there, for example, no, that was the wrong time. But
Damn!
Most of the time.
69 viewers.
Somebody's put on the Blue Sky, this message is out of sync, have you checked the cradle? The cradle, the cult around the cradle is now significant. A reminder though, you can just listen to this and not look at me, and that would actually give me a break, and you must be tired of looking at me. Imagine looking at me.
You're getting a little bit subconscious. Subconscious?
Yes, I'm getting a little bit subconscious. That's what happens when you try to talk, Alex. Well done. Bloody hell, man. Guy just sits there without talking, thinks he can talk, can't. The subscriber count on YouTube is now up to an impressive 11,084, which means we are within 27 or something like that of
Hang on. 27.
Is it? Yeah, it is, isn't it? It is. Not something like that.
Maths.
Absolutely. Can I have maths hype can I get some maths hype in the box, please? We're coming up to 1:30 the hour, and when we know for sure that Noah is back from the shower, we will
I guess
I'm going to do a book reading, yeah.
Right.
There's been no new comments for a while though, so and sometimes that means that no one is saying anything.
Do you think we should try?
Well, occasionally this means that something's wrong because you can see them still coming in on YouTube, can't you?
Yeah, but that's just because it's behind.
No, I suppose it is behind. Yeah.
How behind?
I don't know exactly, and I have had this before. What if it's like?
See, we're not getting math type in this.
Yeah,
one.
we think we're not getting any math type. We think we might not be getting comments now in the box on
R1, but it is on the
R1.
public one.
Are you sure?
Yes.
But that's
because this is the one that's coming through.
But
This
in
is
that
just
YouTube?
from online.
That's all of it?
This is the stream. We're watching the Instagram stream through here.
We are watching the Instagram stream through here. Is the honest truth of it. In that case, let's see whether I can't see anything from James about his lunch.
It's synced up.
Everything is fine. I think everything is fine.
Basically, it looks best on YouTube.
Yeah, but it just means I can't
Maybe we should
see anything to
do.
respond
Should we do
to.
our little
The reset.
the reset?
We could be looking at an early
reset.
reset here, just because of some of the tech issues. Well, they're not exactly issues.
What do you guys think about that?
Well, we don't know, of course. They come
Let us know on YouTube what you think of that, because we've got that one. Can we get
Turn it
Matt?
off and on again. It's always the way.
All right, man. Turn it off and on again. Might just save the day. Thank you.
Saves the day.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Okay, we're gonna.
Right.
Will this
So
mean
on
we have to?
YouTube
Does this mean we have to do another reset just
Here's
before the
what's
end?
going to happen. Right. Yeah.
Here's what's going to happen.
So yeah, we're going to have to reset twice within the stream. That's okay. That's doable. Maybe we'll pick a time, like 3 p.m. or something. Around then, there'll be a second reset.
Second reset.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to switch the YouTube stream to the webcam that's doing the YouTube stream for a brief period. Unfortunately, the Instagram is going to go down until we can get it back up.
But
if you really want to 100% see what's going on in the room for the entire time, head on over to YouTube and we'll have it up.
Thank you, Alex. I would add. We will probably add on time at the end, like they do in football. So if
extra time.
if we miss 3 minutes of Instagram while this is going on, there'll be 3 minutes added on at the end, probably. I only say probably because none of us can ever say anything for certain in this life. We're now going to, so we probably do need some music for this event.
Yeah.
We're now going into the first reset.
I love the ending message for this stream was just okay, nudie nuggy toasty sandwich.
Yes, for the last 5 minutes, our Insta chat has been stuck on okay, nudie nuggy toasty sandwich. That's when I knew it was time to change. Here we go. First reset. I've got no regrets except for all of this. First reset. We can still see the hearts coming in. People can still drop
Great.
hearts.
That's something.
First reset. It's coming right now. Thank you. Thank you. So we're now going into a reset. The YouTube stream will continue to ensure there is no let up in the, which actually means we don't need to add on something. Not technically. We do need to. Okay, we're in a transitional period. Look at that. Isn't that
Let
funny?
us know if you guys can hear us on this end. Look at this wide screen.
It's
and then on
enormous.
Instagram, we're going to end this one.
We're going to end this on Instagram. We're going back in on Instagram.
Yeah. So.
We're now ending the live video on Instagram.
If you're watching on Instagram, rejoin in seconds. Just keep refreshing the page.
Meanwhile, normal service continues above.
Yeah. What's up, YouTube?
Hello, YouTube. So shall I look in there? Do you think? Shall I look in the Shall I look in the tube?
Yeah, look in the tube.
And hello, YouTube. I'm now looking at you for the first time. In a way, this was of course, because the YouTube is itself behind. Not everyone. The phone is as hot as William. It really is. Yeah. They can hear us. We can see. I can see YouTube comments coming in. Of course, I know that there's a lag, but we can see YouTube comments come in, and that means we know that you can still hear us on YouTube. Everything is fine. What's
happened in the first? I just want to post it. What's happened in the first bit?
Lots of songs and lots of other things. I think that covers all of it. Yeah. So Alex is posting what we've done to Instagram, so there'll be sort of permanent record of it. Everyone prefers it like this. People are saying, "Oh, the picture's nicer. It's better like this."
Well, good for you.
But there you are. Alex says, "Well, good for you." The thing is, it sort of depends on what you want from life. I think. I don't think you necessarily want to see all of me like this. I don't know if I want to see.
Oh, well done.
Okay. Right. Everything is fine. We are now. Yes, there are now obviously quite a few more people on the YouTube because of the situation. But again, to remind you, this is not some sort of end of the road for Instagram. It is quite simply
right back.
what we call.
Just waiting for the little post thing.
This is the first reset. Yes. Yeah. In a moment, I'm going to. Well, oh God!
Is
Now
that Jesus behind
people are now
you?
saying but everyone is on about YouTube being out of sync now. This is beyond my beyond my capabilities.
How can it be this? He's not in the cradle.
No.
If you mention the cradle one more time,
Don't
I
worry.
will be upset.
Don't worry.
Basically, I think in a way, don't worry. Like don't worry anything.
Because we're going to go right back to through.
Well, we'll probably start again soon anyway. Yeah, like, I've enjoyed it so far, but I do sort of. Well, okay, yeah, you can see the cradle at this point. There's been a lot of public clamouring to see the cradle. The cradle is here. It's pathetic, isn't it? All this talk about the cradle. You might think the cradle was like.
It cost a tenner from just like one of those shops.
You were imagining the cradle being the size of ET or something, and instead it's just like this. To think the problems that we've had over a thing as small as this.
Would you mind passing me the cradle?
I would not mind passing you the cradle, and the way you asked there was very respectful, I thought, and very nice. There you go.
Quick sip of tea.
And now people are more saying that it's in sync. I tell you what, if I never hear the phrase in sync or out of sync
or NSYNC
or the band
I'm
NSYNC again, yeah, I'll be delighted. I don't even want to think about the Backstreet Boys for a bit, but I haven't been so far either, so that's fine. Okay, so listen, we're now. Christ knows what happens now. I mean, I know what's meant to happen. Now. Yeah, but I don't know if I trust anything in my life anymore. So
cool.
We are now again live on Instagram, but we continue to be on YouTube, and we'll see what happens now when people rejoin. But quite honestly, so that interesting response to the cradle. Some people are saying things like, "Wow, I saw the cradle, I'm so excited." Other people saying, "Low key let down by the cradle."
What the hell?
Well, only because, like, by my own admission, the cradle was never a big deal. I actually think let's actually talk honestly. I think the cradle became bigger than it needed to be. I think there was too much cradle hype. Saying things like, "Wow, I saw the cradle, I'm so excited." Other people saying, "Low key let down by the cradle."
What the hell?
Well, only because, like, by my own admission, the cradle was never a big deal. I actually think let's actually talk honestly. I think the cradle became bigger than it needed to be. I think there was too much cradle hype for a bit, and it became, in a way, a victim of its own hype.
We're back in.
Yes, good. From now on, it doesn't matter whether you watch on Instagram or YouTube, as long as you don't mention anything to me ever again. But you are, of course, the original Noodle Nuggy Toasty commenter has apologised. You couldn't have known that those would be the last words we would see for only 15 minutes or so. In the same way as... news coming in. I have had a DM. I have had a DM on Blue Sky, but it's not. It's not
from Susie.
It's not from Susie Den. That's the thing. Sometimes. Oh, by the way, sleeves roll back up, please. It's 12:30, and we mean business again. So, thank you for all rejoining, and thank you for staying on the YouTube. And just in terms of how many subscribers we now need on YouTube, I've got one word for you, but confusingly, it's a number, and more confusingly, it's a number that consists of two words, but it is 23. We are 23 subscribers short of the magical 11111. If the cradle had been bigger, says Matthew, philosophical after his trip to the dentist, it might have been easier to charge simultaneously. Well, yes, Matthew, but if you'd looked after these, you wouldn't have had those two fillings. Life is what it is, and time, as I've already made clear, is also what it is. Just a reminder that at some point we must dial up Santa before he makes an appearance.
Yeah.
We're also expecting an appearance from a magician, not just a magician, the magician as far as I'm concerned, this afternoon. Quite a lot more. I'm not making any notes, by the way. I'm just this is acting. Quite a lot more to happen. Although a couple of people have mentioned my phone, my pen grip. I do have. Oh yeah, we're playing charades later during our Christmas party. Don't worry about that. Oh, we're doing charades, all right. And quite honestly, with the sync issues, if there's anyone mentions that during charades, we really will be in huge trouble.
Can we charade sync issues?
Now sorry, people are still talking about the cradle.
Oh.
But
We're over the cradle.
Someone else says that I don't know if this is relevant to you, that everything was in sync until we went. That simultaneously doing these two things is affecting the sync. Now I don't know whether you have an opinion on that. I don't know things.
Here's one
I don't know any things. What are you thinking? Because you're an honest guy that can think. What do I want for Christmas? Well, since you ask, I wouldn't mind a couple of nice jumpers. You'll know if you watch
Are they talking about syncing between
I
Instagram and because they're,
I
they're
don't
out
know.
of sync
Of course,
anyway. Have one or the
to
other
be
open.
clear, it will never be possible to sync Instagram and YouTube. So you simply have to pick one or the other. And also,
Yeah, pretty much.
Also, well, it's true, Leslie. I don't know things. The only exception to me not knowing things is that I do know everything in terms of that you could ask, and that's why after 1 o'clock we will be doing live. Yes, how can I help? The live how can I help will take questions which I've been given over the past couple of episodes, but I will also be I was going to attempt an actual in the moment yes how can I help. Right, so to be absolutely clear, the video and audio are out of sync with one another on Instagram. That is my understanding. Alex is off doing something with his phone now which suggests that he's trying to deal with the situation. Right, so okay, fine. So we don't even need to think about YouTube. YouTube is just where it is, what it is, and how it is.
I probably know what it is.
You know what YouTube is?
I do know that, but I also know why it's...
Why? While Alex is out, let's have a man-to-man.
No, but not with this attitude.
Yeah.
Like,
So I think basically
I don't think there's anything wrong with my attitude. Yes, Alex.
on my phone,
Hang on.
Instagram's a little bit out of sync.
Okay, but by the way, before we do this, Matt also had a theory, so it's time for sync theories. Please, can you carry on with your?
Sync
No,
theory.
it doesn't. Sync theories doesn't have a theme tune. I don't know why, but it just doesn't.
No.
Well, what's your sync theory?
No, go.
No, you started. You
So
started.
just from like a technical point of view, I've watched it in the YouTube, and that looks in sync.
Right.
As far as I can
Yeah.
see,
No, you don't hear many people belly aching about the YouTube sync.
them words matching up with that mouth.
Yeah.
On my Instagram, it seemed out of sync, but I was on data, and that could be a localized issue. Just double check that you're on the right Wi-Fi or whatever, and that it is you. If enough people say it, then yeah, maybe it's like a thing. But as far as I've seen, on the YouTube at least, it looks...
Yeah, I think
working.
if we've proved one thing in our lives, is that it is fine to watch this on YouTube. I think that much is without. I think that's out of all doubt. And also, as people do keep pointing out, it doesn't really matter because you can just sort of listen to it.
Yeah.
And as also people, and I don't want to keep being the person that reminds you that.
Also, people are going to watch this. I don't spend ages.
It doesn't. Yeah, it simply doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. And again, none of this really matters because when you think about it, there are billions of people. Like almost everyone that's ever lived in China alone is not watching this and never will know about it. Never will know.
If anyone is watching from China, let
yeah,
me know.
actually, we've not heard anyone from China. I think now we're at a stage where there's almost as much chat saying I'm not bothered about the sync as there was about it, which suggests it is time, and this time we will have a theme tune ready, to move on from sync chat. And therefore, without further ado, it is time for... I'll actually start the tune if you could work around it, Matt. Cool. Moving on from sync chat, 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 moving on from sync chat. Everyone! Moving on from sync chat, moving on from sync chat, moving on from sync chat. And can I have it in the chat, please? Chat. Moving on from sync chat, moving on from sync chat. Can I get some moving on from sync chat in the chat? On from sync chat, moving on from sync chat, moving on from sync chat. And now we've moved on from sync chat, and it's time for book reading. A slightly jarring segue, you might think, but I'm not paying you to think. It's
they're paying us for that.
If anything. Well, no one's paying anyone for this, and as I've already said, a good thing too. I'm just going to wait for a few more moving on from sync chats in the chat because I'm really enjoying those. It's not easy to do a sing-song on Insta Live, but this is as close as we get, I think, basically.
Well, I'm kind of gutted that I didn't get in a French cat reference.
I don't think every time someone says chat, we have to talk about cats just because the French think that's the word. Also, someone was Chinese probably still is Chinese. They said they were Chinese during it.
Let's go.
So we do have someone
Japanese native.
No, Japanese native. China and Japan are two different countries. If you look into the Second World War, you'll find out more about that. Well, the First World War actually.
We had sync chat in the small talk. We've done that.
We did chat at a sync, yeah. By the way, we're now, we don't want to keep banging on about the YouTube subscribers, but we are only 7 shy of 11,000, which will be a landmark in its own right.
11,100.
I think it's fair to say.
We've done
11,100. We're almost like creeping back into the, yeah, interesting. We might still have some sync chat, as in actual sync, later, yes. But for now, it's time for, strangely, a book reading. So I just... Oh yeah, why not? You've got like
you got to reveal the name.
You can't all. Yes, we're going to do actually. Oh yeah, you're right. I am skeptical when someone claims to be from another country because I just think it's weird that like I think it's. Do you know what I mean? I'm not being. I'm racist. I'm surprised that it's interesting to me that someone could be just like born in Cyprus and that just happens all the time. Like there'll be dozens of kids born in Cyprus today, and that's just Cyprus. And there's loads of other countries. I've already mentioned that, and there's people in all of those countries. It just makes you feel quite tired when you think about it all. And there are so many people that you can never know anything about them. Their names. In fact, there's a word for it, sort of sonder, and there's even a song about that. But no one in the world knows that song yet. That's a tease, isn't it? Apart from we'll come on to it. But it's time for book hype.
Book hype. Book hype in the chat.
Yeah, actually, can I hear some? And not many authors do this. Oh, by the way, Clayton Simps has finished the personal statement, and the advice on the personal statement, of course, was keep it brief, give them the beef. Yes, Mark, I'll never forget when you came from Blackpool to London. That's really, really far. I am genuinely very pleased that people in other countries than my own country want to watch and listen to me, and I'm equally grateful if you are here, by the way. But if you're in other countries, sort of, and especially if you're watching now in a dog shit time zone, I would like to give extra credit. And in fact, before we get onto the book, which by the way, we are close to now. There's not too much ado. I would just quickly like to work out who is in the most dog shit time zone. So I would like, and I'm talking 4 or 5 a.m. something like that. I suppose you'd be in the Western United States, is that? Yeah, that's right. Or I suppose if you're in New Zealand, it is now a dog shit time zone. When I say dog shit time zone, I just mean now. Who's currently experiencing the worst time to be doing something like this?
11:40, not great.
11:40 is late, certainly. I think that'll be Australia, most parts of the eastern seaboard of the Australia. New Zealand is now stupid late. Yeah, so 23:40 is Melbourne, Brisbane, Sydney, Adelaide and Perth slightly earlier, I would say. Well, Brisbane's different time. It's very odd what they get up to in Australia. I think Brisbane's the same.
It's 12:41 in Cobham.
It's 12:41 in Cobham, same as here. I don't think anyone is still watching in New Zealand. If you're watching somewhere like Japan or anywhere in Asia, Southeast Asia, it's evening now, but quite...
It's 4 a.m. in Seattle.
4 a.m. in Seattle is probably... You have won most dog shit time zone.
Well done, Low Fuel, you did it.
Well done, pal. You are in the most dog shit time zone. But you are in a nice city. I've been to Seattle once, and I liked it. So
and we'll be going back there, obviously.
We'll be going back there during the American tour, which also takes in Lafayette, Indiana. But no time to talk about that, really, because we're only 18 minutes away from the halfway point of the entire stream. I'm going to say that again, so it sinks in. The entire... Sorry, sink is not a word. It's a dirty word in these parts.
No.
So I'm going to say again, we are 18 minutes away from the middle of the entire thing. So after that point, I suppose 19 minutes because of the... Yes, and Austin Tech. Actually, I really want to go to Austin. I want to go South by Southwest, but hasn't happened yet. And a lot of things haven't happened yet in my life. Or maybe not a lot, depends how long I've got to live.
Well,
as far as I know, I'm fine. I think I'm fine, feel fine.
I gotta plug the thing in.
I've been to South.
Oh, I've got to put the thing on the... I've got to do a balance.
Of course you've been to South by Southwest, you fucking traveller. And all because of Go. All because of Go.
There you go there.
Did you do a live performance of some Go stuff there on a stage?
Yeah.
Caitlin keeps asking me if I regularly talk to the Mock the Week crew. Not really, but I am still friendly with them, and I sometimes see Dara, and I sometimes see... Oh no, by crew I think they mean... It'd be surprising if I stayed in touch with the Mock the Week crew. Well, there are actually camera crew that I do remember from years and years, and I see them on other shows. We survived the wobble, and so yes, basically I'm not intimate friends with anybody that was on Mock the Week. But I remain on friendly terms with most of them. I don't see a lot of Frankie Boyle, but that's not because of any lingering animosity. It's because Frankie and I just have different lives, I suppose.
Yeah.
Well, all of us have different lives, almost by definition. Thanks, Caitlin, or Caitlin. Some people pronounce it Caitlin, some Caitlin. You're such a cool person and one of my favourite comedians. That is the sort of... I'd like a bit more of that, actually. Yes, I will read in a minute, Noah, but before that, I think it's time for just a few more people in the chat to say you're such a cool person and one of my favourite comedians. And when I believe we've had enough of those, then... I'm going to start, I'm going to get...
Oh, you've had another DM.
Oh, no, I think it's the same one. I just didn't
Same
open it because I could see it wasn't
Damn!
Dent. I'm not even opening messages if they're not from Dent, and most of them are not from Dent.
Yeah. If anyone knows Susie Dent, help us out.
Well, the trouble is, we did talk earlier about how I do have a phone number for Colin Murray who would be able to contact Dent, but I don't want to take the nuclear option. I'm friends with Colin. Yeah, exactly. If people are in other countries, you can't talk to them. Quiver's back from the exam. How did your exam... You don't always win. They don't always give prizes out on the... Can I just have a reassurance that I'm a cool person and one of your fave comedians, and then I will read from my forthcoming novel, although really only a bit. I've got a longer passage to read later. Thank you. Here we go. Here they come. Yep. I do love flattery. My word. Yeah, well done on your exam, unless you fucked it. But I assume that you did it fine.
What's some of the praise?
Some of the praise, it's actually, the praise is just...
It's just them saying that he's
It's just a few people saying you're a cool person and one of my favourite, and even most people aren't even saying that, but they shouldn't. You shouldn't say it if it's forced. No one likes a compliment where it's for. Quiver feels as if the exam went well and certainly hasn't failed. That's important. Very well done, everyone. Well, not everyone, just you. Well done on your exam.
My taxi driver was very excited that I was coming here.
Really?
Yeah, he was one of his favourite
Does he watch Yes, How Can I Help?
Of course he does. Everyone does. And after 1 o'clock, there will be a live Yes, How Can I Help? Where I'll be taking questions sent to me over the past few days and a couple of episodes. If you don't know what Yes, How Can I Help is, it's sort of like this, but loosely structured around people's questions. And if you had to express what anything I do is, you could basically say it's sort of like this. Even when I'm supposedly doing stand-up, this is really just like this.
It's even more like this.
But sometimes I produce things with something more of a structure, somewhat more of a structure. For example, novels. Yes, novels. The longest, oldest art form we have. Novels. Better than operas. Longer than text and WhatsApp. Quieter than music. Novels. Novels. Easier than fishing. Would depend on how good you are. I think it is. I think it's easier to write a novel than catch fish, but I don't hardly ever do
Where are
it.
you going with this?
I'm comparing novels to various things in order to set into context my achievement in writing my 8th novel, Alex.
8 novels and life after them.
Well, and in fact 9 novels if you count the graphic novel, which I do. And shout out to Oliver. I will now talk about the novel. The novel, and this is actually a reveal. There's going to be a reveal of the name of the novel. The name is only known so far to my publisher, literary agent, and a tiny number of other people. So this is actually this is quite a bit. And one of the very few people who knows has already forgotten. I told him yesterday.
Yeah, but you said under your breath in a Nando's. I mean, what am I going to do? I'm halfway through my butterfly burger.
I can't start thinking things don't count if I said them in a Nando's, mate. But there you are. There you are. You hear it here first. If there's anything that you want to say to someone, but it could go down badly, say it in Nando's, and they won't know. Fuck me, mate. Christ almighty. Oh, sorry, I'm eating chicken. I haven't got any ears. Leave me.
You said it across the table, and I was sat next to you.
Never mind you. The prescription. The person that wanted the prescription has come back with the prescription, and that is good.
Great.
Rosie at home asks actually what is quite a pertinent question, which is how many novels do you need to sell before you were considered an author before a comedian? The answer is I don't think it's possible for me to sell enough novels to do that, because I was first known as a comedian, even though I was writing novels first. I published my first novel before anyone knew me as a comedian. And in fact, I had 2 novels published before anyone ever knew me as a comedian, but nonetheless, people see me as a comedian, and I don't complain about that, because it is very unfortunate to be known for anything. But writing novels has been sort of my passion, I suppose. I almost didn't use the word passion there, because it's, when people say such or other is my passion, it's always just quite memeable, isn't it? There's that graphic design is my passion. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
There you go. Sometimes I know about a meme, and then I have to check with Alex because like it's just really good when I know about memes.
Yeah. It's about 2
Anyway,
years old.
I've always wanted to be a novice who's distracted by someone there who is defecating. That's the second time someone's informed me of that.
Don't tell us that.
Well, they put it on. They put it down.
That's what I'm
they
saying.
put it
Don't
on-
tell us.
I can't stop people telling us anything. This is
I'm having
this
a
is
shit.
pretty safe space. The novel then.
Great.
Well, first I'll tell you what. Now I'll tell you what we'll do. We're gonna do the reveal of the name. But we should build up. We do need a sign. You write to a sign for the reveal.
Am I revealing the name, or am I just putting novel name?
It will just say
reveal?
novel name reveal.
Okay.
So we're now starting to get a sense of when this book reading is going to come.
Tomorrow.
There will be a novel. I'm going to from now until 5 minutes to 1. I'm going to talk about what the novel is and it's about. I've just received an amusing WhatsApp message which I'll share.
Is that what it's about?
And then no, it's not about that. It's very difficult to write a novel that quickly. I wrote it a while ago. And if the and then between I'd say 12:55 Greenwich Mean Time and 12:56 I will be revealing the name. And then between 12:56 and 1 p.m. I will read a short passage from the beginning of the book. Have you still not had a wee? Asks Noah. You must not underestimate my stubbornness, Noah. During one 24-hour show, I went 16 hours without going, 2/3 of it without going to the toilet at all. I'm not saying that's a good thing to do,
Yeah, it's not a brag.
but you can do it. Also, actually, I've been 48 hours without going to the toilet, but that's because I was on the Bear Grylls endurance show, The Island, and I hadn't eaten or drunk anything, and there's definitely a correlation. Someone is in Japan. Someone's just joined from Japan. Hello, Corbin in Japan.
You should meet Nathan.
Yes, we've got Japanese Nathan. You'd love Japanese Nathan, I expect. Wonky dog forever. Imagine tying yourself to that forever, and you can never change that username. You've literally said forever. Hi Corbin, it's lovely to have a fan in Japan. If I had another 1,000 of those, I could do a show. You're in Kyoto. I've been to Kyoto once for one day. I was staying in Tokyo, but I went to Kyoto. It was beautiful, and I mean that. It was really beautiful. Kyoto is a stunning place. I'm going to keep saying it. Kyoto is very nice. I'm going to say it once more. Like Kyoto a lot, and Tokyo. My 2 visits to Japan have been very enjoyable. So we're 4 minutes from the new name of novel reveal. Anyway, the Wonky Dog Forever person asked if everyone buys the novel, will I be able to buy a mug without a chip in it? Sorry, just to clarify, yes, I went once to Japan with Tim Key and once to Japan without Tim Key. So that means the 3rd time I go to Japan will be the decider. It will be the clincher. Yeah, it'll either be 2-1 with Key. More complicatedly, Horn was also there when I went to Tokyo, but I didn't travel with him. Okay, I just travelled with Key. He was already there. And I think I've mentioned this before, but only obliquely. Horn inflicted quite a bad injury on me while we were in Tokyo, when he was fuckoed, if you like. Now, it's a complicated story, and it's not really fair to tell it because he doesn't remember it. Mind you, Alex doesn't remember the name of my novel, and he was in Nando's. Yes, it's Schrodinger's Tim Key, precisely. You in a sense, every time I go to Japan, if I'm lucky enough to do that again, I will always be either with Tim or without Tim, but it will be impossible to say, because by measuring it, etc. Yes, Wonky Dog is now famous. Wonky Dog Forever is something we can all get behind, I think. And yes, if you make a funny joke or comment in the chat, there's always an opportunity for there to be a delay. There's always a chance that the joke will be squandered because of the delay. That shouldn't stop you from chiming in. Very quickly, and I will take more broader questions as we go on. The kettle, yes, it was a kettle incident. Alex Horn injured me with a kettle in Tokyo, Japan. I've held my silence mostly for 5 years. Yes, I will be at the Chesham Comedy Match next year, which is on May the 10th. I have not missed one yet, and I never will. And when I die, they will stop doing the match because that's going to be in my will. Okay, well. 2 minutes then to the new name reveal. I'll talk a little bit. Yes, I did go on a bullet train. Thank you very much. Tell you what, they're fast. I'll say it. But then actually, all trains are quite fast compared with how fast you can walk. The book is about, as I've mentioned, the phenomenon of Deliveroo, Uber Eats, to some extent Amazon, the gig economy, the way that we are all perennially buying stuff, the way that the past 20 years or so, in the time I've been an adult, basically, society shifted quite dramatically from going out to buy things that we wanted to having people bring us things. That affects our buying, our eating, our everything. The difference, one of the defining ways that city life has changed in the 21st century, basically, is this culture of employing people to bring stuff for us without interacting with them, without paying them very much. There are lots of problems with it. The book is not really a critique of that, but it was an attempt to redress the fact that we very rarely think about these people. We very rarely do chat to a Deliveroo rider beyond the absolute basics. Sometimes you see news stories about the poor treatment of Amazon drivers and packers and so on, and you just, if you're most people, including me, you sort of try and put those things out of your head. And so for some time I've wanted to write a book from the point of view of a delivery rider. And the book is called, and this is a reveal, it is called 1 Minute Away. That's remember?
No.
1 minute away, as in your delivery, your order is 1 minute away. That's right, the book is called 1 Minute Away, and it will come out in July next year. Almost for certain. Published by HarperCollins, which is the same publisher as Contact, my last novel. So I'm gonna, I think it's now. I've never, of course, done it. Quiver stood up and clapped. Can I just make sure everyone is standing up and clapping, please? Yeah, thank you very much. And I'm going to even stand up and clap because we've had a new novel name reveal, and I don't think I didn't tell the publishers or anything that I was going to do that, but I don't think I don't think they would mind. No. They would mind if I brought the novel out without them knowing, but it's very, very hard for me to do that. They are extremely important to the publishing process. They have to correct it and staple it and all sorts. And actually, if anything, I'm simplifying that. Now, the book is so what I think I'll do is read you the prologue, which is the first bit, obviously. And then, if it goes all right, like if I feel like it went all right, I'll read a longer, more important passage. When the book comes out, in the run-up to the book, we will do loads of this sort of thing, like online readings, bookshop readings, online events. I'm going to promote the book quite heavily because I'd really like people to read it, and I'm very lucky to have a community of people who do sometimes follow my things. But I've had a funny thing, a funny message from Lulu, so we're not going to forget about that. But I'm going to do the reading. Now,
do you want to, in akin to the novel, do you want to pick what you want for lunch?
Yeah, but I think it's mayo. But also, I don't think I can pick it until I've done the. I think I'm going to have to read the book.
Let's do the reading.
Because you can't always pick your lunch until you've read from a book, and I don't make. I know why it is, but you can't. You will. Very quickly. Yes, it will also come out in audiobook form. However, and you may as well know this now, the narrator of the book is called Damir, and he's from Croatia. He lives in London, but he's Croatian. He's an immigrant, like an overwhelming percentage of the people who work for Uber Eats and Deliveroo and so on. And that's why I think I probably shouldn't do the audiobook, because it needs to be read either by a Croatian actor or at least by someone that can do a very, very plausible impression. And that means that reading it in my normal voice does feel a bit odd, because you have to picture the whole thing in a sort of in a Balkan accent. And if you've not met a Croatian person, just imagine someone else. We've established there are a lot of countries. Okay. So this is the first ever reading aloud of any of the novel, and I think we're going to do it. And then at the end, that'll have taken us pretty much to halfway. So we'll have an enormous celebration, like an absolute jamboree. We're going to go ape shit at the end of this. And then I'll read again.
Like 3 minutes away.
Yeah, but this is only a very short prologue. Yeah, because you don't want to give. Okay, here we are. Meanwhile, something to look forward to after this reading. James is not far away from having finished preparing his lunch, and we're going to hear all about what happened with those nuggets, with those noodles.
Send a picture.
With that bread. A prologue. Now, if I'm looking at the laptop, does it matter? I'm not directly looking at this. Doesn't really matter, does it? I can just read like this, and you just see it's still the same face, and this is still the same mouth.
You've moved nowhere.
Exactly. From the bar at the top of London's tallest tower, where I've been only once, you can see the whole city like a model village. Train tracks stretching out towards the suburbs. Streets that do not form a nice grid, as I imagine New York or Tokyo do from above, but wind around, run into buildings, seem to disappear into the river. Confusing if you're on the ground. A ball ache if you're riding around trying to find addresses. Every minute worth money, every wrong turning costing you. But from high up, things make more sense. You can see how the city works, how it breathes. If you were gazing down from that tower, you might think things are pretty much the same in London as they were 50 years ago. The cars are better and the lines of traffic are thicker, and there are steel and chrome buildings where there probably used to be low-rise concrete blocks, and everyone is carrying a phone. But people are doing what they always did, getting themselves to work, earning money, going back home from work. Under the ground, where you cannot see them, even more people are doing the same thing. In the sky above the tower, some of the luckier or richer ones are escaping the whole game for a little while, going somewhere else. So far, so familiar. But on the roads themselves, things are not the same as they have always been. Not even the same as they were 10 years ago. There is one massive change which would be obvious straight away to someone who had gone into a coma in 2010 and been brought back. It is that 1 in 4 people on the roads now is a cyclist or a motorcyclist with a backpack, and another 1 in 4 is a private taxi driver. And these people are not just working for a boss in an office, they're working for you. You click a button if you want a book, or a vintage dress, or a microwave, or more or less anything else. You get them to pick you up if you're out drinking and it's too much effort to catch a bus home. You select a restaurant, and one of these guys goes there for you and brings you dinner in a bag. The system is a fair one. You have earned your money, you pay another guy to ride to your house with a pizza. But it is even better than most transactions of the same kind because you hardly have to see the person doing the work. You just get a notification on your phone that says, your order is being collected by Damir. Who Damir Kovacevic is, why he needs the money, what he is thinking, none of this has anything to do with you. In fact, at the time this story begins in 2021, you can select contactless delivery and you might not see Damir at all. Whoever he is, he will leave the bag on your doorstep and ride away on his silver bike. Even if you do not select this option, he will hand over the bag as fast as possible and say thank you before turning away and disappearing. This is not just how London works now, it is how everywhere works. And do not think I am criticising you for taking part in it, for calling me over to your house. It is nothing personal, this system. That's why people love it. But we have to talk about what happened when it did get very personal. When it was not just about your food coming quickly. When the guy on the bike became a real human. For that one summer, at least. There you are. That was a book reading. And that also is the 4-hour halfway mark of the stream. And this is a huge... Halfway hype, please. Halfway hype in the chat. We are halfway through live at 9 to 5. And
let us know if you've been watching everything so far.
Yes, if you are, well, first of all, thank you, by the way, for listening to the book. Obviously, quite nerve-wracking to read your work aloud, well, ever, but it's very, it's that person that called me Diva is back. Well done, Diva. Thanks, guys. Yes, the book is set in the, as you gathered, in the summer of 2021, so the backdrop is the pandemic is still going, lockdowns are still sort of happening, no one is quite sure whether to go out, or not, or go to restaurants, and so on. A lot of novels being written at the moment are just kind of either set in 2019 or skip the pandemic or sort of pretend that it didn't happen. Understandably, because a lot of stories wouldn't work if you COVID is too complicated. But this is a book which takes place with the backdrop of sort of late COVID, and it is partly about this for that reason, because it was during 2020 that I started thinking about how dependent we were on these people who, for a while, were the only people you saw on the roads, pretty much. Yes, that's right, Michelle. To be specific about it, there is an episode in the book which takes place on the day that I met you in Leeds. Thank you for listening to that. Is it just me, or are there random purple lines all over the screen? No, you're having a neurological episode.
Yeah.
Are there? No, there aren't any purple lines all over the screen.
Oh, you know, I am getting some random.
I can sort of see what you mean, but I've never seen a purple line.
Yeah.
Yet in my life. See what you mean, though?
No, we are getting the random purple line.
Well, sometimes you get sync problems. Sometimes you get random purple lines. I'm not sort of.
Worst case, we swap phones.
I'm not worried about the purple lines. I'm actually, and that I have that in common with a lot of people here. Not everyone. There are people here who worry a lot, actually. And now we've mentioned the purple lines, it will be quite hard for you not to fixate upon the purple lines. The purple lines are very difficult not to. Yes, and suddenly we're all seeing purple lines at times. But again, I think, and I hate to go back to this catchphrase, it doesn't matter. And thank you, Caitlin. Caitlin says, it's fine, don't worry about the purple line. From now on, if anyone says anything that might be worrying, if someone can immediately say, don't worry, in the chat, that would be nice. Because it's nice to be told not to worry about things, isn't it? So, let's talk about what to expect in the second half. You are watching Live at 9 to 5. The new subscribers have dried up a bit, but we're still on 11,093, which means we require... 18 more, I suppose, is it?
18.
We're 18 short of 11,111. Coming up... by the way... yes, exactly. That is what's at stake. The message which amused me was Lulu saying... it says... If I die today and they find this on my wall, there are going to be lots of questions. And it's some of Lulu's notes, and it's post-it notes which say, there are people all over the world, begin it coming, and you can sweat piss. So there you go. If anyone else is still taking notes, please. Yes, actually, that's right. It's at half time, we should change ends. So if we just quickly walk across the room and back to... we don't need to change ends properly, because it won't work. Yeah. We're just going to... Yeah, thank you. And Matt, if you could move around a bit as well.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, and we're all just moving around a little bit. And you at home can move around as well.
Yeah, feel free.
You at home can move around. No, the book isn't out. If you missed the start of it, the book. I'm back on hustle. The book is out. Well, someone just said, "Is that book out?" Presumably because they were thinking, "My God, I can't help but want to buy it." The book is not out. And you can pre-order it. You've been able to pre-order it for some time, but but it's not been under that name or anything for very long. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. When it comes out, which is next summer, I will make a good old fuss about it. I can tell you. Yes, I think Andy. Oh yes, okay. At the same,
we're getting hungry.
We're getting hungry, and we're going to order food. But all of this is things like pastries. I'm going to get into the more, or is it all just that?
Like toasties and shit.
Okay.
Would you not want that?
No, I don't know. Well, I can't have
what
that,
you
but yeah,
feeling?
I could probably eat one. Hang on, wait. Yeah, I could probably. Oh, yeah, it's as easy as that. I'll have a turkey toasty. Yeah,
Yes, another turkey toast.
I'm having a turkey toasty for my lunch, and so that's. I say breaking news. Other people are putting requests in the chat, but it's going to be hard for us to feed everyone here. We've got 186 on the YouTube and 71 here.
Don't have
we need
those
250. Oh yeah, we haven't looked at the old James's lunch. Have we?
James?
I don't know if we've received. James might not have finished his lunch yet. I think what we'll do is we'll do sort of a.
I'm not getting James.
We'll do. We'll have a look at. So how are we already halfway through ours? No. Well, I've been saying this for a long time. Everyone thought it would take ages. Like it would feel like ages. It would drag. These things never drag. If you've got good people around you, and if you've got good people around you, that's what I always say. I don't ever finish the phrase though, so no one knows what I think of good people. But I'm broadly speaking in favour of them. Do you have root beer in the UK? Asks Corbin in Japan. Well, yes. But it's imported basically from America. We don't have a culture of root beer
It's
here.
bang though.
We do know what it is, and Alex says that root beer bangs. So there you go. We're now into the second half of the stream, live at 9 to 5. We've already done 9 to 1. What remains, you said it yourself, is 1 till 5. And also I've done some of 1 to 5 already. So the time is now slipping away from us rather than being something we have to surmount. There is now less time left to us than there was at the start. And I would quite like to hear now, and this is no disrespect to anyone who's just joined. If you've just joined, like Luke Davis, Journo, welcome. But I'd like to know in the chat who has been here from the start. It's time to take an inventory of which lifers we still have. Own up. And again, if you walked away but you can still hear it, or if you took me to the shower or whatnot, all those things are fine.
Yeah.
Andy says 11:10 p.m. in Brisbane. It's a slog from here. On the contrary, Andy, you're just getting going, pal. All you've got to do is push through to 3:10. 10 past 3 in the morning is not a time you should be worrying about being up.
It won't even be 10 past 3.
It won't even be. It will be 1 minute past 3, and that's absolutely fine.
Oh, I've got
Caitlin says, I have to be honest, I left to listen to Wham, but I'm back. Milo's been here, so has Conley, so has Hare. I'm going to give them all shout outs here. Curiosity, huge hype for all these lifers. Alex has mostly been here apart from, I quote, 3 small breaks to collect various items from some places.
I've had a couple of pisses as well.
Oh, you can do stuff.
Offense.
You can do stuff like that. Right. We do now have news on James's lunch. I don't know how good the news is really, to judge from what Alex is doing, but we do have it.
We didn't feed them through the nuggets.
Okay, we're going to now. Oh God, you keep forgetting about the YouTube chat. Look at this. That's fucking loads of it.
It's a shameless life.
Peter's been here. Tim, Rod, all these people have been here from the start.
JPhD.
Yes, just to answer Brian's question, the book is in sync. So if you're reading the book, it's all the words you can see are
No
the same
purple
as the
lines
words on the page. There are no
point.
purple lines. And if you listen to the audio book, it's me saying it rather than saying the next word each time.
Yeah.
Although you'll never know, will you?
You'll never know.
Fall of Darkness has been here from the start. Helen Baumander, of course, joined us from Canada because she's bunking off work. Foghorn Leghorn said, why didn't you go to the bar at the top of London to tell us how to do the reading? I would love to do a reading up there. And if you are watching, if you're connected with The Shard, and you can arrange for me to do a book reading in The Shard, I would like that. Now, it's about time to talk about what is coming up, and in a way, what's coming down in the second half. Firstly, Wonky Dog Forever says, have I stumbled into Hotel California? I did make this comparison a couple of hours ago, Wonky Dog, and you're sort of right. Absolutely nobody has to stay here, but you will find, and this has happened with 24-hour shows as well, you might find, and I don't wish to sound sort of Stockholm syndrome-y, but that you want to. As this goes on, you might find that it's difficult to leave because you'll start to think, well, maybe I could see the whole thing. I'm not asking you or begging you, by the way. I'm just predicting that a lot of people stay at these things for longer than they expected, and that has been borne out once more by this stream so far. Have you ordered it, or are you still ordering lunch?
We have
ordered our lunch,
d'oeuvres,
and it is now time to talk about James's lunch. Earlier, about an hour, in fact, almost exactly an hour ago, at 12:10, we decided that we would dictate what James could have for lunch, because he had arrogantly claimed that we would not be able to control his lunch. Oh, some more lifers. Hello to Anna Claire and Jason Roberson and C. McCabe. That's Charlie, yeah. And to all of you, if you've got this far, then you can make it through to the rest of it without a shadow of a doubt. Andy says, I'm waiting for the film of this to be made. And I've already put my name forward to play the part of me. But sometimes they want to attach sort of a bigger name or whatever. Now, James's lunch was constrained by the ingredients he has, as are all of our lunches, unless we use a delivery service. And by the way, between 2 and 3, which is coming up, I'm going to read a longer passage, which is sort of important. It's still quite early in the book, but important to the story. I don't always feel like a realistic you. No. James's lunch then, all he had to play with was, it turned out, bread, chicken nuggets,
noodles,
and noodles.
Apparently cheese.
And it does look as if there's some grated cheese there as well, which was not part of our remit, but of course James, like anyone, is able to play around in the kitchen a little bit. Yeah, Jack Whitehall's we've heard, has just got the part of me in the movie. I'm reasonably flattered by that, actually. young, handsome man.
Fine.
Certainly younger than me, and more handsome, obviously. Now, this lunch of James's. Well, we've got the image.
Are you guys ready? I'm not sure you're ready.
If you haven't had your lunch yet, this will either make you hungrier or quite the opposite.
I don't think it'll make you hungrier, and I'm sorry in advance.
So there it is. So there are some free-form nuggets, and then we've got what you might call an open sandwich, and piled in that open sandwich are... Piled in that open sandwich are nuggets and noodles and what looks like cheese.
And we've got a reaction to the sandwich. He seems happy about it.
There you go. There is James with his sandwich, and I mean his face speaks for itself, which actually anyone's face can do if it has a mouth in it, but that's not what I mean.
No.
His facial expression speaks for itself. Lisa's describing them as chicken dippers rather than nuggets. I think, Lisa, with the best will in the world, and I know you were in the legal profession, but we're an hour too late to be talking about whether they are nuggets or dippers. James himself described them as nuggets, and now Mark is saying dippers, and now we're into the whole swimming pool floor bottom again, because some people can't keep their fucking beaks out of the difference between nuggets and dippers. Now you listen to me for once, because it's about time. Chicken nuggets and dippers are different things, yes. And if James has got them out of a packet that says chicken dippers, then for sure James has missold the situation, and in which case the likes of Lisa and Mark are right. I didn't normally do inverted commas for Mark, but I'm going to from now on. But okay, fine. What did the packet say? What did the packet say? James, I would like to know. Well, I've given it away, really, what the packet said. Several people, on the other hand, are saying they don't know what chicken dippers are. A chicken dipper is and it's a shame that we spent 10 minutes on this, really, because all a chicken dipper is, really, is a variation on the idea of a nugget. It's more of a branding question than anything, this. Iceland, for example, sells a range of what they call chicken dippers. You can find chicken dippers in the freezer section of Tesco or Asda, but if you ate one, your brain would be going, well, this is a lot like a nugget. The people are now using phrases like "the fuck is a dipper." I might have sworn once or twice, they slip out, but I don't think we need to start swearing at each other over chicken. I suppose is my point, especially different but similar permutations of chicken and batter. Because if you start, there we are, dipper is long nugget. All right. Shut up, everyone. Thank you, Mark. Dipper is long nugget. Sorry you've lost some of your vocabulary, Mark, but you got it across. Dipper is long nugget.
Dipper
is long nuggets. Yes, Dipper is long nuggets. Thank you. It's 16 minutes past 1, and the news again. Dipper is long nugget.
What else is on the agenda?
Well, what else isn't on the agenda? Well, actually, most things aren't, but certain things are on the agenda, and it's time now to talk about, without further ado, those. Now, do we recommend me continuing to play this stream in the car or not? Again, a lot depends on whether you're proposing to drive the car or not. I do not wish any traffic accidents to happen as a result of this stream. I've been consistent about that. But if you find a way of, I don't know, also surely you want your sat nav. I think it is up to you. It is up to you. But please be safe. Please be safe on the roads. And actually be safe in general if you can. Be safe in the sky. Especially be safe in the sky. Bad news if it goes wrong in the sky. Oof. Anyway.
You'd make a good sat. You could do the sat nav for them.
Yeah, but I don't know the way.
Well, they tell you.
I suppose if they tell me the way, yeah. But then it's almost more economical for them to just look up the way. Yeah, but okay, fine. If you're the person driving, every now and again I'll give you a direction and you have to follow it. Left! Now, without further ado, there you go. Trish has driven an hour. All right, boaster. Well, I can drive for an hour in Australia. I know she's Australian. She's nice, born in Britain, Trish. Okay.
That's Australia.
That was
That's
Australia.
Australia theme.
Yeah, that was a very truncated Waltzing Matilda. If you've just tuned in, or if you haven't actually, so that covers everyone alive, This is I've just seen myself pretending to drive on the delayed feed, and it wasn't the best thing I've ever seen in my life. But I don't think any of this will be the best thing I've ever seen in my life. No. Oh, now Trish is saying she's born in Germany. God, man. Fine. No, you can. I've already said you can be born in Germany. I've said you can be born anywhere, and people are constantly. Listen, please. What's coming up? Well, we've actually not got through much of our planned agenda, so I would say we're looking at quite a packed second half. Firstly, what was the best thing you've seen in your life? Asked Quinn. You meant to say my kids when they were born, but I prefer my kids now to when they were born, actually. And I really like Australia, but that's a big thing. So I suppose I'll say, I once saw a conker that was so, it was so nice, but it can't be that either. So I don't know. No, I still don't believe anyone is watching the Democratic Republic of Congo, but if you are, of course, welcome. So we must crack on a bit with what's to come in the second half of the show, otherwise we're never going to get there. The long and short of it is, without any more ado, I can tell you. For a start, we're expecting 2 more guests in this actual room. The magician, P. Heat, who some of you will be familiar with, and Santa Claus, the gift giver and popular celeb, who, again, many of you will be familiar with. And much earlier, we crowdsourced ideas for variations on Sexy Santa for Santa to do. We don't actually need to prime him, do we? As long as he is in a Santa outfit, he can just...
The main issue is that we currently haven't got a Santa outfit.
Yes, so then it'll just be him being sexy, but without a Santa outfit.
Yeah, I mean, maybe by the time he gets here, we've got hats.
We've got a hat, we've got a Santa.
Maybe he could come in a red jacket. Maybe we'll get one in time.
This is a lot of maybes, though, because he's not currently coming in a red jacket, though, is he?
Yeah, no.
Okay, so we've got a barely recognisable Santa to come. We've got
it's Santa when he's not at work.
Exactly. No one's always wearing their work clothes.
Yeah, but in this
just on Friday.
Yeah.
James begins this. James thinks it's time to get in touch with Colin Murray. I think I'll get in. Right, let's talk about what's going to happen. I think I'll first out. We've got to eat some lunch. That's good, but we'll just continue.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to continue this around that. Wellington Goose Chase says, I've been doing work, so I've been missing this, but I have to say I have mad respect for you. Thank you. If anyone else has got mad respect for me, I'd be delighted to hear from you.
You could have ended it at mad.
It's true, Santa was originally green, and then Coca-Cola made him red. So it wouldn't really matter if Santa came in green or in red. And I can't film the second half in your house in Dublin, Cooper, because think about it. We'd have to... The quickest we could get from here to Dublin now is... We wouldn't get to any London airport before... Well, you've got to get in early for check-in as well. So I think we could just about be on a plane at 4, but that's the earliest realistically, and we wouldn't be in Dublin before 5. So I don't quite understand how you think that would work, unless you have a quicker way of getting from London to Dublin than an aeroplane, which I suppose there's a helicopter and stuff like that, but we don't have a helicopter any more than we have even a Santa costume. So I just don't think it's possible. No, and I would go so far as to say is we're definitely not finishing this in Ireland. I'm sorry if that's disappointing, but I just don't think that can happen.
They desync in Ireland. It's not interesting.
People are still talking about how long they've been on, and whether you've just tuned in, or just tuned in, or just joined, you are welcome. Now, one thing we're meant to be doing between 1 and 2, so in this hour, was How Can I Help, which is, of course, a series where I answer your questions. It's a YouTube series, and in fact, you can subscribe to it on YouTube. And if 16 more people do subscribe to this YouTube channel, we will be on 11,111, and you will have unlocked some bonuses. So do bear that in mind as you're doing whatever you're doing out there. I think after 2 o'clock, so just to take you through some highlights of the rest of the show, if you could call it a show, and if you could call them highlights. Yes, as Curiosity points out, the one way that we could finish this show in Ireland is if the Republic of Ireland were to invade us and seize control before 5 p.m. That is technically possible, but it doesn't seem to be on Ireland's political agenda at the moment. Yeah. So I reckon I think at 1:30, I'm actually going to use the phrase 1:30. So in 7 minutes, sometimes it looks like I've got a head growing out of my shoulder, but it's just Matt. But then sometimes it looks like there are purple lines, but they are. Hey, do you remember the purple lines?
Yeah.
That came and went,
There's
didn't
also
it?
like there's a Vigo behind you. There's a lot going on.
Oh, there's plenty going on, but I don't think we've had purple lines for a bit, have we? Unless they're still there and I just don't see them anymore. Oh yeah, you can see them if you look. You can. I tell you what, you can see them if you look. Bloody hell, mate! You keep thinking.
You're like in Mission Impossible dodging lasers right now.
Isn't it? Right, fine. Forget the purple lines.
Yeah.
Forget everything.
Why did you bring up the purple line?
I know. Why anything?
There's a purple line on here showing the route of the delivery.
Ah, right. That's the purple line I want to see. 13 minutes until a man, probably a man, arrives, and it will be exactly the sort of person that my book is about. By the way, so yes, I reckon in the second half of this hour, I will take your yes, how can I help? Questions which we've already got sloshing around, if I can use that phrase. That are we at a Tame Impala show? Unfortunately, we are not.
Yeah.
I love Tame Impala. And then after 2 o'clock, I say unfortunately. I'm glad I'm doing this, of course. Thank you for the don't worry reminder. Please, a reminder. It's nice to tell me not to worry from now and again. Sometime between 1:30 and 2. Yes, how can I help? After 2 o'clock at some point, getting in touch with Colin Murray to see if he can help us with Susie Dent. Also, somewhere between 2 and 3, another reading from my book, but a longer. I'd love to be like Jarvis Cocker. Someone says, "What's a Tame Impala?" And the same person has asked what is about almost everything I've mentioned so far. Tame Impala is the music project of essentially one genius called Kevin Parker, and the chicken dipper is Long Nugget. After 2, oh yeah, also a reminder that in this second half things are going to get a little bit nasty, as in I'm going to be promoting things. I haven't followed up on that. Also in this half, remember, Magician and Santa, and we don't know precisely when those things will happen.
Also maybe charades.
Well, from 3 o'clock onwards, it's a Christmas party,
Yeah.
office Christmas party.
Peaks at 2:30.
Right, there we are. So the magician is an hour and 10 minutes away, 2:35. The magician's coming in an hour and 10 minutes, which means so this is all actually coming together quite nicely, I think. It's fun. Also, a few people have been putting questions in the chat about my actual career, like actual serious questions. Haven't had a lot of bandwidth for
Save
that.
that for another live at 5. Jesus.
Yes, but what I will say is I can probably. We might still get on to some more general questions. The questions that I'm going to be answering in Yes, How Can I Help, though, after 1:30 are all questions on themes which I advertised on Blue Sky, and if you're not on Blue Sky, I do recommend it, at least for the time being, until it is infected with the same sort of bile, which eventually saw off Twitter, which was also known as X. And another thing on computers is Go, and because of Go, that man is permanently in Iceland. Lisa says I've got a actual work meeting 2 to 3. Well, no, this is your work now. But also, again, every time someone says I have to go soon, don't do anything exciting, I guarantee there won't be any. Well, it's what you call exciting. So in a way, this is all exciting because it's exciting to be alive when you think about the odds against any one person being alive. Very quickly, I still haven't had a wee, and there you go.
Yeah, I need another one. How are you managing?
You can do it for a bit. You can do it for a bit. Also, I weed for 10 hours straight yesterday to prepare for this. It was really boring. Will you tour near Canterbury or Maidstone, Caitlin? On the contrary, I have just been to Canterbury and not long ago, Maidstone. No, but I will again. I'm always in somewhere like that. I'll probably talk. Might talk. Tell you what, I tell you what I might do, which is Quins had 3 weeks, 3-0, remarkable. What I might do later is go through all of my tour dates that are on sale for 2025, which is about 30. No, Horn would have had 10 wees if this was Nomad Jockeys, you're quite right. We're normally drinking more in Nomad Jockeys. Anyway, what I might do is go through my tour dates, but I'll tell you a fun thing about each town or city, so it seems as if I'm not just hustling. I will say again, if you are interested in watching me, it won't be like this. Well, actually, it will be a bit like this. But if you would like to see me live on tour, I am on tour in 2025, like all comedians. But unlike the rest of the comedians, I'm also doing this. And I have other things coming next year, which I will be, talking about and what's not. But it's nearly time for Yes, How Can I Help? This will involve, now, of course, one of the famous features of Yes, How Can I Help, the YouTube series, it's done on the move. It's done. Oh, and we're going to eat before that, right? So we
want everything to go like
well, no, I think you're probably right. So in that case, but depends. But when is the food coming? About 10 minutes time.
6 minutes.
6 minutes time. So in fact, there you are. So we're hearing now what I've been saying isn't true, and that's never happened to me before. I would love to come back to Japan, Corbin in Japan, but obviously not very often that there's a demand for me to perform there. But let's see, shall we? I will be in Brisbane. You're right, Katie. And yeah, we're all eating together if possible. So our food is... See, this is what I mean. It's 6 minutes away. That's why the book's called 1 minute away, because eventually it will say 1 minute away on Matt's phone. And yeah, one thing... Well, we'll come on to this, actually, without any ado. But the next passage has a bit where the guy talks about the phenomenon of your phone going 5 minutes, 3 minutes, and specifically about how your phone goes... Your order's in the oven, your order is with the rider, and how often those things aren't true. The notifications are always a little bit faster than things are really happening, a bit like the sync controversy earlier.
Don't bring it up.
And that's part of what the gig economy does. It ramps up expectations by forcing people to deliver things more quickly than is humanly possible, and that again is part of what's sort of bubbling along in the book. So because of the proximity to our lunch, we won't be doing Yes, How Can I Help until after lunch, and if you don't understand the word after, then you must be having a lot of problems at the moment. So it doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter if you've already had your lunch, but it does matter whether we have, and the answer is we haven't. So we will have that lunch. Yes, just quickly, we're taking suggestions for types of Santa, like sexy Santa, but as Brian makes out, it has to start with an S. We've had sad Santa, superficial Santa, sentimental Santa. And quite a lot more, actually. And that Santa is arriving sometime between 2:30 and Christmas Eve. By all means, send in photos of your lunches. By all means, read The Knot if you would like to. Thank you very much. And now some news on James's lunch, which we all, what's the sort of crowd-sourced ideas for. And it's disappointing, I'm afraid. The lunch fell apart very quickly, hacked into it with a fork instead. Possible remnant of noodle in beard, 2 out of 10. So James, to repeat, has had a poor lunch, and we have to take some of the blame for that. Actually, there's now a lot more Santa suggestions on both chats, but I would say don't do that now, because I'll be... let's save it for when Santa actually is here. Thank you very much. It's 1:30, and we're very, very close now to receiving our lunch. I think over lunch we'll have some sort of more relaxed chat, because obviously it will have to be a little bit informal because of the situation. And I'll take questions. This actually wouldn't be a bad moment to take some actual questions. For example, old 1011 Dundee has written, I'm assuming this has been asked every 10 minutes, but is there any No More Jockeys due out soon? It hasn't been every 10 minutes, but the question does come up a lot. Obviously, I can't say anything about No More Jockeys except to say that the history of No More Jockeys is not played out in full yet. No More Jockeys will come back in the future, and it will, and everything will be fine. Also, and I know that everyone already knows this, but there is a lost episode of No More Jockeys which is still out there, and one day perhaps that will be released. Furthermore, and very few people know this, there is an audio only, I repeat, audio only version of No More Jockeys episode, which again exists somewhere, although that might have, I suppose, could have been accidentally deleted. But so there's still, I suppose what I'm saying is, if you are hopeful, if you live your life as some people do, walking around thinking, God, my life is pretty empty ever since No More Jockeys stopped being a thing, I would say, well, yes, you have other issues, and you ought to adjust your life if you can to make it better for you, but don't worry about it. Okay. Look, don't despair. I suppose don't despair. I suppose don't despair. I saw you on a run in Edinburgh. You stopped for a rest. I wanted to ask about No More Jockeys then, but you were sweaty and tired. I felt bad. Oh, no, that's all right. People have come up to me when I'm running before. It's a bit awkward if you are actually moving and someone starts a conversation with you. But I don't mind. If I've just stopped running, you can ask me whatever you bloody want. If you're in Melbourne with Key, would you mind just bringing him up to Brisbane with you? It's quite difficult to just bring Key anywhere. And I don't know that I will be with him. But if I ever get the opportunity to bring Key up to Brisbane, as you put it, I'll do my absolute best. Yes. Nearly replied to that, but shouldn't actually. Superlative Santa, sanguine Santa, soggy sandwich Santa. A couple of soggy Santas I'm worried for. Yes, Mark points out that there is still a DVD which I recorded, some people will remember, but many, many years ago, which has never come out. So by those standards, the wait for more No More Jockeys hasn't been too bad. Are you doing New Year's resolutions or nah? Well, sort of, yes. Every year, I take a day, not all a whole day, but I put aside some time on one day to reflect a bit on what I could achieve, or not achieve, just improve about my life. And I will be doing. I don't exactly make resolutions, but I do. I have various things that I try to be mindful of during the year. And the news is we have our lunch now. We have our lunch. Our lunch is here. I do not have an advent calendar, but my children do have advent calendars, and I have stolen all of the chocolates from them so far. Right, lunch is here.
Unboxing type.
We're going to do an unboxing. I made a joke once. I ad-libbed a joke once on stage about how unboxing is just two people get in a room but they don't punch each other, and I thought it was funny, and it did get a laugh, but it should have been right. But it didn't get a big laugh, and I've never done it again. There we go. It's going back in the show after a riotous response here. Okay,
What was it again?
It is time for an office lunch. This is some really good unboxing.
Carrot and orange.
Thank you.
3 flat whites.
Oh, I don't think I'll drink that, but don't worry about that.
Well,
It's nice though. Look, everything's nice.
Yeah.
Everything's nice. When people say things like, oh, here's a question: why does no one feel that stroking is weird? Humanity has hacked the nervous system of all beasts. How? That's the sort of question which we will address in Yes, How Can I Help? Now, I have a turkey toasty, and some people, quite understandably, don't like the sound or even sight of other people eating. If you're in that category, I recommend that you don't follow this stream. It will still count on your record.
Every time you take a bite, you like turn around, spin around.
I suppose I could hide the actual eating, but the sounds might be more difficult.
Yeah.
So
Look at that! Look at that dodge. That's expert work.
there we go.
Oh, except for the chewing and talking.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be possible to circumvent altogether the
Yeah.
Now these apples that keep popping up in the chat are they pertain to the apple dance, popularised, of course, during Brat Summer by Charlie Letters. I have no training in dancing, no ability to do the apple or any other dance, but it's the sort of thing that could happen if we get up to, and I hate to keep using the phrase, 1111 YouTube subscribers. We are just 14 short of that now. I'm trying to eat is the problem. Charlie Letters just nearly made me fall over, says Karis. And but Karis, you're driving a car. Well, you were last time I spoke to you, or last time you spoke to me. I hope. Well, you can't really fall over if you're driving, can you? I don't know. You drive, don't you?
No.
There you go. Of course he doesn't drive because he does go, so somebody just picks him up in an aeroplane. I've managed to have one bite of eating. I've done one bite of eating. Imagine if it turned out I'd done the dance, Quim, and you were not there during that bit. It'd be the end of your meaningful end of your life. Yeah, the eating is quite challenging. Charlie Letters is what I'm going to call her from now on.
I just had one of the most embarrassing experiences of my life.
I've only just found out that that she's called that because it's how she used to sign off on what, MSN or something.
Yeah, one of them.
So there you go. So actually, it's never too late to learn something, apart from if you've just had an exam on it. Then it is too late. I'm still on one bite of food and no wheeze. But
What's new?
well, nothing really. I mean,
I can do 20 minutes on go.
well, it's tempting to. I mean, actually, this would be. I think this is still technically within the rules. What about if I skulk back there and eat, like, speed eat this, and you at least do 2 or 3 minutes on Go, yeah. So Go is a programming language which, I'll send this with love, this prick uses to do his computers, and because of it, and he even lectures about it, and he's done really well at it, and now he has to go to Spain and stuff because he's famous. So, we will also get to Alex's embarrassing incident, don't worry about that.
Yeah, don't forget, guys. Also, we're over 11,100. Let's go.
Yes.
8 to go.
11,103 subscribers now, which means that we've unlocked the 11,103 noise, and that was it. Matt is going to quite briefly describe what Go is and why, if you're good at it, you get to travel places. And in the meantime, I'll eat at least enough of this that I am definitely going to be fine to get through the rest of the stream. With Go Talk, please welcome Hype in the Box, Matt Ryan.
Thank you very much. Thank you. No, please. The thing is about Go is some of the lessons from it apply to everything. So it's deliberately simplified. Yeah? Done? Oh.
No.
It's-
I really like that point. I thought it was a really good one.
It's a simplified minimalist language. So it's simple, and with simple things, if you keep things simple, they're a lot easier to deal with, they're a lot easier to maintain. That's true in life. That's true in life.
Yeah.
So if you've got like complicated stuff at home, it's too complicated. Make it simple. You know, if your toilet seat's got all fancy gadgets and stuff on it, it's loads of stuff to go wrong. You've got a nice simple toilet,
Yeah.
then it's easier, isn't it?
Go Hype, Matt Hype.
Go. And you know, it's programming language, so it's really about talking to computers.
Is it, I'm sorry to ask,
No, please, more.
is it simpler than Java?
Much simpler. That was amazing.
Not a
That
bad
was
question.
shocking, yeah.
Not a bad question.
No.
Is it
Not
simpler
stretching you.
than C++ or whatever that one is?
Absolutely, and that's Mark McDonald. I know is a C++ programmer.
Yeah.
Yeah. C++ is extremely complicated, very powerful, but takes a long time to learn. Go deliberately minimalist, easy to pick up, easy to get going with. So recommend it.
Why is it that other people don't use Go? Does it lack some sort of functionality because of its simplicity, or are people just biased against it for other reasons? I know that Go is very popular, but there must be people who don't use it.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, sometimes it's just whatever you're sort of used to, and the other point is like because some people have language wars and they get into fights about things. There's no need for that.
No.
There's lots of room
Yeah,
on
if
the
someone
world.
said start speaking French, it's easier. You'd be like,
No.
I'm not made of French.
Yeah.
I
Of
do
course,
English.
because I'm not used to French.
Yeah.
I can speak it a bit, but I'm not. Yeah, that's actually not a bad point.
It's very good.
Guys!
Yeah, I'm not used to French.
French has 100,000 words in it compared to English, which is 500,000 more.
We've got way more words than
Yeah,
French.
French has 100 because we also have a lot of French words in our.
I suppose so.
Yeah,
we stole restaurant,
Yeah.
cafe.
We didn't steal it. They invaded us, and then the
French invaded us?
I suppose it was a conqueror.
I was away for a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you've got a lot to catch up on.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty sure you're in Australia.
Do you know that bistro is a French word, obviously, a French borrowing, but I believe it comes from the Russian for quick, because during the French Revolution, the Franco-Prussian Wars, no, not the Franco-Prussian Wars. Anyway, there we go.
Wow.
I've nearly had enough of my turkey toaster that I could go back to duties now. But I reckon, can you just tell us one thing you can do with Go? Or like,
Yeah, well, it can do anything really. A lot of web servers are built in Go. The whole, if you access anything on the internet, you will have touched some Go code somewhere. I actually created a package called Testify, which is the most imported Go package in the world by about 3 times.
hang on. Matt has created the most important Go package in the world by about 3 times. No wonder you go to Norway.
Exactly.
Fuck me.
It's true. NASA use it, SpaceX use it.
Holy shit.
Mate, yeah.
You created something which NASA used?
Oh, yeah.
I thought you were just a dude with the old piano and the...
No, don't ask me any questions.
I'm not.
true.
No, I'm not. I don't have those sort of French
You just go
skills.
play, monkey, play.
No, I ask him questions about the company and things like that.
Yeah.
But, like, away from... Goodness me.
That's all right. No, but it's
God.
good stuff. But it's a good language to learn if you want to get into programming and play around with it.
Well-
it's a very fun
And very rewarding. I think everyone should learn to code, even though, honestly, with AI, you don't need to now.
Unfortunately. But we can't stop doing things just because AI can also do them, can we?
Yeah, no, I use it to augment what I'm doing.
Yeah.
That's how I'm using AI.
Yeah.
It's a big old debate, that one.
Well, it is indeed. You were the first person to teach me about that. That was Go Talk with Matt.
Thank you.
Really, really good. That's one of my favourite Go Talk features we've had.
You've earned it.
I just want you to know that at the moment you can have your sleeves up or down. Until 2 o'clock, we're in a sleevelessty where you can just, it doesn't matter.
Oh my god.
What are we going to do about the fact that the questions are on my phone, but I'm also doing this?
I think we should.
We're just talking about the mechanics of, yes, how can I help 28, or no, 27, which is...
27 and 28, right?
I suppose, yeah, but
If we're doing 2.
certainly first 27. You can't do 28 before 27 any more than you can put your hat on before your pants.
So,
Can you?
yeah, like, bang on. Wait.
You can't put your hat on before your pants.
Unless
I
you just want to put a hat on, no pants.
I don't think there can be many people walking around with just a hat on. Yeah, best Go Talk I've ever been to as well, Connolly.
Smurfs? Do they have pants on?
The Smurfs are in a sort of liminal field. Sorry, what were you going to say?
So,
Have the water.
we'll keep the stream going
Yep.
on your phone. You can read the questions off my phone. We just have to get them down. Or you can read them off the YouTube video.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
However
okay.
you want to do it. We could spend a little bit of time getting all the questions in one place.
Yes. Well,
That helps.
yeah, because the problem is I've got a folder with screenshots of the phone. But yeah, you're right. We don't want the phone to be disrupted. Do we,
Or-
really? Yeah.
We do, dare I say, the final changeover. And we do the last bit from my phone.
Yeah.
And then you can just use your phone with all your screenshots and everything.
Yes. Well, I think for a start, a lot of the yes, how can I help questions are in response to just 1 or 2 like blue sky threads. So it would be
Right.
pretty simple for me to do that. I would
Right.
have thought by just pulling up the yeah, fine. So I'll read them off the laptop and answer them into the
Not
phone.
the laptop, because we're going to go for a walk.
Oh yeah, we were going to, weren't we?
Yeah.
I'm just worried about. Oh no, that's all right. I think that's fine.
So, Matt, if you wouldn't
So,
mind
hang on.
holding the stream camera and then... Or I might be able to hold both. We'll see how we go.
But hang on, where am I getting the questions off?
My phone.
Your
Or your
phone.
phone. Or one of them will be streaming.
One of them is streaming.
will have-
One of them is screaming questions at Mark Watson.
Mark bloody Watson.
I've
Yeah.
also got a phone, but I'd rather...
Oh, now Matt's got a phone.
Oh, we've all got
Christ
we've all got
almighty.
a phone.
God, I'm not surprised you've got a phone. What with NASA? Bloody hell. No, the least you deserve is a phone. I think you've got a laptop and you've got a musical instrument.
Yeah.
And you live in a flat. Well, nice flat.
Doing alright.
You are doing all right. And you deserve to be doing all right.
Yeah,
the
you're
amount
right.
of... thanks to you, we're in space.
Can you use Go to order a Nando's?
Yeah, absolutely.
Look at that. It's like it's easy.
There's
It's nothing.
bugger all it can't do. It could probably do a transplant for you.
Yeah. Go really did bring the subs in. We're 2 away.
Oh my word. We are 2 subscribers away.
Go. Let's go for Go.
Turns out we just have to yammer about computers. Who'd have thought people on the internet like hearing about the internet? We are now 2 subscribers away from the magical 11,1 or 11,1111. You know what I mean? All the ones which, when we get that, it will be a major moment for humanity, and it will trigger some things which we haven't arranged yet and might not
We
do.
haven't decided. No, we're going to do something. But we don't know what it is.
Let's keep an eye on when Santa is coming and when Pete is coming.
For me.
Oh, hello. And Chris is saying I may not have subscribed. Is that an attention thing?
Hello. What do you mean you've not subscribed? You've been watching the YouTube videos for ages.
Well, you wonder if he's done it.
Ah!
We're
One away!
We're 1 away. We're 1 away. We're 1 minute away, as is the title of the book. We are 1 subscriber away from 11,1111. And there it is. I've just seen it come up. I've just seen the moment. Can I cut party for my... Oh, no. No, it's not. It's a fucking... Well, that's a shame, actually. He's,
Leanne's gonna tell me.
it's a confetti cannon, and I could see him coming with it, and I knew it was... No, you're allowed to do that. But now there's... I don't like to use the phrase fuck all over the place. Nonetheless, we've made it. In fact, we've gone past the landmark now.
Hype in the chat.
Well, yes.
We're way past it.
Can we have some hype for the 5 ones, please? We don't know who the actual subscriber was, but we do know that there's,
Yeah,
as I
but we
say,
love
there's
you.
all sorts of stuff everywhere
Now
now.
we've got to do something.
We will. Don't worry, we'll do something.
Confetti in the tea.
Well, the tea is the least of your worries. If any of these machines are damaged by confetti, then
How could a machine get damaged by confetti?
well, if any of these machines are damaged by confetti, you'll be needing the opposite of confetti, as in the opposite of a wedding, as in you'll be getting killed, as in you'll have a funeral. Not by me, by the powers that be.
Yeah.
Whoever it was that took us past the 11-1-1-1 mark,
Thank you.
we thank you. We've actually got 7 more since then. Piece of piss.
Let's go.
We,
Nothing.
we just
Where
needed.
are these guys hiding?
We don't know what it will do to the cradle. No, there's lots we don't know yet. But thank you for subscribing. And the first benefit of subscribing will be that you'll be able to watch the YouTube series, Yes, How Can I Help? Except that actually that's going to be happening on this stream, so you didn't need to subscribe for that. But you did need to subscribe.
You'll
Yes,
see it in a different version.
you can all make a
With
wish.
graphics.
You can all do whatever. You can basically everyone. This is a big thing to say, but we can all do whatever we want now for a few minutes. Anything you want to do. And I know earlier there were prohibitions on behaviour like murder and stuff like that, and those are still in place. But you can. I don't mind you doing anything now for a bit. Whatever you want to do.
You don't mind it.
Chrissy says if you want to give Alex the opposite of a wedding, you need to divorce him. Yeah, but I think in a way that I don't know. I suppose the opposite of a wedding is a divorce, but you don't often have a divorce ceremony whether you sit.
You're experienced.
Precisely. My divorce went with very little fanfare, actually, in terms of guests and whatnot. Whereas a funeral, you most certainly do have guests as they put you in the ground. Okay, so yeah, once again, as Lisa is in the legal profession, we must emphasise again: minimal crimes, but anything else you want to do to celebrate what we've just achieved together is putting the washing in the dryer, whatever you want. We are now in the process of organising the walkabout of Yes, How Can I Help, which will see me take a field of various questions while still yammering into my phone. For that, we're gonna, where are we going to go up to the roof, or are we going to actually walk around?
I think we'll go where we normally go.
We're going to, and this is exciting, I think.
Sort of. I mean, we might have to like cover the camera. For a
Yeah,
bit.
I don't think we shouldn't
exactly reveal how we leave.
We shouldn't go too far either, no.
Yeah.
But we are going to.
Like,
we're going to walk
slightly subtle.
We're going to walk some of the route. I think that's not committing us to too much.
Yeah, we
that
can
you
walk,
normally
like,
see in Yes, How Can I Help? And if you've never watched Yes, How Can I Help? It is as simple as this. I answer questions which have been sent to me via YouTube comments and also via Blue Sky and used to be Twitter and all this sort of business.
Yeah.
It might be a little bit more complicated than it usually is because we are obviously broadcasting it live and I'm trying to read the questions and all sorts of things that are going on. I suppose it's.
You basically won't be able to like.
I won't.
The chat.
I won't. No, the chat will be. I mean, you're still welcome to chat, but I won't obviously be able to interact with that as well because I'm already doing as many things as absolute Donald Duck. If you imagine, like, Alex's life these days is mostly picking up confetti, but it's a fool's errand. Almost all the confetti in the world is still
Oh my god,
over
why did
everything.
I aim it at Leanne and Seren's desks?
Sophia's off for her first piss. A reminder, I still haven't been for a wee, and we're starting to get to the stage now where I don't think I'll get through the whole thing, but you also couldn't rule it out. What I might do is, when the party starts, because we'll have a wine at 4 for the final hour, we'll have a... So when the Christmas party gets in full swing, just like any other Christmas
a big
party,
Christmas party.
go for a wee. Yeah, good old party piss. And I wouldn't be amazed if there's a song in Party Piss either, but then not a lot amazes me.
If we can sustain it.
This confetti is a lot saltier than you would imagine.
Ah,
You would genuinely, it is worth a little
You can
try.
feel it.
I might have a go just because there's still sustenance, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh God, you're right. It's unbelievably salty. The news is the confetti is very, very salty, and no one knows what. Yeah, it's almost inedibly so.
That's crazy. It's like the sea.
It is like the sea. And I'll tell you what else is like the sea: a lake. But it's not that much like it because the sea is huge.
Look, it kind of missed your sandwich. You're welcome.
Well, I think what I'm saying is, Chris, I don't think we expected it to be salty at all or to have any sort of taste property really. But it just goes to show that on any given day you might have some salty confetti, and I didn't think I'd be saying that today, but sometimes you say things. If you've just tuned in, it is becoming difficult now to catch you up. Although that said, William Judd has just said, I tuned in at the start and I don't think you've moved at all since then. Have you used up almost 5 hours is the sort of question that could be asked about much of my career.
Yeah.
Basically, we've had a bit of a sit and a bit of a chat, and now we're going to have a bit of a spit and a bit of a cat, and by that I mean go out and answer some questions.
Yeah.
I think what it probably is I keep doing this into my phone, but you're on Blue Sky and I can look up the photo threads, and then we get the YouTube up, and we see what we can do. And then by the time we've done our little Yes, How Can I Help road trip, Oh, purple lines. Never think about them. Never think about the lines.
Don't think about the lines.
Don't think about the purple lines. Everyone remember not to post anything. Katie Pierce asked, do you have anything weird on your rider, Mark? No, but it is true to say that once I toured Australia, and everywhere I went, every venue, the person, promoter or person running the venue would usher me over to a platter of fruit and say, there's your fruit. And they'd be like, pineapple and like amazing fruit, grapes. It was the sort of treatment I've never had before. And then only towards the end did I comment on it, and it turned out that just some Australian producers had put a thing on the thing saying he must have a platter of fresh fruit every gig. I could never eat most of it. You can't eat like 25 pieces of mango before going on stage.
Can you imagine the disdain of just going,
I know, this is the thing. It was embarrassing. It was embarrassing to find out retrospectively that I had been asking for fruit when I never knew even that I'd requested it. But now and again, it is nice to have some fruit. Of course, and when you're touring, it's good to get some vitamins into you because you can actually sometimes eat quite unhealthily. Right. Well, we're 7 minutes shy of our 2:01 celebrations, which will take us to the 5 out of 8 hour mark, and which probably means that I don't think we should try and relocate for Yes, How Can I Help until the other side of that, should we? Because we've got to celebrate the. Yeah. So there we go. So it's starting to become clear now what this stream is all about. And if you've been waiting until now to find out, then thank you for your patience. At 1 minute past 2, we celebrate the 5 hour mark of this, I'm going to use the phrase, long thing. Immediately thereafter, my favourite fruit here is probably somewhere between, mango and pineapple are big hitters, but I tell you what, don't underestimate, this is not just you, this is everyone, the grape. Grapes, bloody lovely. You've had grapes in the fridge, you have one, it's like having a drink and food at the same time. Grape is long nugget, that's the best I can say. Opinion on pears, don't mind a pear, but it's a while since I actually ate one. You sometimes feel eating a pear that it sort of was meant to be an apple. So we're going to go out in a moment on what will probably be quite live Yes, How Can I Help? We will then, yes, I do also like frozen grapes. I think grapes can do with being cold. I also like nature's grapes, wine. I'm going to have a wine in 2 hours and about 2 hours and 7 minutes. Also, yes, worth freezing grapes. Yes, worth freezing raspberries. Anyone else got some fruit to fucking freeze? Because you won't shut up about it. It's all right. You know how I get.
Chill.
You know how I get.
We know how you get.
Yes, don't underestimate grapes. I don't think it's that complicated.
Confetti everywhere.
So there you are. For example, LRS. Why do you think there's confetti everywhere, you lummox? Confetti everywhere, he says. Give me strength, am I right?
Lummox.
Yeah, lummox. Actually, there's confetti everywhere, he says. Give me a break, am I right? There's
Hey guys, let us know if you're pissed off about the confetti in the comments.
There's wee everywhere, says Alex, after pissing all over the desk. You know what? He didn't do that, but I'm doing like a humorous comparison. Oh dear me.
Yeah, I didn't.
Right, Lisa's off to do some legal work. We're 5 minutes away from the 2 o'clock mark. Just to say again, after 2 o'clock, Yes, How Can I Help? Also, the visit of Santa, not just one Santa, but various Santas, mood-wise, plus a magic display from Pete Heath. Well, I don't know if he's going to do magic, but he better do, because he's a fucking magician. If he doesn't do magic, I'll be very, very cross with him. Well, he can get a certain amount of attention just by shambling around being tall, yeah. Also, after that, office Christmas party for the last couple of hours, Christmas jumpers, a little bit of drinking, and another book reading, of course. I would like to do that if I do. Also, in the final hour, some talk about things that I'm going to be doing in 2025, possibly including Substack, newsletter, and
Patreon.
A Patreon thing, and a tour of the country, and actually a tour of the world. If you count Australia, well, you have to count Australia's in the world, and we're going to Lafayette, Indiana, of course.
Yeah, we might go to Ireland.
We probably don't have the Lafayette, Indiana person anymore because, well, who knows. We are now we're at the absolute arse end, if I can use that phrase, of hour 5, if I can use that phrase. And in both cases, I can, and I will, and I have. I think probably 2:01 is worth a song. So if you can just be thinking about that, Matt. At 2:01, then we sing. Mark, do you miss Bristol? I love Bristol. Yo-Yo loves movies, but I am there so often that I rarely actually miss it. I'm often there to see my parents. I'm often there to see football. Sometimes all of these things at once. So yeah, I sort of do. I sometimes miss Bristol when I'm in stressful situations in London. I think, wish I were in Bristol. But that's not exactly.
The moment I popped the confetti cannon.
When the confetti cannon went off, I thought, Christ, wish I was in Bristol. Now Gas 1883 is going to Melbourne for the first time ever in Australia. We'll try and drop in on you, but I'm a gas head. Sorry, Mark. The gas head refers to the supporters of my rival football team, Bristol Rovers. But that's fine. You're still allowed to come. And in fact, I'd like to. And please do come and say hello if you do come and see me. I've just remembered I've got some cameos to do. Oh well, there's not a lot I can do about that till 5. And by then they might have expired, but it'd be my own fault. If you're waiting for a cameo from me, you are.
You definitely got the DM saying I'm waiting for a cameo from you.
Yeah. Well, the trouble is, it gives you notifications if you're about to run out of time. But of course, I have not seen any notifications for a long time because of the self-inflicted situation at the time in. I've just been. I've just been forwarded a gig offer. It's from my agent. It's for an arts festival in the Midlands, and it says, "Could Mark Watson be an option?" It makes you wonder how far down the list of comedians they've gone before they're starting to use phrases like "Could Mark Watson be an option?" No, I'm afraid Mark Watson could not be an option because it's right after the end of the Edinburgh Festival, and I won't have a voice or my brain. My God, I'm starting to think we might have to put Mark Watson. It was 1 degree away from just being phrased like that. Could Mark Watson be an option?
Could Watson be an option?
Well, Mark Watson, it can be and is an option for the next 3 hours and 1 minute as we get into the business end of live at 9 to 5. Until now, it's been kind of preliminaries and stuff, and we a bit of this and a bit of that, a bit of eating, a bit of bleating. But it's going to be. Yes, Chris is right. I wouldn't mind could Mark Watson be an option as a future show title, actually. And then it would sort of work as a form of advertising as well, because people would look at the poster and then the back burner is ticking away subconsciously, going, perhaps Mark Watson could be an option. Good heavens. And Watson sort of rhymes pleasingly with option, which is a half rhyme at least, so that kind of works. Yeah, we will have a song of could Mark Watson be an option, but not quite yet, of course, because it's almost time for, and in fact it is now time to celebrate 5 hours with Matt Ryer's famous song 1 past 2. 1 past 2.
Let me give you a clue, it's 1 past 2. Alex, go make a brew, let's celebrate it too. I don't wanna know why we're going now, 'cause I see the time, it's my favorite time of all. It's 1 past 2.
Yes, it's 1 past 2. It's 1 past 2. Oh, it's nothing new. It's just a 1 past 2. I'm in 1 past 2, and so are you, and it will soon be 2 past 2. Thank you. Yeah, you are allowed a bit of booing after the thank you. I'm not a monster. Well done, everyone. We've made it to the 5 hour mark. Can I get 5 hour hype in the chat, please?
We're racing through. We've done nothing.
We're making an absolute mockery of this entire task. And with 3 hours to go, it is time to, well, I think it's time to go outside and do have, this is the most ambitious, technically most ambitious bit so far.
You're going to have to put your jumper on there. For the nature of the show.
I suppose it is a jumper. Well, in that case, it's time.
A jumper reveal.
It's time for a jumper reveal then. So yes, jumper reveal. Now, and this is not just. Obviously, you'll know if you've watched this YouTube series. Yes, how can I help? There is a long, proud tradition of me wearing a jumper for it. But this is a jumper like you've never seen before. I think I'm right in saying that, unless you've recently been to Sainsbury's, in which case you have seen it before. But still not this precise jumper.
Where is it?
The jumper's in that
Black bag?
Aldi bag, I think, separate bag.
Oh yeah.
But changing into it will involve me briefly diving out of shot in case anyone should see my, let's be honest,
let's not get nips on
torso. No nips on cam, stay as I am, is the phrase. No nips on cam, people think it's spam. Yes, there we are. Louis recently has been to Sainsbury's. If you've been to Sainsbury's recently, I'm interested to hear about it. If you've been to Tesco recently, less so because, you know, that's...
If it's a local also.
Well, yeah,
like,
with the best will in the world, Tesco Metro is quite... bear in mind, because I know we're going to be asked, it is also, I'm aware it's also time to ask Colin Murray about Susie Dent and Judi Dench if he can get her as well. Quite a lot to get through in the remaining 3 hours, and that's why they call it Live at 9 to 5, because we are working 9 to 5, like the song, but we haven't done the song yet, and we're probably not allowed to do the song. What? I don't know. Can you use copyright material in like a stream like this? I mean, as in, are we allowed to play actual songs? We don't have to anyway, but like...
basically, like, we could, but we have to mute it for afters.
Yeah, right. In that case, yeah.
So this is
let's change it.
Different, and let's talk
I am fine and everything's fine and I'm eating my toast and it's not a noise button's on.
His nips are fully out.
Yeah, it's Nip City here.
It's Nip City.
Sorry to
destination.
Nip.
The office, which I can't say, but it's Nip City.
And it is jumper reveal time, and I'm so sorry that I have Santa on me jumper, and you're probably thinking, yes, but is it a musical jumper? Well, what about this? The answer is just about. But listen. Yes, my jumper plays Jingle Bells. It is quickly intolerable. And also, I suppose I have to go out looking like an absolute tool now. Fair enough.
What's new?
Oh, very funny. I don't think. There, got him. Got him. Yeah. Very funny. Not.
Not.
All right. So it's time for an ambitious episode. But if you're going to be ambitious, it's got to be 27, right? 27 is a lucky number.
Yeah.
2 plus 7 equals 9. 999 equals an ambulance. It's good news that an ambulance comes if you're ill. So 27 is an auspicious number. And
auspicious?
A reminder, I am not Santa, by the way. The Santa we've been promising you is not me. It is a different Santa is coming. I am not going to do sexy, surreptitious or submissive things or soggy things.
You want a Santa hat? I feel like
I didn't like saying soggy, but it came up.
Also,
there we
I
are.
like that your beard's just part of...
Yes, it works quite well, doesn't it? Whereas if you have a real beard, it's actually more hard work. This is very low maintenance.
Yeah, it's nothing.
Attempt at a beard, really. Well, more than an attempt.
Simple pimples.
So we're now. I don't know about that. We're now going to. We're now going to. I think it's a case of remove the phone from the cradle, which is not the easiest thing to do. But we knew.
We're on 52%.
We knew it was.
This is worrying.
Yeah, which does mean that your mum's going to have yips by the time we get back here, because we're going to be in the sub 50 zone.
My mum's going to have yips.
We're going to be in the sub 50 zone. But here we are, nonetheless.
Right. I'm thinking.
Okay.
We.
You are still watching Live at 9 at 5. We're just doing
we might
in-game
need
relocation.
to leave as quickly as possible and disguise our way out.
Yeah. Okay.
Just
yeah.
like I don't know.
So I'll just keep. I'm.
Just keep it really close.
Kind of
I
remind.
hate to
Okay.
scare people, but keep it real close.
Right. I'm going to be keeping my face even closer now, because if any one of you found out where we're doing this from or where Impatient is, there would be disastrous consequences, including all of us being stalked and killed. So luckily, I'm a specialist at keeping the phone very close to my face, and this is where my skills really come in handy. So we need your phone as well for the questions.
I've got my phone.
Okay,
and
fine.
then Matt's going to take over holding this phone, and you're
This
going to do
phone?
it as normal.
Oh, okay, fine,
From my
fine.
phone, and I'll film it.
So if you didn't hear that, Matt is going to be holding my phone, and I will be holding Alex's phone, and that will be the most that anyone's ever held each other's phones that I know of. You sometimes get one person.
Already going the wrong way.
No, fine. Yes, I thought we were going out the side exit for extra security.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's too late now, and
late.
now they know there's a side exit, so that rules out most buildings in London. So now already everyone knows where we are, but still, you are now watching, and I will remind you again, I can't see the chat while we're doing this, but it doesn't mean that you can't chat. Chatting is a bit like having your lunch in Australia or texting someone. You sort of can always do it. Yeah. Again, there are situations where you can't. For example, if you're at one of these retreats where you're not allowed to say anything, it's bad to chat then.
Really, this is the point where it's like cover up.
Okay, yes. So the phone now is so close to my face that I'm basically having sex with it. I'm in the phone, and if you're watching, and this is again is to shroud our location in the deepest of mysteries. There we go. Could be absolutely anywhere. And out the door we come. And this could be absolutely anywhere in the world. Oh, it's cold in the outside world, isn't it? And the news is it's
Small talk edition.
it's cold.
Now cold.
It is cold. So actually, yes, for those of you who enjoyed the small talk earlier,
Way back
some
when.
news.
We were young.
It's pitiful. It's absolutely criminal. Oh, bloody hell, it goes right through you like a knife. God, it's good to be outside again, though. Fucking hell. Remember, we were inside for ages there. Yeah, remember, yeah. And the sky is beautiful and blue, by the way, as you can probably see. Now, of course, this is going to rely
do a
on.
little changeover now.
Yeah, and anything could happen here.
So
my phone is now. This is like a pilot. I am handing my phone to Matt Raya.
Matt, if you switch it to the non-selfie mode.
Matt has my phone.
This one here.
The arrow's there. He's not really a tech guy, but yeah. And then
So you're watching him.
I am now holding no phones. The other two men have one phone each.
I've got 2 phones.
I've got two.
Yeah.
I am phone poor and Matt is phone rich here. This is a bit like the world. I am about to be holding Alex's phone. Alex
finding Blue Sky.
is going to open the Blue Sky app, and I there will be able to find the questions which people have been asking me over the past couple.
So we'll do Blue Sky for the first, YouTube for the second.
Yeah. I think that makes sense. But let's not worry about the second episode. Let's not
panic. Let's not panic.
befuddle ourselves. What we're looking for
Mark
is
Watson.
Mark Watson, me. Yeah.
Not enough likes on the Susie Dent.
Yeah, but I think it's difficult for people to. Right, okay, here we are. There's certainly
How are we
some.
doing,
There are
guys?
certainly some.
Oh, and
questions
if
here.
anyone does say anything interested in the chat, let us know. No offense, guys.
Okay,
Right.
let's go.
Wait, hang on.
No, let's not go. Welcome to. Oh, this is interesting, isn't it? All sorts of things happening.
Okay, wait. Well, we've got to explain for the.
For people who aren't
Okay,
watching
so
this now.
yeah.
Okay, so I'm now talking to people watching this in the future on YouTube.
Yes.
Among our many subscribers.
Yes.
11,000 and more, I hear.
Yeah.
Welcome to.
I hope they didn't unsubscribe.
Welcome to an unusual episode of. Yes, how can I help? The 27th episode sees us in uncharted territory. We are.
Well, in the same place where we know we filmed.
It's not geographically uncharted territory. It's charted territory. We are on charted territory. But the reason this episode is different from any other, and the reason that it has already racked up more numbers than a Mr. Beast video, is that it is happening live. You might be watching it in the future. In fact, you almost certainly are, because of the way time works. But it is happening with a live audience on Instagram. This is part of a 9 to 5. That's 8-hour long stream on Instagram and YouTube, which are areas of the internet. It is about 2 o'clock, so I'm more than halfway into the stream. In fact, we've entered the, I suppose, 6th hour of it. Is that true? Yes, it's not exactly a lie to say it. In all other regards, though, this is the same as ever. I will be answering 10 minutes worth of questions. It is just worth recording that it is cold, and also that my jumper plays jingle bells, but it often does it when you don't want it to.
Yeah.
Now, for the first time ever, I'm answering questions read from Alex's phone, because my phone is being used to stream this internet event.
This is Matt.
By Matt. Unfortunately, though, Alex's phone is locked, so I can't answer any questions.
I've
So
also got
that's
to set
the
the
end of
timer.
this
I've got to set the timer.
Yes, Alex is now going to set the 10 minutes, and I'm just going to sort of move about a bit, because I tell you what, it's absolutely perishing. It's cold. Not everyone has a big cardigan on here, like Matt. But Matt can afford a big cardigan because he's a successful computer man. Okay, thank you very much. We are switching on to the questions. We also needed somehow a 10-minute timer, but we can probably...
Going.
Oh, the timer's going. The timer's going. The timer's going.
And off we pop.
Why does gravity exist? Like, why can't we just be floating down the road, you know? Well, I think basically gravity...
No, carry on.
I think basically gravity exists because, and I assume it's God or whoever else got this whole thing going, thought there's going to be carnage if people are just floating around all over the place. Imagine now, actually now it would be fine. There are only a few of us on the street, largely because of the cold, so it would be okay for us to be floating around now. But imagine a situation like a busy city street with hundreds and thousands of people just floating all over the place. I think it would be more unmanageable than the Earth situation that we find ourselves in. So I think on the whole, Noah, the answer to why can't we be floating around, you know, is for your own good. And I'm sorry, but sometimes you just need to be told that something is for your own good. What's the best way to celebrate when your friend finally breaks up with a partner you never liked? cautiously, in a word, because for a start, it's perfectly possible that they'll get back together, and then it's awkward if you've said things like, well, he was an absolute twat face. Excuse my French. So be circumspect. Do not text your friend the moment they hook up with someone with loads of like confetti emojis and all sorts of stuff like that. Certainly don't use phrases like "good riddance to that prick" and "I bet I'll never have cause to regret that comment." All of these things can come back to bite you in, your friend of mine, the arse. I would say then celebrate privately if you must celebrate it. Oh, some of these comments are absolute nonsense. Loads of these are just people talking to each other, in fact. Can you explain the science of soup before a fight breaks amongst the gang? Look, people are... There's been too much reliance on soup chat. Well, reliance isn't quite the word. I'm not relying on it. But there is a fixation, I may as well say it at this point. Plane.
A plane now. Oh, you know what? That plane is like visible.
Well, most planes are visible, I would say.
Really?
I'd say almost every plane is visible, yeah.
You don't know. Maybe they're not.
Well, that's true.
You can only see the visible
By definition,
ones.
we can't know what planes are invisible, I suppose. I'll move on. Yeah, I would say that there is a section of this community which is dangerously obsessed with what constitutes soup, with what soup is, and I've already said my piece as long ago as the Edinburgh Festival. Something is a soup if you can eat it, and it's sort of like and if you're holding it in your huge branch. There, we found a huge branch. That's the biggest branch for a while in the world.
Are you keeping it?
Just to come back to soup, so you have to be able to eat it and go, and you have to be able to hold it and sort of be pleased. It is impossible to be more scientific than that, and I think that some people, and I'm mentioning no names, would do well to get away from the whole topic of soup. I'm sorry, that's, well, soup instead of... See, I've just said I want to move away from soup.
This was one of the question topics you gave him.
Yeah, I know, I've forgotten that some people are mad. Soup instead of
This
gravy...
is your fault.
Soup instead of gravy on a Christmas dinner. Yes.
What?
On the contrary, soup instead of gravy on Christmas dinner. No. I would say it's never a case of soup instead of gravy. Actually, I don't think you should. They're not the same. They're not the same thing. Are celebrations all they're cracked up to be, or are heroes a superior choice? I think we're talking here about the chocolates. I would say that all of these things, like celebrations, heroes, are kind of adulterated chocolate bars. Whereas your Quality Street, your Roses, the classics they exist on their own plane, and so they're sort of superior.
You see that plane?
No, some planes cannot be seen, it's true. Conceptual planes cannot be seen. We're approaching halfway, and I know that because for once I have yours. You, of course, have mine.
Yeah, because you don't know where 5 minutes is. Yeah, I would have known that.
Here's a particularly time-sensitive question, if you can assist. Well, I fear that this might have elapsed actually by the time.
Okay.
Actually, this is worth it for the live people.
Yeah,
During this short period before Christmas, by the way, we're now entering a very nice park. So if you live near a very nice park, we might see you soon. But not necessarily, because there is more than one. I barely need to say it. There's more than one very nice park out there. Green Park, and that's one. And this is as well. So I've proved my point.
Is there a park in Green Park? I've never seen the park. It's still like buildings and shit.
Well, Green Park is a park, yeah. It's just the area of. That's why it's called Green Park.
Clues in the name.
Clues in the, exactly. There's a palace in Buckingham Palace as well, mate. Bloody hell. I
thought they gave up on it.
No.
It's
Green
London,
Park,
they hate
Green
green.
Park is a park. Shut your face. Anyway, during this short period before Christmas, when Santa's naughty and nice list is finalised and my presents aren't at risk, what particularly naughty things should I enjoy? Yes, as has been discussed a little bit on social media, watch out for the man. There is this huge opportunity at the moment to do naughty things, because the naughty, look at that plane as well, absolutely magnificent. Really, what a feat of human ingenuity. And when you're right underneath a plane like this, you can only look at it. You can't get it.
Yeah, you can't.
You know what I mean? Its fuselage gleaming there, and the sky is so blue, and the thing is so beautifully made. What a plane is a remarkable thing, it really is. And we, humans, have made them. And yes, but we've also made all sorts of other shit. And your phone is locked. So I was thinking about planes.
Oh wait, I can't. I don't have a free right, Matt.
We've all got hands. We've all got hands and we've all got needs. And it's about balancing those
A
things.
little bit of injury time.
Possibly, but I don't know. Anyway, what naughty things you could do? It is true that we're now in a we're in the only swerving you round a
Well, she should've
lady. I'm
gone the
swerving
other
you round a lady.
Okay, back up.
Not the first time. Yeah, some off the top of my head, some naughty things that you might think about doing right now. Stealing croutons from someone else's soup. Again, Santa can't get you for it.
Back on soup.
Being rude to like a duck or a bird or something like that. It's a bit naughty, even though it can't understand you, but it won't matter because again, Santa's hands are tied. Going through an atlas of the world, and underneath the countries writing "it's not," it's like Japan, it's not. That's quite naughty because if someone was to read that, they might be misled as to where, and they could get very seriously lost. But again, you can do it. Santa can't touch you. Again, I can't access any more questions because of this. Your phone is very locked. I must say, Alex.
God!
It really is.
Well,
very,
you've got to
very
keep
secure.
your hand on it.
I'll keep my hand on you, but I can't. And also, I can't feel my hands anymore. It's if you're watching, it's cool. Right, let's try and keep this. Just keep it moving.
Keep it moving.
Is Christmas really only good for people who have children, who aren't children, or who are child adjacent? Nah. I think everyone can enjoy Christmas. Of course, it depends on your circumstances. But if you're thinking, no, Dad, it is easier when you're a child because you don't have to worry about things like money or death. Although you don't have to worry about that at Christmas anyway, but you can't help thinking about it, of course, because our lives are broken up by these milestones like Christmas, and so any recurring thing makes you think about it. You're hastening towards the grave. But anyway, that won't help you enjoy Christmas. So, but what you can do at Christmas, whether you are a child or not, is have food. And what you can do at Christmas, especially if you're not a child, is have a drink, booze, and also cigars, and also strippers, I suppose, but I wouldn't do that, and I never have done that, and also I don't think that's really a Christmassy thing. My point is, you can take whatever pleasures you find at Christmas, whether or not you are a child. So no, don't give up on Christmas, Cat. Have a good one. Any advice for those of us with a birthday which coincides with a public figure? Such as he who must be obeyed, Jesus Christ. Yes, it's a bit of a fiddly one if your birthday is December the 25th. The best advice I can give you, basically, is go around all the Christmas decorations in London or wherever you live, scrubbing out Christmas and writing birthday and then your name. And after a while, people will get the message or you will go to prison. Either way, you'll be all right. When will we complete science? I think not for a while yet. There's loads of science. If you think about all the science questions in a textbook, and then think there's quite a lot of those books, and then, I tell you what, we would have completed science by now if it wasn't for, and this is going to be controversial, scientists, because those fuckers are always coming up with new stuff to think about. If we just stopped asking scientific questions, we would have completed science in no time. But no, everyone's always doing more science. Christ, leave it. We've got enough science. I think I'm right about things.
I mean, yeah, you say that a lot.
You have to. If I walk around and think I was wrong about things, I'll have some problems. What are the main birthdays? E.g. 1st, 10th, 25th, etc. The main birthdays are... Hi. An actual wave there. That's sort
Someone
of...
gave you a wave?
Yeah, that guy did.
What's up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, there we are. You got another wave. Oh, dear me. That's the end. Anyway, the main birthdays are those ones, yeah, and also 40 and 100 you're dead. All right, it's been... Yes, how can I help? The timer's going off, but that's because it's the end. Do we reckon we've stayed on the feed or all of it?
Yeah,
the stream.
seems fine.
We call it a feed or a stream.
Ted Hill's like saying that he could come and assassinate us.
Ted Hill says...
Everyone's talking about dippers again.
Ted Hill's had loads of opportunities to assassinate me over the past year.
Exactly,
He's
like why
somebody
bother
doing it
now?
Not me. He got me in prison for Christmas.
Yeah, we're just saying it,
he's
Ted. You're a
assassin.
shit assassin.
Ted Hill's a shit assassin. This has been, yes, how can I help? As always, please do interact with the content. You'll be able to do that now if you're watching live. But we're always
leave
looking
a
for
like.
questions. We have actually got a few questions sort of sloshing about. But more questions are always welcome on any theme of your choosing. Stick them here in the comments and keep subscribing to this YouTube channel where there are all sorts of treats. I'm Mark Watson. We're three cold men, not three wise men, but cold unwise.
Yeah.
See you after Christmas. This is the last one before Christmas, isn't it? Yeah, it must be, yeah.
Who knows?
Thank you for watching yes, how can I help? From the summer all the way through to Christmas. Enjoy the festive period. See you again for more of your problems to be solved in January. I'm playing again and again. Magnificent.
Right. Well.
So now,
hold them.
Now it's once again it's holds these past these all sorts. It's all sorts.
Hold these.
We're very close to Pete Heat as well. I think we're very close to. Well, originally he was going to come at 25
I was
past.
going to say. I thought like
Yeah.
he was like around.
No. I mean, we're close to when you would expect Pete Heat to materialise.
Here's some art that are you on first person?
Well,
here's some
yeah.
art that people are working on.
There we
while
go.
they're doing the show.
Some lovely art.
Lovely to see.
And welcome back to me, Mark
Here's
Watson.
a blanket Kirsty's making.
There's a blanket. Kirsty's making a blanket. Who did the lovely art?
The lovely art was from Joyce.
Joyce a kidney. Yes, very good. Thank you. Thanks for sticking with us during that challenge, technically challenging, but actually successful. I think we'll just do one. I think so. Because the manoeuvring of questions is one thing, but also there's still. What if Pete shows up or Santa shows up at the office? And furthermore, we could always just do one on the roof or in the building later on. We've had a walk. I always think when you've had a walk, you've had a walk. Do you know what I mean? But before you've had a walk, you haven't had a walk yet. And while you're having the walk, again, that sort of speaks for itself, really. It's getting on 2:30, and by the time we get back to the office, it will be time to celebrate once again. Halfway through the hour, look how nice the sky is. Sometimes you do think the world is very sort of pretty, really. Most of the time, actually.
With the sun behind you.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I tell you what,
actually,
it was.
You look way better on there.
Yeah.
On the camera.
Yeah.
Fuck.
No, don't you worry. Alex panicked there because a man was
I
coming.
was walking into a man. On a scooter.
Yeah, I felt like the onus was on him though, really, because it was his decision to leave the house on a scooter. I'm just using what God gave me.
You're
Maybe
just a
God
very
gave him a
cold
scooter.
man.
I'm a guy that's as freezing as shit. Yeah. No, don't worry about that. All of these people have got hot drinks that are passing us now, for example, and I'm not in that situation.
They were in a formation. It was like 5.
Yeah, it was a squad. I would say a squadron or a phalanx of people. I now can see the chat again, of course, and I would like some. Yes, how can I help? Hype in the box, please. You can also hype the sky.
YouTube, we're coming back very soon.
Anything else. Yes, if you're watching on YouTube, you aren't. 2.5 hours and a bit to go of this. I keep saying it, but long thing. And to confirm now, you can see in the chat box, Ted Hill has pulled out of his assassination attempt because it's too cold, and he's right. I would never kill someone in this sort of weather. Because
that's what's holding Ted Hill back.
well, yeah, maybe. You could argue that Ted doesn't want it enough if he's not prepared to assassinate in the cold. But he has got a point.
I think I could have predicted
The thing is, after an assassination, there's often a bit of clearing up to do. You've got to dispose of the murder weapon. There's admin. So it's not just the killing. It's the
murder is admin.
It's that murder is a lot of admin, and it begets a lot more admin. And you don't want to be doing admin in these sort of temperatures. I don't think it's much beyond about 2 or 3 degrees here, and I do think that my hair looks funny, but I think that's fine.
She was wearing a hat that said "cute but psycho."
There we go. We've just passed someone who had a hat on that said "cute but psycho." So if anyone's going to assassinate, it's probably that. But maybe if you say you're a psycho, that is a good sign that you're
Yeah, at least you're
actually not.
It's 7 degrees, but it feels like.
There you go. 7 degrees, but feels like 2. Well, quite honestly, I wish it was 7 and felt like 7, or it was honest enough to be 2 and feel like 2. That's what we call the wind chill factor, I suppose. But it's not. It's been quite recently that weather forecasts and apps and things have started saying things like "feels like." I mean, I don't want my feelings dictated to me. Yeah, it might feel like 20 to me. There we are. To confirm though, it is 7 degrees in South London, but it feels like 2, and we are now cold but triumphant men, returning to toast the middle of the 5th hour of. Is it? 6th hour. 6th hour. After this, there'll only be 2 hours.
Yeah.
And after that, it's the rest of our lives.
God.
My word. Bloody hell. And we still haven't seen Santa, and we still haven't seen Pete Heat,
Yeah,
and I still haven't done my
seen
second book
Christmas.
reading,
Come
and we
on.
don't yet have Susie Dent. And so there's all to play for, really, as we properly get started with this Instagram and YouTube
Yeah.
event.
I'm excited for it to finally start.
Oh, me too. I'm in party mode. Of course I am. We're going to rip up the office. Why not
No,
4?
no, we're not.
No,
No,
we're
we're
going to
not.
we're going to sensitively handle the office,
Yeah.
and we're going to drink only the worst alcohol.
And let me tell you, at 5:02, that vacuum's coming out.
Oh boy, at 5:02 it will be as if there never was an idiot with a confetti cannon. Dear me. Well, thank you for people are still joining. Of course, this is the most difficult bit to explain if people are joining. But essentially, yeah, in a way, what could be simpler? We are walking. We have just recorded an episode of the 27th episode of Yes, How Can I Help? And sure enough, both Santa and the magician have arrived at the same time, and that's exactly what you could have predicted. So what we're going to have to do is, we're very simply, I think we're going to very simply. I think we'll have Santa. We'll have Santa
It's
first.
not going to be very simple.
Well, but I tell you what, it's a nice way to kick off our office Christmas party, which I think we have to accept is sort of starting now, because all the things we've ever booked in our lives are coming at the same time. And this might have been foreseen, I suppose, but you can't foresee everything. In fact,
Right now it's not Santa as well, because we've got no...
oh, that is also not Santa yet. Yeah, that's right. So,
Santa's coming later.
okay. Well, let's. I mean, we can work this out amongst ourselves. The fact is, we've got Santa, and we've got Pete the magician, and my hands are as cold as two trout just out of a river.
Pete will warm us up, won't he?
Pete will warm us up with magic for sure,
I
yeah.
hope
But
he brought
also,
some fire tricks.
Pete is so tall that he must contribute a certain amount of body heat just by being there. And of course, it won't be cold.
Like brushing the ozone.
Connolly's just reminded me not to worry. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for your don't worry. I think he's in America, or they're in America, so we'll be getting later and later in the day there and more. This is more American friendly sort of time now. Whereas if you're still watching and you're in Australia or New Zealand or any of those places, it is late now, and I'm prepared to admit that. But not too long to go, of course. Just a couple of hours left.
We're going to get another camera close to the face.
Yes, once again, I must, unfortunately for you, hone in on my face now, although it's not at its prettiest at the moment, because we are re-entering the inpatient building in a moment, and the next step after that will be to re-establish
just
ourselves.
any other building?
Well,
Like it's,
I think they know we are. I think that much is clear. Yeah, but luckily it's
They
not.
know it all.
Well, it's not signed the inpatient building to the street, so I think that's okay. We're going to be going back through the lobby in just a minute, and the coldest period now is over. We are now close to being able to sort of feel things again, and in we go. And well, if it isn't Santa and Pete the magician, hello, perishing cold, isn't it? So we're just going to do some small talk with them now. Isn't it cold?
It's cold.
Oh, it goes right through you, doesn't it?
It does go right through you.
Yeah.
It does go right through you.
We've got to get back in place.
Yes, okay, yeah.
And then, so I'll be 1 minute. Just got to get the stream. I've got to check the stream still running and all that.
We're going.
Or you Father Christmas?
Well, it's not clear. I'm sort of.
He's a bit of
I'm elven, I suppose. Yeah. Well, I think, but I mean, it's Father Christmas's beard, isn't it?
It's fine, I guess so.
Yeah. Ironically, though,
Santa's physique.
you're meant. Well, I've never had Santa's physique. No, but then. But mind, I was going to say Santa must be really fit because of all the. But he only does that once a year, and you know, he does bugger all the rest of it. Yes, ironically, you're meant to be Santa, but you don't look like Santa, and I'm not meant to be, but I do look like Santa. Which just goes to show that in life you often don't get what you want. Well, it would sort of make sense if you did put my jumper on, but I won't lie to you. There's nothing underneath it at the moment. Nothing whatsoever. Okay. Thanks, everyone. The Santa was... Oh, well, he is...
Close your face.
Oh, yeah. The Santa was John Luke Roberts. Is John Luke Roberts, but he doesn't look like Santa yet. And that's something we're just having to deal with. And up we go again, with absolute confidentiality here as to our location. It's impossible to guess where we might be. And up another flight of stairs we go.
No, don't tell them.
Well, it's going to be obvious I'm going upstairs, mate. These people aren't idiots. I mean, I'm getting higher. They think I'm in a hot air balloon. Oh, purple lines. Purple lines. Is it to do with light then? There's extreme purple lines at the moment. There really are. The stream is still running.
We've got to say hi to YouTube. It's been a while.
Yes, it's time to check back in with our dearest old friends at YouTube. It's been a long time. Still there.
Petty everywhere.
Yeah, the place is horrible.
YouTube comments are left out to dry, left out in the cold like dear old Mark Watson.
Hey.
Hey.
Nobody is leaving anyone out in the cold. For the second time, I forget that Vigo is not real. No, well, he is real in real. Like there is a Vigo then,
Yeah,
but
he's
what you can see is not him. It is a cardboard cutout of him. Alex is just. I think I'm going to use the phrase "readying the cradle."
It's been ready.
And after that, we are going to have to talk seriously about the old slidey charger because we're in the 30s.
Yeah.
which nobody likes being in the 30s,
Don't worry.
including most of the people who were in the 30s, because there was a war and a depression.
Yeah, they didn't like it either.
But as long as this could be the we need to survive.
Potentially final wobble.
Those purple lines are really something, though.
They're strong.
Yeah.
They're persistent.
But we don't know what they are still. Oh, well,
Really?
I think the key is not to
36.
worry. Okay, we're on 36%, and crucially, we have survived. Oh, Quinn is saying things like, "I hate the cradle." It's sad when people hate the cradle. Don't hate the cradle. Love the game.
Love the game.
I know something.
I'm gonna go get back.
Welcome
and get
back.
the others.
So you've seen. My teacher just walked by and asked who that dishevelled-looking man is. But hello, teacher. I am the dishevelled-looking Mark Watson.
Oh, you need to change.
Oh yeah, I've got to get out of my jumper, haven't I? The purple lines are. I mean, quite
It's
sort
okay.
of.
He'll talk about Go. We'll get a few more subscribers.
126.
Yes, our subscriber count is off the charts now. We have more subscribers now than people who have read the Bible since it was published. I think certainly very close, very close. Well, welcome back. Welcome back to the indoors for a start. It was brisk out there. We mentioned it once or twice. Quiver wants me to say he looks like a Lego figure English teacher. Actually, yes, you can make a case there, but I don't know if he'll want that or not. I'm now going to change back, I suppose, it feels cold to change back into the shirt, and also, it's nearly party, so I might actually go into a jumper, another jumper. It's not nips out for chat again. It's never really nips out. Suave Debonair says, I think I met you at a house party once. That's thrilling, isn't it? Well, it's interesting. I mean, it's interesting to me. Can you say where the house party was, or who was throwing it? You don't often hear people say throwing a party anymore, but I like it, and that's a phrase which I wouldn't mind saying. Coming back, thanks for the jumper praise. Lisa, some of you might see this jumper again before too long, but I don't think I can really say any more than that on any subject. I can say things on one subject, though, which is the subject of Hymin. We've been joined by Hymin. Hello, Hymin. Hymin, for those of you who don't know him, is the man behind No More Jockeys editing, which means that we would not have No More Jockeys, really. The public wouldn't have it without him. And he also does all the design for my stuff, my posters and things like that, and for a great many other acts, and he's a marvellous man. So I would ask for Hymin Hype in the box, but it's quite fiddly to spell Hymin. But his full name is Hymin Lee, and it rhymes with Simon Wee. He pointed that out himself. Whee! So if you Wee is right. If you can just if we can just have some Simon Wee hype in the chat, please. And we're about to entertain a couple of party guests. Behind me is a very tall but real man. Pete Heat, the magician, and a sort of normal-sized man, John Luke Roberts, also known as Santa.
Some think of me as tall when I'm not standing next to Pete Heat, but in fact I'm like borderline.
Yeah, this is the thing. You never really know if you're tall until a genuinely tall arsehole walks in the room, and that's what's happened here. Very quickly, yes, I am doing the Bristol Comedy Festival, actually, Jack. I'm doing a work-in-progress show in Bristol on something like the 18th of January, but it's not that, so I will look it up. 17th? 18th, something like that. So we have guests now. We essentially have almost all of the ingredients of a Christmas party. We're going to see Santa soon. Sorry, yes, sirens. We're going to see Santa soon, but obviously this jumper needs to go on to him for him to become Santa. And once he is Santa, I'll talk you through some of the Santa requests that we've had. No, I can't go to McCandless this year, Nick, because it's too close to Australia. I mean, not geographically, it's very far from Australia, but it's too close time-wise. I also have some business in Sheffield around then. Okay, where's the snooker? Yeah, you call that business in Sheffield. Right, what's going to happen now, I think, is... Where's old Magic Boy? I suppose he just disappeared. Hey! I say, he disappeared.
I did it,
Yeah. Sorry, is he? What do you want me to do with my life now? Do you want me to get do some Santa stuff?
Yeah,
or
we
do some...
Magic
I
Boys.
thought we were waiting for a Santa costume.
You definitely need the jumper, but beyond that, I wonder if we've got a Santa hat, haven't we? There's a hat
Yeah,
there.
we got a Santa hat. Oh, trust.
Let's-
I wouldn't mind going to the loo.
Yeah, he wouldn't mind going to the loo, just like real
both
Santa.
the guests are going to the loo. No way, is it?
Lulu asks,
Down there.
what have I missed since messaging Dent? First of all, Lulu, I can tell you what you have not missed. Quiet, please. You have not missed Susie Dent. She, along with Judy Dent and all people with those sort of names, are still yet to surface.
Yeah, no DM.
No DM from old dental hygiene, and in fact, it is probably time to talk to Colin Murray sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, what we could just. I mean, Pete is just there, ready to do magic, is he?
Yeah, pretty much. I think he will once he's
Well-
evacuated.
Fine. So I think probably we'll I'll just run. This is sort of a reset anyway because we've just been outside. So just let you know what is happening. Oh, while you're away, someone said you look like a Lego man of an English teacher. So, I don't know.
Wait, who? Me?
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah. Well, I didn't think it was.
What's wrong with you?
I don't think anything's wrong with them, and I think that these days.
What the
Hey. I think these days saying what's wrong with you can be seen as quite sort of sexist.
Okay.
You don't want that to be your
No, that's not
tough,
my
do
brand,
you?
that's not my
No.
brand.
There goes Alex. Here lies Alex, who
No,
was
no,
sexist.
Let's not even suppose it.
Let's not even suppose it. Let's suppose nothing of the kind. Welcome back to.
You're quite tall.
Welcome back to live at 9 to 5. We have been. I was going to say we've had loads of guests. We haven't. We have one guest, him, piano boy.
It's been all keys.
Yeah, and even he's just mostly wibbled on about Go. But we now have. Harry Delema says, hello, apologies, I've been doing things and lost track. Us too, yeah, don't worry about it. We now have two guests at once, and entirely including Santa, but Santa still isn't dressed as Santa, and Pete, who is Magic Man. I'm going to ask you to say hello actually to Pete now, who some of you will be familiar with from his previous shows with Impatient, and we've worked with him quite a lot. And Pete, hype, please. By the way, if anyone else talks about the sinking, I'm going to, I can't respond. Pete Hype in the box, please. This is Pete Heat, hello. The magician, and also he's tall, but that's not what he's famous for. He's not so tall that you'd be famous just for it, but it is also mad how tall he is. I mean, we stand up together, you'll see like the gist of it. It's worth getting it out of the way. The guy, he's so out of frame. He's not even on the phone anymore. And I'm a normally tall man. If anything, I'm quite a tall man. But as John Luke mentioned, once someone like Pete comes in, it doesn't matter how tall everyone is. Everyone feels like a fucking shit ant. And I include myself in that. Hi Pete, how are you?
I'm very well, thanks. How are you?
Pretty well, thank you. We're about, well, first of all, we're getting on for 6 hours into this 8 hour thing. I haven't been for a wee at all, which...
Really?
Yeah, and I know you know about
I've been
magic.
here 30 seconds and I've gone for a wee.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
There's I'd say now a stark contrast between people who have and haven't gone for a wee, which actually is always the case, but it really is stark now. I'm still fine, I think. I'm certainly fine till this side of 3, and then we'll see where we are. 3 rhymes with wee, so that will start to play on my mind, of course. I've sweated out a lot of the piss, despite what Lulu says. So we're now in the phase. Santa is gradually becoming more like Santa in the background.
Still need that jumper.
You do, and that unfortunately doesn't. I think it might be a case of.
swap.
Well, maybe the magician Pete can just sort of distract people with something of any kind, really. While and I'm going to actually get into. Now another jumper because I think we're past work shows. Now, we're nearly at it's a party.
Okay,
it's an office party. For the next 2 hours and 20 minutes, it will be a party. And just to clarify some things that we need to do in that party, I've still got another reading to do from my book. We still haven't got onto the strangest animal that I've been sneezed on by, and that I'm conscious that's more than 5 hours ago now. We still haven't got Susie Dent.
No.
There's quite a lot still to get through. So I'm going to take this off, but don't think I'm going back into old square mode where it's workshop. Oh, by the way, there's purple lines on the screen, but no one knows what they are, and don't worry about them.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Yeah, if you lean in, you can really see them, but the worst thing you can do is think about them or worry about it.
They start to take over. Yeah.
So you say you're 5 foot...
Funny that he's small there, isn't it?
What, Pete?
Tiny little guy.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it?
It's perspective for you.
Lulu says, have you ever worked in an office? For what I remember, the day isn't half small talk, a book reading, and then half day party. Well, you must have worked in this shit office, pal, because this is the office you want to be in. Oh yes, that's also. I've also got to, as well as doing yes, hello, Insta screen, and welcome back. You missed one reading, but there's going to be a longer reading. I read the prologue of my book. I'm also going to talk about my touring and other plans for the future. So quite a lot to get through, but none of it can happen until I take this jumper off, and that's exactly what I'm going to do now while Pete talks to you.
Hi there.
Yeah, bring him in.
I'm Pete. I'm trying not to look at the purple lines. I'm over 6 foot. Yeah, that's correct. I'm 12'7".
12'7".
Yeah, 12'7". Let's see what purple lines are now moving up and down. Can you all see the purple lines?
Yeah,
don't worry.
they can see it.
They're obsessed with the purple lines, these pricks.
Oh,
I've set
okay.
up a lot of affection for my audience.
Nice.
But you can't get... they never stop banging on about purple lines.
Yeah.
Two notes, I'm topless now, and Matt, could you work on the song called Pete is Tall as Shit?
Noah. Someone just said that Pete looks like the type of guy who's just done magic for Steven Spielberg. That is correct. I wondered how long it would take before I mentioned that, and it turns out about 10 seconds.
You didn't have to, someone's mentioned it for you.
Yeah. Hi Pete, how's your magic?
What's that, Pete? You just did magic for Steven Spielberg?
Oh, that's funny you should bring that up, actually. Yes, I have. Look at this, a normal jumper. It's a lovely jumper.
Normal jumper.
Still like Santa coloured, so we've still got an element
it's
of
still
Santa.
festive, isn't it? And also, of course, it says home. And what is more Christmassy than being at home?
Yeah,
unless
surrounded by loved ones.
Exactly, unless you don't have loved ones or you hate your home.
Yes.
You went on a plane and you did magic.
Yeah, for like a load of.
Wasn't just Spielberg either, was it?
Spielberg.
Let's talk about some more celebrities you've done magic for.
Come on, it's very important that I do that. It was this. I've just got back from New York a few days ago.
Oh, New York.
That's great. Yeah.
You sound like him. You don't know that he's been to loads of places.
It was a crazy. I mean, there's no way of making this. The
it's
interesting thing is that there were loads of very famous people there. Steve, I showed a trick to Steven Spielberg.
Of course, that's interesting.
Blake Lively, the dude from The Office, the US Office.
Not exactly called Blake Boring.
Exactly, she's not called Blake Boring. I clarified that.
Shouldn't be either.
No. John Krasinski, Emily Blunt, loads of.
What were all these people doing watching you do magic?
It's
not an insult. I just wonder what the fuck happened.
So it's a big fundraiser that Marcus Mumford from Mumford and Sons.
Yeah.
Anyway, he's their front man. He's married to Carey Mulligan, who's a film star.
Yes, the excellent actor.
Yes, and every year they do this thing called the Winter Wassail, which is like a big fundraiser for the charity War Child, or Children in Conflict, same thing. And I've known Marcus Mumford since before they were famous, or since they were just starting to become famous.
Oh, you met Mumford at the right time.
Yeah, before he had his sons, before he spawned his many sons.
Yeah, when he was just called Mumford.
Yeah.
Well, he wouldn't have a man, would he?
And and they used to get me into this club night they ran in West London where I'd get like 50 quid and a couple of beers sort of thing. Yeah. And anyway, over the years he's become very famous and they keep getting me into their events, and this one...
It's not bad to be friends with Mumford.
Exactly.
Goodness me.
So they raised 2.2 million for War Child that one night, which is like how rich for people in the room. And then I got the plane back. And someone, in fact, Patti Smith's daughter, Patti Smith was there. Her daughter messages me going with a link to Vogue, and Vogue had written about the night.
This is where we found out about it on Vogue.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I miss a week in the office. I come in and you're in fucking Vogue.
Yeah, and where I belong.
It is where you belong.
Thank you,
yes.
Mark Watson. And it described the night, and it lists all these famous people, and it goes, but the real star of the night was Pete, and it goes on about me.
Bloody hell, even the most famous person in that episode, you can call that episode of Vogue, it's not quite.
It was in that episode of Vogue.
And now, sure enough, you've got things like a watch and clothes.
I know,
and
exactly.
all the stuff that famous
fully
people
clothed,
have.
fully clothed, not just the top half.
Look how many clothes he's got on, and he's got a watch, and you've got you've got nice hair, and all these things are what happen when you've met Steven Spielberg.
Exactly. If you play your cards right, you could.
I was once close to meeting him, but it wasn't to be, and it doesn't look as if it is going to be now. Is it?
Oh, was this that film you?
I had a film.
Yeah, I read it in your book. That sounds like.
Yeah. It was a shame. Well, yeah. Although that wasn't the main. There's been main shames. We haven't had the main shames. No. Yeah, look at this. The chat is saying things like, "Can't believe the man who was in Vogue is now sat in Impatient." And that's how you're going to be perceived now. First and foremost, as a man who is almost insulting to you that you're even here.
Yeah.
Do you have any magic?
Yeah, should we do a trick?
Yeah, let's have. Imagine you're now. If you're watching this now, you are as important as Steven Spielberg in a sense.
Yeah, I mean, not really, but
Not in any sense that matters, no.
I try and make it vaguely interactive.
Except we're sort of all equally important, aren't we? Because we're all humans
Are we not
with
animals. Yeah.
feet and that. Well,
Yeah.
most people got feet.
Yeah.
But doesn't matter if
not
you haven't.
everyone.
Doesn't matter if you haven't.
Anyway.
Oh, look at that! That's
we go.
why Spielberg wanted him.
Yeah.
It was
I'll
just
tell
like
you
a
what.
wheel of cheese, but with cars.
It was exactly, yeah, that's what I go for, like a sort of dairy-based sort of presentation. If I spread through these here, can someone in the comments type the name of a random card that you see, and Mark can then maybe choose
Yes, I
one of
will,
them.
because
Okay.
several people will do it at once.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I'm going to. John, Santa has joined the chat, even though he's also in the room. Santa Claus is joining the chat.
Anyone going to give us a card?
The trouble is that the YouTube comments are
you
about 20
delayed.
seconds behind.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's
You're
okay.
in the past.
They're in the-
we're
they're in
on
the
the
past.
cutting edge. We're now.
There we are. Seven of Hearts.
There
That's
we
the first
go.
one I've
Happy
seen.
with that? Let's see. If that is actually this is a whole pack. I'm assuming.
Yeah,
There
they
we
must
go.
have always
Seven
had
of
Seven of Hearts.
You would think so, yeah. There we go. That's the 7 out. And let's make it distinctive. Now, I don't think anyone will think that Mark and I will have set anything up, but just in case, let's mark this in a way that.
And
you
by the
will
way,
know
I'm watching him like a fucking hawk, because if
Yeah.
there's one thing I know about magicians is that they're full of tricks,
Yeah.
and he will do something sneaky. But
I'm
don't
gonna-
worry, I'm your eyes and ears.
Okay. We're going to mark it.
Sorry,
with-
quickly, someone has again put, Mark, why are you doing this day-long live? Look, back once an hour, someone asked me why I'm doing this. I'm going to stop now. I'm doing it purely for fun. It's not for charity.
no, quite right.
There's no point in
maybe-
me doing something for charity. This prick does £2.2 million up his arse just by doing magic.
Oh my ass, that's where it went. We're going to mark this. Can someone give us a random word to write on the card, just so you know that there is only one card? Like, it's not like some pre-arranged
Random
thing.
word on the card. And again,
like-
I'm going to take this off
Mark's
the...
going to go
off-
for maybe the
off
first one he sees.
The first.
So,
It can't be... I don't think it can be Spielberg. Pear.
okay,
is
there
fine.
we go.
I suppose it could have been. This is the closest someone's ever been to me, and is also following the... There you go. So you can see that the card is
Okay.
marked with
The reason for this is so you don't think I've got another one prepared on me. Right, this
No,
is
I
this
can
has been
see you have
created
it.
in real time. All right, I'm going to try and bring this. In fact, do you mind if I get a bit closer into the camera?
No,
So,
who gives a shit about me? I've only been doing 6 hours.
So we're going to take that. Here's the deal. It's going to start about. Let's see.
He's
about,
and I'm
about
watching him.
halfway in.
I'm watching him like a hawk.
Okay. My job is to sort of find it and bring it back to the top so that it's up there. Right. Let me show you that again. Watch. So
It's unbelievable.
It's going to start about there.
He's going in the pat, look, and he's not cheating. I can see him.
I've got to get it back up to the top, so up to here.
See, that's bollocks, because the card went in the pack and now it's the top one.
It's bollocks actually.
By bollocks, I mean magic.
Yeah. Right, if I do it again, and I'm going to leave
Ready?
the card sticking out from the pack, so if I do it like this, you can actually see
You can see the card.
Okay, can I? In fact, if I put that right in, where's the lens on this thing? About like there. Watch. Then it's not on top. Okay,
It's not on top. The 8 of fucking diamonds. It's in his mouth! It's in his mouth! Oh my god, it's in his mouth. And
I'll show you
that's
the first
bollocks.
one. That is
It
bollocks.
couldn't have been in his mouth. And I was watching him.
He was watching. This time it's going to jump to my back pocket, right? So it's going to start at the bottom.
I'm watching him.
It's going to jump to my back pocket. But I don't mean the card, I mean the whole pack. So the whole pack is gone.
Yeah, that's bollocks.
The whole pack.
It's in his fucking trousers.
Bloody trousers, mate.
Shit off. Shit the bed, and then go and shit someone else's bed, because that is bollocks.
Yeah, shit someone else's bed for once. Actually, this time.
Did Spielberg react like this?
He did actually. He was right. He didn't say shit someone else's bed.
I bet he didn't,
He kept the
because-
bed shitting to his own.
And this is why I don't get invited to these sort of
Yeah.
things, I suppose, yeah.
I'm going to give it a little bend this time so we
He's
can
giving
see
it a little bend.
We can see it even. Let me show you why we're doing this. Even from the edge now, you can see the shape.
Yeah,
you can see the shape
the
of it.
card is bent as crap.
It's bent as all crap.
As all crap, sorry, yeah.
How can I do this? Right, I hold this here. Watch. You're going to see the moment it appears back on top. Watch.
Oh! It is...
Boom! There we go.
It is good, but it's bollocks, because it can't be done, and it's horrid.
It's horrendous.
It's horrid, yeah.
Disgusting.
And it is. It's disgusting and it's horrid and it's bollocks. But Spielberg likes it, and now Pete's got a lovely watch. No, you would have had the watch before.
I had the
I'm
watch,
joking about the watch. I've got no opinion on the watch, really.
watch you made this bit.
But I have got a strong opinion on the magic, which is that the magic was absolutely excellent.
Thank you very
Or,
much.
as Lulu says, satanic. Repent.
Never.
I mean, that's amazing, mate.
Thank you.
We should get Santa in.
Should we get Santa in for a little bit?
What? Yeah. Now with Santa, we need the YouTube chat so that
Right, yeah.
because we've got Santa suggestions.
Yes.
I think this is Santa's own idea.
It was my idea.
It was your idea.
Yeah, and John Luke was just like, whatever.
Actually, fair enough. Yeah.
It wasn't like whatever. He was like, "What do you want me to do?" And you're like, "Well, we'll sort it out later." I've no idea what's.
Here's John Luke, you're Santa.
Santa's got a lot to say for himself, isn't he? Yeah.
No,
So all of a
just left
sudden,
the room. I'm not in shot yet. He's not in shot.
it's true. We still can't see Santa yet.
No.
Well, what about if we?
Shall I edge out?
Yeah, I suppose the phrase. Well, actually,
What if Santa sits on your knee?
that's a little bit of fun, isn't it?
Yes, you can have a taste of what Santa puts up with all the time.
Probably is Santa on the knee.
Ho, ho, ho!
Santa's on the knee.
Ho, 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 everybody!
And
It's Father Christmas
I promise you.
here to say hello.
We told you Santa was coming, and Santa.
How
is-
does this work? What is this?
Definitely don't touch
What
that
are these
thing.
purple lines all
Don't worry
about?
about the lines,
All over the
Santa.
screen. Who's this in the background? Hello!
No, those-
Hello!
That's that man there. Actually.
There's a man. I
Yeah,
didn't
we're
see
looking
him.
at ourselves.
Hello!
Santa.
It's me.
Yes, he knows. Ho ho ho!
Ho, ho, ho. Vanity has got the better of me this year, and so I dyed my
Yes,
beard.
you're looking considerably younger than
I wanted
yeah.
to take it back to its original colour, which of course it hasn't been for many years, and I got some Just for Men, which I
present for yourself.
believe they still make. I assume they still do. They still make Just
Well, I
for
don't know.
Men.
You don't worry about that because you're not in the shops, are you? Because you can just make.
My
them
elves
what.
made me some Just for Men, and I was very pleased because that's their day job, and they're doing it pro bono for Santa. Pro bono. Pro bono. Ho, ho,
Oh, yeah, sorry.
ho, ho, ho,
Yeah,
ho, ho,
I don't mind that actually. Yeah. Yes. By the way,
There's been a lot of men on this stream apparently,
Well,
and no women so far.
Yeah, but the
that
truth of
seems
it-
difficult.
Well, the truth of it is that there haven't
Just
been a
for
lot.
men.
There's not been a lot of anyone on
Oh,
the stream
right, fair
actually.
enough.
There's
Yes.
just been a few people, and they've been men. Yeah, I wouldn't say no. We've certainly not been. Like, what would be good now is if like the Bangles turned up and then that would square it, or like any all girl. But I'd be delighted if it was the Bangles.
Yeah.
But the thing is, well, I suppose and it was really Alex did a lot of the admin. So again,
No, it's always happening.
you
Yes.
just keep worrying about whether Alex is sort of
On the naughty list, Alex. On the naughty list again.
Just go out and get us a girl or any
On the naughty list, Mark Watson. On the naughty list.
Not the first time you've issued that command to Alex.
We were actually talking about this. What the hell? Listen, we're all having a bit of fun.
Yes.
Yes, it is possible that it's the lack of women that is causing the lines. Of course, normally the irony is this office is normally female. It is a matriarchy. Yeah, there are more women working from patients than men, but the women have quite wisely fucked off today, which is why we've just about got away with the confetti thus far. What we had earlier, Santa, was some.
Who?
Well, sorry, that's you, of course. Was that just a singular ho ho?
Who?
Yeah, I see it.
It's how I respond to you. Who?
I see, yeah.
Who?
You always think of hose as being in twos, but I don't mean that.
No, I can do them in any number. Give me a number, I'll give you the hose.
Five?
Yeah, five.
Ho, 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 ho.
Yeah, that was it. That's
What's five?
it.
I'm like a horse.
He's sort of magic as well.
Can it be done? Is it a trick? No, he's really doing it.
What we had earlier, Santa, in fact, quite a few hours earlier, was that I crowdsourced some requests. You might have heard of the convention of Sexy Santa.
I've heard of it. I invented it.
Well, I suppose so, yeah. Have you ever tried being other Santas that start with S? Because
Okay,
we have got
not
quite a few
sexy.
of those.
Well, that seems like a reasonable bit. So yes, let's give
yeah,
that a go.
that's the thing. Yeah.
Give that a go, ho, ho.
And it's sometimes nice to have a bit, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, it's the sort of bit that could last for about 4 minutes, and then we're up to the turn of the hour. Actually, if you imagine it.
Well, that's-
Of course, at 1 minute past 3, we're going to enjoy a rousing rendition of Pete Heater's "Tall as Shit."
Right, lovely.
So now, if you're in the, I mean, we've already had quite a lot of these in the chat, but I've
Yes.
forgotten most of them. So if you want to keep putting them in the chat, requests for Santa. But I do remember a couple of them. First of all, superficial Santa.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yes.
Just for men.
Do you want to come in each time?
Yes, superficial Santa.
yeah.
I really care about how my beard looks. I'm so superficial.
Yeah, it's that sort of thing.
Alright,
Actually,
look,
do you think you should come in every time and say ho ho ho? I'm
Yeah,
superficial?
you've got to come
Oh,
in.
okay.
Yeah, he's going to come in every time. Yeah, he's going to come in every time. He's going to come in every time. Here comes superficial Santa. Oh, he sits on me every time. Right.
Ho, 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 ho. It's lovely to be here.
There we go. And then, in a way, almost the opposite, sincere Santa.
Ho, ho, ho. It's lovely to be here.
And that's what can happen when someone has got acting talent, because he said the same words there. Oh, yes, supercilious Santa is a good one.
Ho, ho, ho. I bet you're looking up to Santa right now.
Absolutely. Lovely. And again, this is acting, because this is all the same person, John Luke Roberts.
What do you mean? It's
Well,
Santa.
yeah, but I don't want anyone to actually get like carried away with thinking. You know what I mean? Like, it's so convincing that, especially there might be children and scoundrel
Smarmy
Santa.
Santa. Oh, yeah.
Well, scoundrel and then smarmy, I reckon. Yeah, or
I do both.
at the same time.
Smarmy
Scoundrel, smarmy scoundrel Santa.
Ho, ho, ho. Ding dong bell.
That's pretty good.
Absolutely fine. Yeah. Well, yeah, we should have sad Santa, I suppose, just for some light and shade, you know.
Boo ho ho.
Pretty good. You might have thought when Santa cries it would be bo ho ho, but no, he still takes the boo.
Yeah.
There's some Swedish Santa. That seems sort of more difficult. There he is. They're very sort of well, you'll know. You're always listening to this. They're very sort of they smoulder a bit, don't they? The Swedes. They don't necessarily give a lot away.
Spendthrift Santa.
Surprisingly, 3 people have sent a request to be in this live video in the past few seconds. Yeah, I don't think you know what you're getting into, but you definitely don't want to be in that situation.
Spineless
Santa is good. Yeah.
Trying to figure this one out.
No! Santa! Santa needs a spine for Christmas.
Sort of went route 1 by claiming not to have a spine at all, and that again.
Very literal.
We'll do a couple
I
more.
think you'll find out that was actually route 3.
Was it? You'd already auditioned 2 routes.
Yeah,
in
yeah,
there.
yeah.
Absolutely fair play. Sorry Santa is good, and then maybe spicy Santa to wrap it up as we go into the hour.
Ho ho ho. There've been some stories come out about me in the press, and I'd like to say from the bottom of my heart, I would like to apologise if anyone has taken any offence or believed the things I said and did were bad. I'm sorry that you did that. And I'm going to go and do some therapy.
Yeah, you're going to have a period of reflection.
Soul searching Santa.
And we'll close with, and I suppose you can interpret it any way you like, as with all of them, spicy Santa. Thank you for all of your sessions.
So ho ho, here's the story from A to Z. You want to get with me? You better listen carefully. You've got Santa. You've got Santa.
Thank you very much, Santa.
That was so good.
Well, the thing is, it was so good, and it also was so good to have a magician here. And actually, a lot of things are good, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
And those were 2 of them.
Has there been an arc to this? Like, did you start off a Christmas grouch at the beginning, and now you're turning around to like, actually, the world is out.
I think you're very generous to say that there's been an arc to it. No, there's been a sort
I
of.
don't think there's been any thought whatsoever.
There's been a series of incidents, and no, it's been mostly. I mean, you've seen these sort of things before. It's just no. It might have been a nice idea actually to start with as a real grouch, but my energy levels throughout have been quite high. I think I've been quite enthusiastic. I'm quite an enthusiastic
Fine
man.
fooling.
I tell you what, I'm all right. I'm quite sort of and with just 2 hours to go, you wonder if I can complete the no piss 8 now. It does sort of.
It's incredible.
It's a bit surprising, but the thing is, I definitely when we open and once we open the wine. No, there's nothing unhuman about me. I wear my heart on my sleeve. Lulu, we could get someone on the stream, can't we? Just
Yeah,
like you at them.
100%.
I'm tempted to redress the. Oh, Corrie's back! It's dear old Corrie. Happy birthday, please, once again to Corrie. Some of you weren't here at the start when we first wished happy birthday to my great friend Corrie Riley. She says, "What have I missed?" But bear in mind, she left most of the 6 hours ago. Very quickly, Corrie, you've just missed John Luke as a variety of sexy and other Santas. An amazing magical performance by this prick who went to he's friends with Spielberg these days. We went out and did some questions in the street. Yes, how can I help? No Susie Dent, no Judi Dench yet. I emphasise. I read the prologue of my novel, my forthcoming novel. I'm going to do another reading, Corrie. If you stick around, you might not be able to stick around. Oh God, what else? Well, what haven't we done?
Confetti everywhere. We made about 3 songs.
We picked up we did loads of music. We picked up a new bunch of YouTube subscribers.
Yeah, which means we have to do a challenge that we haven't decided yet.
Which that led to a confetti cannon being confetti off, and it was a bit of a confetti because now there's confetti everywhere. The confetti proved to be salty in taste as well. Can we all say Merry Christmas to Santa, please, John Luke?
Bye, John Luke.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
And happy birthday. Hang on, wait a minute,
There it
Lulu.
goes, and a Happy New Year.
Sorry, Merry Christmas and a happy birthday before that to Corey, and then a happy New Year.
birthday.
Happy birthday, everyone.
Lulu, if you're still there, let me know. I know you're about to go and do an essay, but I do have a request. A request, if you like. First of all, it is time. Well, we're 2 minutes late for the turn of the hour song. One more time for Santa, John Luke.
Bye, John Luke.
Well, actually, it doesn't have to be now, but I think
Shit everywhere.
I would like a woman to be on this. To redress. I didn't think that we'd have a problem with a male-female balance because we didn't really plan on having any guests at all. But then it is. So I'd like to. So I think we'll get Lulu on the. Oh yeah, Lulu. In a few minutes, do you want to join the? Have you got time to join like on the stream, and then we will at least have spoken to a. A woman. Like, it's not unprecedented. Lulu's been on these Insta lives before.
Yeah.
So we'll see if we can. It won't be immediately, but it can be within the next 5 minutes.
And then after that, we need to do the final reset.
After that, we will do the final reset. Lulu is going to put. Yeah, Lulu.
We're getting rid of the purple lines.
Lulu says, "Let me put clothes on," and I do agree. It will be counterproductive if we finally get a woman on, but she doesn't have clothes on. That's not how it has to go. You get clothes on. Sorry, it wasn't the real Santa. No, it was the real Santa. Of course, this is the worst time of year to try to get him.
That wasn't the real Santa?
No, it was a character comedian, very good character comedian called John Luke Roberts, who we've produced for.
We can't get Susie Dent.
For you.
Yeah, true.
Well, the bar. Again, I should say, if this was a proper 24-hour show or something, we would have had. And in fact, in the last 24-hour stream, we did have almost exactly equal number of male and female guests. But as I also say, there was no real ambition to have guests here. No one here has been welcome.
There was a much different level of planning.
Yes,
that's what I planned.
There's been all women in the live should request the stream, and Mark has to choose one of us at random. Well, we could do that. Well, let's get Lulu on first. No, it's extremely risky. Yes, but then.
Mark, stop reading this out.
Oh, the things are, sometimes I have to read people's comments because sometimes we have to interact with the content back. That's the regrettable thing. It's not a content. I've always said content is not a one-way street.
There's YouTube as well.
Yeah, there's YouTube in the background.
Loads of.
What are they saying?
They're
Merry
all saying
Christmas.
Merry Christmas to Santa.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, quite rightly. Oh yeah, sorry.
Is there a new subscriber target?
Lulu's trying to find pants. Corey says stop scrunching your tinsel, which sounds like a euphemism, but she's right. I actually am scrunching. The problem is because I've got. If you all know me. If you put something around my neck, I'll scrunch it. Not a snake. If it was a snake, I'd leave well alone. But like on the whole, so I'm going to take the tinsel off until 4 o'clock when I have a wine and Alex is, I suppose the phrase is blowing up a reindeer.
That's the phrase.
Now, it sort of feels like we're now. We're 5 minutes. We're almost 5 minutes late for the end of our celebrations and the song "Pete Heater's Tall as Shit," sung by Matt Riot. Well, sung by all of us in a way. So what we'll do is we'll do that. Then it'll be time for the final reset. I think probably another reading from the book to sort of change the pace a little bit. It is in our near future. Still time for Susie Dent, of course.
4 o'clock we'll have a wine.
I thought you said have a wine. I won't do that.
No wine.
At 4 o'clock I will, if we can open a wine, have a wine, yes.
Yeah.
And
Are you struggling to open it?
no, it's just that I didn't want to get ahead of ourselves. We've got a lot of booze in the office because of the kindness of our clients. But not all of it is. We're not all allowed to have it. Right. Lulu is clothed, but should we do? We'll do the song. Okay. Then we'll do Lulu's appearance. Then we reset.
Yeah.
Then we reset. Oh yes. Someone says, Mark, sell us some stuff, please. Yes, that's the other thing. In the party bit between 4 and 5, I will also. Again, it's going to get a little bit unpleasant there. It's going to be me absolutely hustling the shit out of you. It'll be like a souk. I don't use the phrase lightly or probably correctly, but it's going to be between 4 and 5. It's going to be like a fucking souk in here, and if you don't like it, stay out of the souk. If you don't want to haggle, don't be. The simplest phrases. If you don't want to be in a souk, don't visit a souk. Yeah.
Song.
Yes, I suppose a song.
Wait.
Oh, hello.
Movement.
I never like it when the phone gets moved just because of what's happened before.
Oh, relax.
But you relax, and also you're right. It means that it stops charging. But we're close to the conference.
37.
Now, I think.
Right. And then we're going to do the changeover. And it'll be on my phone.
Well,
Pick a key, any key.
Okay.
Look at that. He's done a bit of magic, but on the piano.
I'm going to go with this one, please.
E flat.
Yeah.
Yes, E flat.
Good choice. Most people can only see 3 miles out to sea. Pete, he's so tall he can see 53. His wand is long and his books have massive pages. When it bends down, it takes ages. Why is he so tall? Nobody knows. Is he just the wrong aspect ratio? I guess it's just the way he is. He is tall as shit. He's not shit, just tall as it. He's not shit, just tall as it. He's tall as shit, and I hope that's clear. Now he's going to disappear.
Thank you very much, everyone. That was Pete Heat, tall as shit. Surprisingly not featuring Pete Heat.
He was there.
Well, he was
there
there,
was a little bit
but-
there was ad-libbing.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying Pete wasn't involved. I'm just saying. It's that. Thank you very much. That was.
Strong.
The neighbours are filing their complaints. Oh, don't worry.
yeah.
Well, very few people are in the
I've
office
walked past
today.
a lot of people outside of the room and they're giving me looks.
Oh, I thought we were more or less on our own. Well, it's a bit late to anything about that.
Yeah.
If you're watching this and you're in the building, then firstly, sorry for all the noise, mess, and men. But
In that order.
also, why haven't you come in yet? It's because
I've seen women.
Yeah, we know there are women. We know there are women in the building. I can always tell if there's a woman in the building. There's a nice vibe. You know, I can.
He's always looking.
I tell you what, yeah, you can't sneak a woman past. Yeah, and it's true actually. It's true what Connolly says. Pete is a tall ass man. He truly is. There was a sort of I became briefly focused on saying things were something ass. Earlier, and it's true. This is exactly what we have the suffix ax for. He is a tall ass man, and this has been now a long ass stream. Don't worry, I'm not going to. I think there's a long way between me and Greg Wallace, although I have once been with Greg Wallace in a hotel, but he didn't do anything noticeably pervy on that occasion. But then I wasn't in his room. It was a swimming pool. Have you ever seen Greg Wallace in a swimming pool? I have, and you probably don't want to. I didn't want to. I didn't ask. Oh, he didn't ring the hotel and say, "Can I just check Greg Wallace will also be booked into the hotel?"
In the pool.
In the pool, yeah. No, it was. I suppose what I'm saying is, my experience of being with Greg Wallace is just a byproduct of having been alive at the same time as Greg Wallace. You could say the same with me and Mylene Class, who I've met twice. The first time at that same hotel. So she, Wallace, and I were all there. And the second time,
That's a good question.
Class had forgotten that she met me the first time. And if I meet Mylene Class for a third time, I'm confident she will have forgotten the first 2 times. Now then, yes, I know. Well, again, I keep apologising for the lack of women, but then I shouldn't really, because it's not really my fault. And also, if you apologise for anything in life,
Santa will.
well, yeah, that's the other. Well, so yeah. Yes, a strange group of people to be in the pool together. I agree, Corey. Mylene Class and I had a nice chat. Not, as I say, that she remembered a fucking word of it. Now, on the subject of Susie Dent, we don't have her. So instead, we're going to talk to, I think, Lulu Popperwell. So at least we'll have had a woman on screen, and not just a woman, but a very good female comedian. In order for this to happen, and this will be the first time that we've added somebody to the stream, but I think, do we request it or does she request
Lulu
it?
requests.
Lulu requests to join.
She's done it.
Yeah, but it says, oh, wait. It
Yeah,
says,
but
oh,
we bring up the list.
Right, and then we
accept
only,
just
we
Lulu.
just, because 4 people did it. There's a good chance you will see.
Have you got audio on this thing?
Yeah, you're right. There might be a massive lag, and there might also be a massive bag, which is what I put on my head if this doesn't go well. But there we are. There's Lulu.
Hello.
Hello, Lulu.
Hello. I'm a woman.
What are women like?
I'm so delighted to represent all of them here today.
Is
We're
it-
fine.
are they- is it sort of like men, but historically not as many rights. and
Yeah.
that? Is that women?
More tits.
Right.
Sometimes, not always.
No, not always. You don't know, but like
You had to guess.
per capita. If you had to guess, if you had to guess, where's your I don't like to use the phrase, but dog.
Well, okay. Firstly, I'm starting to worry that has become my brand.
Yeah.
And
If anything, people like within seconds of you coming on, everyone said, "Never mind that. Where's the dog?" Which
She's
is
in the
okay.
next show. I'm bringing her on stage in the next show so we can get that out of the way.
I bet you are. That's an extra star on the old review.
Yeah. But she's also, so partly she's not here because I'm trying to rebrand, but also she's at the groomers.
She's at the groomers.
Yeah.
The dog's at the groomers.
Yeah.
Dog at the groomers is a song I think in a bit, Matt.
Poor Matt.
Can women sweat, piss, or are you saying that nobody can do it? Because I still haven't been for a wee, and it's 6 1/4
I've tried
hours.
to be so clear on this today. You can't sweat piss.
So how do you think I've still not been for a wee?
Well,
Then?
I don't want to like undermine the incredible feat that you've gone through, but you know, like most times overnight, you'll like not have a piss.
But actually, in my case, that's not true. I always wake up for a wee. Maybe it's just that I do most of my weeing overnight, and then the day I'm not really. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, you.
Maybe I'm nocturnal, but only for piss.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. We've solved that. I'm nocturnal, but only for piss. Are you looking forward to Christmas, Lulu? That's a bit of chat.
No.
Are you looking forward to Christmas being over then?
Yes, and then it's my birthday, which is more important.
Oh, when's your birthday? Early doors in the year.
It's 15th of January.
The 15th of January. Bang in the middle of January.
It's the fucking work. No one wants to celebrate then. It's a
In
forgettable
fact,
birthday.
if you didn't hear that, Pete's is the 17th of January and Lulu's is the 15th of January.
You just find someone with a 16.
And well, I'm the 13th of February, so this is getting a little bit. Yes, anyone? Well, Coop's birthday the 16th of January. So it's starting to look as if almost every day is taken birthday-wise.
18th of January.
Stop it.
Shut up.
Stop it.
I think he's like,
You got to give a passport.
Yes, I want to see a passport. You got it.
Regardless of the birthday.
We're just getting a scan of Matt's passport. We're not seeing it on the stream, but I will verify if his birthday is the 18th. If it is, we have just witnessed something fine.
In the same way that there are people all over the world, every day is someone's birthday.
Yes, for example, today is Corey's birthday, just in case anyone forgot. We certainly haven't forgotten.
Happy
Super Hot
birthday,
Mel's
Corey.
birthday is the 5th of January. Like, but she just said it in the comments. I'm not calling someone Super Hot Mel. It's very important for me to distance myself from any out of context clipping that might occur with these remarks.
Make sure to keep clipping.
Which is, I'm looking at Matt's passport, an image of Matt's passport, and there's absolutely no doubt about it. Matt and Lulu and Pete all have their birthdays within a week of January. And I know the guy's magic, but how would he do that? That is something, isn't it? Christ on toast. And then when you think that mine is in February and his is in March, it's utterly freaky.
My dad's the 14th.
There is not a fucking person in this room whose birthday will ever be a nice day. Like, in terms of the weather, I mean. Weaver says, why has he got his passport? It's a perfectly good question, but it was actually just a scan of the passport. But also, you've got to remember, the guy's always got his passport because he's always going everywhere because of Go. the very simple language which he invented and NASA bought it or something. If you've just tuned in, it's too late.
Mark, I'm delighted to have been a woman.
But you need to do an essay.
I actually need to do something that is like so woman you wouldn't believe it. I've just received a massive box of estrogen, and I have to go and be really woman now.
Good
So-
Lord. Well, I mean, if anything, we've redressed the estrogen balance more than I expected.
Yeah.
Then I didn't think I didn't realise women carried it around in boxes.
Oh, yeah. Just to be safe, you've got to be safe.
I see. Goodness me. So when you see a woman carrying a box, that's probably what's
Yeah.
going on.
It's estrogen.
It doesn't count as another woman, but you know, at least fair enough. Well,
but if the balance is how much estrogen is or isn't in the room.
yes,
On the string.
as Connolly says, if you missed it earlier, the programming language Go is sort of like a simple toilet, like not like a Japanese one. Other people have all got the same birthdays as well. Everyone's birthday is the same day and there's ever been. Thank you very much, Lulu. Who's, by the way, let's not forget to wish Lulu a happy birthday next month. Not now, but next month when it will be her birthday once more. And I bet I know you're so young. It's quite a young birthday, isn't it?
I'm 30.
Well, you're not 40, are you?
34.
Yes, so you're young.
Yeah.
Bye.
Okay, bye. You can't
Lulu,
say
hype in the chat, please. I was going to say enjoy your estrogen, but I don't know if that's what happens. I don't think it's not the sort of thing you enjoy so much. Yes, future birthday hype. Lulu, hype in the chat, please. And we're entering, or at least we're approaching that well-known landmark, 318. Yeah. In fact, I would say we're at 318, and we're a little bit shy of Susie Dent's still. Now, of course, because of the delay, this is a weird one because I can still see Lulu talking to me out of my right eye, which I did vow earlier not to. I tried not to use my right eye, but sometimes you do use your right eye, and I'm the first to put my hands up and say sometimes you use your right eye. Yes, Lulu hype. The Lulu hype is coming in now, and we are getting quite close now to our office Christmas party, which is about 1 hour and 40 minutes away, I suppose. Yeah, I wonder if it is actually time now to, and this might well not work. Well, yeah, reset. Contact Colin Murray. I'm saying hello as much as so that I can help as anything, help myself. Yes, how can I help myself? Reset. Contact Colin Murray in order to try to get to Susie Dent, who, if you missed it, we're trying to talk about because Dent would be the dream. Another woman, and a woman that knows whether you call that the bottom of a swimming pool or a floor. Don't worry about that for now. Don't you start weighing in. Then I suppose I might talk a little bit more about writing. I will do another. Yeah, I'll do another reading. About 3:25, I'll do another reading. Don't think about the purple lines. We've told you. They're going.
Well,
Well, they were going, and then someone put
no, but we're going to fix them in the reset.
Yes, Quiver. Colin Murray is Northern Irish. He absolutely is. But he's got a normal name. Like his spelling is just Colin. He's not got like a funny. Oh yeah, if you can get a Shappy, that would be great, Corey.
Yeah.
Corey sort of has Shappy in her house sometimes for these sort of moments. All right. Yes. Also, importantly, don't worry. 1 hour and 41 minutes to go of this now famously long thing. We are 18 subscribers over the 11111 threshold, but we haven't done anything about it. And we're now going to enter the second reset. Now, you might remember the first reset, some of you who were around in those days.
It was monumental.
It was big.
We did many sync.
Well, we had a song as well, didn't we? We're going to have a tune for the second reset.
Oh yeah, what would it be come up with? Dog at the Groomers.
Oh no, Dog at the Groomers is a separate concern.
We do have to sing that at some point because Matt spent ages on it.
Oh, don't you worry, we'll sing Dog at the Groomers. I don't think I got where I am today by not singing Dog at the Groomers. But for now, I am still a man that's not singing Dog at the Groomers. Oh, welcome back to Jim. Jim was here at the very start. Remember Jim Parkin? Well, I'll tell you about Jim if you want to know. He makes the little models that you get in things like Shaun the Sheep or Wallace and Gromit. He's a very talented.
Really?
Yes, he's a friend of mine. He sculpts these sort of little friends. Unless it's a different Jim Parkin, in which case, well, there's nothing I can do about it.
He could make a Pete Heat if he's got enough stuff.
Oh, I don't think anyone's got enough stuff to make a Pete Heat. Okay, it's time now for the second reset. Again, don't panic. During the second reset, we will again very briefly dip off the
but
the YouTube
is still going to be there.
It is Jim. The Jim that's now in the chat is the same Jim that make stuff for like Wallace and all these
Guy's
business.
a celebrity.
The guy who works for Aardman. He's a celebrity, just like Pete, just like all these people.
Oh, yeah.
He also.
Same thing with Spitwork.
Mart is back. Mart is back. Jim is back. We're in a golden period for people coming back. What a shame then that we're about to do a reset and lose all of that momentum. But the reset is important so that we can get to the end of the stream without further sort of fuckery with Instagram. We're about to have some shappy news. This is Shapparat called Sandy, of course. That news will come from Corey. Yeah, don't worry. The reset will be short and painless, and in a sense, it won't affect you at all if you're watching on YouTube because. And we say it till we're blue in the face, don't we? The YouTube never goes away. The YouTube stream is forever, and most people now that are on YouTube are watching this. The rest of YouTube is pretty bloody quiet now. A lot of people make this fucking YouTube stuff like, well, there's Mr. Beast, there's the other one, and there's that other guy in America. There's like there are now YouTubers.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Here's some news. You might be able to see in the chat. Shappy has left to catch a ferry with Mark Steele, her partner, but will join us from the car. So we're potentially there. We're going to have another man, but also a woman, and crucially, people that are on their way to a ferry, which we've not had yet.
Excellent. On
this stream. We'll see about that then after the reset. It is time. Darth Vader says YouTube is over an hour behind this stream now. Yeah, but that's fine because you'll still have something to do for the rest of the day.
Yeah, there's loads of cats.
There are people watching this on YouTube who haven't seen me start yet, but you're in for a bloody treat.
To the Instagram that haven't seen you start.
I tell you what, if you like magic, hang in there for 5 hours, and this cocksucker's going to make a card, basically go to Wales and back. And I'm sorry to call you a cocksucker. Well, it isn't really, is it? It's rude. Yeah. Okay, it's time for the reset. Matt, if you're just playing the traditional second reset music, please. Ooh. Second reset. A second reset. Second reset.
Number 2.
Everybody. Second reset. Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. A second reset. If you could do this for another hour, we're nearly there. Second reset.
What is this?
A second reset. Can I see second reset in the chat, please?
Yeah, we've got to see.
Well done, Cole. Well done, Queever. Well done, Conley. But it can't just be people beginning to see.
I did the YouTube chat when it catches up.
Second reset. Thank you, Sophia. Thank you, Richard. Second reset.
Yeah.
Okay, it's now time for the second reset. The clue was in that song.
Everyone, if you don't want to miss out on the rest of on the next 20 seconds, go to YouTube.
All you've got to do is be on YouTube.
Go to the YouTube. It's all going to be there. If you want to keep watching on Instagram, just wait 20 seconds. Refresh the page, or we're going to be back.
What you don't...
Hey!
In fact, some of you famously prefer this wide view.
The widest view.
What's going to happen again is that Alex is going to post the entirety of the stream now, I think, to my Instagram.
Yeah.
Because Alex is he's a real sort of I'm going to use the phrase archivist. Alex, he loves to sort of
I'm all about preservation.
You're an absolute archivist. Yeah, you're a guy that's you're
going hard into the arc part.
Yes,
sounds like you want to say arsehole.
No, if I wanted to call you an arsehole, I'd just do it, and in fact I have done. In fact, I've called everyone in this room unspeakable things, and I haven't even had a drink. I'd be nicer if anything when I have had a drink, probably.
Well, maybe.
Yes, as usual, there's quite a lot of fans for this angle, but what people maybe don't understand is that you have to have YouTube and Instagram, really, or Insta we call it, and YouTube we call it.
We've got to finish posting it. You've got to do
My
that.
passcode, 4219.
Don't tell them,
It's not really that. Or is it? The first 2 digits were right. But it's a 6-digit. It'd be incredible to get it from there. And unbelievably, the second reset...
We've still got to post this. You keep...
I know.
I'll do it.
I know, but I just wanted... I'd just like it known that second reset was as fast as shit. It really was. Now, what we're going to have now is people saying, I preferred it without the reset, and they'll start talking about the lines and the sync and whatnot. But
if they bring up the lines of the sync...
the best thing you can do now is begin it coming, because here we are at 3:26. We don't exactly have Susie Dent, but it's not over. We are. Yeah, it does look. Let's not even mention the the old the pub. purple lines. And let's not talk about that.
Are they still there?
No. That people are saying they've gone, but I'm worried that if we even acknowledge them, they'll come back a little bit like, what is it, Beetlejuice or God or someone?
Yeah,
there's someone like that where if you say him, you
both.
get them. Can't be God. If you say God, you would. If God showed up every time someone mentioned him, he'd have so many churches to get around. He'd be like Santa, but every weekend. But he is like Santa in that he knows all of your deeds. The only two people known to be in that category. And I've met Mr. Motivator. It does look as if I met him this year, Mr. Motivator. In his real name, disappointing. It looks as if everything is well. Thank you, Corey. I think I do look quite nice with purple lines around me. But you see me without purple lines as well, and it's nice to have a bit of both, I suppose. Yeah, don't worry, Dave. Susie Dent looks almost certain now. You're too young to know who Mr. Motivator is, Quiver, so I'm not going to dignify it with an answer. I think what we're going to do now is actually... well, actually, you're right. God is everywhere all the time, omnipresent, and that's how he's able to hear the prayers of people in thousands of different places. That's what Christians believe. And that's fair enough, really, because if they're almost certain now. You're too young to know who Mr. Motivator is, Quiver, so I'm not going to dignify it with an answer. I think what we're going to do now is actually... well, actually, you're right. God is everywhere all the time, omnipresent, and that's how he's able to hear the prayers of people in thousands of different places. That's what Christians believe. And that's fair enough, really, because if there is a God, he can do all sorts of stuff. And also, it's unlikely that Jesus can do the things that are claimed in the Bible, but it's unlikely that Pete Heat can do all that fucking bellendery with a car, and he did it. So what I'm saying is, you shouldn't not believe in God just because it's unlikely, because it's also unlikely that you can do magic. And actually, a lot of things are unlikely. There are some penguins in Australia. That's unlikely, but it's true. Now, aren't there? Oh,
Yeah,
no,
like
yeah,
zoos,
no, not in. There's penguins in St Kilda, mate. Just like you can just see them. What? Now, don't worry about it.
Tim Tams, I know that.
They've got Tim Tams.
And that is another one of the 300 jokes. All right. Welcome back. I'm just going to give a couple of minutes for everyone to come back onto the live. If you think about it, you think how long Live at 5 normally is. Just since 3 o'clock we've done that, but we were also doing it from 9 o'clock. Yeah. This is extraordinarily
We'll have
long.
done 16 Live at 5's worth.
Yes. By the time this is over, we will have done the equivalent of 16 outings. I'm going to use the word outings, and I've used it.
Don't use that lightly.
I don't use it lightly. I'm now looking. I can now see myself in the past, myself in a different shirt, and myself, and I'm also myself. So that's a lot of Mark Watson, even for some people. I think it's time to read another bit of the book. So this will be a sort of more serious bit, but not that serious, of course. I mentioned earlier that I've written a... yeah, exactly, Hare. It's not that this is long, it's that Live at 5 normally is very, very impressively short and concise. And bear in mind, 24-hour show is my sort of... my milieu, really. So actually, this is still short. What you're seeing here is only a third of what I'm capable of doing. And that is why it's well worth following my career. And on that note... Oh, hi, George. George is sad because he's not allowed to wear his pyjamas to school tomorrow. I wonder if that's... I mean, they do sometimes have a pyjama day like that. Normally, it would be mad to complain about that because almost all the time you can't wear your pyjamas to school. But on the last day of school, you'd expect that. And it must be the last day of school tomorrow. So, Lisa, why can't George wear his... What are you talking about?
Wear it under your school uniform.
Yeah, wear it under your uniform.
Come on.
Come on, George.
George, put your pajamas on.
That sounded like you didn't want to be singing in that key, but you
I went with it.
yeah, it was really good.
Under your school
Uniform! There we go, we've sorted that problem out. And if there are any more problems, we will address them in poetry or song or some other art form over the next hour and a half. That's exactly how long there is to go. And it's time, so we're going to do another... not all of you were here when I read from the book before, so I'm going to very briefly... well, I say very briefly. It's just not that sort of life, is it? But I'm going to say earlier in the book, earlier in the thing, I talked about the book, which is called 1 Minute Away, and which follows a Deliveroo driver, although you never say Deliveroo or Uber Eats. It's just a generic, and in fact, a lot of these drivers, as you're probably aware, work for more than one company like that at the same time. Our narrator doesn't, for reasons which appear in the novel. The book is called 1 Minute Away, and and it's about a delivery man in London who is from Croatia and observes both London and the world of people with more money from an outsider's prism. Not in a patronising way, I don't think. There's quite a lot of nostalgia for when Alex was still in the... there's no doubt about it. A lot of people prefer the YouTube to YouTube and Insta, but I have to do what I'm told. And I have done what I'm told, because if it's up to me, we wouldn't be on the internet. In fact, if it was up to me, we wouldn't have invented the internet, but it wasn't up to me. It was up to Tim Berners-Lee, I think. Did he invent it, or did he just sort of like do stuff?
He did the World Wide Web.
The World Wide Web.
On top of the
He-
internet.
Is that
Tim-
before or after he like took over Apple?
Who did the it doesn't matter who did the internet, we've got it now. We do that with all inventions. Anytime someone says who invented it, it's just like, doesn't matter, we got it, it's fine. Alexander Graham Bell, as soon as he had the patent for the phone, he should have said,
It's irrelevant.
hello, I'm Alexander Graham, and never mind, I don't care who you are. Thanks for your information. Thanks for the phone. Hello, sorry, I'm not calling you, loser. And that's how they should have trolled Victorian inventor Alexander Graham Bell. Yet another missed opportunity. Okay, it is a shame, yeah. Why am I not even surprised that when I joined an 8-hour stream, I joined exactly the moment what I was explaining the main beliefs was Christianity? Yes, you're right. It is because, despite not calling myself a Christian, I am sort of obsessed with religion. Okay, well, not obsessed with it. I just find it very interesting. That's not an obsession, is it? I find lots of things interesting. I'm not obsessed. I did get obsessed earlier with Americans saying things like big ass, but I'm past it now. Okay, so the prologue. I read earlier a prologue. The prologue of the... Oh, that's the first time a wire's been that close to my neck for a bit. And
For a bit?
may it be...
Scrunch it.
yeah. I did say anything came near my neck, I'd scrunch it. Scrunching the wire. I'm scrunching the wire.
That was a good callback.
Oh, hang on, this isn't my phone anymore, is it?
No, it's not your phone.
Goodness
no, but
me.
don't be mean to the phone. Just
No, I'm not being mean to it. It's just you switch... that was a bit like one of Pete's tricks. I don't know if you know, but Pete...
Yeah, I've been learning from him.
Things will be one place and it's another blooming place.
You see how those purple lines well? That's what we call technical.
Bit of news, Matt. George, who we just sang to about pyjamas, has a brother called Henry, and we now need to say hello to him.
Oh,
but he
God.
did wear his pyjamas to school today, which presumably explains why George is jealous.
Henry! What the heck? You're wearing your pajamas around your neck.
Well done, Henry, and unlucky George. And there we are. I can only gather that they are... Well, you can guess that they might be at different schools with different policies on pyjamas. Or Henry might... there's loads of things that might have happened. We can't stop talking about that. We can't stop talking about what might have happened.
Are all the kids named after Thomas the Tank Engine characters?
Yes, there's also Percy, Toby, and that one you can't remember.
Fat controller.
Yeah, no, you don't get kids called the Fat Controller much now.
You don't.
Some news from...
PC got mad.
News from Corey.
FC.
My stepkids just gave me a birthday card with old Horn's face on it. That's
Lovely.
not that lovely because I'm a best mate. I'm not even the person.
You can't get cards of yours.
I'm not even the person in No More Jockeys on a birthday card in my friend's house. Christ. Now, so we're going to now join. This is still very early in the novel, and
I was going to say stream then.
no, it's not early in the stream. Don't worry about that. The stream's been going on for a while now.
Yeah.
If you I had a text from Corey, but it's been superseded by what I already know, which is that she's here. You sort of forget people can still text you and like, while this is going on, I'm still living a life of sorts. As are you. All of you watching this are living a life of sorts. So this is a very early chapter in the book. The book has quite short chapters because I have a theory that people are more likely to stick with the book if the chapters are short. Because it's a shame really, but I think it is true. But that's not why. It's not purely strategic decision. I also like it that way. Okay, so we now join our narrator, Demir, at a moment where he's just accepted a job, a delivery, and this is going to become this will be a key moment in the novel. So if you're thinking, I wonder if this is important, it is. So if you're thinking, maybe I won't listen because this will be irrelevant, then I don't understand where you got that idea from. But also, you should listen to everything I say, and you should read everything I write. So actually, you know what I mean? Okay. Exactly, it's my book and I can do what I want. And if you ever come to any of the book events, Alex is holding up the book, but it's not the same book, of course. But it is worth being reminded of my gigantic canon, for want of a better phrase. I didn't picture the word.
Next slog.
I didn't picture the.
Mark Watson's gigantic.
I don't think we want any sort of crude humour in this TV show. Thank you.
It's not going to be crude.
I hope
Get
not.
some girls in here.
No.
Oh, God.
We tried girls, and they're all carrying boxes or going for a ferry.
Mark Watson quote: "Get those babes in and show
By
show my gigantic canon."
I mean, of course, body of work. So canon with one end. Well, no, two ends, but only one in the sort of key spot. That's right. You still, there's also. So if you think about,
where they get you.
if you think, isn't it? If you think about the word cannon as in a cannon that fires cannonballs, there's 3 ends in that fucking thing. Every other word on average is an N.
We're never going to get to the 3.
We are, but I just think it's worth saying that if you take the average of cannon, you could spell it as cow and then and that's really mental. That's mad, isn't it?
It's nonsense and
There's half of everything Canon's got is end, but we can't afford to think about that at all, really, because of my book. If you've just tuned in, I might not have the appearance of a sort of a great novelist, and yet, actually, if you've watched all of this, I might not have that appearance.
If you watched any of it.
You might. I certainly don't look like a guy that would sit himself down and write 8 separate novels at 8 points in his life, but I have, and I'm writing a 9th one. However, so anyway, the bloke speaking is Croatian, as you know earlier, and he lives in London, and he's a delivery driver. He lives, in fact, with a friend called Goran, who is also his best friend, and they won't work together. They both work for this. And of course, part of the thing is that when you work for a company like Deliveroo or Uber Eats, no one is quite your colleague because everything's atomised. You don't know any of the other people. You don't really know the company. In fact, the company doesn't really exist to all intents and purposes, and that's one of the things which becomes important in the book as well. Okay, this passage is about. Well, this is longer, so you might need to listen to it. You might need to not all leave the stream because no one reads books anymore. Well, you don't have to read it, you're just listening to me. Okay. I think if it's not too much trouble, Alex, I might like a bit of water for the reading. So I'm going to, loads of people have just joined. Maybe word has got around that novels are really cool for the first time since the 1970s, before I was born. So I'm going to have some water and I'm going to read a bit of a novel. And even if you haven't heard all the build-up, it doesn't really matter because you'll get the idea.
Was this yours from earlier?
Yeah. But also, I am a guy that can drink out of any glass. Not everyone knows that about me.
Without ever releasing the liquid from your body.
Yes, that's right. It is also worth noting that I'm an hour and 22 minutes away from completing what is believed to be the first wheelless stream of this length. Although the word stream didn't help me there, actually, mentally.
While I was pouring it.
I might go for a piss at the very end, so I missed the end. That'd be...
He's gone!
Done the business by then.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. He's going to piss through the cleaning bit.
Okay, yeah, the big test is going to be wine, because wine is a bit of a... Not a laxative, what's the word? A diuretic.
Does diuretic mean it makes you weak?
It sounds like it should mean.
Nah, diuretic's for the back, isn't it? Diarrhea, it's not coming out your front.
No, that's...
No, I didn't say it was, so I never would say that.
Diarrhea, diuretic, it's the same thing, right?
Different.
I think it's different things, and also in a way it's time to stop talking about we and talk about literature. It's a shame how often I have to say that to people. Okay, right. Hang on, where are we? Yes, here we are. So he's just taken an order from a Japanese place. I'm sure this has been asked, but will there be no more Docky's Christmas special? Yes, it has been asked. The answer is no one knows.
No.
Huge piss from the massive cannon.
Yeah, sometimes people see some... You sometimes get some unpleasant stuff down in the old chat. But to be fair, some of these sorry specimens have been watching for nearly 7 hours. Now, you'd expect them to have gone mad.
They've lost it.
If you think about what we're like, you're all right, but you haven't been in this room for that long.
That's true. I'm going. I'm slipping.
Okay, here we are. I'm glad you're here. I know you've been waiting for this. A Japanese restaurant, a 15-minute ride. A little out of the way, not a place I've been to many times, except job. The ting, I've got in before anyone else. The place is called, this is appropriate actually given earlier conversation, the place is called Tokyo Kyoto. Because of what happens next, those are words which will live in my head forever. Rain is in my bike lights as I pedal, sweat down my back. As soon as I walk in, problems. The bag is not on the counter. Oh, hang on, I've missed out a paragraph. Now that That wouldn't happen if you're reading the book, you always get all the paragraphs. Like if you buy the book, there won't be a bit where it says, shit, missed a bit out. But when it's live like this, that can happen. And it's quite an important paragraph, actually. Even before I reach the address, the company's app has already sent the customer a note saying, in a tone like they're friends, congratulations, your food is on its way. This in turn is because the restaurant has told the app that the order is all done, whether it is or not. Everyone in the chain is doing this. Everyone is lying slightly. If the customer gets angry because something goes wrong, nobody will blame the restaurant or the app. They will blame the guy who shows up at the door. Fast forward, we've had this bit. The bag is not on the counter. I call out. A man comes out who looks so hot he might have been in the oven an hour himself. He says, sure, okay, give me a minute, we're up against it here. I'm standing helplessly by the counter, smelling food. My stomach gets the wrong idea and starts to say, good work, Demir, I assume you're about to eat. I've tried to train my body not to anticipate a meal like this every time I smell food, but sometimes it cannot be avoided. Since the energy bars, I've had nothing. I approached a Subway at one point, but the notification came. If you're just joining this now, this is a novel which is published next year. These are not things which have really happened to me, except in the sense that they happened in my imagination. But most of my life hasn't happened in my imagination. It has really happened, that I think. The sweating man comes out of the kitchen with a large package. I thank him, like I always do, even when I've been screwed as hard as this. Look at the app for the destination, which pops up when I input the code on the delivery bag. Backpack on, and I'm pedalling like the Slovenian cycling prodigy Tadej Pogačar, whom Goran and I like to watch in the Tour de France. I could do that, says Goran, as he watches Pogačar slamming through the gears and rocketing up the mountain. He's only half joking. I was never as fast as Goran, never had piston legs like him, but I can move pretty fast when I have to, which is always. The trouble is, especially in rain, you have to be a little bit careful. Water is streaming out of my hair, which is long at the moment. There is never time to see a barber, and anyway, that costs money. I have to keep reaching to wipe the streams out of my eyes, because my eyes are pretty important if I want to stay alive. Everybody on the road makes mistakes, but cyclists are at the bottom of the chain, like the little fish that get swallowed up by the whales. My mistakes will not kill anyone else, but theirs could kill me. And someone said that to me almost word for word. Dinky Donk, in fact, for those of you who watch No More Jockeys. He is a very prolific cyclist, and he was a consultant to me on this book. Because I don't ride a bike. Strange then to write a novel about it. No, it isn't. The novel's in the imagination. Do you know what I mean?
No, I do know.
Yeah, thanks, Pete. Sometimes I like to ask people if they know what I mean. If I know what... No, that's fine. I had it right first time. My mistakes will not kill anyone else, but theirs could kill me. An Uber in front of me slows without warning, taking people to food while I am taking food to people. Someone wanders across the street where they should not, or a lorry rumbles behind me. I perceive these things so quickly that sometimes I feel I almost looked into the future. I reacted to them before they even happened. On a motorbike, Goran says, this feeling of being wired to the streets is the same, but faster. One day I will know. I have ridden on the Empress, of course. That's Goran's motorbike, clinging to Goran's back, screaming as he wove between a bus and a van. But to be in charge of the machine is what I want. To be a machine, a money-making machine, with the wheels beneath me. 40 Laurel Gardens is in a smart part of the neighbourhood, very much smarter than where we live. The houses are more widely spaced. Trees are planted all along the pavement. This is very nice for the homeowners and the source of oxygen, as we learn at school. But what they did not teach you at school is that trees are a pain in the arse for delivery riders because they make it difficult to see house numbers. Although it actually says pain in the ass here, because our narrator learned his English from American television, another complication for the author. To make it worse, Laurel Gardens numbers do not seem to be laid out in a normal way. A psychopath has arranged it so they go up one side but down the other, and many doors have no number at all. The app's GPS has got me this far, but now the little dot is flicking around the screen and the phone is shrugging its shoulders and saying, good luck, my friend. Every second counts. Sweat is starting to run into my eyes along with the rainwater. Am I going to have to wear a headband, I wonder, like an 80s sportsman? Big black blue door. No, big dark blue door. Black blue isn't really a thing yet. It has to be black or blue. You hear the phrase. Well, you can be black and blue if you've been punched up, but none of this is in the novel. None of it's in the novel. On the whole, most of this is in the novel, but there aren't comments in the novel, unless you make them as you're reading it.
Write them in.
This cannot be a contactless delivery because I need to explain the lateness. Explain it was not my fault. I knock, and almost at once the door swings open. It's like someone has been crouched there waiting to kick it open, as in the war that was happening when Goran and I were born. A man is standing there, about 45 years old. I was 41 when I wrote those words originally. Now I'm, unfortunately, almost 45 years old. Oh, isn't it? Again, that's not in the book. His hair is dark and turning a little grey at the front, again haunting. He has keen blue eyes, a handsome face, so we're fine now. He's wearing a white t-shirt which shows off significant pectoral muscles, 3 workouts a week muscles. Sorry for the delay, I begin. What a joke! So I'm acting, we're doing 2 characters. Sorry, I say again, but unfortunately the restaurant was not ready, so... I mean, it would have been quicker to go to fucking Japan and pick it up from there. The order was not ready when I arrived, I persist. So again, I apologise if... Sure. He's nodding sarcastically like my story is the maddest excuse he's ever heard. Well, good luck with your review. He turns to go back into the big house, shuts the heavy blue door. I almost stumble physically at what he has said. Whether he knows it or not, he has struck at the most vulnerable point of a rider's brain. My rating is really all the power I have. If it stays high, the algorithm keeps pushing jobs to me because I make the company look good. If I remain in the elite bracket, over 4.5 average, my pay rate is slightly higher and there are little bonuses. Already the way we live is tight. If I lost these bonuses, it would become almost impossible. On top of this, even if it seems stupid to say, there is my pride. Sure, maybe what I do is not full of glory. I'm not walking down the red carpet with paparazzi yelling, "Over here, Demir, great burger you dropped the other night." But I do my work well. I make sure people are satisfied. My rating is a badge that shows that I work hard and care about my tasks. And now a man is threatening in a casual way to stick a knife into that reputation, which I have built up over hundreds of deliveries in rain and snow, through rude customers and shitty, incompetent restaurants, through being ill or injured or just tired as a dog. And all for something which really I have no more control over than I have control over the winner of the dancing show on TV, which I see through windows on Saturday nights. I need to confirm with the app that the drop is done. It will be logged in My Jobs, and a small amount of money will appear there with a green tick. My finger slides around uselessly though on the screen because of the rain. I cannot make contact with the button. It's a restless feeling. No more jobs will be offered until this one is officially completed. All these minutes add up. Part of the reason for the title, 1 minute away, is the character's endless preoccupation with the time. Time is always ticking. You're always punished for wasting time. Plus, because I am still across the road from number 40, from the angry man, I feel like I can still see him, his contemptuous face. 10 seconds later, like this is an anxiety dream, I can see him. The front door is opened again. Hey! Acting. Doesn't tell him, but my customer is holding out the package like a bag of dog shit. This is the wrong order, mate. Does this look like 3 people's food to you? I say in my head, a swear word that can mean almost anything you want it to. What it means right now is that I'm starting to wonder whether this man has psychological difficulties. How am I meant to know there are 3 people in his house waiting to be fed? Does he think that when he places his order, an assistant comes out of my phone and says, "This is for Mr. Smith, who has a wife and child"? Does he imagine I sit when I have collected each order and count exactly how many grains of rice are included? I don't know. You don't know. He's opening the bag now, taking the items out, shaking his head. He opens one of the little containers and holds it out to me. I mean, what are these? They're edamame beans, I say, my stomach sighing at the thought of what they would taste like in my mouth. I can see that they're fucking edamame beans, he snorts. The words sound crazy together. Who in history has been this angry over edamame? My point is, this is not the order. And here a thing happens which is over very quickly and yet feels to me like a moment of real brutality. He clatters open the black bin, partly hidden by a big bush. He throws the entire box in and slams down the lid. I lose my breath for a second. Would you like me to... Should I go back and... But the guy is waving his hand in the air to dismiss it, to dismiss me. He's moving away. Forget it. Absolute clown car. As the blue door slams shut for a second time, I try to make my brain understand everything that I have seen. That the guy either holds me responsible or is too angry to care. That he's prepared to throw away good food in front of me. And that he can afford to waste it like that. Probably not even get a refund, simply order another dinner. I find my hands are shaking a little on the handlebars and the wet uniform t-shirt feels like it is stuck to me. Like, although this is stupid, it will be impossible to take off even when I get home. I wheel the bike into where there is a sort of gap between some houses and the others, which turns out to be a tiny street of its own, Vintner Mews. I shake rainwater out of my hair again. I want to text Goran, but I do not even quite know what I'm thinking. And a little bit of a jump to the end of this passage, basically, because there's a bit you don't need here. Plenty of people have been rude to me these 3 years. If the toppings have bled from a pizza because it went on its side, the customer will not be toasting you with a gin and tonic when you arrive. It does not matter, you are probably blameless. You accept the criticism, it is the job. But what has happened this evening feels different from most of what I have encountered in London so far. I feel that I have learned something about how some people see us here, something that has not presented itself so strongly before. And there's something I did not want to know. That's the passage. I might actually, when I do proper book readings, I might always holler, that's the passage at the end. Because people don't always know how to react, but they sort of have to do something if you yell, that's the passage.
You could actually write it into the book.
At the end of every passage. Yeah, it's not too late. The copy of it's still going through. And then people will, when they're reading it, will be like, oh, that was the passage. That was the passage, yeah.
Is this another passage?
And then,
that was another
if
passage.
you're reading it thinking, oh, I'll just get to the end of this passage.
Yeah.
Then when you see that's the passage, you're like, I've got to the end of it, I can have my bagel now, or whatever you might be doing.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a bagel.
No one
can
has
have a bagel.
no one has to eat a bagel while they're reading my book. But also, everyone can, if they want.
You can choose it.
I will send it to you, Corey, and thank you, Tony, for That's the Passage hype. You deserve Susie Dent, and I am the man to deliver Susie Dent to you in the next hour and 9 minutes, which is the paltry amount of time that we have left. The Dent window is shrinking at the same speed as the Overton window is doing whatever it does. The Overton window describes the political spectrum where, like, what is considered left, centre, essentially.
Right.
And over time, it doesn't. Well, yes, it does matter. It matters a lot. But I have nothing I do about it. Nothing I do about a lot of things, actually. I like to vote in elections, though. But in the end, I'm only one man. Although I had 5 votes this year. Are you a Microsoft Word?
This is not. No election fraud. I just want
No. I had 1 vote, and you might be looking at me thinking, I bet he didn't even remember, but I did. I voted in the morning. Now, because it's easier to remember things in the morning. If you what you don't want to do is get pissed, suddenly remember to vote, and vote for, like, the Zoo Animals Party or one of those ones. Well, you can do that, I suppose. Are you a Microsoft Word or a Google Docs writer? Surprisingly, and a lot of people will find this, they won't like it, but I write in Microsoft Word. All my novels have been written in Word. There are things like Scrivener. There are much more sophisticated word processing packages, but I'm very loyal to Word.
Do a word count reveal. That's mad.
The word count of the book is 83,238 words as it stands. It will change. Whoa! All right, 83238. That's nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
But that means I can't.
Added in all of that's the passage though. That's going to go up.
It'll be up to. Well, there's probably about 5,000 words worth of that's the passage. So
That's
it'll
the
be.
next sub count. We've got to hit that.
It will be 90,000 words if you include the that's the passage. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess during the audiobook, I'd just say all of that's the passages as well, and then.
Will you have Alexa's record when you're recording it?
Yeah. We'll have. This is part of it. We're kind of saving it. We're just going to export
Just
that.
use that audio.
Send it to the.
My use of Microsoft Word, for what it's worth, is more about tradition than anything else. I've written all my novels using the exact. Well, I suppose there's different versions of Word, but pretty much the same thing. For a long time, I used the same font, even Garamond.
It's a classy font. Isn't it?
Then I switched to Courier. This is in Baskerville, which I do like.
Oh.
Yes, don't worry about it. Someone's writing in Baskerville. But the novel I've just started.
Police in the end.
The Police in the End. The next novel is written in something else, which I found a font that I really like. I think it's called Bell or something.
There's nothing like a good font.
There's nothing like a good font. Actually, you said it best when you said there's nothing like a good font. It's like,
That's what I'm saying.
yeah, Bell.
Let's see, Belle.
Bell. Oh, hang on, yeah. Bell, you can't see this, but there's a. That's not it. That's Baskerville again. I'm just going to show, and this might not be the most entertaining thing of the stream, but I'm going to show just Pete Heat the font called Bell. No, they can't see it. But quite honestly, we can't worry about them too much. Look at this. It's really, isn't it nice? Yeah.
Smooth.
Can't recommend enough the
Bell
font.
MT
The font
specifically.
Bell MT. Yeah. If you're there thinking, oh, I'll treat myself to a new font this Xmas, then
Is Hyman in?
and here's an interesting thing. Well, I don't know if it's interesting. It might be boring actually. But someone says, how long did it take you to choose the font? I do spend a bit of time on it because once I've chosen a font, I will never will have to write the whole novel in it, and then at the end, I change it all into a different font and reread it in that font, which is a writing tip that a clever writer told me. Because you notice different.
Close to it.
You notice different stuff. Then I change it back into the nice font. Then the publishers take it and they fucking put it in another one anyway, and then they change everything, so it doesn't matter. Probably won't even be about a man on a bike by the time you get it. If anyone's got any favourite fonts, we haven't got time. So,
Barlow semi-condensed oblique.
Charlie says, not a novelist, don't get choose fonts. If you're writing a play or screenplay or something, I suppose Final Draft, basically, which is what people write film scripts on, more or less imposes a font on you. That typewritery, like, I'm in Hollywood, scene. But writers don't have to do that. Writers don't even... Hare's dissatisfied with the capital K in Bell Empty. Well, I haven't. That must mean I haven't written any words beginning with K yet. That's the thing. Just don't do it. If you're writing something about King Charles, just call him Ping Charles. I don't know. I don't need to tell you how to write books.
Monarch Charles.
Corey's quite right to point out that it's time. It is time for wine. Actually, in 4 minutes,
Wine
it's the
time.
final hour. So let's.
Yeah, but can I open it? Like, am I allowed?
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. You can. I mean. Yeah. I mean.
I can't get any. I'm not doing that.
What? You can't have any.
As in, I'm not.
Oh no, I don't want you going out. I want you going spout, if anything, staying in. Because it's time to celebrate. It's tipple time. It's now important. We don't have to drink to celebrate things. You don't ever have to drink. Drinking is pleasant for some people, not so pleasant for other people. The casual drink culture we have. Anyway, I've said all that, but I love drinking. Hi. Do you write double lined or single line spaced? I write single spaced, but then again, when delivering it to the publishers, they always like it double spaced. It's easy to read. So I have a different version with those adjustments on. Coming up in the final hour, we have Susie Dent, probably, although a little bit of almost definitely.
Less likely.
But I think it's more and more likely, because if you're Dent and you've watched 7 hours of this, you must be starting to crack now. And I can't think she isn't watching it, because she's not on Blue Sky, because I'd messaged her there. So she will be watching. So Susie, you're more than welcome. Actually, you're important. We've had loads of people join while I was reading the book, so I think I probably should say, firstly, thank you for.
I'm mad confused.
Well, I think that anyone joining this at any point will be quite confused.
Yeah.
One thing we're going to do at the top of hour 8, if I can use that phrase, and I have to, is we're going to just check in on who's been here from the start. There'll still be some lifers. Very, very impressed with all of those people. Very impressed with all of you, though. To be no news on Judi Dench either. Dench is a bit more difficult because actually
It's slippery.
if anyone calls something like Dent or Dench, she's a pain in the arse to track down. I'll tell you that, actually. Yeah, and that's one thing we've learned. If we haven't learned anything else, hello to all lifers, including Sophia. And that's it. Actually, no, it's not. It's just all the people. Also, I again can't see the YouTube comments. Yeah, I know that sometimes you think I'm not looking at the YouTube, and sometimes I'm not. I Noah's been here the whole time, and I'm now with Noah in town. Daz Raju says, good night, everyone. We're talking about Daz Raju 1987. There's only an hour to go. Hello, Quinn. Hello, Milo. Hello to all of you who have watched. Oh, someone else is going off to talk about data protection. That's unlucky, consciously see. But yes, if you don't have to leave, I think it would be strange to leave now, because coming up in the final hour, Tony Blake's not only been here for the final hour, but has been instrumental in getting Susie Dent, which has happened, I think. No, she's not here, but I've just starting to get a good feeling about Dent, as I've already told you.
He's got a feeling.
Mayan said, I don't remember what the outside of this stream looks like. Quite right. Yeah, I've got a feeling tonight's going to be a good Dent. And if you're just joining now, you are here for the final hour of Live at 9 to 5. Phil Williams' mum says he has to go. Oh, no, not his mum, his wife. Worse.
Classic Phil.
Phil's wife is always... Isn't she?
No, but Phil's wife is the more reasonable one.
Yeah, well, that's what... If you let me finish my sentence, I was going to say, Phil's wife is always lovely, and I agree with her. Yeah.
Tear him away, Phil.
You're the problem, Phil, my old friend. But on the plus side, welcome to Meg Rabo 06, Kevo Whiteley, and David Rostron. Good old Rostro on the roster. Welcome to Sarah Belson. Welcome to Rachel A. Neal. I'm just going to do an hour of this now.
Roll call.
Welcome to... Oh, people have stopped coming now. Okay, it's... So, hello, Richard. Well, Richard I do know. Richard Gill.
Oh, hello, Brian Shelf. Hello, Elizabeth Gadge.
We've got some lifers on the YouTube stream as well. Hello, Elizabeth Gadge. Hello, Brian
Peter
Shelf.
Spire.
Hello, Peter Spire. Spire is absolutely right. He has spied all sorts of things. Peter Silk says, I think in future, at the start of every sentence in the books, if you wrote "this is in the book," that would save time. Yeah, but if you deliver a book to a publisher and everything says "this is in the book," they'll underline it all the leave and say. Yeah.
Oh, Ian Luckham said you should say after. That's the passage after each poo as well, which I think is a good idea.
I think that's sort of I think that scatological joke has no place in the final hour of live at 9
Good thing that hasn't
to
happened
5.
yet. Oh, it is.
Not at Christmas.
It's now.
Well, it's time, and I think it's time for a special. I mean, oh, hang on, you've got
Dog of the Groomers.
right. So we're going to yes, Dog at the Groomers, mate. Do you again?
Forgot about Dog of the Groomers.
You're acting like I have got where I am today by not singing Dog at the Groomers, but I've been absolutely on the record about that. I have. We will message Shappy as soon as this is over,
Oh, shit,
and then we'll get Dent. And someone says, "Hello there, Mark. What are you up to?" Well, you know, it's absolutely fair question, but it's just not.
We don't have an answer for
Maybe it
it.
was some way of showing the world.
Essentially, what I'm up to. Yeah, that's right.
Via technology.
You've got much more idea about what I'm up to than if this was happening in 1985. So I suppose we should all be grateful.
This.
But basically, what is happening is quite simply this, which is for the past 7 hours, without weeing, I have been on an internet live. I'm going to say broadcast.
Like half a sandwich as well. You're running on nothing.
I've eaten bugger all. I've pissed bugger all. I'm a husk. Have you opened the wine?
No, I
Can
wasn't
you?
sure. I'm not sure which one you want.
Show me and I'll tell you, because I think we should actually be toasting the final hour like you do at New Year, or well, no, you yeah.
What about that one?
Yeah, perfect. Will you take a wine?
I'll take it.
Yes, Pete will take a wine. Will you take a wine? Yes, we'll all take a wine. And if you have wine at home, cakes.
Yeah, what's all this?
He's suddenly listen to that.
in on the cake.
Have you ever heard?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard anyone ask for a cake by saying, "What are those cakes all about?" Amazingly polite, but we all know what he wants. Basically,
Whoa.
it is wine time. If you're at home, you may also now have a wine, but if you don't want one, you don't have to. In that regard, it's a lot like having lunch
Like bagels.
or texting. Like bagels, yeah. I'll never, whatever people say about Mark Watson, me, they'll never say, "He made me have bagels, he made me have wine." They might say, I hope it's a joke where Big Cheesy D says, "Is this scripted?" If this was scripted, it would be one of the most dramatic performances and most impressive performances of all time.
What would we script? What would be the script?
Imagine if I could have remembered 7 hours of this. Like it would be. I suppose the novel was scripted. That reading was, in a sense, scripted. But no, this is not scripted. This has actually all been improvised, which makes you think.
Pure improv.
Unless it's the sort of cheating improv that I mentioned hours ago.
Honestly, like John Luke was maybe the only one that actually did improv.
Yeah, it depends what you call improv. But I have certainly. It's been what we call off the cuff. Yes, it's all been. I've just sort of said things as I've gone along, which is my tip for doing comedy, actually.
I'm gonna fuck this up. I'm not really like a wine opener.
Bad news.
It's in.
It's in, but it's not coming out again. And it's
What
not,
do you do that for?
I mean, it will come out again.
Oh, Pete.
To be honest, I think you back Pete Heat to get a bottle of wine open, but when he opens it, it'll be full of ducks or something. I'm sorry for the delay to the start of the final hour of this Instagram live at 9 to 5. In a moment, we will be toasting the final hour with wine and with a rousing chorus of the famous song "Dog at the Groomer." Meanwhile, Bunchtron is back. Bunchtron, remember, left us at 1:07 in Vancouver, and just under 6 hours later, we welcome back. Can we have hype for Canadians, please? Canadian hype in the chat.
Where's Seattle? Are they still here?
Well, it's the same time zone, so if Vancouver is back, Seattle, you might imagine, is also back.
Roller skating ponies just finished sausage rolls and cheese straws.
Yeah, a lot of people are now eating, and they're absolutely right to that. Yes, Canadian hype in the box, please. I've got a lot of time for Canada. I lived in Canada.
Oh, nice.
I lived in Toronto.
Glasses.
I lived in Alberta. I've lived in Canada. No, you've not missed a whole day of me, Moomin Lin. You've just missed 7 hours. 7, and this is the 8th of 8 hours. But I think, if anything, this hasn't been long enough. And next time we do this, we need to take it seriously time-wise. I think 12 hours would probably have given us a bit more latitude.
Yeah.
I now have a wine.
We didn't get anything done.
And, well, this is the thing, no, I mean, because really 8 hours is no time to run someone like Dent to the ground, let alone Dench, or anyone else with a name at all, really.
Yeah, there was no actor tracking down.
I think these days my favourite Bob Dylan song probably is as simple as Tangled Up in Blue, but that's not because I'm a Philistine, it's because you go through quite a lot of Bob Dylan favourite songs in your life, and you tend to pivot back to... but I have... okay, here we are. It's... Well, so... What kind of glass? Queever's always asking things.
We're 5 minutes after the top of the hour.
I know, but that's because people keep asking things like, what kind of glass is that? And I keep telling them, this is a flute. And you must now use flute as your Wordle opener today. But you may not do Wordle until after this, because as soon as people start talking about Wordle, someone's going to spoil it. And I'm doing it later. Please can you tell everyone to visit Rochester Castle this festive period. Well, that's one of the more unusual comments I've had so far. And for the sheer audacity of
Make it happen.
And Sarah Belsom's only been on here for 10 minutes and she's banging on about Kentish castles. And yet, if you don't ask, you don't get. And so without further ado, yes, everyone please go to Rochester. I assume we're talking about Rochester in Kent. Rochester Castle.
Please, guys.
Please, for goodness sake.
Guys, please.
Don't go to Leeds Castle. Certainly don't venture outside Kent. Don't go to Chepstow Castle. Go to Rochester Castle. Cracking castle. I expect it's a good castle. We're drinking Montepulciano here, but not. This man doesn't drink red wine really. Someone's just asked, "Are you an AI?" No, an AI would have been more coherent than this over the 8 hours, but it wouldn't be quite as much fun.
Question?
Well, you never know what a genuine question is these days. An AI also wouldn't have done a wee though. That's where I am, I suppose.
If you get a Venn diagram of you and an AI.
Cheers, everyone.
Cheers up. You
Cheers.
Get ahead of it.
Cheers, everyone. And it's time to welcome in the final hour, which we're actually 6 minutes into, with Matt Ryer and Dog at the Groomers, inspired by Lulu Popperwell. Oh, we're moved. Phone move for the song. Phone up.
Go, Matt.
Clip, clip, clip. Wash, wash, wash. Brush that silly shaggy dog. Oh, blow, blow. Up it down. Clean it all around. Clip, clip, clip. Wash, wash, wash. Rinse that doggy shampoo off.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, the dog stopped moving. No, wait, everyone, stop. Pause grooming. Let me check his little doggy pulse.
Well, this is risky, I think, for this late in the show.
Oh, it's fine, it's just keeping still.
Hey.
Clip, clip, clip. Dog, dog, dog. Brush that silly shaggy dog. Clip, clip, clip. Oh, wash, wash, wash. We thought he was dead, but he's not.
Very nice. And can I just add, the dog of the groomers, dog of the groomers, dog, 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 dog of the groomers, dog of the groomers. So I think all songs should have the title in.
Yeah.
And if they don't, the singer has to do it for ages.
And all films and all books.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a Wonderful Life should start with a guy saying, well, actually, it isn't a Wonderful Life film when it starts.
Yeah, at the end it should say, it's a wonderful life.
In the end, it is a wonderful life.
It should have been like,
Yeah.
Terminator 2 Judgment Day.
Exactly. Then you know where you stood with
Exactly.
things. Yeah. And like, certainly with songs, half the time you listen to a song and you think, this is great. I suppose there is Shazam, but trying to work out what a song's called, it would be very, very helpful if people, do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
the song like, the best example is Sexy Boy by Air. They're saying Sexy Boy all the bloody time.
Yeah, you really get.
You know immediately, the first thing they say is Sexy Boy.
Yeah.
And the second thing, they say it 4 times before you get anything else. We're back on, I think.
Someone just said the dog's died.
No, the dog hasn't died.
The dog has not
Not
died.
even a fictional dog has died.
Yeah.
And it's starting to look like no animals will die while this is on, actually.
Woo!
Because,
That's a victory.
well, I mean, they will in the world.
Oh,
but
okay.
we won't have been responsible.
We tried not to. We got a nice little cheers there.
Yes, lovely. Let's see all your cheerses.
Don't go
Let's
to
have-
Rochester, New York. No castles there.
Yes, by the way, you're right, Ollie. From now on, we will say that was in the song after every line of the song. We're going to. Yes, I suppose it is a case of how long does wine? The answer is in this case we've only had it for a few days. Thank you to people who have occasionally mentioned or sort of referenced No More Jockeys with the patience of people who were hoping to one day see No More Jockeys again. Can't tell you anything about that, but I can tell you. Is it time? No, I think what it is well, actually, let's be serious and have a think. Do you think? Like, let's work out what's in the rest of the stream a bit, just because I'm
How
conscious.
long we got?
Cheers to
51
you,
minutes.
Corey, and once more, happy birthday to my absolute darling friend, Corey Riley, 70 today. nowhere near that, but feels like it because she's ill.
Is she formerly known as Corrie Shaw?
Yeah, the very same.
I met Corrie at some event once to show her some magic. She was very nice.
Yeah, she is very nice, and that sounds right about you showing us some magic as well. 'Cause
Yeah.
you never. And actually, talking about magic, have you got any other? Is there any other tricks? I mean, I know you're.
Yeah, we could do.
I just think it would be.
we got to have one more.
Well, just because Pete's been here for ages, and with I mean, it's been very nice having you here, but I sort of feel bad.
Oh no, I'm enjoying myself. I'm having a little cookie. I've got some wine.
Yeah.
So I think what we do is, yes, you have, haven't you? And you got it. You got it by saying what's going on with those cakes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Subtle.
Shy Ben's getting out, as they say in the northeast. I think now we'll. I feel like my eyes sort of look bluer than they did at the start, but I guess that can happen if you don't wee, can it? All the wee goes in your eyes and it changes their colour.
Maybe that's where.
So I've got all wee in my eyes, and it's other than that,
His eyes, Watson.
I'm just going to. Mayan says a wonderful thing to do in the last stream is to tell us more about Sonder. Can't do that for the time. Well, can I? What I am going to do is tell my son.
You're just going to narrate that you're texting.
No, just that I'm on because he is on Instagram, and he won't know about this because he's been in school.
Be like, I'm top of the line.
But I think it would be.
Does he not follow you on Instagram?
No, he's not. No, he's. Oh, you mean because he'll get an automatic alert? Yeah, but he might not be on Instagram because kids these days are often on Minecraft or Roblox or FIFA or Fortnite or they're not even on the computer or the phone. They might be. I don't know. He might be reading a book. I don't think he probably isn't reading a book. He's often gaming at this point. Anyway, all I can do is give him the information. My daughter can't join because she has your friend and mine a Nokia.
Nice.
But of course she can watch with the boy. Anyway, maybe no one will watch. I just felt it was. My son likes what he likes really is he likes it when I'm on TikTok and things. And these days, luckily for him, I am. So look, I'm more than just about actually. So what I think we'll do is, so at some point in this, I know it's irresistible to think about Susie Dent coming in at the very end. But the thing is, you can make a case that I was going to text Colin at 2:00 and it's 4:13.
Maybe just call him.
Well, I think I'll do that. Except it'll be Colin Murray. I have got the phone number for because he's sort of and he will in turn have Susie Dent's contact details because of Countdown. It occurs to me actually that they might have been recording Countdown today, which would be a reason why Susie's been so very difficult. They do take breaks. Listen, no one knows that more than me. Well, yeah, they do, I suppose. In fact, everyone else does. But like, I've been on Countdown, I suppose, is what I'm saying. Yeah, but you don't know it like me. Ever had a break on Countdown or at all? No, you haven't. No, not this year.
I can tell you what city they should.
Okay. Look, listen. Stop, look, and listen. Same as when you're crossing the road. It was dark outside, and that makes you think about how we frittered the day away with this. So what I think what we're gonna do is I'm going to text. I won't call him because I think it's it's a bit much. But I'll call him. I'll ask if he has a way of contacting Susie Dent in the next 45 to 50 minutes. Then we might have a trick or something from Pete. Then I might talk about the other stuff that I've got coming up in the year, but not in a boring way.
Shameless plug section.
Yeah, well, I said it was going to get a little bit ugly, and it never has, really. I've done very little. I've said I've monetised this in a pathetic way. I've done absolutely nothing to advance my career, despite being... No, Tom, just to fill you in, I still haven't had a wee, and I'm now not going to, because if you got this far...
He's a nocturnal pisser.
It would be madness now to suddenly go to the toilet now, and unless it really does become urgent in the next... it's not going to.
We've got some Christmas cracks. We could get some party hats going.
We'll get party hats. And again, let's get not much other stuff going on this year, Mr. Herbert. Next year, I should have said. Although this year, I suppose I still have one gig in Bristol in that bit between Christmas and New Year. 28th, I think. Whatever day the football's not on.
The plug section hasn't started yet.
No, you're right. But I'm just trying to.
Mark's given up piss for Dent.
Yeah,
a little bit of wordplay there.
Not too bad. Curiosity. I tell you what, some of you people are all right.
You're okay.
You're all right. Let's hear it. Matt, I suppose just be thinking about a song.
Waiting for the Shappy.
Shappy as well. Shit.
Right, there's a lot of stuff to do.
There's a lot of stuff to do. Okay, here's what's going to happen, and I just wish that some of you people would pay some attention.
Lock in, guys.
Lock in. That's what Kit says, actually.
My
son.
When?
Sorry? When does he say that?
Look, if we're... if we're playing pool, for example, and we play pool at least every week, if I'm winning, he says, I'm going to lock in now. And he's like, I'm going to start winning. I'm going to start cooking now. Yeah. Well, sometimes he says it in the third person. Kit must lock in. And I know it's ominous then. Or if he locks in on FIFA, then it means he's going to absolutely destroy me. Yeah.
Third person lock in.
I like it. Yeah, I like lock in. I think some of the phrases that the kids have come up with are quite good.
The kids are alright.
The kids, these people like Charlie letters. They're all good. They've got. I don't know about this skidibby Riz business. I don't know about skidibby toilet. I don't know about all of that sort of business. Someone did explain it to me, but again, it doesn't really matter. Yes, Ellen Cairns is now locking in. If you're locking in, let us know. If you have a favourite font, let us know. Also, we still haven't cleared up what's the weirdest animal to sneeze on me, and that was asked at 9:30.
For sneeze.
So look, maybe things I can't let Pete do a trick while I'm nauseous, because part of my favourite bit is that.
Yeah.
But we do have to. Can you contact Shappy, or have you got a number?
Except for my phone's there, but
yes, it is, isn't it?
Oh, I could do it. Right, if he comes over here, I can do it on my WhatsApp on my laptop. But
right, so we're going
to just have to get over here.
Okay.
Mark, you stand up. Pete, you sit.
Right, I'm standing up.
You sit on this one. I'll sit here.
Everyone is
Mark,
doing
you
things.
You do your big reactions.
Where shall I go?
Matt,
you say the same.
Yeah.
Oh no, you can go on that stool.
Oh,
On that stool for a
Matt,
bit. Yeah.
do what you like.
You go on that stool for a bit.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to now introduce my friend, the magician Pete Heat. And I'm going to react to him doing a trick, but it's not a fake reaction like some of these things are on the internet. I will actually mean it. But meanwhile, I'm going to text Colin Murray to see if I can secure the services of Dent. Over to you, Pete.
Well, actually, for the trick, I was going to ask if I could get your phone involved in the trick.
Oh, you
I've
can, yeah.
chosen the worst trick for this. But yeah. All right, let's,
well, no, you can.
Actually, we can use yours. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's do that.
Nice.
But let's start.
Oh, he's got the cards out again.
Yeah, it's a bit different. This is kind of a new one for me. It's something I'm still playing with. Let's see. Actually, can I borrow? Yeah, so can I borrow that phone? Can you open up the camera, actually?
Yeah.
And I'm going to take a picture of you on your phone, but holding my wallet. This will make sense in a second.
Okay.
Hello.
In fact, let me take the bank card.
Watch it, Mark.
This is the wallet. Don't zoom in on the numbers. There you go. Actually, let me take the bank. I'm taking the bank card out.
And we know how much money
Okay.
everyone's got in this room. Not with him and his NASA and him and his Spielberg.
Yeah, exactly. So I've taken the bank card out. Sorry, guys. So yeah, if you hold it kind of like an FBI pass like that, and I'm gonna take a little picture of you. This will make sense shortly. I'm aware that it currently does not.
And that's the first flash photography that we've seen on the stream, I think.
Yeah, okay, I think that's great. That's great. Okay, so
don't worry, we're in touch with Shappy and we're in touch with... I've been in touch with... I'm texting
I've taken
Colin.
a picture.
Okay.
I don't know if you can see that.
Oh, lovely.
Okay, so
With Vigo.
that serves two purposes. Firstly, you've all
come on, Pete, come
seen my. Hold on. What was I going to say? Firstly, you've all got my business card there. In the screen as well. I was going to say. Well, so we're going to use that for the tricks. Actually, I'll take that off you. Can I bring that stool in? Actually,
You can bring whatever stools in you want,
There we
mate.
go.
You're Pete.
I'm Pete. I am Pete. Yeah.
It's Pete.
So we're going to choose a card. Alex, if I flick through the pack like that, can you say stop somewhere?
Stop.
Ooh, right there?
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Really,
Whatever this
really,
is.
really
I'm going to look away, but I'm going to hold it up to hopefully the screen. Can they see it on the screen?
They can see. They can
Okay,
see.
that's the card.
Can we see? We can
Alright.
see.
Well, I saw it, didn't you?
Did you
Yeah,
see
I saw it.
I saw it.
So here's the trick.
I got it.
I saw shit out of it.
You sort of fucking shit out. So here's the trick. I've got to get whatever that card was into the wallet, so into the window where the bank card used to be.
That's
This card.
not possible.
Actually, let's make it hard. Let's close
What
it.
do you make it hard?
Okay,
Fucking
okay. So I can't do it without touching it. So watch.
Make it hard, he says.
Okay, so watch. Watch it. I think that did it. Right. Yeah, is that the-
It's in the
It's
socket.
that's the extra diamonds. But it's in there. But let's do it again. But this time, because some people might think I snuck it in there as I closed it. You know, my sleight of hand is my thing, right?
Yeah.
So let's do it again. I'm going to leave the wallet open this time.
He's leaving the wallet open.
And
I'm just
we're
helping in
gonna
case you
do-
can't follow me.
We're going to do the same. Actually, Alex, say
Yeah.
stop again for me as I shuffle.
Stop.
Okay, we're back about there. Is that happy? You happy
No,
there?
one more.
Okay, good.
Oh, he's trying to mess with him.
I'm going to not look again. I'm going to talk about that.
Okay.
The wallet's open.
Okay, alright.
I'm
So
allowed to
I'm
loom
gonna-
over the
yeah, you
wallet.
can loom over.
I'm
So we'll get that card
looming.
into there.
It can't be
Alright.
done because I'm
Yeah.
watching the wallet.
Right,
I'm looming.
watch.
I'm looming. I'm looming.
Hold on, did it look like anything happened?
No, I didn't.
Hold on.
And I was looming the whole
Yeah,
time.
he was looming. Like, if anyone doesn't, I don't know if the camera's picking up how much Mark's looming.
I'm looming like a
But I
motherfucker.
think I know what might happen. I think instead of going to the wallet here, I think it might have gone to the wallet
Oh, no.
in the photograph.
Oh no!
Have you got your phone? Where's your phone?
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Oh no!
Can you open up the last?
That isn't possible. That is naughty if you've done that. That's naughty.
Can we zoom in on that?
That's naughty.
Oh, let's zoom right in.
Holy shit!
Just bring close up.
Yeah.
That's.
Oh my god!
He's changed the past so that something. He's lied about the past.
Dan said, "Who is this wizard geezer?" It's Pete Heat.
The Wizard Geezer is Pete Heat, and
Holy shit!
that is fucking hell.
Wow.
I'm doing a show with Impatient in February, aren't I? With you guys at the Film Theatre.
Yes,
In
you are,
London.
In London.
and you will also see quite a lot more of Pete if we have anything to do with it.
Yes.
But then
What-
it might
do you
not
have
if-
a date on that?
Or you won't if Spielberg has a lot to do with
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
We're,
Spielberg might whisk him away.
we're in a tug of war with Steven Spielberg, which is not a situation you want to be in.
Yeah.
Once old Jaws gets his hands on you,
It's all done with
That was-
smoke and might.
that was very clever, Pete.
Thank
Very
you.
good.
Well
Everyone,
done.
Pete Hype, please.
Pete High. Quite a trick.
Quite a trick. Thank you.
That's really upset me actually.
Yeah, it was a disrespectful, horrid trick.
It was rude.
It was a really
It was
rude.
rude. It was
I'm sorry you had to watch that. There was a shitty thing to see. And you're right, Beck the cowboy. What the actual freak that's not even half of it. That was really
It's not even a third.
no. That was really magic and naughty. I think. Yeah, more Pete Hype, please. While what the is right. Do you know what? People will come close to swearing. That's how.
Whoa.
That's how shaken they are by what you did. Seriously.
I feel like there's somewhere in the universe there's a consequence to that being allowed to happen there.
Yeah, someone's got a card at their arse or something.
Someone's got to pay for that.
Yeah, we can't just have that happen.
It's not even it's on my phone, so there's no way that
It's on
something
your
could have
phone.
edited the photo.
No, what happened couldn't happen, and it was really. Tell you what, you've just seen some things not happen. Brilliant use of time.
Yeah, so good.
Okay, now, man. If I want to see things not happen, I'll just sit and look at an empty park bench. You might think, but no.
Pete will be sat on it.
Well, yeah, that's the thing.
Good
Yeah,
luck.
yeah. You pour your cereal in the morning. Pete Heat will be there, and it will be toast, and he'll be the toast.
Yeah. Pete Heat's the toy that falls out of the cereal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why does everyone keep saying that?
If Hugh Hefner's house was Pete Heat, it just and so on. Everyone keeps on about the garden fork. Right, it's funny, isn't it, with you people? You people are funny.
This is not. It's not a regular. It's not part of my decor. This is just the Impatient office. There used to be a whole picture of just Mary
Right.
O'Connell for ages. Yep.
For about almost 7.5 hours, no one in the comments that I know of has made a song and dance about the fork.
They haven't really seen this angle.
No, but nonetheless, suddenly the fork is like the freaking flavour of the month.
Fork time.
Fork time! Everyone that's saying fork. Sorry, yes. And I'm going to look through the fork. 2, 3, 4. Fork time! Fork time!
It's got 4 times.
And it's a fork. Yes, man! That's the end of the song. That's the end of the song. That's the end of the fork.
We'll never be
And
that.
that's the end
We
of
will
everything.
never be that.
That's the end of everything.
Holy
Goodness me.
Oh
Bloody hell, man.
Fuck it. We don't need to get anyone. We just smashed that.
Well, I
Who was
expect that
that?
noise was a shame. I expect that noise was a shame.
Was that wine?
Goodness gracious me.
It wasn't wine.
It wasn't wine,
What
so
was
that's
it?
good news, but anything else would still be bad news.
It was the bottom of. It's not our glass.
Can Pete fix this?
Oh, no, the trouble is...
Hold on, I'll fix it and refill it at the same time.
Yeah.
What the?
Oh my god! And that is what we call sleight of hand.
Cheers.
We've had sync time, we've had fork time, we've had quite a lot of
Slightly
times
handed.
actually. So thanks for your brief interest in the fork. But there's nothing you can do after someone's said 4 times like that. Look,
Someone else what the wine was. Should we show them?
I'll wash that.
the wine is as I say, a multiple channel, I think, from the yes, and it's
Okay. Is it 2023?
yeah, 2023, so it was made last year, so it's still pretty much being made.
Still pretty current.
In fact, it's what we call a current wine.
It's a topical
Yes,
wine.
it's a current wine. Some people
Not to be confused with current, like with an A.
I think you mustn't, because I think you've done so well the past 5 minutes. Like I'm just worried that fork time's over anyway. There you are. Someone says, why wouldn't there be fork in office? Now you're talking. Exactly, now you're forking. Is it? Whoops. God, I tell you what, we've got pretty...
You're a professional comedian.
Yes, I am. I'm a successful touring comedian, in fact. And it's time to talk about my 2025 tour. Alex.
Yep.
Tour time.
You, boy.
Tour time, son.
Can you put the dates on? How can I get my tour dates so I can talk one bit about each of the shows, but really quickly?
Oh, you want them up?
I want them up, but the trouble is, every screen we've got is sort of doing these things, isn't it?
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is then, because
You just need to see them, right?
we'll just a quick update on whether Colin Murray has messaged me back.
No.
No, he hasn't, and my message did say very long shot. To be fair, and
There you go.
my critics will say I should have sent it 2 hours ago, but those people.
There's like 30 dates here. You're going to say something?
No, I'm going to say something very, very quickly about each one. So, please get a mullet, begs Megan. Well, the thing is, I'm sort of almost on the way because of the distasteful way that my hair curls at the bottom, which I do not like. So, if anything,
Mullets are good.
I'm mullet dodging as it is. It wouldn't take much for this to turn into a mullet. And actually, Corrie has the counter argument: do not get a mullet, please. Yes, Kerry, we've got a massive spoon. And we've got a massive knife, and we've got a massive table, and that's why Pete comes round.
Nothing from Shappy as well.
Nothing from... Yeah, we are after Shappy, but we haven't got her. Of course, Shappy might be on her way to the ferry by now, presumably to go to the Isle of Wight. Shappy sometimes goes to the Isle of Wight, doesn't she? That's why...
She got a house now.
She does, I believe, but nonetheless, imagine being on a ferry at the moment.
Popping over to that.
Yeah, just popping on a ferry. We've been on a ferry, of course. Me and you.
To the Isle of Wight?
Yes, to the Isle of Wight. Every ferry, in the end, goes to the Isle of Wight. Now, what's going to happen...
What are we doing here?
Well, you're on the floor. That's not my fault.
Everyone's taking the chair.
Yes, I suppose so. Well, what's going to happen is and we interrupt this.
Oh, George is allowed to
for
wear
the news.
PJs in
George
school tomorrow.
is now allowed to wear his pajamas to school, which
Come
is
on!
great news. But it will mean another song about George, obviously.
Obviously.
George!
Now you can wear your
Pajamas! Oh, George! Now you can wear your pajamas. Congratulations to George, who will be wearing his pajamas to school, despite the fact that he's a headmaster now. That was a bit of a sort of pull back and reveal, we call that in comedy. I love comedy, I really do. I think it's great to have a laugh. And definitely distracts you from the work you should be doing on yourself. Now, here are my tour dates. Well, so the thing is, look, Zoe says this is a good point to come back to the live stream. I don't think there's ever a bad time to... Every now and again,
entertaining.
I tell you what, we've had an absolute riot, haven't we?
Yeah.
Bloody hell, man. I would like to talk briefly about my tour because I do think that the rest of the patient will be disappointed with me if I don't do that in an 8-hour stint.
Yeah, let me get the brand new.
And I'm also going to talk briefly about some of the other stuff coming up, but I don't think that can be the end because that would be a bit of a distasteful commercial sounding end. So I'm going to talk for a few moments now about what is in store. We've mentioned this a couple of times, but early in the year, for a start, there's going to be a I'm going to have a... Well, Patreon is the phrase, I suppose, isn't it?
Special, then Patreon.
My stand-up special will come out on Patreon as a watch party.
Yeah.
I'm using phrases here but you won't have to be on Patreon to...
No.
Exactly.
We've got to pay for it first, so we've got to put it on Patreon for a little bit, then we'll put it on YouTube. So you will see it.
The special will be free, but... But the Patreon will support other projects, not like this really, because there's no money involved in this. This is just a terrible thing for everyone.
Yeah. We will do 4 of these a year, but maybe not to this degree.
Yes, I have avoided setting up Patreon for some years, even though people sometimes suggest it because it makes me itchy to ask people for money, but it will enable me to produce more stuff. If you don't have any money, by the way, that's fine. Well, among other justifications for this, all the stuff that is all free will still always be free. This is a source of bonus things rather than new thing. I'll never do anything. For example, the company.
Yes, How Can I Help will always just be.
Everything that's been free will always be free, but the Patreon will allow those who are able to access more. And if you don't have any money, what you can do is steal money. Now, you do have to be a bit careful with this. You do have to be careful with it, actually. And I know there's been some talk about not committing crime in the... on a similar note, and you don't have to do this. Well, you should do anything. But I'm also going to have established during the year a Substack, which is newsletter, which, well, it's sort of a newsletter, but I'm going to use it to publish an awful lot of unusual writing projects, which just to sort of sneak them out under the radar. That'll be almost free or free, so don't worry about that, but look out for it. These are 2 separate subscription things, and I feel bad. Well, I don't feel bad doing it otherwise. I don't feel bad doing it, but I would feel bad doing it if anyone stole money, or if anyone was really sad, or if I was like if I was Elon Musk, I don't think I'd have a patron but then he, you know, if I, you know, but I'm not that rich basically at all, so that's the main thing.
We basically just got to be able to like afford to do stuff like this, and help.
And
like,
basically I want to be able to produce more things the exact way I want them, both visually and on the page and things like that. And I still will have a I still hope to publish novels. But yeah, I suppose I would say, if you're ever worried about giving, or like feel annoyed at giving me money, I'm definitely not that rich. Like compared with some people. Like this guy sold it to NASA. Even compared with a lot of comedians. Actually, I've been divorced. A lot of my money goes into that. So don't worry about it. If you're, and that's no slight on anyone. I'm just saying, however much money you think I have, it will be less than that. And I'm not doing badly. But I do. Anyway, why am I complaining to myself about asking for money in order for the things which I produce?
Cool.
Some people love giving me money, but my grandma used to give me money, but mind you, that was different because your grandma can sort of do that, but she wouldn't have watched. Yeah. She wouldn't have liked this. If my grandma was still alive, I would say, don't go on the Patreon. Well, she certainly would have found it confusing. Yeah. Both my grandmas wouldn't have enjoyed any of what's happened today. I don't think. No disrespect. One of my grandmas did like my first book. Now then,
great.
I do a lot for free, but I don't. What I don't want it to look like is that I've done a lot for free in order to build a sort of a cynical platform to then charge for things. But again, to be fair, I've been doing things for free for 15 years. Sometimes I even do things for, like, give other people money. Yeah. Charity. What's the matter with me? Why don't I hustle harder? Give me all... I'm sorry, if I don't want this to be clipped in isolation, but make sure I have all your money soon. This isn't the note that I wanted. This is why we're doing it half an hour out from the end. It's about time I had so much more money. I'm fine financially, but relative to my talent and industriousness and my generosity as a person, I should have so much more money. I should be fucking minted, and you're standing in my way. That's better, isn't it?
That's really good.
I think that's what Coop would want. That's what, generally, I don't sell myself very hard. Make sure I'm rich soon.
Yeah.
I'll still do this. Yeah. Oh God, 3 top Bristol City players. We haven't got time for that now, but I'll get to you before 5. We'll do a roundup of all outstanding questions. Actually, that's what we'll do. The final 10 minutes, we'll just round up any unfinished business, I guess.
Yeah.
Tour. You know, that's the thing. So Sophia says all my money went to Horn. Sorry. I'll never have as much money as Horn. So any time you give me money, you're just inching me closer to Horn. But Horn, of course, has the whole... No, he has the whole Taskmaster brand, and he once swung a kettle into my face in Japan. But he didn't even give me any money for that. Well, if I'd known... Actually, he was doing well then. But if it was now, I would sue him, just because we're still mates, but I know he could afford me to sue him and he'd still be fine. Yeah. That's what I might do. I might just sue some of my friends that are really, really rich. It's a sort of... no, don't slip me more money. Please, don't do that. Don't start putting money on stage and stuff, because I'll give it back to you.
Let's not slip anybody.
Let's
make this formal.
This is very absolutely not begging. Also, this is not begging. Imagine if I was just saying all this stuff about giving money but without offering anything in return. Then you would worry.
Just give me money!
What had happened to Mark Watson?
Yeah, good question.
You do like religion, I suppose.
Yes, Horn does pretty well out of the foreign Taskmasters too, because rightly, he deserves it. He came up with the whole thing. Oh, Horn is fine. Still, at least he hasn't got a lovely house. Oh, yes.
27 minutes to go.
But Horn is really nice, so he deserves it. I also know some people who are rich, but pricks. So it's nice when... But I also know some people like Corrie who are lovely but poor. So I guess not everything is fair in the world, which is a shame, actually, and it's only just occurred to me. All right, well, look, here we go. So my tour, then. Very, very quickly. 8th of May, Belfast. Oh, yeah, we haven't done the Stuart Little thing. I'll try and get to it, Hugh. As I say, we've got final 10 minutes for any other business. 8th of Belfast is in Belfast. 8th of May is what it's normally called, but I'm going to call it the 8th of Belfast. Are you off?
I think I am.
The magician is off.
Lovely time.
Well, in that case, we definitely do need to thank Pete Heat before he goes anywhere.
Round of applause for Pete.
Pete Heat. Pete Height. Pete Height.
We even
Pete
fit
Height.
him in frame just for you guys.
Yes, thank you, Becky. I look forward to you helping me to sue someone. He's in a hole in the ground. Pete Heat Height. Bye, Pete Heat.
Say bye, everyone.
Good to see you, man. Enjoy.
Thank you very much for coming. Have a nice magic, Christmas and whatnot.
We'll see you in February. February, London. You got to look it up.
Yeah, go for it. Take a biscuit. Take what you want, mate. Take what you want. I'm taking whatever I want. I'm just taking money hand over fist from you poor folk.
I wish you every success with it. Right,
Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks, Pete. No, Kate Ramsden. Just to clarify, I have not had a wee, and I'm not going to have a wee now because obviously you don't compromise on that in the final half hour. Did we ever use the phrase Slavic admin in the song?
No, we never got that.
Right, so I think we'll close the show with a song called Slavic admin because that was a phrase that came up very early on. Yeah, he's still got. So if you could be working on that, because if it had a big punchy chorus, like, and I'm not a musician, but like. Well, I'm not a musician.
Do it.
Well, I'm not a musician.
Just make it punchy.
Syllabic admin, alright. Yeah, so that's the chorus. Okay, and that's repeated like loads of times. It's horrible, really. Lulu, I'm no longer claiming to be able to sweat piss, but it is clear to everyone watching this that I have not done a wee unless I've done it in my pants, which I haven't. And that's clear, and that's not some sort of trickery. Pete could easily have done a wee. Oh, now. I have a new DM. I do have a new DM.
Oh.
I have not received a message from Colin Murray, but that doesn't mean that this DM isn't from Susie Dent. And if it is Susie Dent, well, it also doesn't mean that it is. I don't know anything. It is Susie Dent. It is Susie Dent. It is Susie Dent. I won't show the screen, but you can see here.
That's Susie Dent.
Well, I think it's probably fine to show the screen, isn't it?
Yeah, just do it. Just do it.
There we are. Dent.
She's got it. We've got 24 minutes.
Yeah, but I have to spend the next minute saying Dent. Dent. We have Dent. This is, without doubt, interesting. If you're not interested in this, you're a strange customer, I must say. Susie Dent says, "Arg, so sorry, Mark. I've been recording all day. What was it? What was it indeed, Susie? I don't know if any of you can even remember, but I can remember. So I'm now typing the question we've longed to ask Susie Dent for hours and hours. If you remove all the water from a swimming pool, and in a way I don't even mind what she says, this disagreement is long behind us. I'm just very, very excited by Dent. This belongs in the annals of someone that we've chased finally turning up in a long show. This is alongside when we finally got Dale Winton. No, he's dead. We once got someone. Who did we get? Who am I thinking of?
Dancer guy.
This doesn't matter at the moment.
Yeah.
What matters, all that matters, is Judy Dench. And
God's sake.
Leigh Andrews says, "I just got here. What is going on? Hello, Susie Dent." Well, what's going on is I've obsessed over Susie Dent for 7.5 hours, and now we have possible. If you remove all the water from a swimming pool, is the bottom of the pool still called the bottom, or does it simply become the floor? Is that a fair formulation of the question?
Yeah, and then can you follow it up with this is unlikely, but would you be able to come on Instagram and just let us know that?
Yes, I am now. This is cheeky, all right, but I'm asking if she can even. Obviously, would love to have you on, but yeah.
To have you on.
Have you on.
But understand if you're busy.
But
the stream ends in.
But it ends in 20 minutes. Yes. So your adjudication, and that's a long word when you've only got this much time.
Yeah.
Your adjudication
correct.
would be very valuable, nonetheless, even by DM. And then I'm sending it, and that was quite quick. I'm very quick at
We're still in 39. We're still safely in 39.
Is everyone impressed with how quickly I typed long stuff there? Because I am, and I am me. Right. So we might not get Dent, but we're closer to Dent by far than we've ever been. And when I saw that DM, And when you saw that DM,
Yeah.
and when all of you heard
Game
about that
changer.
DM, it was a game changer. 8th of May then at Belfast Empire.
Yeah, I forgot what we did.
The reason it's difficult, the reason it's so early compared with the rest of the tour is that Belfast has is part of an arts festival in Belfast. Very quickly then, I'm doing one in London in May, which is not no one knows about yet, but it's in the new Walthamstow Soho Theatre, close to where I live, and that'll be exciting. Date to be confirmed, but it's in May.
Fucking massive room. Everyone in London.
Large
come
room,
through.
slightly too large. It's really nice how many people are impressed by the texting speed. I often come across as quite a clumsy person with poor, fine motor skills, but the bottom line is I can play squash and I can send a text, and
I've
that's
never
all I
seen
really
you
need to do.
text before.
I'm
Didn't realise you had all
I'm as
correct
quick
on.
as a dick, mate.
Yeah.
Like,
All the right syntax and everything as well.
I will try to come to Mublin since you can't come to Belfast, Creever. Yeah, that's the other thing. Autocorrect helps me minimally. I'm very, the punctuation was good.
Yeah.
It was a very good bit of texting by actually a very good person. And I'll tell you who else is a very good person. Jason Roberson, who has written Dent in 4 separate comments in a row, and absolutely right. Zach asked, will we still have live at 5? At 5.
We've had enough.
Yeah. I suppose,
I don't think we're going to have half an hour of on the roof.
Chloe Maria says, I can play squash and I can send a text, should be on a t-shirt. Lots of things I say could be on t-shirts if people would just get on with it and put it on t-shirts. Like Milo did. Yeah, lock in. Why does everyone lock in? Come on, pal. Very quickly then, 17th of March in... not so much March as September. In Cambridge. By the way, these are all easy to find online. It's just nice to sometimes...
Say it.
Talk. 18th in Maidenhead. The 20th in Southampton. The 26th in Leek. What? Leek? Yes, Leek. Then October the 1st and 2nd, both in Leamington Spa. Aberdeen on the 3rd, a long way from Leamington to Aberdeen, the most ambitious journey of the thing. But the way I'm going to do it is just get there. Then the 4th in Newcastle, the 5th, this is all October in Glasgow, little break. The 9th in Oxford, the 10th in Deal, another one which doesn't sound real, like Leek, but it is real. The 11th in Kettering, the 12th in Milton Keynes, then the 16th in Manchester, 2 nights in Norwich, which we mentioned a long time ago, on the 24th and 25th. Yeah, Aberdeen is a long way to go, you see, but I like Aberdeen, and I'm very committed to going to far places. But I tell you what, I also go to near places. And sometimes I go to middle places. The 30th of October finds me in Winchester. Then in November, the 2nd is Shrewsbury. The 5th is Frome in Somerset. The 6th is Bedford. Then Brighton on the 9th. 13th is Hertford. 14th is Banbury. 16th Colchester, then Blackheath on the 22nd, another London day. I quite like Aberdeen just because of the crowds, Han. The audiences in Aberdeen have tended to be great, certainly for me, even though I come from the opposite of Aberdeen in some ways, Bristol. Then the 27th, the Subrooms in Stroud, then Monmouth on the 28th, and then the 7th of December sees me conclude this section of the tour in Sheffield.
Many more dates to be announced.
Many more dates to be announced. In 2025, there'll be as many dates as Kate. If you imagine someone called Kate that's popular.
Well, 2026.
Oh yeah, 2025 next, isn't it?
Yeah.
Christ, we're already nearly on 2025. Yes, the Sheffield Lead Mill is the venue there is under some sort of threat, but I
love the Lead Mill. Save them.
we firstly important to save the Lead Mill. Secondly, I'll find an alternative venue if I have to in Sheffield, but I don't think that will happen. I think the Lead Mill will be fine.
Have some faith in the Lead Mill.
For those of you saying why aren't you coming to this place or that place, again, I can only emphasise.
I couldn't name a venue in Lichfield.
We can't emphasise enough that these are only the beginning, and most of the reason why I'm largely, I'm still going to Aberdeen and all sorts of places, but a lot of the reason why places have missed out on this tour is simply that I went there this year, and I tend to leave about 18 months before going back to a venue where possible.
Sorry, Mark, I wasn't here at 9. Can you start from the beginning, please?
I've just seen that. A bit of a blow. We have to start again. So first
Sorry,
of all,
Pete.
I'm in a white shirt. People have been joining. People still are joining. Someone will be the last person. Someone will join at 1 minute past 5 when we're lustily singing syllabic admin. And Charlie says, "You talk very fastly, Mark." Yeah, imagine how much stuff I've said. If I walked more slowly. No, walking's nothing to do with it. I thought I got talking and walking confused in my head. Rachel's been gone since 10. Did I miss much? Depends. All you really need to think about is Judi Dench. And by that I mean Susie Dent. And by that I mean we might get Susie Dent soon.
We should check if she's responded.
I tell you what, I'll go further than that. I'm going to check whether she's responded. And if she has, this place will pop off, to use your phrase.
No, she hasn't. I just thought.
She hasn't. And in fact, I don't. Oh, you can't see whether they're red, can you, on Blue
Nope.
Sky yet? So we don't know. No, I don't think we have finished the wine. There's another fifth of a bottle there.
Yeah.
Corey's asked me to have a little water. She is one of the only people that I will ask take that direction from. But I think we're in
He's
the clear
gonna
now.
piss himself.
No, don't you worry. I'm not going to. On the contrary, I'm going to just remain continent for the remaining 16 minutes of what has been, if you're just joining us, an 8-hour stream. What is Blue Sky? We have not managed to get Shappy. We did try. We haven't got Blue Sky. No, hang on, what? Well, Blue Sky, if you don't know it, is an alternative to Twitter. It's very good. It is almost the exact same as Twitter, and lots of nice people are on it, including the sort of people who've been watching this stream.
Yeah. Shahi has seen the message but has not responded.
Right, so that's fine. Actually,
Something.
well, most things are fine now. I'd say we've broken the back of this now, really, where the thing is, there is this persistent Apple Dance business, which is like
There's Apple
plaguing
Dance
me.
business.
But I
There's
still don't know how to
sneezing.
do it, do I? You know it, don't you?
Yeah.
So I could potentially copy your moves.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that is what.
We have to go through it like a couple of times, but it is quite
Yeah,
simple.
yeah, but I've seen it. It's not that simple. If you can, I would
It's
have
all
to,
arms.
I'm mostly arms myself actually, so I could sort of get on board with that. Well, I don't know. I mean,
We should ask them what they want to see.
well, we know what they want.
Okay,
but
no,
it's,
but
but
some
it's,
of them
it's
want
only
Apple,
a
but
few.
it's a
It's
small-
a small number of people. Yeah, it's young. It's young people.
I gotta get better at this whole streaming thing because there's like poll functions and stuff. But
Oh mate, I've got to get better at this whole streaming thing. But we've had a good old 8 hours practice, haven't we?
we've made a lot of it.
Well, can you do it from
Continent
can you do it from memory?
Yeah,
Right. Like
I can actually. I've forgotten the lyrics, but I can. Still
there is a
yeah.
pitchfork in the back, Chris. We had some fun with the pitchfork. Then the fun stopped. Then the fun stopped. The Mark Watson years.
Oh yeah.
We're just all right. Still nothing from Susie. Yes, we had a feature called Fork Time earlier. Thanks for watching this. No, you don't say that. You say that at the end, don't you?
Yeah.
All right.
Although at this point you do start like wrapping up. You have like long thanks.
Yeah, but I don't think I don't. John Lewis says if Dent doesn't get back to you, can't. No, obviously not that. John Lewis, not the shop. Do you want to? I think that's that funny, man. But I suppose you've been here a long time now.
Yeah, we're crazy.
Alex says you just control Mark's arms. No, I think I can control. If I'm going to try and
I'm good with
okay.
that. I'm alright.
So this the dance which became popular during a so-called brat summer. Basically, these people will never stop until I at least try to do the dance. So let's do that, and then we can immediately move on from it. And then we have the best part of 10 minutes, if I can use that phrase, to talk to Dent. And I still haven't talked about the horse sneezing on me. And there was an anecdote I started right at the start, which I haven't done yet. And also, we haven't done the bit about Stuart Little. So there is a lot. We might not get on to Stuart Little, Hugh, but we might. Anyone that says something like "I am too old to know what brat is or what the apple dance is," be aware I am 45.
We're about to change the game.
And I also only
people-
know anything about this stuff by following youth culture.
Oh, no,
and if I
the
can follow
answer's
youth
Joy's
culture,
just gonna watch us dancing.
and
Well-
also there is a new DM, and that has to take priority. No, it's the
Not
same.
from
It's the
Susie.
same DM.
Not
It's
from
the same
Susie.
DM again. Okay. Right. Well, here we go.
Well, all right. So I guess we don't have the music,
We don't have the music.
but basically,
Okay. Well, what if you do it, and then I'll try
so
to.
it starts like this.
Okay.
Hands like here.
Left,
Wait,
right.
no, yeah,
So
they go
that's which
up
hand?
your body like this.
Okay.
So it goes like, I guess the apple's rotten right to the core, and it does this.
I've heard the song.
So it goes
Yeah.
like, choo,
Yeah. Okay.
and
I
then
know the song. It's just,
yeah, I can't remember the lyrics, but it goes da 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 symmetrical lines.
Yeah.
You do that,
Okay.
and then it goes. Choo, choo.
Okay.
Oh wait, and then it goes. I split the apple down
Yeah,
symmetrical lines down the middle.
Down the middle.
But you got to do this. But
Yeah, like you're splitting an apple.
Split an apple.
Okay. Yeah.
It'll make me find it kind of crazy. Makes
Yeah.
me just want to drive.
And that's it.
Or your driving will be this.
Well, my driver would be this, of course. Yeah, but I can't. Yeah, it's like my snooker is that.
Yeah.
And I'm actually a good actor.
Yeah.
All right.
So
all right.
try it one more time.
Okay. So. Okay.
I guess the apple's rotten right to the core. Oh look, that's got the chords.
Yeah.
He's got the chords. He's got the chords.
We've got the chords!
We've got the chords. I'm keeping an eye out for Dent. I must
Yeah.
admit, because we don't want to squander Dent to the dance.
da.
Yeah. Oh God.
And you do this.
Yeah, that bit's easy.
Cha-cha.
Oh, I don't know about
Wait,
the cha.
so it's like that. So you go up again.
Up again. All right.
Like to the top
Yeah.
right, to the bottom
To the
right
bottom
again.
right. Yeah. Then it's this business
I
of the
split
apple.
the apple down symmetrical lines.
Yeah.
You got to do this. You got to do
Well,
this.
I'm pulling the apples off.
You're wrenching it apart.
It's not easy to split an apple.
Okay, I understand. I split the apple down symmetrical lines.
Yeah.
I'm gonna find it.
Yeah.
Like this,
Yeah.
hand in front of
Oh,
your face,
like,
find
yeah,
it,
yeah,
find it,
yeah.
kind of crazy,
Yeah,
I'm crazy,
yeah, and then-
make me just want to,
Yeah, okay, fine. Okay,
That's it.
All right then, and don't worry about Dent. We've got Dent now right in front of us. So if there's any stirrings from Dent,
There's a stirring from
if
Dent,
there's
we're
a-
staring
if
at
there's
it.
a smidgen of Dent activity, you here
You'll
at
know.
9 to 5 will be the first to know about it.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
We can make it into a TikTok, but maybe we'll do that right
Don't
after it
you
ends,
worry
'cause
about-
the phone's here.
Don't worry too much about TikTok these days.
Yeah.
I know.
Well, we got to do it, yeah.
Oh, fine.
But like maybe after the
Fine,
stream,
fine.
once
Well,
the thing's
it
free.
doesn't matter anymore. Yeah.
Yeah.
It really doesn't matter anymore.
We'll film it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's it.
Chat winter. All right.
Shat Winter.
Let's do it.
Like this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I lost my
Yeah,
hand.
you're gonna be watching, but you got
Okay.
watch the screen. Watch the screen.
Yeah. Okay. And then copy you. Yeah.
Hands the other way around.
Go. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. We're going up. We're just going across our body. So, I split the apples right to the
Core.
ba
Ba. Yeah.
da da da, like that. So
Like
like top right.
Yeah. Top right. Yeah.
Da 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 to bottom left to your belt.
Yeah.
Each side,
Each side. Okay.
and then top left to bottom right.
Top left to bottom right. Yeah.
I split the apple.
Split the apple.
down
Then
symmetrical
Proper
lines.
stuff where you're properly.
Yeah.
Fucking cider it.
Find it kind of
scary.
scary. Make me just wanna
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Look at that!
Yeah,
Look at that! You
okay.
had no faith in him.
Well, and let's do it once more, a bit quicker, because Charlie, I've seen, does it quite fluently. She's really good at it.
Can we get the song up?
I don't. Well, there's a lot happening here.
I'll play it really low so we don't get copyright claimed.
Yeah, that's the only thing. It would be. Imagine if they took this down now.
Yeah.
I think we'd have a right to be disappointed.
Oh, we'll be absolutely furious.
Yeah. Okay. And the song, of course, is called Apple,
Yeah, no getting away from it.
and that's why it's called the Apple Dance. Actually.
Yeah.
But it's nothing to do with Apple, the software company. Matt's actually playing it right now. Is that better or worse?
Yeah, it's better.
Yeah.
Right,
okay.
right.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Goes.
Okay.
Alright, so it's when it starts going, I think the apple's wrong.
Right to the.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm gonna drive on that. I think the apple's wrong right to the core. From all the things it does, all goes before. I split the apple down symmetrical lines. Make me find this kind of scary. Make me just wanna drive.
Okay, that's the end of that.
Done. Tick. Right. What's
Dancing
the
is,
biggest,
firstly, dancing is really stressful.
Yeah.
Secondly, I must really like people to, I think, to do that because I
8
don't want
minutes.
to do it.
What's the
8
biggest
minutes.
animal to sneeze on you?
The biggest animal sneeze on me. Well, actually, in a way, it's all been bluff because I don't remember a proper big animal ever sneezing on me. I have been sneezed on by a llama. I suppose a llama's quite big.
Llama's
isn't it?
huge.
Llama's quite big. Llama's
go.
quite big.
There you go.
A llama is quite big. By the way, the chat is going mad, but
Look
quite
at
right.
that, absolutely.
The chat should be going,
Buzzing.
and we'll get the YouTube chat up as well.
Yeah.
And also,
They'll be behind. They'll watch us do it.
and there probably is.
There's a third person.
What a production is right.
There's 3 of us. It's crazy.
Well,
There was 4.
Don't
There
worry,
was
I don't drive a car in reality. Yeah, I'm pleased for you too, Quinn, and all of you who have sort of banged on about this, because it's been, to be fair, a long time since Brat Summer. Yeah. And again, dancing not really my skill set, but I'm pleased to do whatever I can to help people. Andy says that was filthy, and these days I don't know if that means good or bad these days because there's lots of I do know the phrase "screaming, crying, throwing up" though. I saw it once, and all it was that a new book had come out, and I thought, well, I mean, you must control yourself better than that. Yes, well done for making a comedian do a thing. But the thing is, someone's just joined. Grapefruit Moon has missed a piece of history. Again, thanks to everyone who supported my dancing career. Which has ended now. No, I suppose I probably am on Strictly Come Dancing now, and then I get, and then I'm a national icon, and then also, I tell you what happens if you go on Strictly Come Dancing. You get loads of money, and then all these people don't have to give me money because I'll have it.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God for that. Okay, so everything's solved.
Bit of wobble for the end.
A little bit of wobble, but the wobble, we're now in a sort of post-wobble. All we really need now is Dent. If in the last, and bear in mind I don't have a phone number.
If she really pulls it out.
If we get Dent now at the end, regardless of what she says, it will put the tin lid on it. But the tin lid is currently off it. Because she still hasn't. And the thing is, I mean, Blue Sky DM or any sort of DMing is not really. It's not an easy way to communicate.
No.
But thanks to the people who have also messaged. Well, I'm going to just call her Judy Dench for now. Doesn't really matter. I tried really hard to make my brain call her Susie Dent, but the bottom line is, what's quite kind of moving is all the congratulations rolling in for Quinn rather than that.
What the hell? We did it!
I know, but
There was so much work
I
making
know,
her do it.
but it does show what you can achieve if you just like are always saying the same thing until someone goes mad. And I hope nobody takes that lesson on board.
Yeah. Don't apply this to anything else.
Yeah.
Please.
Our numbers have spiked as well, noticeably in these final minutes. Some of that will just be people waiting to see if I'm
alive.
Fine. Yes. Yes. Love Corey, and she's staying for the end, but just saying before. Okay. Anyway, I'll
Brilliant.
Yes, I'll text you.
This was months of their life. This stream.
Yes. Yeah. This has been a big thing. I think it would be difficult to get Charlie on the stream at this because we'd have to go through the team. Thank you very much for watching this. I mean, we're not quite done yet, of course. For a start,
we still need to play Syllabic Admin.
Of course, we're closing with
Syllabic
Admin.
God, there's a lot of.
No, this isn't what we call canon. An 8-hour stream doesn't join the ranks of my shows proper, but it is my first ever Instagram 8-hour, so it has its place in my history, I suppose. And it's been very nice to have all of you here.
Someone's saying, I'm quite confident the bottom of the pool is referred to as a bed when it's full or empty.
Well, if it turns out that it's not the bottom or the floor,
Yeah.
then I just don't even know what to do.
No.
Chloe says, I forgot this was live, not going to lie, so you need to do another one. I think...
What the hell?
I think we've been quite visible on the internet for the last few hours, really. Adam says I could be 24 hours. The thing is, I mean, it could. This certainly could be 24 hours, but it would be, and that's what we did in lockdowns. But it's just these days you are allowed to go out and do.
It's 9 to 5. Things. You do your job.
You do your job.
Home.
You punch the clock. I'm just an average Joe who just goes to work, does his job, goes home, watches the Grinch, or whatever else is that people watch after work. Thank you to those of you again who have joined us in or from forbidding time zones.
Let us know, even if you haven't watched the whole stream. Let us know exactly how many minutes you have watched.
Yes, then we'll work out how much to pay you.
Yeah.
And
because you got a time clock as well.
Yes.
Respect the document.
Pro rata, isn't it?
The sort of thing is, it's all pro rata.
We're all very pro rata.
It all goes to money.
Yeah.
Chloe Lee says, listen, if the Loose Women can do a 24-hour talkathon, so can you. But that's not the way around it is, Chloe. I've done it many times before.
Yeah.
Loose Women stole the idea and didn't ask me. It's not the first time it has happened in my career. I will have a wee, Kate, but it would be odd now to do it, I think. We are 2 minutes away from the song. Thank you to all of you, whether you've watched some of it or all of it, or even if you didn't watch any of it, so you can't even see this, I suppose still thank you. In a sense, just for sort of allowing my existence to continue.
Oh, thank you
and
for the subscribers. That's why we did.
Remarkably, we have Dent. We have a Dent. We have a Dent message.
That's a long one.
Holy! I don't like the phrase, but shit. So I'm just going to let it sink in now that in the final 2 minutes, and we've not set this up. I mean, it's not.
Timing is unreal.
But it's not really good enough to have set it up. If I was to set something like this up, it would be really interesting. As it is, it's not that interesting. But let's be honest, Dent has replied and we can clear up one of the nagging questions of this show. And this is really nice. It's really nice for anyone to watch this, but it's especially nice for Tony Blake, who has never given up believing that Dent will come. He's never stopped reminding me when it was time. Tony Hype, I think. We have been dented, and you're right to say it's a Dent event. This is absolute folklore. I'm beside myself, Tony, so I can only imagine what it's like being you.
This is part of the gigantic canon.
This is coming right out of a gigantic canon, and all of us have got it all over us.
Sound the Dent klaxon.
Here we
did it.
After all this, the answer is going to... Well, I'll just read it.
It's going to shock us, I think.
Yes, it is, as you say, James, a chunky reply. I'm on a train with patchy reception, writes Dent. I'd say, strictly speaking, it can remain the bottom... I'm not finished. As that is broadly defined as the lowest part of something. You can have sediment at the bottom of a wine bottle, even if it's empty. That said, floor is also fine, and it does make more intuitive sense, says Susie Dent, who knows everything. That's the thing about lexicographers. We're very diplomatic. She signs off mischievously. So there's your answer. After all that, it was both of them all along. The real answer was the friends we made all along.
Pick a side.
No, that's not how we talk to Susie Dent. Or Judy Dent.
I respect you so much. Pick a side.
It is. I'm sorry that some of you, to judge from the chat, are disappointed. All I can say is I can go no. It is ironic that she did the last 30 seconds. Yes, very countdown. That's not me. That's Tony pointed that out, but it's absolutely right. Nonetheless, Dent hype and all the people, and I don't.
All the people.
No, not like in the Blur song.
Never mind.
I'm not. I don't let my haters get to me, but I know there will have been people watching this saying he's never getting Dent. We got Dent.
We got Dent.
I think we can learn a lesson from that, which is you can sometimes get Dent. And in fact, Judy Dench is now... No, she's not. Well, I have been talking to you for 8 hours without urinating. and that is accurate.
That is not where we thought we'd be.
No, it's not where any of us thought we'd be. Well done to everyone for watching this.
Nice.
Thank you for watching it. Our numbers are as high as they've been now, which is just a lot of people have only really enjoyed the last 5 minutes. But
You missed the apple dance.
This is the thing. You've got to watch the whole of these things, or you're in danger of missing
Well,
these.
it'll all be available.
These triumphant. Of course, it will all be available, but only if you watched it live will you know what it felt like when Susie Dent suddenly waded in the final 2 minutes. We are slightly overrunning now, which isn't really my thing, but
we got to sing this song.
we're going to sign off with a little bit of a song I like to call Syllabic Admin. First of all, huge hype please for Alex Preston and Matt Ryer, my colleagues throughout this terrible experience.
On, it's been a pleasure.
Well done, everyone.
What a day it's been.
Thank you for all of the support. And thank you very much.
So in the way.
I'm just doing a sincere bit. Thank you to everyone who has supported anything that I've done over the past year, including but not limited to these Insta streams. Live at 5 will return in January, but it will not be as long as this. It will only be, once again,
and most
about
of it
30
will be, we're just not coming to America.
But stuff like this will certainly happen again.
100%.
And yes, look out for quite a lot more content. Aaron Wood has joined. He becomes the latest person
Well done,
to join.
Aaron.
He's joined
You missed it.
4 minutes after the scheduled end of this 8-hour-long thing. But you've not quite missed it, because we are going to close it out with a harmonious
beautiful
but
song.
a lusty rendition of the lovely song Syllabic Admin.
Marky, we've all got to be in frame. We've all got to be in frame when we hear this banger. Oh, you go. Wait, I'll go that side.
Playing charades at Christmas time. I picked the most favorite film of mine. It's one word, that much is clear. But how many syllables are here? Pressure's on.
parts.
This is how you do it, kids.
That's acting, that's not in the book.
Book one word, his disdain lingers, but wait, he's counting syllables on his fingers. Pressure's on, granddad sweats. I'm loving all the karma he gets. He's not sure, just look at his face. Oh, Gramps, you're shit, you big disgrace. Syllabic, syllabic, syllabic admin, syllabic, syllabic admin, syllabic, syllabic admin. We need another dent event, yeah. Come on. Check your DMs for Susie Dent, yeah.
Don't do that properly, unless you're ready.
Syllabic admin.
One more time.
This was some syllabic admin. This was some syllabic admin. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Syllabic admin.
Matt Ryan hype.
Huge Matt Wright hype in the chat. Everyone joining right now, you've missed the entire stream. We've been here 8 hours.
Welcome to the new people. It's over.
Welcome.
This was live at 9 to 5 with me, Mark Watson, and my friends. And
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Happy New Year.
See you in
Happy
2020.
holidays. If you don't celebrate it, have a great time off. Hope you get a break.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. Goodbye.